An ordinary worker, beset by the dual blows of career and love, unexpectedly activates a lavish system. Daily sign-ins yield a fortune of 100 million, with special rewards for task completion. Ding, task accomplished. You have acquired a building in the prestigious Tomson Riviera. Ding, successfully humiliated the duplicitous couple. The system rewards you with a Lamborghini. Poison. Ding, task completed. Reward. A private island. Ding, task fulfilled. Reward. A lithography machine from the year 2050. System. Come forth? What am I to do with this? Chapter 1. The Advent of the System. In the city of magic, a place awash with neon lights and extravagant indulgence, beneath the city's iron cage lies a multitude of souls lost in drunken stupor, pouring out their youth and tears. Some hide in the shadows, claiming this place is hell, an abyss with no end in sight, while others stand atop their pedestals, declaring it a paradise, where the ashes of the defeated nourish the victors. Beneath the dim streetlights, to hell with the company, damn that foolish leader, Jiang Lang cursed vehemently to the heavens. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, casting peculiar glances at Jiang Lang, murmuring among themselves, "Who is this drunken fool? Since when did the city of magic harbor such trash, devoid of any decorum? Quickly, let's move on. Be careful not to get entangled with such a person." Before long, the entire street was deserted, save for Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang stood momentarily stunned, then let out a rueful chuckle and plopped down on the roadside, taking a couple of swigs from a beer can, his gaze complex as he observed the ceaseless flow of vehicles before him. He was a senior in college, working as a procurement officer at a local company. Though his salary was modest, the under-the-table gains were considerable, an unspoken truth among colleagues. Jiang Lang had originally intended to toil for a few more years, aspiring to purchase a home in the city of magic before turning 35, thereby claiming his identity as a true denizen of the metropolis. However, not long ago, his previous superior was abruptly reassigned, and the new leader, perhaps lacking in mental acuity, took an immediate disliking to Jiang Lang, frequently berating him in public. He suspected it was due to having stumbled upon a rather provocative scene in the company parking garage, where he caught the new intern, endowed with ample curves, engaged in a rather scandalous altercation with a fellow employee. If memory serves correctly, he even noticed the intern adorned with a collar attached to a dog leash. Jiang Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. One could only say that city folk truly know how to play. Alas, his luck had run out, and he had been discovered. The ensuing circumstances need not be elaborated upon. Under the new leadership, Jiang Lang found himself ostracized to the fringes of the team. Life became increasingly unbearable, each day more precarious than the last, as he tread carefully upon thin ice. Jiang Lang had contemplated simply walking away, for as the saying goes, where I am not welcome, there is surely a place for me elsewhere. However, residing in a rural area, in a humble tiled house, with the elderly above and no children below, devoid of wealth, one cannot even entertain capricious thoughts. Feeling a sense of frustration within, I sought out a barbecue stall, ordered a few accompaniments to my drink, and indulged in solitary revelry until I became pleasantly intoxicated, even taking a can of beer with me as I prepared to leave. The sound of a ringing phone echoed, and as Jiang Lang glanced at the screen, the ominous words "debt collector" illuminated it. After some contemplation, he decided to answer the call, albeit holding the phone at a distance. As expected, the landlord's voice, akin to a roaring lion, erupted from the device. "Jiang, the rent has been overdue for nearly half a month. Let me be clear. If you do not pay by tomorrow, you shall pack your belongings and vacate." "Landlord, could you grant me another week?" "Yes, sir." His words were abruptly cut off by the sound of a dial tone, indicating that the other party had hung up. Sigh. Jiang Lang gazed at his phone screen, exhaling a resigned breath, muttering to himself, "It's merely money. I shall undoubtedly earn a fortune one day." Shaking his head, just as he intended to rise and depart, the phone rang once more. Irritated, he glanced at it, thinking to himself, "How relentless this is. It's just a trifling sum." In the next moment, a faint smile unconsciously graced his face. The caller was not the landlord, but rather Zhang Xiaoman, to be precise, his girlfriend. In the vast metropolis, Zhang Xiaoman was his sole refuge. He answered the call. Xiaoman, were you missing me? Jiang Lang, let's part ways. Zhang Xiaoman's voice was somewhat cold, exuding a sense of ruthlessness. Jiang Lang was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, anxiously clutching his phone and exclaiming, "Why? What have I done wrong? Do we not agree to strive together for a home in the metropolis?" Strive? Don't be ridiculous. Are you relying solely on your looks? I admit you are quite handsome. Otherwise, I would not have been so foolish as to fall for you. But good looks cannot serve as sustenance. Can you buy me an LV handbag? Can you purchase Chanel perfume for me? Can you provide me a home in the metropolis? Do not blame me for being pragmatic. Which woman isn't realistic these days? I have already agreed to be Wei Xiao's girlfriend. He promised to gift me the latest Chanel bag tomorrow, something I doubt you could ever provide. That's it. I'm hanging up. Jiang Lang was left in shock, urgently calling out, "Wei Xiao? That scoundrel Wei Fuke? You know he is a rogue, yet you still agreed? Have you forgotten how he irresponsibly got another woman pregnant 2 years ago? At that time, it caused quite a stir throughout the academy, and you willingly jumped into the fire? Jiang Lang, I warn you not to insult my boyfriend." Zhang Xiaoman's sharp retort emanated from the phone. Jiang Lang wished to say more, but another voice interrupted. "Kid, do you have a short memory? Have you forgotten the taste of being pummeled into the ground by me?" Wei Fuke's sinister voice came through. Jiang Lang's eyes reddened, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Wei Fuke, you wretched scoundrel! Fool! I relish watching you pathetic losers rage. Each of you possesses little ability, yet boasts a grand temper. Let me be frank. We have already booked a room at the Jintai Hotel tonight, a 5-star establishment. You will never afford a meal there in your lifetime. Understand this. Only I have the capability to bring her happiness, comprehend?" Wei Fuke's mocking tone pierced like a dagger, sending a wave of anguish through Jiang Lang, causing his vision to blur. His right hand clenched tightly, then relaxed repeatedly. Huff! Jiang Lang took a deep breath, shaking his head, attempting to regain his composure. His gaze turned icy, a hint of inexplicable self-mockery curling the corners of his mouth. "Congratulations, Wei Gongzi. I never anticipated you would pick up the worn shoes I discarded. It seems you truly are in love." Damn it! Before Wei Fuke could finish, Jiang Lang abruptly terminated the call. The phone incessantly rang with ding ding ding, but Jiang Lang did not glance back, envisioning Wei Fuke's furious expression on the other end. "Ah!" Shaking his head, Jiang Lang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lighting a cigarette and placing it between his lips, he quietly stared ahead. He did not smoke regularly. It was merely a habit he had retained from his procurement days, typically carrying a pack in his pocket to offer to others during inspections. However, he now harbors an overwhelming desire to indulge in a cigarette, unable to articulate the reason. He simply yearns for that solitary smoke. Does smoking not harm the lungs, nor evoke sorrow? As he gazes at the wisps of smoke swirling before him, a hint of bitterness crosses Jiang Lang's face, and a peculiar thought flits through his mind. Under the dual onslaught of romantic and professional setbacks, to claim that he is untroubled would be sheer bravado. Money, I am determined to wrestle with it throughout my life. I shall never become a sycophant. To be a scoundrel, to be a playboy, to seduce 100 women. Damn it, Jiang Lang muttered under his breath in frustration. Ding! Detection of shift in the host's mindset has occurred. A complete farewell to the past has been achieved, thus activating the conditions. The Supreme Godly Rich System is now loading. Before Jiang Lang, a pale blue panel materialized, adorned with a progress bar that initially displayed 1%, which, in the blink of an eye, surged to a staggering 100%. Ding! The Supreme Godly Rich System has been activated. This system allows for daily sign-ins and will periodically issue tasks, the completion of which will yield special rewards. Ding! Sign-in opportunity obtained. Would you like to sign in? Goodness! Jiang Lang, oblivious to the cigarette that had fallen from his lips to the ground, stared blankly at the pale blue panel, utterly dumbfounded. As a seasoned bibliophile acquainted with countless web novels, how could he possibly be unaware of what a system entails? Jiang Lang fervently shouted within, "Sign in!" Ding! Sign in successful. Daily reward. 100 million. Chapter 2. A slap in the face. A gentle buzz emanated from the mobile phone. Your savings account ending in 1111 has received a deposit of 10 billion renminbi. With a current balance of 10,000,036,000 RMB. Construction bank. Zhang Lang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Truly, what an ambitious little target. Ding. A new task has been assigned. Please complete it promptly. Clothes make the man, and gold adorns the Buddha. As a prodigious wealthy individual, how could one lack even a single decent outfit? It is time to embark on your shopping spree. Conditions. 1. Expenditure must not be less than 50 million. 2. Clothing only, men's. 3. To be completed within 2 hours. Reward. A villa in the luxurious Tomson Riviera. Zhang Lang's eyes lit up slightly. Tomson Riviera? That name is familiar to anyone with even a passing interest in real estate. It was once hailed as the pinnacle of luxury in the city. Although it may have slightly waned in prestige, it still ranks among the top 10. And to say that every inch is worth its weight in gold would not be an exaggeration. And a villa? This must be worth over 100 billion. Right? Zhang Lang was somewhat taken aback. However, the conditions are rather stringent. He mused silently to himself, hurriedly hailing a cab and departing. Bagua Impression City, located in the heart of the metropolis, spans an impressive 340,000 square meters and boasts over 400 renowned brands, with numerous dining and large entertainment experiences. It is the largest purely commercial shopping center in the city. This is Zhang Lang's destination. 50 million is no small sum, and with so many conditions. Only such a massive shopping mall can fulfill the system's requirements in a short time. In the clothing section, a saleswoman exclaimed, "Madam, you truly have an eye for style. This bag is the quintessential Chanel 255 series, featuring an innovative chain strap, a double flap design, and the signature quilted pattern, perfectly complementing your elegance." Zhang Xiaoman, with her arm linked to Wei Fukai's, beamed at the saleswoman's compliments, unable to contain her smile. "Darling, how about we get this one?" she said sweetly to Wei Fukai. Wei Fukai, with a grand gesture, declared, "This one it is. Charge it." He had been eyeing Zhang Xiaoman for quite some time, and tonight he would finally indulge. A mere bag was a small price to pay. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's face lit up with joy. This is the life I desire. If I were to follow that useless Zhang Lang, I would never be able to afford such designer bags. With this thought, she felt a sense of reassurance, further solidifying her previous choice. At that moment, a hurried figure barged in, shouting, "Quick, wrap up all the men's clothing in your store." Everyone was taken aback. Who is this tycoon with such audacious demands? The sales staff at Chanel, along with many customers, turned their heads in unison. The next second, a derisive laugh escaped the lips of a female sales associate. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans, sporting a pair of faded, generic sneakers and disheveled hair, he presented the very picture of a commoner. There was even a hint of alcohol on his breath, clearly just having come from a drinking session. No one would believe this person had the means to purchase luxury goods. The newcomer was indeed Zhang Lang, who was now in a state of urgency. Having spent half an hour just getting here, he needed to act quickly to complete his task. However, to his surprise, not a single staff member approached him. After some impatient shouting, a female staff member reluctantly walked over, her expression cold. "Sir, please refrain from shouting, or I will have to call security to escort you out." Zhang Lang frowned. "What kind of service is this? I came here to buy clothes, and this is how you treat customers?" The saleswoman rolled her eyes, scoffing. "Sir, this is Chanel. Are you still intoxicated?" Her words were blunt and cutting, and Zhang Lang's gaze turned icy. He was no fool, and it was evident she looked down upon him. Giving her a fierce glare, he turned on his heel to leave. Why would he give money to someone who insulted him? That would be sheer folly. As for whether he would deal with her later, he thought he should first complete his task. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, such disdainful individuals exist everywhere. Even a prestigious brand like Chanel is not exempt from such snobbery. But the next moment, an unexpected voice pierced his ears. "What the hell? It's you, you idiot. Do you even know where you are?" Zhang Lang paused, turning to see a familiar face, Wei Fukai, flanked by Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman looked at Zhang Lang with disdain and said, "Zhang Lang, we have already broken up. Why can't you just let go?" She assumed Zhang Lang was still harboring feelings and had secretly followed her. Zhang Lang gazed at her with a complex expression, shaking his head slightly. "With a gold-digging woman like you, why would I need to stalk you?" Zhang Xiaoman clung to Wei Fukai's arm and taunted, "What's wrong? Do you really think you can afford to shop here on your measly salary of 5,000 a month?" Zhang Lang, without lifting his head, retorted, "Whether I buy or not is none of your business. Besides, even if I were to buy, it certainly wouldn't be here, filled with a bunch of snobbish fools. Only a fool would spend money here." His words not only offended Zhang Xiaoman, but also irked the sales staff present. "You." Zhang Xiaoman pointed at Zhang Lang, her expression a mix of shock and anger. It was known that he had never spoken to her this way before. It was simply outrageous. Seeing Zhang Xiaoman flustered, Wei Fukai was naturally displeased. He was looking forward to the night ahead. He scoffed, "What are you pretending for? You're not buying anything here, are you? Do you think you can just switch stores and suddenly afford things? Every shop in this mall carries international second-tier brands and above. Come, there's a Versace right across. If you can afford it, I'll kneel and call you daddy right here. He sneered. I'm just curious. Does your stubbornness even serve you any purpose? He turned to the staff and commanded, I demand that you remove this person immediately to avoid disturbing the other customers. Jiang Lang's expression darkened, ready to retort, when the system's notification rang in his ears. Ding. As a prodigious wealthy individual, being mocked is a sign of disrespect. Please showcase your financial prowess and let them understand what it means to be a wealthy master. Conditions. Slap the arrogant couple. Reward. A Lamborghini Veneno. Jiang Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful expression crossing his face as he regarded Wei Fukai. Are you sure? If I really do buy, you'll have to call me daddy from now on. Wei Fukai, with a sidelong glance, coldly chuckled. Then go ahead and buy. Not only will I call you daddy, I'll kneel and bow if you want. If Jiang Lang were to purchase just one item, he might have felt a twinge of unease. Who knew if this guy might act out of desperation and try to save face, even if it meant maxing out his credit card for just one piece. But this was Versace, and to buy up all the men's clothing? Even he lacked that kind of power, let alone the utterly broke Jiang Lang. With a hint of mockery in his eyes, Jiang Lang turned away nonchalantly, saying, Let us go, foolish boy. Remember, a wager is a wager. Chapter 3. A resounding slap. As Jiang Lang departed, Wei Fuch's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anger. Gritting his teeth, he seized Zhang Xiaoman's hand and followed suit. No matter how one looked at it, he simply could not fathom that Jiang Lang possessed such capabilities. Let us go, keep up with him. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. The onlookers in the store were equally astonished, with numerous sales associates and tourists emerging to murmur about Jiang Lang's retreating figure. Upon entering the Versace boutique, Jiang Lang exhibited no hesitation. He promptly handed his card to the sales associate, a steely demeanor gracing his features. He swiped the card, purchasing every piece of menswear in the store. The female sales associate from Versace was momentarily taken aback. Business had come to her doorstep while she sat idly. Was there truly such fortune? Stammering in disbelief, she asked, Sir, are you certain you wish to buy all the menswear? Jiang Lang nodded slightly, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. The sales associate took the card and hastily departed, not pondering much. After all, whether he was merely posturing or genuinely affluent, she had to seize the opportunity. If true, her commission for the month was assured. If false, she would simply chalk it up to misfortune, with little loss incurred. The atmosphere within and outside the store grew palpably quiet. Some were preparing to witness a spectacle, others gazed with curiosity, their thoughts varying widely. Countless eyes scrutinized the seemingly ordinary man, who carried a hint of alcohol on his breath. Moments later, a jarring announcement reverberated throughout the Versace store. Card transaction successful. Amount credited, 215,000,000 yuan. Goodness, this man was indeed a lavish spender. Over 2 million, and he had bought out the entire menswear section. Truly impressive. Had he been underestimated? Was it possible that wealthy individuals could be so understated? A cacophony of discussions erupted, especially among the sales associates and tourists who had witnessed the entire scene unfold at Chanel, who found it utterly inconceivable. Inside the Versace store, the stunning female sales associates gazed at him with fervent interest. To purchase every item in the store outright was akin to an act of sheer extravagance. Furthermore, Jiang Lang himself was not devoid of charm, standing at 185 meters with striking features. Otherwise, he would not have attracted the attention of Zhang Xiaoman, the class beauty. Now, bolstered by wealth, he appeared even more captivating. No way. How could you possibly have that much money? Wei Fuchs seethed, incredulity etched across his face. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, short and portly, with a face marred by acne scars, his only advantage being a touch of family wealth. Without that, Zhang Xiaoman, the opportunistic beauty, would never have given him a second glance. Now, with his sole advantage stripped away, he feared he could never hold his head high in front of Jiang Lang again. Whether I have money is none of your business. Jiang Lang retorted with a cold laugh, then regarded Wei Fuchs with a hint of amusement. As for you, it's time to fulfill your promise. A flash of anger crossed Wei Fuchs' face, but he quickly masked it with a hollow chuckle, forcing a smile. Come now, we were just joking as classmates. I'll take my leave. He was not foolish enough to remain and humiliate himself further, let alone bow and beg. If his father found out, it would be disastrous. Yet, upon glancing back, his heart nearly exploded with rage. Zhang Xiaoman was gazing at Jiang Lang with longing, her voice soft as she intoned, Jiang Lang, let us reconcile. She believed that his newfound wealth was a bid to win her back, not realizing the extent of his financial transformation. In retrospect, Jiang Lang was handsome, wealthy, and willing to treat her well, an extraordinary catch that was rare indeed, one she could not afford to overlook. Zhang Lang was taken aback, incredulous at Zhang Xiaoman's audacity. He could hardly contain his scorn. Do you really think that is a possibility? Why not? Don't you still love me? Otherwise, why would you be here? Zhang Xiaoman queried, her eyes glistening with tears. Fool. Zhang Lang sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. At that moment, Wei Fuch's anger flared. He stepped forward and slapped Zhang Xiaoman across the face, growling, "You filthy wretch, I haven't even left yet, and you're rushing to throw yourself at him?" Zhang Xiaoman clutched her face in disbelief. "You dare hit me?" Her voice quivered. Having been so well protected by Zhang Lang that she had never contemplated a man turning violent against a woman. "I'm hitting you, you wretched bimbo." Wei Fuch spat, his temper flaring without regard for her identity. Zhang Xiaoman, now weeping profusely, cried out for Zhang Lang, pleading for him to intervene. She regretted her decision, realizing that Wei Fuch was entirely devoid of compassion. Memories of being cherished by Zhang Lang flooded her mind, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Yet, regardless of Wei Fuch's brutal blows or Zhang Xiaoman's anguished cries, Zhang Lang exhibited no interest in intervening. Whether she was beaten or even stripped bare before him, he remained unmoved, his eyes cold and mocking, as though he were merely an observer of a farcical play. It was only when the crowd could no longer bear to watch that they forcibly separated the two. Zhang Lang then turned to Wei Fuch, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Is the performance over? If it is, hurry up and beg for mercy." Wei Fuch shot him a furious glare, his voice dripping with menace. "Don't think you're impressive just because you have a bit of money. My father is the school's discipline director. Do you want me to ensure you never graduate?" Unexpectedly, Zhang Lang felt an odd sense of amusement at being perceived as wealthy. He raised an eyebrow, regarding Wei Fuch with disdain. "Do you think I care? The mere notion is laughable. Hurry up, adhere to the rules of the wager. I have no time for your prattle. A degree is merely a stepping stone for the ordinary. With my system, why should I fear anything? If need be, I'll simply buy a diploma for 5 million. If that is insufficient, then 50 million, or even 5 billion. If I can't acquire it domestically, I'll do so abroad. There is no shortage of overseas programs available. Change a layer of skin, return as a highly educated individual. I refuse to believe there are things money cannot buy. If one cannot acquire it, it only indicates one's financial inadequacy. When the funds are sufficient, even a degree from Harvard can be secured. You." Wei Fuch pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Lang, scoffing coldly before turning to leave. He wouldn't dare shout. Did he no longer care for his pride? As for adhering to the wager, that was meaningless. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, having anticipated that even if Wei Fuch won the bet, he would not take it seriously. However, he was not about to let him walk away unscathed. With a swift stride, he pursued him, lifting his foot to deliver a sharp kick to Wei Fuch's backside, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Ouch!" Wei Fuch yelped, clutching his backside as he glared at Zhang Lang, seething. "You've gone too far, Zhang. Too far. We agreed to the wager. Do you even understand the rules?" Zhang Lang seized Wei Fuch by the hair, slamming him down onto the ground, his eyes glinting with cold fury, with the alcohol fueling his anger. He recalled the times he had been mercilessly bullied by Wei Fuch and his gang, cornered in the restroom and publicly humiliated, forced to endure their ridicule in silence due to his rural upbringing. Having one's heart stolen by another is but a trivial matter. It is merely the act of a person who does not cherish you. However, the scars left by school violence can indeed cast a shadow that lingers for a lifetime. Amidst the bitterness of old grudges and new grievances, he raised one hand, striking fiercely across Weaver Kai's face. The sound echoed sharply. The pain elicited a cry from Weaver Kai. He struggled incessantly, yet having been nurtured in privilege since childhood, he found himself no match for Zhang Lang, who had toiled in the fields. Tears and snot threatened to spill forth, yet he could not break free. No, Zhang, please. Daddy, I truly made a mistake. Take it easy." Chapter 4. The Disheveled Onlookers. Only after the gathered crowd forcibly pulled Zhang Lang away did he regain his composure. Gazing down at Weaver Kai, who lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, he felt a rush of satisfaction at avenging his grievances. "Get lost," Zhang Lang waved dismissively, a cold snort escaping his lips. "Just you wait." Weaver Kai, struggling to rise, glared at Zhang Lang, his lips pale with rage, his voice trembling with fury. He had never been so humiliated in his life. The thought of death crossed his mind. "Ouch! Still not convinced, are you?" Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow. His fists clenched as he feigned another advance. Terrified, Weaver Kai fled in a panic, but not before hurling a few venomous words. "You wait. I'll have my dad deal with you." Watching the retreating figure, Zhang Lang let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with amusement. Ding. Successfully slapped the arrogant couple in the face. Task rewards have been dispatched. Ding. The Lamborghini Veneno has been placed in the designated parking space 01 at the North Country Impression City. Please retrieve it promptly. Zhang Lang felt a bulge in his pocket and instantly understood that it was the key to the Lamborghini Veneno. His heart ignited with excitement. This car was extraordinary. A top-tier limited edition launched to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Lamborghini brand, with only 14 units produced globally, 5 hardtops and 9 convertibles. In the domestic market alone, a second-hand model was worth over 100 million yuan, and such a treasure was not simply purchasable with wealth. At that moment, the sales assistant who had assisted Zhang Lang with the payment rushed over, her face flushed and beads of sweat glistening on her brow. "Sir, your card," she exclaimed, offering him the card with both hands, her head bowed in respect, her eyes wide with shock. She had just glimpsed the balance, over 100 million yuan. This was nothing short of astonishing. It suggested that this individual before her was of remarkable stature. Even billionaires would rarely have such sums readily available for frivolous expenditure. Zhang Lang nonchalantly took the card, his demeanor appearing unfazed. He glanced at the time and frowned slightly. Less than an hour left. Having wasted so much time, he knew he had to hasten his pace. "Sir, we offer complimentary home delivery service," the female sales assistant said, her voice sweet and melodious as she gazed at Zhang Lang. He cast a quick glance at her, noting her appealing figure. After a moment's contemplation, he frowned and replied, "Since you are selling items in this mall, there must be a dedicated chat group for sharing customer information, correct? This is a simple resource-sharing practice within the business circle, aimed at catering to extravagant patrons like myself. A single extravagant spender is not a threat, but the potential fallout if a network of such patrons turns their backs on this mall could be dire." After a brief pause, he smirked at the Chanel sales assistant lingering outside the Versace store and quipped, "However, let's skip Chanel. They would hardly regard my modest funds." Upon hearing this, the Chanel sales assistants turned crimson, exchanging awkward glances before scampering away. "What?" The Versace sales assistant stared at Zhang Lang in disbelief, her voice quaking. She had thought that merely purchasing all the menswear from Versace would be astonishing, yet she had grossly underestimated the whims of the affluent. 50 million. That sum could buy a villa. Why squander it all on clothing? One could wear a different outfit every day and still not exhaust their collection in a year. Before long, the entire mall was abuzz with excitement. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the marble floor was crisp and delightful. Clad in black stockings and short skirts, the allure of their uniforms was undeniable. Countless sales assistants emerged from their brand stores, laden with shopping bags, rushing towards Versace. Zhang Lang stood at the entrance, making purchases with remarkable ease, his momentum unbroken. Transaction successful. 248,600,000 yuan deposited. Transaction successful. 426,120,000 yuan deposited. Transaction successful. High-end garments were carelessly discarded at the entrance, resembling a heap of refuse. Passers-by stood agape, their legs seemingly weighted with lead, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Many pulled out their phones to capture the spectacle. Where did this lavish spender come from? Armani, LV, Gucci, these are all luxury brands. The most astonishing part was the sheer audacity of discarding them carelessly. At that moment, news erupted online like wildfire. North Country Impression City witnesses a lavish spender. Oh my, why are so many luxury items carelessly discarded on the streets? As night falls, what madness did this man undertake to draw such a crowd? Midnight screams. Why has the crowd collectively lost control? Unbeknownst to Zhang Lang, who was fixated on the task progress in his mind, the numbers climbed steadily. 8 million, 15 million, 20 million, 40 million, 50 million. Success. Ding. Task completed. Rewards have been dispatched, and relevant documents have been stored in the system space. Nice. Zhang Lang clenched his fists, his spirit soaring. Since childhood, he understood one fundamental truth. Only that which is truly in hand is genuinely one's own. Even if the system were to vanish in the future, with this exquisite property, he could live a carefree life as a landlord. Meanwhile, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. 50 million. This is utterly insane. Some questioned the sanity of the spender, wondering how he could waste such wealth. Jealous men stared at Zhang Lang, filled with envy. He must be a wasteful heir. With such money, he could support countless people in need. Others mocked him with righteous indignation, but their eyes betrayed their jealousy, tinged with a hint of resentment. They lamented why it wasn't them with such wealth. With that kind of money, what woman would be out of reach? Why does it concern you how he spends his money? Why don't you donate instead? Someone countered, challenging the morality of the critics. Faced with such remarks, Zhang Lang expressed disdain, merely gazing at the speaker as one would at a jester. It is quite normal for the wealthy to evoke envy. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze elsewhere, landing on a group of alluring female sales associates, each a testament to the standards of luxury retail, radiant with cascading waves, long, straight legs clad in sheer black stockings, resembling a veritable den of enchantresses. Each one regarded him with fervent eyes, their flirtatious glances seemingly intent on devouring him whole, which caused a shiver of trepidation to course through Jiang Lang. He was acutely aware that a mere beckon from him would incite a multitude of women vying to ascend to his bed. And even if it were a night of shared slumber, a group endeavor was not beyond the realm of possibility. He desired wealth, and he also craved the company of women. However, with this caliber of individuals, he found himself lacking interest for the time being. At that moment, a rotund, middle-aged man clad in a suit approached, addressing Jiang Lang with utmost respect. "Young Master Jiang, is there anything else you wish to purchase?" He was the manager of this shopping mall, a person of considerable wealth, already a rare figure in the eyes of the average citizen. Yet he bowed his head respectfully before Jiang Lang, fearful of inciting displeasure. Upon hearing that such a lavish spender had arrived at the mall, no one dared hesitate. They scrambled from their positions, hastening towards him. Jiang Lang let out a discreet sigh of relief, leaving behind his contact information, and coldly stated, "Let us leave it at that for now. Just have the clothes delivered to Tang Chiniping." With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a flustered crowd and a floor strewn with high-end apparel valued at an astonishing 50 million. Chapter 5. Only fools pursue romance. Once he had distanced himself, Jiang Lang exhaled softly, glancing back at the shell-shocked crowd, his eyes glinting with an indistinct excitement. This was the thrill of showing off and then making a swift exit. Indeed, it was quite amusing. Shaking his head, he casually purchased a bottle of water to soothe his throat before making his way to the parking area. It was then that he noticed a throng gathered in a corner, their animated voices hinting at some sort of dispute. "Wow, he is unbelievably handsome. Step aside. Let me take a picture," one voice exclaimed. "I wonder who this young master is. Would he let me join him for a moment?" Another speculated. "Come on. At his level, what woman hasn't he encountered? He wouldn't even glance your way." Someone derisively replied, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. The sleek, wave-like silhouette of the car, adorned with a black spoiler, appeared as if the heavens had bestowed upon it angelic wings, emanating a potent dynamism and visual impact, akin to a black panther poised for a sprint, exuding an air of cold indifference. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, his mind swirling with contemplation. Spot 01. Indeed, what were these people gathered around? Shaking his head, he approached, and was met with a scene that ignited his fury. Two heavily made-up women, exuding a distinctly lascivious aura, were perched on the hood of his Lamborghini Veneno, snapping selfies and flashing peace signs, their behavior utterly nauseating. "Damn it," Jiang Lang cursed inwardly, pushing through the crowd to confront them. "Get off," he commanded, his voice low and menacing. What surprised him was that the two women not only refused to budge, but rolled their eyes at him. "Are you out of your mind? Why should we move?" One retorted. "Yeah, is it your car or something? Look at what you're wearing. Your entire outfit barely costs $200. You're just a pathetic loser. Move aside. We're busy trying to attract rich men." They mocked, their expressions brazen. Hearing this, Jiang Lang found amusement in their audacity and replied with a smile, "With your looks, what makes you think anyone would be interested?" Just as he began to elaborate, he was cut off. "You think you're all that with those ugly faces?" He shot back, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of irritation as he shoved the two away, pouring the remaining half of his water bottle over the spot where they had been sitting on his car. The thought of his pristine new vehicle being sullied by their presence made him feel as though it had lost value. "Are you insane? Why did you push me?" They screeched, their voices rising like harpies. "Just wait. I'll call my boyfriend to deal with you," they threatened, their demeanor reminiscent of brawling street women. Jiang Lang paused, his gaze narrowing as he considered them, suddenly reminded of his ex-girlfriend, who had exhibited the same distasteful behavior. Good grief. Already with a boyfriend and still out trying to seduce men? I wonder who that poor soul is. Must be utterly oblivious. He mused silently. Indeed, only fools would pursue romance. With a quiet sigh of resignation, he shook his head and pressed the button on his car keys. With a beep, the Lamborghini Veneno emitted two brilliant beams of light as the scissor doors opened, resembling a beast awakening from slumber. "Whoa, a wealthy tycoon has arrived," gasped the onlookers. This car actually belongs to him. They marveled, astonished by the owner's understated demeanor, having misjudged him. Could it be a rental? Someone speculated. "Rental? You should try renting one just like this," came the retort. "How many of these luxurious cars exist in the world? Even if it were rented, it's not something we common folk could afford." The crowd buzzed with incredulity, taken aback by Jiang Lang's audacity as he disregarded the women's feelings and forcefully pushed them to the ground. Did he not fear their retaliatory writings? After all, countless men had been left in despair after being publicly shamed by such women. Yet, Considering his status, their reaction seemed unsurprising. What was truly astonishing was how low-key the wealthy had become. Dressed in clothing worth a mere $200, one might mistake him for a rustic bumpkin. Ignoring the crowd, Jiang Lang slid into his vehicle and gently pressed the accelerator, the rumble of the engine reverberating through the parking garage. Wait a moment. Upon realizing Jiang Lang was the car's owner, the two women's expressions shifted dramatically, transforming from disdain to sweet, eager smiles as they rushed over, exuding an air of desperation for his favor. "Oh, my handsome, I didn't realize this was your car. I'm so sorry about earlier. How about we add each other on WeChat? I'd love to treat you to a meal as an apology." They cooed, their voices dripping with honeyed tones. Jiang Lang turned to glance out the window, observing the two women bending forward, their cleavage prominently displayed, revealing far too much. The speed of their transformation was truly remarkable. He couldn't help but smirk with cold amusement. Get lost. The two women, pointing at him, wore expressions of shifting emotions, caught between anger and confusion. Yet they dared not respond. They hadn't anticipated that their overtures would be met with such indifference. Jiang Lang was nothing like the pathetic men who typically trailed behind them. However, Jiang Lang had lost interest and tightened his grip on the steering wheel as the window began to rise. Then, he remembered, drink and drive don't mix. He had almost forgotten. Leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers, he departed the scene. The following day, as the sun rose, a ray of light pierced through the night, streaming through the window and illuminating the room. Jiang Lang emitted a low grunt, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a pristine white ceiling, a glimmering crystal chandelier refracting light, and walls adorned with gilded accents, all exuding an air of opulence. Indeed, I am not dreaming. Everything is tangible. The events of yesterday replay in his mind. Humiliated by his superior, drowning his sorrows in drink on the street, and then abruptly facing a breakup, his emotions a tumultuous roller coaster. He exhaled softly, silently uttering, "System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Daily reward, 100 million. Damn, another 100 million. Jiang Lang's complexion flushed slightly, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes as he instinctively clenched his fists and pumped them into the air. It was then he noticed that each sign-in was marked with the word daily. Does this mean he could accrue at least 100 million every day? In 3 years. Without completing a single task, he could ascend to become the richest man in Huagua, solely from daily sign-ins. What is more frightening is that this is pure cash flow. This is utterly exhilarating. At that moment, the shrill ringing of a phone interrupted his reverie. Chapter 6. An encounter with the Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Lang glanced at the phone on his bedside table, his expression darkening slightly as the morning's good mood dissipated. The caller was none other than Zhang Qijuan, the new superior who had taken pleasure in making his life difficult at the company. Hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly pressed the answer button. "Jiang, do you even want to keep your job? What time do you think it is? Get your ass over here." Zhang Qijuan's voice thundered through the receiver, reverberating in Jiang Lang's ears. "If you're late today, there's a fine of 2,000. Do as you wish." 2,000. Damn. You really dare to demand such a sum. Do you even understand labor law? Do you believe I wouldn't report you? No, wait. I have money now. Why even bother with work? What is wrong with me? Jiang Lang, bewildered, cursed inwardly, then shrugged nonchalantly. All right, Daddy's on his way. With that, he swiftly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at the Modu Peninsula Hotel, a rotund, greasy middle-aged man stared blankly at his phone, his expression somewhat dazed. When did I get a new daddy? No, wait. I was the one being cursed at. Damn, how dare he? The roar of engines filled the street. Wow, darling, look at that car. It's so sleek. Holy moly, a Lamborghini Veneno. Stay back, you might scratch it. The man beside her, with trepidation, watched the steering wheel in her hands. We have full insurance for 3 million. What is there to fear? The woman turned to her husband, puzzled. 3 million? That wouldn't even buy one wheel of that car. The man scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief, glancing ahead. A fiery red supercar darted through the traffic. With other vehicles keeping their distance, fearing a collision, their eyes filled with envy. Awesome, Jiang Lang instinctively shouted, the exhilarating rush pushing his adrenaline to new heights. Wishing he could floor the accelerator. However, he felt something was missing. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his mind. Suddenly, a wave of roaring sound from the adjacent lane broke his train of thought. Emerging in his line of sight was a Ferrari LaFerrari, sleek and flamboyant, cruising alongside him. Jiang Lang glanced over, his eyes widening in realization. He knew what was lacking. No supercar is complete without a beautiful companion by its side. He had heard that the better the supercar, the longer the legs of the lady beside it, who would often shed her clothing in the heat of excitement. He wondered if that was true. He needed to find an opportunity to test it out. In the LaFerrari, a well-dressed man donned sunglasses. exuding the aura of a wealthy scion, while a stunning woman with cascading golden waves and a petite waist appeared to be a social media influencer. The window rolled down slowly, and a tattooed arm extended out, giving a thumbs up before signaling downward. "Let us race," the man provocatively challenged Jiang Lang. "Damn it. That's a Lamborghini Veneno." While his LaFerrari was not inferior in prestige, the Veneno was exceedingly rare, with only 14 in the world, even if he had the wealth. Acquiring one was impossible. "No, I must outshine this rival. I refuse to allow anyone in Modu to outdo me in flaunting wealth." Jiang Lang felt a spark of interest. A race? He had never contemplated such a notion, yet he yearned to relish that exhilarating sensation, the rush of adrenaline and racing heartbeat. After living an ordinary life for so long, now that he had wealth, it was time to indulge and revel. However, a hint of hesitation crept in. After all, his new car had just arrived, and truth be told, his driving skills were mediocre, causing him to worry about potential mishaps. Yet, the system was considerate, alleviating his concerns. Ding. Host has been provoked, rewarding you with the ultimate driving skill. Ding. New task has been issued. Task requirement: defeat the opponent. Task reward: unlock attribute panel. How intriguing. Jiang Lang smiled inwardly, turning his gaze to his rival, slowly raising his right hand to display a middle finger. "How dare you underestimate me? Watch as I trounce you." Roaring with power, he floored the accelerator, transforming the Lamborghini Veneno into a flash of red lightning as it vanished down the street. "Damn, playing dirty." The man was taken aback, cursing under his breath, hurriedly pursuing. Surrounding drivers gasped in astonishment, quickly distancing themselves, fearing they might be caught in the chaos. As the two premier supercars disappeared from sight in an instant, eager onlookers captured the moment, sharing it online. Though it lasted merely 10 seconds, it instantly ignited a frenzy. Bull versus Horse King, who reigns supreme in the supercar realm. Watch now. Top luxury cars roar through the streets. Who is your supercar king? Lamborghini Veneno versus Ferrari LaFerrari, which is faster? Unrestrained. How arrogant are luxury car owners? The comment section buzzed with excitement. LaFerrari is definitely superior, the king of the road. You know its worth. This is hilarious. How does LaFerrari dare to challenge the Veneno? Just considering rarity, there are only 14 Veneno in the world. Can LaFerrari compete? Exactly. Rarity equals value. LaFerrari is everywhere, with 499 hardtops and 210 convertibles, far cheaper than the Veneno. Just because it's expensive doesn't mean it's impressive. The golden car made by Saudi tycoons is just a lousy 4-cylinder engine selling for over $1 billion. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lang, he remained indifferent to the online chatter. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't care. With his newfound driving prowess, he effortlessly left his opponent in the dust, completing the task before veering toward the company. Left standing there in a daze, the owner of the Lafa car contemplated the meaning of life. He swallowed hard, as if struck by a thought, and made a phone call, his face lighting up with excitement. "Wow. Cousin, I encountered a master today." Upon arriving at the office, everyone was engrossed in their own tasks. With most colleagues in the procurement department having stepped out, barely anyone noticed Jiang Lang's arrival, much to his delight. System: activate the attribute panel. Host: Jiang Lang. Physique: 5, a comprehensive display of strength, speed, stamina, endurance, and persistence. Charm: 7, a composite of physical allure, personal charisma, and intellectual appeal. Skills: exceptional driving skills. English level 4, fluency in Mandarin, mastery in various techniques, and a connoisseur of adult content. Assets: 1 building in Tangshan, cash totaling 150 million. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow and answered. "Jiang, come to my office." Zhang Qijuan's sinister voice reached his ears. "Is living well not enough? Do you have to court death?" "All right," Jiang Lang replied, a hint of amusement gracing his lips, his eyes narrowing like a cold serpent as he rose and departed. Chapter 7. Give him 2 hefty slaps. With a loud bang, the door to the supervisor's office swung open. The next moment, a terrified scream erupted from within. "Ah!" Jiang Lang glanced inside to see a voluptuous woman in a black uniform frantically scrambling off Zhang Qijuan, her attire loosely fitting, revealing ample skin. This was the flirty intern he had encountered in the underground parking lot, the very same day his troubles began at the company. Goodness, indulging in such antics in broad daylight? Jiang Lang smirked, striding confidently into the room and plopping down on the sofa, crossing his legs as he regarded the two with a playful glint in his eye. "Shall I let you continue?" Zhang Qijuan hastily tightened his belt. His face flushed with anger as he shouted at Jiang Lang. "Don't you know how to knock, Jiang? Did you not summon me here? Why am I being blamed?" Jiang Lang retorted sarcastically. "And in such a hurry? Is your time insufficient? Or perhaps you lack the capability?" He regarded Zhang Qijuan with disdain. Zhang Qijuan's eyes blazed with fury before he seemed to recollect himself, his expression returning to a semblance of calm. This is the second time you've been late this month. A fine of 2,000, and your bonus will be deducted. You have no objections, do you? He regarded Zhang Lang with a sense of smug satisfaction. What objections could he possibly have? If it weren't for the supervisor's leniency, he would have long been out on the streets. The flirty intern observed Zhang Lang with a gleeful expression. She had taken note of him since her arrival at the company, captivated by his striking features, and had long intended to ensnare him. Of course, she had no intention of marrying him. It was merely a game, after all. These older men were utterly inept, concerned only with their own pleasure, and once the deed was done, they left her to fend for herself. In any case, it was all for money. Who she slept with mattered little. Yet, she never anticipated that day would witness her secret being unearthed. She could not afford to remain at the company. If word got out, how could she ever attract a wealthy husband? Objections? What nonsense. You decree a fine as you please? Who do you think you are? Zhang Lang scoffed. Zhang Qijuan, incensed, mocked him. Who do you think I am? Do you believe I can't make you leave this company? Bow down and apologize, or you'll regret it. Since deciding to target Zhang Lang, he had researched the latter's background, just a university student from a remote mountain village, who had stumbled upon this internship by sheer luck. Lacking both money and connections, how could he possibly turn the tables? This pathetic place is beneath me. Zhang Lang slammed his palm on the desk and stood up abruptly, only to pause for a moment. Ding! The god of wealth cannot be insulted. It has been detected that the host is being suppressed. Please retaliate promptly to demonstrate the authority of the god of wealth. Condition: give him 2 hefty slaps. Reward: Peninsula Hotel in Magic City. Zhang Lang exclaimed in awe. This system has a temperament that suits me perfectly. The Peninsula Hotel in Magic City? Wasn't that where he worked? As an employee, he was well aware of the hotel's remarkable background, belonging to the Hong Kong Peninsula Hotel Group. It was the oldest hotel in Hong Kong and had once been chosen as one of the world's top 10 renowned hotels, establishing 9 hotels in locations like Hong Kong, New York, Chicago, Beverly Hills, Tokyo, Bangkok, Beijing, Manila, and Shanghai. It was revered as a 5-star establishment. The Peninsula Hotel in Magic City, located on the historic Bund, was built in 2009 with an initial investment of approximately 58 billion yuan, and its current valuation was beyond imagination. Although it wasn't the entire Peninsula Group, just this one hotel had the potential to make Zhang Lang a fortune. What an exhilarating prospect. However, this delay led Zhang Qijuan to mistakenly believe Zhang Lang had backed down. With a cold snort, he taunted, "Oh, feeling tough now, daring to slam the table? You're not about to quit, are you? Just say it, and I'll approve it. I'm just afraid you lack the courage." Zhang Lang chuckled coldly and slowly approached, his fists clenched, his imposing figure paired with his stern expression exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. "What do you want?" Zhang Qijuan stammered, instinctively taking a step back, eyeing Zhang Lang with suspicion. A playful smirk graced Zhang Lang's lips as he suddenly raised his right hand, a chill sweeping through the air. Slap! Ow! Slap! The resounding sounds of 2 crisp slaps echoed throughout the room. In that instant, Zhang Qijuan stood frozen, staring at Zhang Lang in disbelief, cupping his face, his expression one of existential dread. You dare to hit me? Slap! Zhang Lang rubbed his slightly sore arm, casting an apologetic glance at Zhang Qijuan. My apologies, I'm just used to it. I mean, it became second nature. Goodness, that was satisfying. Zhang Lang thought to himself, but this guy sure has a thick skin. My hand is throbbing. Zhang Lang, how dare you strike me? Zhang Qijuan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Clenching his fists, he was about to retaliate when he suddenly caught sight of Zhang Lang's mocking gaze, causing him to hesitate. Rooted to the spot, a chill running down his spine. Something felt off. This kid still wanted to slap him again. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, jolting him into clarity. Estimating their height difference, he felt a pang of fear. Charging forward might only earn him another beating. Meanwhile, the commotion in the office had attracted considerable attention, with numerous onlookers pointing and whispering, their expressions gleeful. He knew without a doubt that from this day forth, he would be the subject of ridicule, with countless people gossiping behind his back. Damn it, this kid is insane. How could he be so bold? His face drained of color, clearly infuriated, he gritted his teeth and yelled out, "Where are the security guards? Are you all blind? Get your asses over here." Turning back to Zhang Lang, he shouted, "You think you're tough? I'll make sure you regret it." Moments later, several tall, muscular security guards burst into the room, cracking their knuckles, eagerly eyeing Zhang Lang, ready to pounce at Zhang Qijuan's command. Zhang Lang felt a twinge of panic, outnumbered. The odds were not in his favor. Where was that reward? What if he ended up getting beaten? Just as the tension reached its peak, the phone rang again. "Hello? Is this Mr. Zhang Lang?" I am Jiang Lang, and who might you be? Greetings, Director Jiang. I am Gu Banming, the executive president of the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City. I have just received notice that you have acquired a 100% stake in the Peninsula Hotel, thereby becoming its sole proprietor. There are a few formalities we need to address. Might this be a convenient time for you? Jiang Lang cast a glance at the eager crowd before him, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I am merely in the procurement department, and I must say, it is not particularly convenient. After all, your esteemed boss is about to be assaulted in his own hotel. What? The voice on the other end trembled with shock and urgency. Please hold on. I am on my way. Chapter 8. The Wheel of Fortune turns and turns again. In the president's office, a striking woman clad in a black uniform, her black-rimmed glasses accentuating her cool demeanor, stood frozen, staring at the disconnected phone in disbelief. The newly appointed boss is to be attacked by his own staff? What on earth is happening? Especially since, just before the call ended, she thought she heard the sounds of a scuffle. The realization made her even more restless. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of cold resolve. If anything were to happen to the new boss, her position would be in jeopardy as well. Taking a deep breath, she turned to the crowd before her. These were the hotel's high-ranking executives, department managers, and directors, all of whom had been left dumbfounded upon learning of the sudden change in leadership. Hastily rushing to her for information, with a single icy command, she uttered, "Leave." Meanwhile, Zhang Qijuan's boisterous voice echoed throughout the vicinity. "You little bastard, aren't you tough? Come on, let us see how much you can take." Several security personnel held Jiang Lang's shoulders firmly, rendering him immobile despite his struggles. Jiang Lang's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his teeth in silence, staring defiantly at his assailant. The more arrogant Zhang Qijuan became, the more devastating his downfall would be. What he did not anticipate, however, was that the security guards would swiftly turn on him, catching him off guard. Seeing Jiang Lang silent, Zhang Qijuan reveled in his triumph, striding forward with a condescending attitude. "You dare to strike me? You must be tired of living. A mere commoner like you has no real power. With a mere wave of my hand, I have countless people at my beck and call. Can you match that?" His face twisted with malice as he spat. "You slap me 3 times, and I'll return the favor. That's only fair. You lot, hold him down." "Yes, sir." Jiang Lang's eyes widened, and unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted, "You dare? Do I look like I wouldn't dare?" Zhang Qijuan retorted, raising his hand threateningly, cold malice glinting in his eyes. At that critical moment, a commanding voice rang out from outside. "Stop!" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed ominously, as if a multitude were rushing forward. A graceful figure soon appeared in Jiang Lang's line of sight, standing at around 1.7 meters tall. Her slender form, clad in a slightly form-fitting black suit, exuded an air of professionalism. Her delicate face was pale, and her captivating eyes glared coldly at Zhang Qijuan, clearly enraged. "Gu, Manager Zhang, Director Chun, what brings you here?" Zhang Qijuan was taken aback, swallowing hard as he stared at the throng of executives surrounding his office. Panic-inducing sweat trickling down his brow, especially upon seeing Gu Banming. His voice quivered. In the entire Peninsula Hotel, there was no one who did not fear this formidable president. After her rise to power, the hotel underwent a complete overhaul. Those who had crossed her were dealt with stealthily. Had he not possessed a slight background, he would have surely been ousted long ago. This made it clear to everyone that beneath her seemingly gentle facade lay a ruthless strategist. But why were so many high-ranking officials here in his humble procurement department? To be frank, he was now trembling with anxiety, terrified of having made a mistake. Ignoring Zhang Qijuan entirely, Gu Banming rushed to Jiang Lang's side, bowing her head respectfully. "Boss, boss." The others echoed her sentiments. Yet their peripheral gazes discreetly scrutinized the new master of the Peninsula Hotel. Although they had previously seen photographs, the reality before them was still astonishing. Unbelievably youthful. He appeared to be no older than a recent college graduate, the same age as their own children. Yet here he stood as the proprietor of the hotel. It was truly a testament to youthful potential. The crowd internally marveled at the striking irony of the situation. Impossible. How could he possibly be the boss? "You must be mistaken, Gu." Zhang Qijuan's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at the others as he roared in frustration. He could not fathom that a country bumpkin had suddenly transformed into his supreme leader. It was sheer madness. The very thought of his earlier actions now sent chills down his spine, nearly causing him to faint. Gu Banming furrowed her brow, casting a cold glance at Zhang Qijuan. "Do you truly believe we would confuse such an important matter?" Zhang Qijuan was momentarily speechless, but then a thought struck him. In a frenzied panic, he fell to his knees before Jiang Lang, weeping uncontrollably. "Boss, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you. Please forgive me." He was terrified. If Jiang Lang dismissed him, how would he survive? How would he continue to amass wealth? More chillingly, He feared he would no longer be able to navigate the world of Magic City. If the owner of the Peninsula Hotel spread word of his downfall, who would dare take him in? Unless he intended to abandon the hospitality industry altogether. But he had spent most of his life in this field. Where could he possibly go? Your generosity is boundless. Can we not let bygones be bygones? He pleaded with Jiang Lang, bowing repeatedly in abject humility. This scene left those present exchanging glances, their eyelids twitching. Aside from Gu Banming, no one fully understood the events that had transpired, yet it didn't hinder their speculation. Zhang Qijuan had seemingly lost his mind, unwittingly provoking the new boss. Jiang Lang rubbed his slightly sore shoulder, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. Lowering his gaze at the kneeling Zhang Qijuan, his eyes bore a hint of amusement. Letting bygones be bygones. How utterly insincere. I prefer the wheel of fortune to turn. And turn until it crushes. His voice was calm, yet it carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down spines. Had he still been the impoverished fool he once was? Would Zhang Qijuan be groveling at his feet? He could only imagine that Zhang would have eagerly sought to eliminate him. Especially recalling that it was precisely because of his brief encounter with the female in turn that he had faced relentless targeting, his irritation only deepening. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Ever since acquiring the system, he had repaid all who had wronged him tenfold. The last time it was Weifuk. This time, it was Zhang Qijuan. Who would be next? He was uncertain, but one thing was for sure, none would be spared. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he shook his head, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. From this day forth, you are dismissed. Pack your belongings and leave immediately. He gestured toward the security guards and the female in turn who had troubled him earlier. Indeed, ensure a thorough investigation into any discrepancies within his account, should any arise. Promptly escort him to the police station. Over the years, he has likely embezzled a considerable sum while at the hotel. If there are no issues. He hesitated momentarily before continuing. Additionally, issue a notice stating that no hotel in the Magic City shall employ Zhang Qijuan. Failure to comply will be deemed an act of hostility against my Peninsula Hotel. As these words left his lips, Zhang Qijuan's face turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground. Gu Baiming cast a surprised glance at Jiang Lang, then nodded gently. The other executives exchanged apprehensive glances, their heads bowed lower. As if something beneath their feet were captivating their attention, cold sweat streaming down their brows. Although they had initially dismissed Jiang Lang's youth, his decisive actions now instilled a palpable sense of trepidation. What a ruthless maneuver. This is a quest for total annihilation. Enough. Everyone else, attend to your duties. Do not linger here foolishly. Jiang Lang shook his head, signaling for the others to leave before turning his gaze toward Gu Baiming. Where's the office? I have matters to discuss with you. Ah, boss, please follow me. Gu Baiming, momentarily dazed, quickly nodded and stepped forward to lead the way. Chapter 9. Perform or Depart. In the grand office of the Peninsula Hotel, only a man and a woman occupied the space, creating an atmosphere of desolation. The woman stood to the side, her head lowered as she incessantly reported her work. The man lounged in his executive chair, legs crossed, fingers rhythmically tapping the tabletop, his expression grave. Apart from this, the pandemic's repercussions had led to a decline in revenues across various hotels, a predicament that was unavoidable. Gu Baiming concluded her report and fell silent. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. It was indeed as he had suspected. The internal issues plaguing the Peninsula Hotel were substantial. Factions vied for power, management was chaotic, and positions were bloated, with local mainland staff at odds with those transferred from the headquarters in Hong Kong. For instance, his former superior had diligently served for years, only to be ousted by Zhang Qijuan, who possessed no merit, simply because he was favored by someone from the headquarters. Utterly absurd. However, for Jiang Lang, this issue could be easily resolved. After all, he was now the hotel's unequivocal owner. He could choose to support whichever faction he pleased. If he felt dissatisfied, it was entirely feasible to replace the entire staff. As for the pandemic, that was an unavoidable circumstance, a matter beyond his control. With this in mind, he nodded slightly and instructed Gu Baiming, in light of this, I will assign you 2 tasks. Should you accomplish them, you shall retain your position as the executive president of the Peninsula Hotel. Furthermore, there will be rewards. Gu Baiming was taken aback, her lips pursed. Boss, please proceed. As the president of the hotel, you should be acutely aware of our internal management's disarray. Certain individuals are detrimental to our cause, particularly those like Zhang Qijuan, who epitomize the notion of occupying a position without contributing. My hotel requires no parasites. I need a new management reward and punishment system, one that doubles bonuses, salaries, and performance incentives from the existing framework, but with complete transparency and openness. Whether they are locals or from Hong Kong, all must be treated equally. In short, Those who can perform shall remain, while those who cannot must depart. As for any potential backlash, rest assured, I will support you. If you cannot achieve this, I shall question your capabilities. Naturally, should I discover that you exploit this opportunity to eliminate rivals and install your confidence, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Understood. Gu Baiming pondered for a moment, her expression serious as she nodded slightly. Secondly, last quarter's occupancy rate was 31. Regardless of your methods, if this quarter exceeds 65, I will allocate 20 as equity incentives, with 10 designated for talent acquisition. Zhang Lang paused momentarily, as if contemplating something. You, too, may receive 5 of the equity. No hotel can tether itself to stagnation. He needed allies, and the simplest means of securing this was through the binding of interests and exchanges. With equity stakes, the staff would begin to perceive the hotel as their own, fostering a sense of ownership and forming a communal interest with the establishment. After all, the higher the hotel's revenue, the greater their dividends, and vice versa. After a brief pause, he regarded Gu Baiming, raising an eyebrow. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Gu Baiming's pupils constricted, her breath quickening momentarily. The task was daunting, especially during this pandemic. With the economy in decline and industries tightening their belts, many were facing bankruptcy. Achieving this goal could easily be deemed a pipe dream. Yet, 5 equity, worth over $1 million. She was acutely aware that despite her impressive credentials, graduating from Harvard and attaining the position of hotel president at a young age with a 6-figure salary, she knew that even if she toiled for another decade or two, or even a lifetime, she might never amass such wealth. This was an opportunity, a chance to transform her destiny. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her racing heart, having made her decision. I accept. What audacity! Zhang Lang discreetly withdrew his gaze, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. Now that our business is concluded, I shall take my leave. Gu Baiming was taken aback, exclaiming, aren't you staying for a meal? Many of the senior executives wish to meet you. Meet me? Zhang Lang regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes, retorting, do you believe that is necessary? Upon recalling the previous encounter in the procurement department, Gu Baiming fell momentarily silent. Let us do this. In 3 days, we shall convene the senior executives formally, during which I will attend as the sole major shareholder and announce the new management reward and punishment system along with the equity incentive plan. Ensure you prepare a comprehensive proposal for me. Understood. In the Yangpu district of Magic City, Dinghai Road. To many, the Magic City was a realm of towering skyscrapers and opulent grandeur, an international metropolis. Yet, behind this facade of prosperity lay 2 starkly contrasting strata. Here existed the oft-overlooked urban villages, unassuming corners that revealed the slums hidden behind the glamorous cityscape. This minuscule area housed thousands of residents, resembling a labyrinth where navigating the narrow alleys on an electric bike proved challenging. Here, one could find open sewers, litter strewn across the ground, and the air itself reeking of foul odors. The squalid conditions also meant that rent was incredibly cheap. Thus, this was the Magic City as perceived by the underprivileged, akin to a cage that confined countless souls within. They longed to escape, yet dared not venture forth. Even in its filth and stench, they could not sever their ties to it. At this moment, buzz, 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 a vibrant Lamborghini Veneno came to a halt at the alley's entrance. A tall, strikingly handsome man stepped out, surveying the dilapidated alleyway before him, his gaze betraying a hint of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about something. Within the alley stood a modest 2-story self-built dwelling. Listen, I'm not boasting, but finding a place as affordable as mine in the Magic City is no easy feat. I see you both are students. How about I let you have it for 500? The landlord, Zhang Suihua, swayed her ample hips, eyeing the 2 individuals before her, her eyes gleaming with the shrewdness characteristic of the common folk. The 2 young individuals hesitated momentarily, appearing to be recent graduates. The young woman affectionately linked her arm around the young man's wrist. Darling, it's your decision, she sweetly urged, her face radiating a sense of bliss. The young man glanced around, his expression betraying a flicker of desire. This house was undoubtedly the finest he had seen in the vicinity, boasting commendable lighting and ventilation. The sole dilemma lay in the fact that it was nearly 500 yuan more expensive than other options. To be frank, if it were just him, he would have certainly turned and walked away. As a man, he felt the quality of his surroundings was of little consequence. However, upon casting a glance at his girlfriend nestled beside him, he found himself wavering. This was his first love, who had accompanied him from high school to university, navigating numerous obstacles along the way. He did not wish for her to endure hardships alongside him. Despite the current financial constraints, he yearned to provide her with the best. At the very least, she should not have to reside in a dim, damp partition room where one had to queue for the bathroom. He could always quit smoking or skip breakfast. Gritting his teeth, he finally spoke. All right. But is this place still occupied? He turned to survey the surroundings. While his tone was laden with inquiry, it carried an air of certainty. He noticed personal belongings scattered about, such as clothes drying on the balcony, slippers just inside the door, and a razor resting on the table. The landlord, Zhang Tsuehua, interjected with irritation. "Hey, stop right there. That scoundrel owes me nearly half a month's rent and has been dodging me every day. I have no idea where he has disappeared to. If you wish to rent, I'll have someone clean up immediately. He wouldn't dare cause me trouble." Just as she finished speaking, a mocking voice echoed from outside. "Oh, Sister Zhang, your manners are lacking. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is quite unbecoming." The atmosphere in the room instantly quieted, and everyone turned in unison to gaze toward the doorway. A man clad in black, with a somewhat cynical expression, was observing them with keen interest. Jiang Lang. Langu. Chapter 10. Unlocking the hidden title of Big Shot. "When did you arrive?" Zhang Tsuehua asked, astonished. "Just got here." Jiang Lang shrugged, turning his gaze toward the couple within the room, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He suddenly recalled the past, when Zhang Xiaoman would link arms with him, wandering the streets in search of housing. They had just graduated, their love was palpable, and they were filled with dreams of the future, as if nothing could daunt them when together. Yet, in a mere year, perhaps even less, everything had changed. His thoughts flitted through his mind, and he shook his head, raising his hand in greeting. "Long time no see, Xiao Yu." Jiang Hu stared at Jiang Lang with wide, astonished eyes. "What? You're renting this place?" "Langu?" Xiao Yu playfully greeted Jiang Lang while linking her arm with Jiang Hu. The two were childhood friends from the same village, sharing a bond akin to brothers. They had grown up together, engaging in mischief, fighting, smoking, drinking, stealing sweet potatoes, and watching widows bathe. Their essay saying, "The four great bonds in life are to have shared hardships, studied together, indulged in vice, and divided spoils." Although they had yet to reach such depths, it was close enough. As for Zhang Xiaoyu, she was Jiang Hu's girlfriend. Hailing from the same village as Jiang Lang's ex, and the four had often spent time together, fostering familiarity. Jiang Hu scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of apology in his tone. "Well, since it's South you renting this place, I want to compete with you." At that moment, landlord Zhang Tsuehua, sensing the shift in dynamics, couldn't help but interject. "Do you all know each other?" She regarded them with a suspicious gaze. "Of course. We're from the same village." Jiang Hu chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. "I don't care about your relationships," Zhang Tsuehua retorted, rolling her eyes before turning to Jiang Lang with a mocking tone. "Since you've shown up, it's time to settle the rent you owe. Don't let me look down on you outsiders." With that, she scampered to the entrance, arms crossed, glaring at Jiang Lang as if fearing he might escape. Hearing this, Jiang Hu frowned slightly, hesitating before addressing Jiang Lang. "Langu, I've got a bit here. How about I?" His words were abruptly cut off by Jiang Lang. He understood what Jiang Hu was trying to convey, and warmth spread through him. He hadn't expected that after years of separation, his loyal friend would still exhibit such camaraderie. "Hey, what are you thinking? I've got the money." He quickly pulled out his phone and transferred the amount via WeChat. "There, it's done." Jiang Lang nodded toward Zhang Tsuehua. She examined the balance on the phone, satisfaction evident as she nodded approvingly, muttering, "Now that's more like it." Casting a glance at the others in the room, her brow furrowed as she contemplated, "Since you all know each other, I won't disturb you any longer. Regardless of who rents, it's all the same price." With Zhang Tsuehua's departure, the room grew noticeably quieter. "Langu, where's Xiaoman?" Zhang Xiaoyu inquired, glancing at Jiang Lang. "Yeah, why isn't Xiaoman here? You two used to be inseparable," Jiang Hu teased. Clearing his throat, Jiang Lang averted his gaze nonchalantly. "Well, we've broken up." "What?" The two exclaimed in unison, shock evident on their faces. They exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, "That's impossible. You two were so." Her words halted abruptly as she noticed Jiang Lang's expression darkening. For reasons unknown, she suddenly perceived a shift in Jiang Lang's demeanor, a sense of authority emanating from him, akin to facing a high-ranking executive, leaving her momentarily speechless. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoyu seemed intimidated, Jiang Lang offered a smile, attempting to ease the tension. He glanced around at the disarray of the room and suggested, "Let us find somewhere to talk. By the way, you rascal, you come to Modu without even telling me." He mockingly chided Jiang Hu. "Haha, I wanted to stabilize things first before reaching out to you." Jiang Hu sheepishly scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. He then took Zhang Xiaoyu by the hand and followed closely behind. At the corner of the street, at Yang's little restaurant. Bang! "This is outrageous. How could she do this?" Jiang Hu slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth in anger. "Indeed, how could Xiaoman have changed like this? You treated her so well," Zhang Xiaoyu added, pouting in indignation, nearly turning into a steamed bun from frustration. At that moment, Jiang Lang surprisingly calmed down. shaking his head dismissively. Forget about her. What about you two? Why have you suddenly come to Modu? I thought you were both in Pingching? The two exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. Well, things weren't working out there, so we came here to seek opportunities. Jiang, who scratched his head, grinning foolishly. What a blunt reason. I'm at a loss for words. Zhang Lang found himself momentarily speechless, and after a brief pause, he pressed on. So what are your plans? Still unsure. We'll take it one step at a time. Jiang, who shrugged, his tone laced with melancholy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang fell into deep contemplation. As the saying goes, when one person ascends to greatness, their kin and friends rise with them. Now that he had the means, he naturally wished to assist his fellow villager and good friend. It was only after his childhood friend graduated from high school that he enlisted in the military, returning just this year. Faced with the challenge of arranging employment, he found himself at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at his friend and inquired, "Do you know what procurement is?" Procurement? Zhang, who looked at him, puzzled. Yes. Generally, it involves receiving procurement plans, negotiating prices, placing orders, reviewing, following up, and managing payment upon receipt of goods, among other tasks. It's not particularly difficult, but it can be quite exhausting and lacks glamour. However, the salary is decent. I do have some connections that could help you get a foot in the door, Jiang Lang replied, pursing his lips as he spoke. This was the best arrangement he could think of in such a short time. Other positions might seem prestigious, but in reality, they often offered meager pay and were prone to complications. Having emerged from procurement himself, he was well aware of its intricacies. Furthermore, procurement roles were typically filled by individuals with close ties to the company, with outsiders seldom given a chance. Considering Jiang Hu's potential role as his insider, he felt significantly more at ease compared to other candidates. Of course, everything would start from the ground up. At present, Zhang Lang had no intention of revealing his true identity to his friend. For one, he was unsure how to explain it, and for another, he preferred to keep his wealth discreet. He dreaded the prospect of distant relatives and acquaintances appearing out of the woodwork seeking financial assistance. Wow, Brother Lang, you have this kind of capability? Jiang Hu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Of course, just look at who I am. Have these years been for nothing? Jiang Lang rolled his eyes, boasting without a hint of embarrassment. Impressive. Jiang Hu gave a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. After a brief pause, he rubbed his fingers together, slightly bashful, and pointed at Zhang Xiaoyu. Brother Lang, could you also help Xiaoyu? Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaoyu interrupted him, shooting a glare at her boyfriend. Brother Lang can help you secure a job, but I suspect that will mean you owe a lot of favors. Aren't you being a bit ungrateful? She then turned to Zhang Lang, apologetically stating, Brother Lang, please don't mind him. I can manage on my own. Zhang Lang smiled, glancing at the two, a fleeting pang of envy washing over him. He recalled his ex-girlfriend, who hailed from the same village, emerging from a humble background. Their temperaments, values, and approaches to life were worlds apart, making him realize how foolish he had been in the past. Patting his chest, he declared, no worries. It's a minor issue. We'll figure it out together. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, a subtle joy blossoming in their hearts. Brother Lang, I can't thank you enough. I raise my glass to you, Jiang Hu proclaimed, lifting his cup and standing solemnly. Even though Zhang Xiaoyu could not drink, she too raised her glass high in solidarity. Jiang Lang lifted his cup. Just as he was about to clink glasses, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have unlocked the hidden title, Big Shot. Chapter 11. Prestige of the Big Shot, Eye of the Big Shot. What in the world? Zhang Lang was momentarily taken aback, maintaining his composure as he clinked glasses with the pair and quickly began to inquire inwardly. System. What is the purpose of this hidden title? Ding. The title can only be unlocked by completing special events. Wearing the title provides unique effects, which vary based on the title acquired. Big Shot. 1. Prestige of the Big Shot. 2. Eye of the Big Shot. Prestige of the Big Shot. Wearing this title enhances your prestige among the masses and facilitates the allegiance of high-caliber talent. Eye of the Big Shot. A big shot is a discerning individual. They can perceive others' loyalty levels. Evaluation. A true big shot is a powerful leader capable of guiding their subordinates to the pinnacle of success. The higher the status and capability of the subordinates, the stronger the title's effects. Goodness, this is incredible. Zhang Lang marveled internally. In the mere 2 days since acquiring the system, he had already amassed a luxurious residence and a 5-star hotel, with his assets surpassing 100 billion. He could hardly fathom how wealthy he might become in the future. However, he understood that with his growing wealth, he would require a substantial support team. He had no desire to lead a life where he was rich, but devoid of time to enjoy it. The dual effects of the Big Shot title seemed tailor-made for him, with a steady influx of talent pledging allegiance and the ability to monitor the loyalty of his subordinates. Was this not an invitation to indulge in a carefree life? After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Jiang Hu to assess him. If he recalled correctly, it was upon agreeing to help Jiang Hu and Zhang Xiaoyu secure jobs that the title was triggered. This implied that, in the eyes of the system, these two had already become his subordinates. Suddenly, a number popped up above Jiang Hu's head, 90, with a maximum score of 100. He then glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, who bore a similar score of 83. Just as he had surmised, Zhang Lang nodded in satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by Zhang Xiaoyu's loyalty exceeding 80, a delightful revelation indeed. It seemed she could be a valuable asset to cultivate. According to the system's description, the higher the status of subordinates, the stronger the effects of the title. Perhaps one day, he would simply need to beckon, and a multitude of followers would flock to him. What a delightful prospect. In high spirits, Zhang Lang raised his glass once again, inviting them to continue. Come, let us keep going. The next day at noon, under the blazing sun, with not a cloud in sight and no trace of a breeze, the air seemed to hang heavily, the scorching sunlight threatening to bake the earth. The streets were devoid of life. Not even a single tourist could be seen near the beautiful Huangpu River. In the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel in Shanghai, the incessant ringing of the phone persisted. Ugh, Zhang Lang groaned, his voice barely audible as he rubbed his temples and reached for the phone at his bedside. Hey, Brother Lang, the sun's already high in the sky, and you're still asleep? Jiang Hu's boisterous voice boomed from the other end of the line. Shut up, Zhang Lang muttered, massaging his forehead in annoyance. Guess what? Xiaoyu and I have successfully landed our jobs, Brother Lang. I called to report our victory. Jiang Hu exclaimed with a cheeky tone. Once you start working, focus on your duties and earn that money. Of course, I plan to settle down in the hotel and aim to buy an apartment in Shanghai before I turn 35. That way, Xiaoyu and I can finally call ourselves Shanghainese. After a brief pause, Jiang Hu's tone turned solemn. Brother Lang, thank you. His voice trembled slightly with emotion. At these words, Zhang Lang fell silent for a moment. Buying a home in Shanghai before the age of 35? Before acquiring the system, that had been his lifelong dream. Having witnessed the splendor of big cities, who would willingly return to a dilapidated small town? Countless outsiders toiled in this steel fortress of a city, all yearning for a place to call home. Unfortunately, many were left with nothing but regrets. Glancing out the window, he jested. All right, enough of the sentimental talk. Just focus on your work. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you'll be able to buy a home next year. This was no jest. After the two had been hired, he had discreetly informed Gu Baiming. With his backing, their positions would likely soar, though if they truly proved to be incapable, there was little he could do. After all, no one would continually invest money in someone's growth, not even a brother. Nevertheless, Zhang Lang still preferred to believe in the two of them. He couldn't help but wonder if they would be utterly astonished once they discovered that the grand owner of their hotel was none other than himself. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. I'll take my leave for now, but let us gather again when time permits. Very well. As the phone line disconnected with a series of beeps, Zhang Lang languidly stretched his limbs, rubbed his stomach, and picked up the dedicated landline from the bedside table to place a call. Half an hour later, he instructed for breakfast to be sent up. Certainly, boss. The voice on the other end sounded exceptionally respectful. Zhang Lang shook his head, ended the call, and rose to freshen up. After a day of drinking yesterday, he was enveloped in the scent of alcohol. He could hardly tolerate himself without a wash. Half an hour later, as Zhang Lang emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, he was taken aback to find a man wearing a white chef's hat already standing in the living room of the presidential suite. He appeared to be the hotel's head chef. Hello, boss. I am Leo, the executive chef of the hotel. He glanced at Zhang Lang and nodded respectfully. Zhang Lang plopped down onto the dining chair and casually said, All right, please bring in the breakfast. Leo nodded slightly and stepped outside to signal for the staff. One by one, waiters pushed in carts laden with food. Before long, exquisite dishes filled the table. Puddings, steaks, lobsters, sausage and egg rolls, and more, overwhelming the entire dining table and causing Zhang Lang's lips to twitch in disbelief. It was important to note that the presidential suite featured a large rectangular dining table with 18 seats. One could only imagine the quantity of breakfast laid out before him. Is this the ostentation of the wealthy? Absolutely absurd. Clearing his throat, Zhang Lang shook his head and instructed, There's no need for such extravagance in the future. It's far too wasteful. Please adhere to standard portions. His voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. He was acutely aware that this was a gesture of flattery from the head chef. Having money, he didn't mind indulging in finer fare. But as a child raised in the countryside, he found such lavishness hard to appreciate. Understood, Leo replied promptly, his voice trembling slightly. He anticipated that his well-meaning gesture would result in a misstep. Zhang Lang shook his head, his expression impassive, and said, That's enough, you may leave. I prefer not to be observed while I eat. Leo nodded respectfully and gradually retreated. Turning to survey the lavish spread before him, Jiang Lang shrugged and began to feast heartily. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Lang patted his stomach and reclined comfortably on the sofa. To be candid, he felt a twinge of boredom. Yet, the thought of venturing outside did not appeal to him. The sun was blazing, and he was wary of sunburn, especially in light of the recent news regarding the many who succumbed to heat stroke. After some contemplation, he retrieved his phone and began browsing live streams. In this fast-paced era, live streaming and short videos have become an integral part of daily life, and Jiang Lang happened to enjoy watching live broadcasts. In the dance section of a popular platform, a sweet-faced female streamer beamed at her audience. "Thank you, Big Brother, for the 10 Huya coins. Love you, moi." Her ample bosom swayed enticingly. Wow, the Big Brother is magnificent, casually tossing out 10,000 yuan like it's nothing. No wonder he is called a Big Brother. Unfortunately, it seemed yet another streamer would soon face hardship. Amidst the lively discussions, some glaring comments suddenly erupted in the chat. Seriously? Did you all not notice the curtains in the background are distorted? It must be terrifying in reality. Exactly. Who are these haters? Get lost. Jiang Lang found himself amused. He too noticed the peculiar curtains, but it mattered little to him. After all, he was merely a spectator and bore no losses. As the live stream grew increasingly lively, Jiang Lang chuckled and joined the chatter by typing 3 dog emojis. However, to his surprise, the next moment the stream turned to a black screen. Jiang Lang was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his temper. What the hell? I merely typed 3 dog emojis and got kicked? How ridiculously powerful. Frustration surged within him as he switched to his alternate account. It was also a low-level account, after all. He had once been poor and couldn't afford to spend money, preferring to enjoy things for free. He re-entered the live stream and tagged the moderator who had ejected him, typing, "I just posted 3 dog emojis, and you kicked me?" Yet, to his astonishment, the screen went black once more. Damn, I got kicked again. At that moment, Jiang Lang felt as if he were on the verge of an explosion. Gazing at the black screen of his phone, he shook his head and let out a resigned sigh. In the realm of live streaming, wealth equated to power. Without money, one was insignificant. 10 Huya coins represented 10,000 yuan. How many could dare to play like that if they weren't rich? His fingers tapped the screen as he switched to a different streamer, opting for out of sight, out of mind. In the live stream, the host, Choo Choo, covered her mouth, smiling lightly. "Thanks to Super Brother for helping me kick out those little trolls who contribute nothing yet come into the stream to stir trouble. It's truly detestable." She held disdain for those who came in without spending a dime, constantly complaining and whining. What was wrong with her using beauty filters? Was there another host who didn't tea? If it weren't for her high beauty filter settings, would the Big Brothers even care for her? Would they spend in her stream? This user, named the first wave of Jianghu, though not particularly offensive, was a low-level account, most likely a freeloader. What did it matter if he was kicked? As long as it kept the Big Brothers happy, she wouldn't mind kicking out a few more. Just a trivial matter. Those little trolls loved to disrupt the rhythm. Their lack of manners evident. They were best ignored. How much do you have left for your weekly tasks? I'll send you some gifts shortly. Typed the administrator, Super Little Cannon, in the chat. This scene prompted many passersby to express their discontent and stand up for Jiang Lang. I'm quite impressed. The guy merely posted a dog emoji, and you kicked him? Is that really necessary? Moreover, didn't the curtain in the background look utterly ridiculous? Did they not have any self-awareness? Unfortunately, these defenders of Jiang Lang also found themselves ejected from the live stream, and the audience dwindled significantly. Noticing the diminishing crowd, Choo Choo hastily remarked, "Let us not stoop to their level. Super Brother, it's best not to let them affect your mood." "Rest assured, my mood is just fine. Super Brother, shall I dance for you?" "Sure. It's been a while since I've seen you dance. If you perform well, I'll send you a treasure map." Super Brother is so generous. "I'll start right away." Choo Choo beamed brightly, twisting her waist as she began to dance. A lively rhythm filled the air, and the live stream returned to a tranquil state. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang had scrolled through various streams and found nothing to his liking just as he was about to log off when suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. Ding! The streamer Sheng Xia, you follow is live. Please come and watch. Jiang Lang promptly clicked in. This streamer was the only one he followed on the platform. She was stunningly beautiful, with long hair, a slender waist, and captivating curves, especially her eyes, which glimmered like those of a fox, utterly enchanting. However, his admiration for her did not stem solely from her looks. Rather, it was her melodious singing that captivated him. During his internship, after a long day, her voice would soothe him immensely. Regrettably, she is dressed too conservatively, thereby squandering her remarkable figure. And her conversational skills leave much to be desired. Since Jiang Lang began following her nearly a year ago, her audience remains pitifully small, barely reaching a dozen. It is truly perplexing how she manages to persevere. Upon entering the live stream, one can see the host, Air, cradling her guitar while singing softly. The wind carries a gentle warmth today. The sunlight is exceptionally tender. Unbeknownst to me, my heart, which yearns for closeness, remains in solitary dawn. After finishing the song Gentle, the few listeners in the live stream began to praise her performance. Jiang Lang, as usual, joined in the applause. Thank you all for your support. Air smiled sweetly. Noticing the comments, she raised an eyebrow. Oh, Lang Guo is back home, no longer lingering in the gentle embrace of other female streamers. With so few viewers in her stream, Air distinctly remembered Jiang Lang's ID, recognizing him as one of her few loyal fans who had supported her since the beginning. Although he hadn't spent much, their familiarity had grown. It's not that I missed home. Naturally, I had to return, Jiang Lang typed. As usual, the few dedicated fans and the host began to chat casually. Suddenly, a message appeared in the chat. User Wong from the next door sent the streamer a tiger tooth #1. Everyone come and take a look. Someone had sent a rocket in the live stream, naturally attracting a crowd. Brother Wong is amazing. Let's cling to Brother Wong's thigh. Pass the tea to the big shot. The atmosphere in the live stream became lively. Air was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the gift, but quickly regained her composure and sweetly replied, "Thank you, Brother Wong. For the tiger tooth #1, what song would you like to hear? I can sing one for you." User Wong from next door sent a 4-character message, "Blow the trumpet." This instantly amused many casual viewers, who began to join in the banter. Brother Wong is indeed something else, truly mischievous. Is this an adult song? I'm already prepared with paper. Waiting for the streamer to get banned, I've started recording. This scene caused Jiang Lang to furrow his brow slightly. In the barrage of comments, numerous longtime viewers expressed their discontent on behalf of the host. This is a bit excessive. What is so great about that song? Can we switch to another one? If she gets banned, what will we watch? Unfortunately, such comments were too few to make a significant impact. Most viewers remained eager for entertainment, anticipating the host's next blunder. Air awkwardly chuckled. Brother Wong, could you request a different song? Perhaps J Cho S Blue and White Porcelain or Hair Like Snow, or even some of the new songs that have become popular in recent years. I'm not very familiar with the song you mentioned, and am afraid I won't do it justice. However, this domineering Wong from next door was clearly not one to be swayed by such pleas. Stop blabbering. Does singing a song threaten your life? With your talent, who would reward you? No wonder you're just a small streamer. Many viewers began to follow suit, echoing the sentiment. The big guy speaks, and you don't listen? Do you want to ruin your career? In this day and age, being a streamer while expecting handouts? How ridiculous. Trash streamer, reported. In an instant, the comments turned hostile, filled with unfriendly remarks. Seeing this, Air felt a wave of distress. If she sang, the live stream might get banned. But refusing to sing after someone had spent money felt unjust. All right, if I don't sing, just refund me. As the host hesitated, Wong from next door pressed on. Air felt disheartened. Her family was not well off, and after being accepted into the prestigious Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, she had opened a live stream on Tiger Tooth. Primarily, she wanted to sing for everyone during her free time and perhaps earn a little extra. As a student who had worked hard to get into the academy from a small town, she held a sense of pride. However, she was not one to tread a fine line or be particularly entertaining. Over time, her audience dwindled, leaving only those who genuinely enjoyed her singing. She thought her streaming career might end there when suddenly, a big shot appeared in her stream, requesting her to sing 18 Touches. This song had been sung by other female streamers, and each time it was performed, the live stream would be banned. Gritting her teeth and taking a deep breath, Air addressed the comments. How about this, Brother Wong? If you're not satisfied, I can refund my share to you. But I can't do anything about what the platform takes. No, either refund all of it, or sing. Wong from next door continued to press. Jiang Lang's brow furrowed deeper. He had merely wished to enjoy a song, yet here it had devolved into chaos. After some contemplation, he typed, "Isn't it just sending a tiger tooth #1? Why act so high and mighty?" Wong, seeing a low-level account suddenly challenge him, burst into laughter. Get lost. Where did this broke loser come from? A level 1 trash account dares to act tough, dreaming of being a hero to save the beauty without knowing if they're worthy? How dare you call me broke? Do you believe I wouldn't throw money at you? Jiang Lang scoffed, typing, "It's just $1,000. Not even enough for my breakfast." Wong from next door immediately became furious, typing back, "If you're so capable, send something. But a white phantom like you probably can't even afford a dime. Just here to spout nonsense online." Seeing the argument escalate, Air felt anxious. As Jianghu's first wave, a loyal fan since the beginning, she had come to regard him as a friend, even though he had never spent a penny. She suspected he might be in a similar financial situation. Hesitating for a moment, she interjected, "Could you both stop arguing? I can sing the song, all right?" Wong from next door continued to type, "Get lost. Just because you call the streamer doesn't mean you're someone important. When I speak, Why do you interrupt? He then redirected his vitriol towards Jiang Lang. You think you're tough? Just a spectator watching the live stream. Why don't you go home and suck on your mother's milk? Jiang Lang's eyes widened in anger, ready to type back when suddenly a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The wealthy cannot be insulted. It has detected that the host is being ridiculed, granting a reward of 50 million as a tip. Ding. A new task has been issued. Please complete it promptly. Conditions. 1. Slap Wong from next door in the face. 2. Tip 50 million on Tiger Tooth, achieving fame in one go. 3. Time limit is 1 day. Reward, 63 equity in Tiger Tooth. Jiang Lang chuckled. He had initially intended to tip around 100,000 as a gesture to help Yi. After all, he had enjoyed her performances for almost a year. While he had little money before, he was now quite affluent and felt obligated to assist. Huh, just $1,000? That's barely the change from my breakfast. After typing, Jiang Lang launched into action. User Jianghu's first wave sent the streamer a treasure map 1. Everyone come and take a look. User Jianghu's first wave sent the streamer a treasure map 10. Everyone come and take a look. User Jianghu's first wave sent the streamer a treasure map 100. Everyone come and take a look. User Jianghu's first wave sent the streamer a treasure map. On Tiger Tooth, a treasure map costs 5 million gold beans, equivalent to 5,000 yuan. Jiang Lang sent a total of 200 treasure maps in one go, amounting to 1 million Chinese yuan. The dazzling special effects played continuously in the live streaming room, attracting countless visitors. In that fleeting moment, the host, Yi, saw her streaming popularity soar into the top 10 on the platform. The onlookers, who had initially been merely curious, were now utterly astounded. What they had thought was a mere secondary account attempting to show off turned out to be a true heavyweight. 1 million. To simply offer a reward like that. How audacious. As for the neighbor, old Wang, he had long since tucked his tail between his legs and stealthily exited the live stream when Jiang Lang had already splashed down 10,000, encountering a true magnate. There was no way he could linger. His mere 1,000 was but a pittance compared to the tip of the iceberg that the big shot had just offered. Remaining would only serve to invite humiliation. Incredible. What a revelation. Who would have thought to encounter a wild tycoon? Old Wang must be utterly flabbergasted. He had assumed the other was a fool, only to discover the sheer magnitude of their prowess. Bowing down to the big shot. Does the magnate need any ornaments? I can provide them all. You wouldn't know the first thing about it. Big shot. I have a sister, 18 years of age, and exceedingly capable. Capable? Just how capable? Meanwhile, the host Yi was already so overwhelmed with excitement that she could scarcely find her voice. She kept bowing in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lang Gu, for the treasure map. Lang Gu is magnificent. Lang Gu is imposing." The live stream chat was ablaze with a flurry of 666,666, creating a lively atmosphere. Lang Gu, what would you like to hear? I will sing it for you right now. Yi smiled coyly, covering her mouth. Jiang Lang's eyes twinkled mischievously as he revealed a sly grin. Chapter 14, The PK Battle. A true magnate is indeed a magnate. Whatever the host sings is dictated by their whims. 1 million. My goodness. I could sing until dawn. How splendid it is to have money. I want to hear Chicken You Too Beautiful. Get lost, you little black-hearted one. You have no idea how hard my brother works. Let's hear Conquer. Jiang Lang typed on the public screen. The live stream fell into silence, followed by a surge of 666. Haha. Lang Gu is truly a person of character. No need for any flirtation. Conquer will do just fine. Host, sing quickly. I can hardly wait to record it. Yi shot him a glare, internally cursing him as a rogue. To be honest, she never anticipated that after nearly a year of hosting in this live stream, she would discover that the first wave of the Jianghu was indeed a tycoon. Such a revelation was beyond her expectations. Thankfully, she had never underestimated him. Rather, she had always treated her loyal fans as friends. Otherwise, this magnate would not have stepped in to assist her, clearing her throat. A voice akin to celestial melodies emanated from the live stream. Just like this, I am conquered, severing all retreat. My emotions are steadfast. My decisions, perplexing. Just like this, I am conquered, drinking down the poison you have secretly concealed. The song reached its conclusion while countless visitors drawn by the treasure map began to turn their heads. Wow, the young lady is impressive. Initially drawn to admire the magnate, they unexpectedly discovered a treasure of a host. One may question the character of the magnate, but one cannot doubt their discerning eye. Followed. Thank you everyone. Yi felt tears welling up with excitement. Having never imagined that one day she would amass such a following. She was no fool. After all, she was a university student who had earned her place through merit. Acutely aware that this was her opportunity, she continued to sing several more songs. Only after the live stream's popularity had stabilized did Yi finally come to her senses. Playfully sticking out her tongue, Lang Gu, Are you still there? I've sent you a private message. Remember to add me. Host, don't add him. Add me. I'm the good guy. Oh no, the host is about to fall in love. The host is foolish. No matter the struggles, she shouldn't be pitiful. Jiang Lang chuckled, switching to the back end, only to find it brimming with private messages, all requests for sponsorship and seeking to ride his coattails. Some even included intimate photos from various female hosts, leaving Jiang Lang feeling exhilarated. Shaking his head, he had already deduced the situation. In the realm of live streaming, one could say every host was a competitor. His extravagant display of 1 million in E-Air's live stream had undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. Who wouldn't be enamored with a wild tycoon? Rolling his shoulders, he navigated to E-Air's private chat and pressed the link to add her on WeChat. As soon as the friend request was accepted, he suddenly widened his eyes. What the heck? A deadstock. On the screen, E-Air was clad in a navy blue low-cut swimsuit from the land of cherry blossoms. Her delicate legs glistening like jade under the sun, while her bosom was strikingly alluring. She must have at least a C-cup. Unbelievable. She looked so conservative in the live stream, yet beneath it all, she was so well endowed. Without hesitation, Jiang Lang saved the image before switching back to the live stream. There he saw E-Air energetically singing, her face flushed and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Had she been singing for so long? Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, it had already turned noon. At that moment, someone in the live stream suggested, "We've been here for so long, and my throat is suffering. Let's find someone to PK?" Yes, listening to songs endlessly lacks excitement. Exactly. Let us fight. E-Air looked somewhat troubled. This PK seemed to imply a risk of costing the big brother money. She had finally attracted a magnate's support and didn't want to scare him away, lest she regret it. Moreover, the first wave of the Jianghu was her staunch supporter since she started streaming, and she certainly did not want to exploit him for money. After pondering for a moment, she was about to change the topic when she noticed Jiang Lang speaking on the public screen. Let us go. Out to fight. Guaranteed win. He had never seen E-Air engage in a PK before. After all, she had been a mere unknown previously. Seeking a PK opponent would only be an exercise in self-humiliation. But now, with him backing her, she had nothing to fear. Plus, he had a mission to accomplish, filling his account with 50 million within a day, achieving fame in one fell swoop. After all, whether he tipped someone or not, if he wasn't tipping E-Air, he would be tipping someone else. With the big shots decree, the viewers in the live stream rallied in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Let us find someone to PK. The host is now protected by a big shot. What is there to fear? Whoever dares to challenge. All right. Seeing Jiang Lang take the lead, E-Air dared not oppose him and directly initiated a random connection. As the screen flickered, it split in two, revealing another live stream. A sweet-looking girl, dressed lightly, appeared on the other side. Though not as stunning as E-Air, she certainly had the audacity to show off. Instantly, countless viewers in the live stream gulped in anticipation. Jiang Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised by his good fortune in connecting to Choo Choo's live stream. Remembering that he had just been kicked for posting 3 dog emojis, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Oh boy, who would have thought she'd be a beauty? Brothers, you're in for a treat today? Speak up. Miss, how would you like to play? You decide. E-Air replied politely. Just as Choo Choo was about to respond, she noticed the rhythm of the live stream had shifted. What the heck? The opponent has a big brother too. Host, be careful. ISNT this the little white account that got kicked out earlier. I remember this fellow. Just for 3 dog emojis, such a tragic fate. Oh my gosh. In such a short time, they've already leveled up to 40. How impressive. What is there to fear? Our super brother is a level 56 magnate. Choo Choo raised an eyebrow, clicking on the fan section opposite her, and was startled to find that the first seat was occupied by the first wave of the Jianghu. This was indeed the very low-level account that had just been taken away. At that moment, she felt her heart bleed. Level 40. That must have taken at least 1 million to achieve. Such an untamed powerhouse had slipped right through her fingers. In an effort to mask her embarrassment, she forced a smile, trying to feign indifference. Just then, the previously silent super cannon in the livestream suddenly typed on the screen, "Pull me onto the mic." Choo Choo was momentarily taken aback, then a glimmer of joy crossed her face. Of course, it was Super Cannon who had done the kicking, not her. Both were formidable players. A showdown was likely to ensue. This was personal animosity, a matter of pride. Once the two titans clashed, the money would surely flow in. While her heart soared with delight, she maintained a facade of nonchalance, casually remarking, "Super brother, you can come on, but please don't act impulsively. And don't get too heated, okay? If it comes to it, I'll just concede to the other brother." Meanwhile, in E-Air's livestream, someone had recounted the earlier events, causing the atmosphere to grow tense between the two sides. Chapter 15, The Punishment of Insult. As Super Brother took to the mic, he began to mock with a sardonic tone. "Oh my, I thought it was someone important, but But it's just the little trash I kicked out earlier. What's the matter? Got a dead rat in your pocket? Pretending to be a hunter? Are you even worthy? The mood in Ear's livestream turned icy, then erupted into fury. Dead rat. He was clearly referring to the first wave of the Jianghu. This was their big brother. The insult had struck too close to home. And the viewers in the livestream, united in their indignation, reacted vehemently. What a pretentious jerk. Host, take him down. Super Brother continued. Let me see. Ah, level 40. Not bad. You can put on a show in this little livestream. But do you really think you can come here for attention? Fool. Ear was enraged. How could she remain silent while her big brother was ridiculed? Slamming her hand on the table, she retorted angrily. What the hell are you droning on about? If you can play, play. If you can't, then scram. Go home and show your mom your antics. The viewers were astonished. This was the first time they had seen a host confront a big shot with such bravado. What a fierce personality. I like it. I'm all in. Super Brother was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing cold. He continued with a flippant tone. Let us play. Why not? If you're looking for trouble, don't blame us for being harsh. Ear coldly replied, all right. How do you want to play? Fine. The loser has to fill a basin with water and do 200 squats, and if any water spills, they have to start over. Zhang Lang was taken aback. Wow. That's quite the challenge. If it were just squats, that'd be one thing, but balancing a basin of water on your head? That's no small feat. Some male hosts might not even manage that. And if the water spills, they'll be drenched. Definitely not a good look. Who knows, the super admin might just ban them. Without a second thought, Ear replied, all right, I accept. Hold on, I haven't finished. The loser must also shout, my big brother is a useless little pickpocket. The room fell silent. While they were engaged in a competition, this was an entirely different level of insult. Ear realized she had gone too far and looked to the livestream for Zhang Lang's response. Zhang Lang smirked, typing on the screen, pull me onto the mic. Once on the mic, he coldly remarked, you think you're pretty tough, huh? You think you're guaranteed to win? Super Brother was somewhat surprised but remained unfazed, scoffing. Oh, a real person on the mic. How interesting. What do you want to do? If we're playing, let us make it big. Small-time battles are pointless. Zhang Lang's voice carried a hint of deviousness. Super Brother raised an eyebrow, asking, play big? How do you want to do that? The loser has to go live. Kneel on the keyboard and shout 3 times. Daddy, I was wrong. Both live streams erupted in excitement. The big shots were personally stepping into the fray. Such a spectacle was rare indeed. Was it really going to be that intense? Meanwhile, the viewer count soared, propelling the live stream to the top. Countless onlookers, wealthy patrons, and various hosts flocked in, including Thunder God, Love Hate Edge, Big Bug, and many more. Who is this newcomer? I don't know, just spent $1 million earlier. And now he is clashing with Super Brother. Quite the bold move. Can anyone rival Super Brother? He has more than one account. This is just his small account. Wow. His small account is already level 62. Who's his main account? I've heard Super Brother's family runs coal mines in Shaanxi. Those in the know understand. Betting time. I'll wager a pack of spicy strips that Super Brother will win. Zhang Lang nodded in satisfaction, knowing he had to take matters into his own hands. Both for revenge and to fulfill his mission. He needed to make a name for himself within a day. A mere skirmish wouldn't suffice. He could see that many external hosts had joined the fray, from Douyu, Kuaishou, to Douyin. Super Brother's expression grew grim. Was it really necessary to escalate things over a few taunts? At that moment, he felt somewhat trapped. Gritting his teeth, he declared, come on. Who's afraid of whom? Ear, taken aback, Henti anticipated her first PK would escalate to such heights, prompting her to retract slightly. Choo-Choo, feigning panic on the surface, was secretly reveling in delight. Let them fight. The more vicious the battle, the better. Otherwise, how would she rake in the cash? If she won this time, she might just leap to the top of the streamer ranks, and her fortunes would soar. Zhang Lang wasted no time, stating firmly, all right, let us get started. The PK begins. Choo-Choo's livestream erupted with excitement. 100 Tiger Tooth number 1s were instantly dropped, pulling Ear's health bar down a notch. Following that, a flurry of random viewers contributed health potions and glow sticks. Thank you. Thanks to Super Brother for the Tiger Tooth number 1. Super Brother, you're so majestic. Thanks to Dragon Brother for the treasure map. Dragon Brother is here, and we're set. These were all temporary allies brought in by Super Brother, each at least level 60. While he was confident he wouldn't lose, he still feared an unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Ear decided to go all out. Such a rare opportunity warranted no hesitation. The older gentlemen in her live stream were buzzing with excitement, wishing everyone success in their endeavors. However, no matter how she rallied, her health bar continued to plummet. She anxiously watched her live stream, feigning calmness, but internally she was desperate. Wave Brother? Why hasn't he made his move yet? On the other hand, Zhang Lang slammed his phone in frustration, his expression darkening. As the fervor of the live broadcast reached a crescendo, his phone began to overheat, the screen flickering erratically. And soon it succumbed to a complete blackout. Jiang Lang, shaking his head in resignation, lamented that this phone had been a reward from his parents after his college entrance examination, and he had been reluctant to replace it. Little did he expect that, at such a critical juncture, this unreliable device would fail him. With a sigh, he picked up the hotel landline beside his bed, requesting a new phone be delivered. In the live streaming room, Brother Chow observed the static health bar on the opposite side and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Oh dear, what is going on? Has your health bar been locked? Could you at least make a slight movement? I haven't even exerted myself yet, and this is how it ends? He mocked, wearing an expression of impending victory. Meanwhile, in EARS live stream, countless viewers were equally baffled. Where's my big brother? He can't have truly run away, can he? As time ticked away, the heat of Choo Choo's broadcast surged, while EARS stream began to dwindle. Despite EAR's earnest efforts to engage her audience, she remained a small streamer, unable to compete with the illustrious Choo Choo. As the health bar dwindled, viewers began to lose hope. Alas, we've lost. Streamer, cease your struggles. We thought we would witness the birth of a new deity, but it turns out to be mere bluster. Could something have delayed him? Goodness. Have you been brainwashed? Can this truly be believed? Bah, what a waste of my feelings. Let us disperse. The atmosphere in the live room was thick with gloom, while on the other side, another broadcast was already reveling in premature celebrations. The first wave of Jianghu. All show and no substance. Is your big brother just a coward? If you're frightened, just admit it. Don't waste everyone's time. You over there, could you at least make your health bar budge? It's disheartening for us. Choo Choo joined in the banter. Little wave brother. How laughable. The so-called top of the Jianghu is, in truth, a fool. A fool who not only sabotages the streamer, but also the viewers. This big brother is truly a pitiful fool. Bravo. Let us applaud Choo Choo's stream, filled with laughter and joy. In the blink of an eye, only 5 minutes remained. Even EAR had surrendered her struggle, bowing to her audience and saying, I apologize, everyone. I never anticipated that my first PK would end in such a debacle. Nonetheless, I am grateful for your support. Oh, it's nothing. It's a pity I have no money. I only sent 2 health potions. The big brother opposite is simply too formidable, single-handedly taking us down. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. After all, we have no big brother. The chat was tinged with a hint of grievance. At that moment, Jiang Lang finally rejoined the fray. Glancing at the battle situation, he noted there were still 5 minutes left. There was time to turn the tide. With a slight sense of relief, he typed on the public screen, who said my big brother ran away. I just stepped away for a moment. Now let us get back to it. You all take care of the 666. I'll handle the donations. And then, user Jianghu first wave sends 100 treasure maps to the main author. Everyone come and take a look. The dazzling effects dazzled the eyes, invigorating the viewers as money sparkled before them. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, the live room erupted into a collective frenzy. Good grief. Brothers, am I seeing things? The big brother has returned. How much has he sent? It's all 100 treasure maps. 1 million, 2 million, goodness. It's still rising. The opposite side's health bar is plummeting. I declare, from this moment on, this is Wave Brother Square. Charge. Let us shower the big brother with 666. The screen was flooded with 660 SIXS as the live room's heat soared to the platform's peak. Meanwhile, countless viewers in Choo Choo's stream were left dumbfounded as they witnessed the health bar plummet dramatically. Choo Choo, panicking, yelled into the microphone, "What the heck? The opposite side is playing dirty, disregarding the rules. Brothers, charge. Don't let the opposition prevail." Brother Chow was equally taken aback. He had been monitoring the live stream and was stunned by the sudden reversal of fortunes. This audacious fellow was truly fearless, treating money as though it were nothing. In mere moments, he had sent over 200 million. Goodness. Approaching 300 million. Had this person lost their mind? He felt a surge of urgency. Under normal circumstances, it would be acceptable, but this PK was a matter of honor and dignity. Whoever lost would have to go live and call the winner daddy. For Brother Chow, losing was simply not an option. What future would he have in streaming otherwise? He grit his teeth and charged 5 million, adding it to the 50 million already in his account, totaling a staggering 55 million, effectively depleting his allowance for the year. Damn it. I refuse to let you have the last laugh. Instantly, Choo Choo's live room health bar rebounded, even hinting at a potential turnaround. As Choo Choo was an experienced streamer with several other prominent figures in her corner. In stark contrast, apart from Jiang Lang, EAR had no heavy hitters on her side. The PK intensified. What the heck? Is it raining on the opposite side? Goodness. So fierce. It has been pulled back instantaneously. Big brother, push forward. Don't give the opposition a chance to rise. Jiang Lang wore a playful smirk, thinking to himself that a comeback was nothing more than a dream. His account boasted 50 million. Who could possibly compete? Even if Xiao Wang showed up, it would be of no use. He lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and watched as the smoke coiled before his eyes, a slight haze clouding his vision. Indeed, nothing compared to the pleasure of a fine cigarette. In the past, he had never dared to indulge in such luxuries with that insufferable Zhang Xiaoman. With a cold chuckle, he typed on the public screen, "Raining? Allow me to show you what real rain looks like. A torrential downpour, drowning Brother Chow." User Jianghu First Wave sends 100 treasure maps to the streamer. Come and take a look. This time, Jiang Lang showed no signs of pausing, his focus unwavering as he relentlessly dispatched treasure maps. Barely glancing at the reactions in the live room, clutching a cigarette in one hand and rapidly sending out treasure maps with the other, he was unstoppable. The phrase Jianghu First Wave sends treasure maps in ERS live room echoed throughout the entire Tiger Tooth platform. Those aware and unaware alike were left in shock. Who on earth is this person? So fierce. It has been several minutes, and they're still sending, truly treating money as if it were worthless. Who knows what is happening? Let us go, brothers, let us witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, in both live rooms, countless viewers fell silent. All eyes were transfixed on the dazzling effects, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Who exactly is this formidable figure? When Jiang Lang reached the staggering sum of 5 million, a jubilant celebration erupted, heralding the birth of a new deity. Upon surpassing the 10 million mark, the entire live streaming platform was set ablaze with excitement, as a new record for donations was established. After this battle, who in the realm would not recognize him? I am the supreme wave of the Jianghu. As for the so-called super brother, he had discreetly slipped away long before Jiang Lang hit the 10 million milestone. However, no one cared anymore, for the spectacle was far from over. Even with the victory in the PK, the gifts continued to pour in, dazzling special effects blinding countless eyes. Many who had initially been perplexed began to fall into silence. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, and finally, when it reached 50 million, everyone understood that from this day forth, the one true god of the live streaming world had been born. Chapter 17, Seeking Amusement. The fervor surged upwards, ascending to the pinnacle of Huagua with an unstoppable velocity. Half of the top 10 trending topics were related to this live streaming event. Heavenly Rich Man recklessly splashes 50 million overnight. The one true god of the live streaming realm has emerged. Obsessed with love? Or is there a hidden agenda? The secrets between the mysterious tycoon and the transparent little streamer. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a stake in Huya 63. Oh my. Finally accomplished. Jiang Lang set his phone down and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. He glanced at his private messages and discovered that his inbox had exploded. Countless individuals sought to connect with him, particularly a number of female streamers, whose words dripped with honeyed charm. Observing the unrelenting stream of private photos from the female streamers, Jiang Lang shook his head, remarking, "Indeed. It is no wonder that a man becomes corrupt when wealth is within reach. It is not without reason. With such temptations, not everyone can resist. Only a gentleman like myself can remain steadfast." He concluded with a casual click to save. In the live stream room, Air appeared dazed, or rather, she had been stunned into silence when Jiang Lang made his 10 million donation. She never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable viewer who had followed her for a year could unleash such ferocity. Either he did not act, or when he did, it was utterly breathtaking. 50 million. What could one possibly do with such an amount? To put it bluntly, even if she were to be kept, it would not require so much. Only when reminded by the audience did she snap back to reality, hastily bowing in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Lang Ge's hidden treasure map. She stammered, her voice trembling. Huh. The streamer must be in shock. Of course. 50 million. Who wouldn't be taken aback? If it were me. Just staying conscious would be a feat. Damn it. This is truly a case of sudden wealth. Winning the lottery doesn't even come close to this. The crowd in the live stream began to joke around. Jiang Lang smiled, typing, "All right. We'll discuss matters later. You continue your stream for now. By the way, Super Brother, when will you go live again? Remember to call me." It wasn't that he was petty. Rather, this person had repeatedly come to provoke him. If he didn't retaliate, who would? Lang Go, did you make a mistake? The other side has already fled. 1. I have always been here. Lang Go logged off right after reaching 10 million. I doubt he'll dare to log into this account again. Super Brother, a man of untrustworthiness. Super Brother, a man of untrustworthiness. 1. Super Brother, a man of untrustworthiness. 2. The first wave of the Jianghu, Lang Go. I have already followed that little guy. As soon as he dares to log on, I'll inform you immediately. In a luxurious villa in Shaanxi, a man glowered at his phone, his expression darkened with rage. How dare they? He slammed his hand on the table, seething with indignation. He realized he had kicked a metal plate. Yet, as he gazed at the subtitles on the screen, a pang of pain coursed through his heart. Under normal circumstances, these ordinary players would never dare to shout at him. The relentless insults from those on the screen deeply wounded his fragile vanity. Yet now he dared not voice his anger. He understood that as soon as he logged in, he would likely be dragged out to face public humiliation. With a soft sigh, he clicked to log out, his heart trembling slightly. 50 million. Just like that. He knew he was in no position to provoke such a presence. A mere stomp of the foot could send tremors through the entire city. But who was the first wave of the Jianghu? Why had he never heard of this individual? At that moment, the viewers who had been lurking in E-Air's livestream suddenly realized that Super Brother's account had vanished. What the hell? He's gone offline. Desolate. Lang Gu has sealed his godly status. Lang Gu is incredible. He drove the opposing Big Brother offline. What a pity. I still wanted to see the other side kneeling on the keyboard, crying daddy. These individuals returned to E-Air's livestream, eager to share this good news, only to find that the first wave of the Jianghu had already logged off. Hey, where's Lang Gu? Why doesn't he come out and say something? The other side has been driven offline. Is something wrong? Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel in Modu, an unknown call came through. Hello? Who is this? Jiang Lang answered, speaking in a casual tone. Hello? Is this Jiang Lang, Mr. Jiang? The voice on the other end was calm and steady, presumably belonging to a middle-aged man. Jiang Lang squinted slightly, seemingly recalling something, and cautiously inquired, Yes. Who are you? Mr. Jiang, I am Dong Rongjie from Huya. I apologize for the intrusion. You have acquired our Huya. What instructions do you have? Dong Rongjie, the former chairman of Huya. No, now it is me. Nothing much. Just playing around. Jiang Lang scoffed, his tone dismissive. Huya Information Technology Company, Limited. Dong Rongjie's lips twitched slightly, barely restraining a roar. Huya's market value had once surpassed 100 billion, and even now, it stood resilient at around 50 billion despite the impact of short videos. The 63 stake was valued at over 30 billion. Playing around? Who are you kidding? Sensing what the other party was thinking, Jiang Lang nonchalantly remarked, I have no specific instructions, so don't overthink it. Just focus on your work. You're the expert in this field. Understood, Mr. Jiang. After a brief pause, Dong Rongjie continued. By the way, we noticed you made a special donation to Miss ECU. Should we? His words trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. ECU? Is that E-Air's real name? Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow. He was no fool and understood what the other party was insinuating. He responded coolly. No need for special treatment. Whether she becomes the top streamer depends on her own fortune. No need for special treatment? This implied that the necessary care would not be lacking. Dong Rongjie nodded, understanding the subtext. They then discussed a few more matters. And upon confirming that Jiang Lang would not be intervening in Huya's affairs for the time being, Dong Rongjie let out a sigh of relief. Very well, Mr. Jiang. When will you visit Yanqing? I must extend a warm welcome. All right, we'll talk about it later. Jiang Lang replied dismissively, hanging up the phone. He disliked dealing with these old foxes, who always spoke in circles, trying to probe his intentions. It was exceedingly annoying. Stretching languidly, he strolled over to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. As I realized, time had stealthily slipped into the evening. The sun was descending in the west, and the languid afterglow of twilight spread across the Huangpu River, rendering the scene particularly tranquil and ethereal. This picturesque view was also captured in Jiang Lang's gaze. He shrugged slightly and murmured to himself, not bad. Turning around, he descended the stairs. After spending a day idling in the hotel, it was time for him to seek some amusement. Chapter 18. Upon reaching the ground floor, just as Jiang Lang was about to retrieve his vehicle, an unexpected phone call came through. Glancing at the screen, a smile instantly graced his face, and his demeanor turned warm. Oh, Mom. The sun must be setting in the west today for you to call me. He teased. Hey, you little rascal. Can I call you if I'm not busy? His mother, Zhou Hong, replied in a chattering tone. Jiang Lang chuckled awkwardly, quickly responding, Of course you can. Call me as often as you like. By the way, I must ask, how did an extra million end up in my account? Zhou Hong's voice lowered, cautious as if afraid of being overheard. That would be from me. Jiang Lang scratched his head and replied nonchalantly. This money had been transferred the day after he received his system. After all, given that he merely signed in daily for 1 billion, the 1 million was but a trifle. If not for the concern of his elderly parents, he would have considered transferring 30 to 40 million directly. However, he anticipated that his mother would call today. Of course I knew it was you. Zhou Hong rolled her eyes and continued. But really, what on earth compelled you to send such a substantial sum? If it weren't for your little sister mentioning it, I would still be in the dark. And by the way, did you get into some trouble? Where did all this money come from? Her voice trembled slightly, betraying a hint of worry. Listen, if you did get into something, you need to confess. Our family can figure it out together. Otherwise, when your father finds out, he'll be furious. Jiang Lang's father had spent his life as a soldier and despised any form of dishonesty. Whenever Jiang Lang made a mistake, the consequences were often severe, especially when it came to his father's treasured Seven Wolves belt, which was notorious for its painful reprimands. Jiang Lang smirked, knowing this to be true. He softly reassured, "Mom, there's nothing to worry about. I won the lottery. You can spend it without any concerns." "What? You won the lottery? That puts my mind at ease," Zhou Hong exclaimed. "But you should save this money for your future wife. With prices so high now, you can't do without it." She patted her chest, her face glowing with joy, and Jiang Lang could feel her happiness even through the phone. This mother had no intentions of claiming any of it for herself. Everything revolved around her son. A tremor of emotion ran through Jiang Lang, and he hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. "Well then, I'll explain everything when I return," he thought. As a son, he could not bear to see his parents continue to toil, especially since he himself had no need for such trivial amounts of money. At that moment, Zhou Hong seemed to remember something and continued, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Lang, I have something to tell you." Jiang Lang furrowed his brow and replied slowly, "Mom, just tell me directly. There's no need to be so polite." "Well, since it's a holiday now, your little sister wanted to see you. So she has come to Shanghai," Zhou Hong said, her voice somewhat bashful. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow and couldn't he help but say, "Isn't she supposed to be studying for the college entrance exams next semester? Why is she coming here instead?" Before he could finish his sentence, he paused. He knew his own family well. His little sister, Jiang Ting, was a wild spirit, while other girls her age were watching Balala the fairies. She was climbing mountains to catch birds and fishing in rivers. While others were studying, she was napping. While others were sleeping, she was playing. In junior high, she dared to wield a hammer and brawl with others. Who would believe such tales? She was even more daring than the boys. To top it off, she consistently ranked first in her class, making Jiang Lang question if he was indeed her biological brother. In short, no one in the family could manage her except him, and his father wouldn't dare punish his precious daughter. Fine. I suppose it's another case of her acting first and reporting later, Jiang Lang thought, shaking his head gently and saying, "All right then, what time is she arriving and how is she coming?" "She's taking the high-speed train, and I think she arrives around 8:30 p.m. "Got it," he replied, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Hong reluctantly ended the call. Sighing deeply, Jiang Lang rubbed his forehead in exasperation before shrugging his shoulders. He proceeded to the basement, retrieved his car, and drove directly to his destination. The weather, capricious like a woman's mood, suddenly unleashed a downpour, forcing countless pedestrians on the street to scurry for cover. At Shanghai's Hongqiao high-speed railway station, Jiang Lang stood at the exit, yawning with boredom. "If I had known, I would have grabbed a bite before coming. I'm nearly starving," he muttered, glancing at his watch with a hint of confusion. "Wait a minute. Why hasn't she come out yet? It's almost 8:50. Feeling perplexed, he picked up his phone to call her, only to be met with a busy signal. Just then, a conversation between a couple passing by caught his attention. "Wow, that girl was so fierce just now. If the train police hadn't shown up, she'd have been in trouble," said one of them. "Yeah, it was that guy's own fault for being rude. People like him deserve a lesson. But honestly, I admire her. I wouldn't dare confront someone that big." A sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Lang, and after a moment's hesitation, he approached them, inquiring, "Excuse me, could you tell me if you saw a somewhat slender girl? Around 1.70 meters tall?" The couple exchanged glances and nodded slightly. "Yes, she was quite pretty. I think she mentioned she was here to find her brother." Jiang Lang's lips twitched involuntarily. Damn it, it must be Jiang Ting. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the Hongqiao police station, a tall, fierce-looking man clutched his head in pain, grimacing as he continued to berate the girl sitting quietly beside him. "You, a country bumpkin, dared to hit me just because I said a few words? If you don't cough up 10 or 20,000, this matter isn't finished." The girl, unperturbed, shot him a disdainful glance. "No money, but I'm willing to wager my life." She shrugged, her expression indifferent. "Who do you think you are, you little brat? Just wait until I get out. I'll make sure you regret it." The police officer, exasperated, rubbed his temples and bellowed, "You two need to be quiet. Do you think this is a market? From now on, I'll ask the questions." Chapter 19, Let Us Go. Brother will take you out for a feast. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already 10 p.m. I have gathered a fair understanding of the situation. The police officer paused his notes, casting a disdainful glance at the imposing figure of the man before him. "You, who appears so respectable, resorting to covert photography, are you mentally deranged?" he remarked, as he seized the man's phone to scrutinize its contents. A series of unsightly images flashed before his eyes, prompting a slight frown. The man, unperturbed, turned his head away and shrugged. Indeed, just a depraved pervert. Jiang Ting glared fiercely at the man. Ever since stepping out of the car, she sensed something amiss. This man had been trailing her with his phone, Had she not been astute, she might have fallen victim to his surreptitiousness. What baffled her further was that despite being caught, he still attempted to flip the narrative. This thought stirred a slight anxiety within her. She wondered if her brother was still waiting for her at the bus station, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Well, since this does not concern me anymore, could you return my phone? I would like to head home, Jiang Ting addressed the police officer. At this moment, the previously silent man lifted his head slightly. Return? Where do you think you're going? You hit me. You owe me money. He sneered, a glimmer of schadenfreude dancing in his eyes. Jiang Ting was taken aback, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "How dare you ask for money?" The young officer found himself in a quandary. Morally, the actions of the voyeur were infuriating. However, every punishment must adhere to specific legal statutes. The voyeur was at fault, yet the assailant had also violated public security laws. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the door of the interrogation room swung open with a bang. A tall man with a cold demeanor strode in, seizing the voyeur by the collar and raising his hand. The sharp sound of slaps echoed throughout the room. "You scoundrel! You dared to bully my sister and now seek money, huh? I'll make you pay dearly." The menacing tone sent shivers down the spine. "Who are you? How dare you hit someone in the police station?" "Officer, help!" the voyeur cried, shielding his head. The young officer stood dumbfounded, but upon regaining his senses, he shouted, "Stop!" Jiang Ting was equally bewildered. She could not fathom why Jiang Lang had suddenly appeared at the police station, yet instinctively clutched his arm. "Brother, have you lost your mind? This is the police station." Jiang Lang gently patted her head, his expression softening. "It's all right, don't be afraid." "How can it be all right? You just assaulted someone," Jiang Ting exclaimed anxiously. "You dare hit me? Let me tell you, you're finished." "My uncle is," the voyeur began indignantly, but his words were interrupted by a voice from outside. "Young Master Jiang, wait for me." A middle-aged man in uniform, with a rotund belly, appeared at the door, panting and sporting a smile, exuding an air of humility. Jiang Lang glanced at him and nodded slightly. "Jiang, it's fine. I'll take my sister and leave now." "No problem. You take care, the rest is on me." Zhang Qingfei replied with a beaming smile. The young officer watched the duo depart, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Zhang, this isn't quite proper. What do you know? He just donated $1 million. He is the lifeblood of our station." Zhang muttered under his breath, then added casually, "You head out first, I'll handle the rest." The young officer hesitated but eventually nodded and stepped outside. Zhang let out a sigh of relief, casting a glare at the voyeur, who had feigned ignorance since his arrival. He approached and kicked him, bellowing, "Get up, you scoundrel." The voyeur slowly rose, dusting himself off, appearing rather sheepish as he looked at Zhang with a hint of subservience. "Uncle." Zhang rolled his eyes, wishing he had never encountered this person. His sister was a remarkable woman, yet she had produced such a miscreant. He said flatly, "This matter ends here, understood?" "Yes, yes," the voyeur replied meekly. The moonlight cascaded like water upon the ground, elongating their shadows beneath the sky. "Brother, you nearly scared me to death just now." That person was truly despicable, even daring to demand compensation. "By the way, why does the officer refer to you as young Master Jiang? Didn't we come from a rural background?" Jiang Ting clung to Jiang Lang's arm, chattering away. Smack! A playful tap on her head was followed by Jiang Lang's cool response. "Don't stand so close. Aren't you old enough?" "Humph, I won tea," Jiang Ting replied, making a face at him before leaning in again. She paused, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Jiang Lang. "You must tell me why the officer calls you young Master Jiang. Also, where did you acquire such wealth? Don't tell me it's from winning the lottery." "I'm not that naive." Jiang Lang cast her a sidelong glance, smirking, "No questions. Just know it's from a wealthy benefactor." Jiang Ting scoffed at him. "Uft, I don't believe that. A wealthy benefactor without a physique or 8-pack abs. Brother, no offense, but with your build, that is hardly sufficient." Smack! Before she could finish, Jiang Lang playfully tapped her head again, his expression serious as he said, "Shut up. What do you know about such nonsense?" Jiang Ting scratched her head and chuckled. Jiang Lang shook his head and subtly shifted the topic. "But you, without so much as a word, come to the big city and don't fear getting lost?" "Humph. What age is this? There are maps on phones, you know. Besides, with my intellect, how could I possibly get lost?" Jiang Ting shook her head dismissively. All right. I concede." Jiang Lang's voice held an unusual tone of indulgence. After a pause, he added, exasperated, "You're in your final year of high school, yet still so playful. Relying on your good grades to forego studying, huh? I'm telling you, you'll be back home in a week at most." "No way, brother. Just one more week. Please. I've never been to a big city. Let me see more of the world," Jiang Ting pleaded, shaking Jiang Lang's arm with a pitiful expression. Jiang Lang was about to refuse, but upon meeting her sorrowful gaze, his resolve softened. Fine. Just 2 weeks. "Yay, you're the best, brother," Jiang Ting exclaimed, bouncing with joy as she hugged his arm. All right. Stop jumping. Jiang Lang interrupted, patting her arm. What's wrong? Jiang Ting asked, puzzled. Jiang Lang produced a car key and pointed ahead. A vividly crimson supercar stood quietly beneath the soft glow of the streetlights, resembling a fierce beast awakening from slumber. With a gentle press of the key, the lights flickered, and the sleek, technologically advanced scissor doors slowly rose. Let us go. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Chapter 20. All in English, which no one can understand. On the bustling streets of Nanjing East Road, a cacophony of sound enveloped them as the blood-red Lamborghini Veneno gradually came to a halt by the roadside. Why are you dawdling? Get out of the car. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the still-dazed girl, a smile playing on his lips. Oh, Jiang Ting murmured, stepping out of the car. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Lang in disbelief. The person she had grown up with, sharing countless moments, suddenly felt utterly unfamiliar. Brother, you, she stammered, pointing at the Veneno, then back at Jiang Lang, her body trembling slightly. What do you mean you? I'm your brother. Have you forgotten? Jiang Lang playfully tapped the other person's forehead. However, she pressed her lips together, hesitating to speak. All right, let us go. You're not hungry, but I am. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Jiang Lang stepped forward to lead the way. Jiang Ting raised her eyes and beheld a building adorned in the architectural style of the Renaissance, with a tripartite facade, the ground level clad in neatly arranged granite, and a grand iron gate at its center. This was the target of Jiang Lang for the day, the renowned number 18 Bund in the magical city. Spanning an area of 755 square meters with a construction area of 256 square meters, the first and second floors housed boutiques featuring world-class luxury apparel, accessories, and jewelry, complemented by an elegant atrium, dazzling chandeliers, and a venue shimmering with opulence. As for the third to seventh floors, they offered a delectable array of cuisines from around the globe, along with vibrant bars. The fifth and sixth floors boasted restaurants ranked among the top 50 worldwide, while the seventh floor south rooftop terrace had become a must-visit destination for nightlife enthusiasts in the magical city. Without hesitation, Jiang Lang guided his little sister slowly to the sixth floor. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate. This was the restaurant that Gu Mingtian had recommended to Jiang Lang prior to their visit. It could be said that this establishment represented the pinnacle of dining in the magical city, having retained its Michelin 3-star status for several consecutive years, securing the 39th position in this year's Asia's 50 Best Restaurants, and earning the coveted Black Pearl 3 diamonds for 4 consecutive years. With an average expenditure exceeding 10,000 yuan, it was not only the most expensive restaurant in Shanghai, but also the most enigmatic fine dining establishment. The reason for such a claim was that this restaurant only accommodated 10 guests each night and required reservations 3 months in advance. Good day. Welcome to Ultraviolet Restaurant. Even before reaching the entrance, a line of waitstaff had already bowed and greeted Jiang Lang. Hello, may I inquire if you are Mr. Jiang? A man with gold-rimmed glasses and a smiling face emerged, presumably the head waiter. Your reserved private room is ready. Please follow me. He gestured with a humble demeanor. Jiang Lang hummed lightly through his nose, appearing nonchalant. There was no denying that with money in his pocket, he felt a sense of confidence. Hello, here is your menu. The waiter smiled as he handed the menu to Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang glanced at it lightly and raised an eyebrow. Wow, this is quite something. It's all in English. Who could possibly understand this? Since his internship, he had almost forgotten his English. With an unreadable expression, he handed the menu to the dazed Jiang Ting beside him, saying casually, "You choose." Jiang Ting flusteredly took the menu, glanced at it, her eyes suddenly widening to the size of copper bells. She fidgeted, looking at Jiang Lang, and then returned the menu. You order, brother. Whoa, Jiang Lang gasped, staring blankly at her. Good sister, are you trying to play a trick on me? Intentionally making me look foolish? With a leisurely demeanor, he handed the menu back, stating nonchalantly, I'll need 2 main courses, and please pair them with a few signature dishes from your establishment. Oh, and also bring me a bottle of red wine. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. After the waiter departed, Jiang Ting gazed at the man before her, hesitating for a moment before saying slowly, Brother, how have you become so wealthy? I just saw that one steak costs 2,000 yuan. You're ordering so many things. I already mentioned. I'm being supported by a wealthy woman. Jiang Lang replied with a chuckle. Cut it out. Forget it. Jiang Ting rolled her eyes, feeling frustrated. Jiang Lang shook his head, gazing seriously at her. Little sister, I cannot disclose everything right now. But remember, I am your brother. I would never harm you. Jiang Ting was quite astute. If he utilized the same tactics he employed against their mother, she would not believe him. Yet, unwilling to deceive her, he could only present it this way. I trust you, brother. Jiang Ting nodded earnestly. Subsequently, they effortlessly navigated past the topic, and soon the private room was filled with laughter and joy once more. When the dishes arrived, The two were engrossed in their meals, savoring the exquisite offerings. Truly, as expected of a top-tier restaurant, the flavors were beyond compare. Crab mousse, sweet and sour pork, tomahawk steak, especially the black smoked fish with its gelatinous texture, which left him singing its praises. I can't take it anymore. I need a break. Jiang Ting patted her belly, reclining in her chair with a satisfied expression. Jiang Lang took a napkin to dab at his mouth, casually saying, "If you can't eat anymore, then don't. Overindulgence is harmful to your health." Jiang Ting rubbed her stomach and nodded. "Brother, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me." "All right, go ahead." Jiang Lang waved his hand, seizing the moment to scroll through short videos. It was then he noticed a flurry of messages in his VX. "Lang Gu, are you there? Lang Gu, I just finished my live stream. What are you up to? Lang Gu, what is your name? I don't know yet. Lang Gu, where are you from? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Lang Gu, I'm from the Shanghai Art Academy. My name is ECU. Come find me to hang out sometime." Jiang Lang couldn't help but chuckle as he read through the messages, casually responding, "I'm also in Shanghai." Just as he finished typing, a reply came back instantly. "Wow, Lang Gu, you're also in Shanghai. Can I meet you?" In the dormitory of the Shanghai Art Academy, ECU clutched her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ever since she finished her live stream, she had been eagerly awaiting a message, afraid to miss anything. She was genuinely curious about the identity of the enigmatic figure known as the first wave of Jianghu, who had consistently stayed in her stream. If he didn't tip, he certainly had been generous when he did. She wondered what he looked like and how old he was. If he were a young gentleman. As she pondered, a lovesick smile crept across her face. "Xiaoyi, what is wrong with you?" A delicate hand waved gently in front of her. A beauty, rivaling ECU's looks, stood before her, concern etched on her face. "Oh, it's nothing." ECU came back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Hee, Xiao Lang is smitten, isn't? Wei Hongling teased with a smile, though her gaze held a hint of something unusual. She was the only one in the dormitory aware that ECU was live streaming, having witnessed the extravagant showdown earlier that morning. To say she wasn't envious would be a lie. ECU huffed softly, lowering her head to check her phone, her expression turning puzzled. Why is there no response? Chapter 21, The Restaurant Showdown. Meanwhile, on the other side. "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as Jiang Lang was about to reply to ECU's VX, he suddenly heard Jiang Ting's shrill scream from outside the door. His expression changed, realizing something was amiss, and he hurriedly ran outside. In the lobby, several people stood scattered about. He immediately spotted his little sister standing alone in a corner, surrounded by a group of men, and he could hear snippets of their heated arguments. "What is going on, Jiang Ting?" Jiang Lang approached, worry etched on his face. "Brother, he was trying to be a scoundrel." Jiang Ting sighed with relief upon seeing Jiang Lang, her tense body gradually relaxing. She pointed to the men behind Jiang Lang, her eyes ablaze with fury. Seeing this, Jiang Lang felt a bit more at ease. At least she hadn't been harmed. However, his little sister's spirit remained undiminished. She had just gotten out of the car and was already embroiled in trouble, now facing off against these men. At that moment, a familiar voice of surprise pierced through the air. "Jiang Lang, is that you?" Jiang Lang frowned slightly, turning to look back, his face revealing a hint of astonishment. "Wei Fuke, you're done for. You even dared to mess with Zhou Xiao?" He wore a triumphant expression, his heart brimming with exhilaration. What a twist of fate. Ever since the last encounter at Chanel, where Jiang Lang had publicly humiliated him, he had been plotting his revenge. To his astonishment, Jiang Lang had now appeared before him, and had even struck Zhou Xiao. With Zhou Xiao in the mix, dealing with Jiang Lang would be a mere formality. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the man beside him, whose face had turned a shade of ashen. There was a hint of amusement in his gaze. Zhou Qingguang, the heir of their academy. It was rumored that his family was involved in transportation, boasting assets worth billions. He was also among those who had once humiliated Jiang Lang during his time at the academy, the elder brother of Wei Fokai. The hardships Jiang Lang endured back then were largely due to this individual's relentless targeting. At that time, he had fortuitously met the renowned beauty of their academy, Zhang Wanru, who happened to be Zhou Qingguang's girlfriend. Little did he know that this man was so petty, outwardly virtuous yet insidiously malevolent, creating troubles for him whenever Zhang Wanru was unaware. At that moment, Zhou Qingguang glared coldly at Jiang Lang, his voice gravelly. "Well, I never expected that after 6 months. You've grown some skills. You can actually afford to be here." When Wei Fokai had informed him previously, he had been skeptical, but he was taken aback by how swiftly this once impoverished individual had turned his fortunes around. Yet, he remained unfazed, with over 10 billion in assets. He doubted Jiang Lang could amass such wealth. Turning his gaze toward Jiang Ting, his eyes burned with fury. He had merely jested moments before, yet had been met with a slap, infuriating him to no end. With a sinister smile, he remarked, This must be your sister, huh? I never imagined she would be so tender. Deliver her to my bed today, and we shall let this matter rest." Jiang Lang narrowed his eyes, suddenly advancing with determination. His right hand raised high. A sharp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Before Zhou Qingguang could react, Jiang Lang seized his throat and forcefully slammed him against the wall, his voice laced with a chilling threat. "Speak again, and I shall rip out your tongue." Zhou Qingguang's eyes widened in shock as he struggled, clutching his throat. "Jiang Lang, have you lost your mind?" Wei Fokai gasped. Realizing Zhou Xiao had been struck in front of him, he dreaded the repercussions that awaited him. Without hesitating, he lunged forward, delivering a kick to Jiang Lang's back. "Ugh!" Jiang Lang grunted, unable to suppress a slight loosening of his grip, which allowed Zhou Qingguang to break free. "How dare you strike my brother?" Jiang Ting, furious, cursed loudly and seized a bottle of red wine, smashing it over Wei Fokai's head. With a resounding crack, blood splattered. Wei Fokai clutched his head, wailing incessantly. While Jiang Lang and Zhou Qingguang engaged in a fierce scuffle, tables and chairs were sent flying, chaos erupting all around. This entire scene unfolded within a mere minute, before the onlookers finally registered the commotion and rushed to intervene. "You, Jiang, have grown some audacity. Just wait." Zhou Qingguang, clutching his chest, shouted at Jiang Lang. In terms of fighting, Jiang Lang had never backed down. His father had been a soldier and had rigorously trained him and his sister during their childhood. Moreover, standing at 185 meters, Jiang Lang towered over Zhou Qingguang by half a head, granting him a significant advantage in strength. In this brawl, Zhou Qingguang was at a considerable disadvantage, receiving several punishing blows to his abdomen that nearly made him vomit. Jiang Lang shrugged, a scornful expression on his face. "Not bad. I'm always up for a challenge. I just fear you might not have the capacity." "Very well," Zhou Qingguang sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the still wailing Wei Fokai. "Let us leave." "Wait." Jiang Lang intercepted him, a cold smile on his lips. "You think you can just walk away without compensating for the damages?" He was aware that this guy was not short on cash, but he relished the opportunity to vex him. "What? You broke things too?" Zhou Qingguang retorted, his expression filled with humiliation. "Just because I can fight better than you." Jiang Lang scoffed, then regarded him with an enigmatic smile. "Or do you wish to test if my punches are as hard as they say?" Zhou Qingguang gritted his teeth, nearly bursting with rage. He had never faced such a humiliation before, getting beaten and then being forced to pay. Taking a deep breath, he coldly replied, "Fine, I'll pay." After settling the bill, he cast a lingering glance at Jiang Lang, as if to etch him into his memory. "Can I leave now?" Jiang Lang arched an eyebrow, casually lifting his hand. "Be my guest." Wei Fokai, cradling his head, trembled as he followed behind, lamenting, "Zhou Xiao, we need to go to the hospital. My head is bleeding." Zhou Qingguang swatted him away, cursing, "If you want to go, go by yourself, you useless fool." He was furious. How humiliating to have been injured by a girl. If they had attacked together, he wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. Jiang Lang made no effort to stop them. Feeling a slight sense of relief as they departed, he turned to Jiang Ting, scolding, "You. Why did you involve yourself in the fight? You just swung a wine bottle right away. What if something serious had happened?" Jiang Ting stomped her little foot, twirling her hands in a circle, and pouted. "He was the one who hit you first." Seeing her eyes welling with tears softened Jiang Lang's heart, and with a sigh of resignation, he conceded, "All right. I can't argue with you. Let us go home." "Okay," Jiang Ting replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. After escorting Jiang Ting back to the car, Jiang Lang drove them to Tangshaniping. Upon arriving at the community entrance, they were stopped. "Sir, I'm sorry, but you can't park here," a security guard approached, explaining. His demeanor was respectful, and he exhibited no aggressive behavior. As a security guard at Tangshaniping, his professionalism was impeccable, and he had developed an acute sense of recognition. From a distance, he had identified the vehicle as a Lamborghini Veneno, a luxury he could hardly afford to confront. Jiang Lang slowly rolled down the window, revealing half his head, and said calmly, "I am a resident here. My surname is Jiang." "Jiang," the guard murmured, scrutinizing Jiang Lang closely. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and with a swift motion, he dashed back to the security office, shouting, "Quick, come out. Mr. Jiang has arrived." The ground trembled as a swarm of security personnel rushed to the scene, including the on-duty manager. "Welcome back, Mr. Jiang," they chorused, bowing in unison, creating an impressive spectacle. "Is it really necessary to be this extravagant?" Jiang Lang's lips twitched in disbelief, his forehead creased with annoyance. There's no need for all this fuss." "Of course, Mr. Jiang." The duty manager approached, his face brimming with ingratiation. Since learning that a mysterious benefactor had spent over 100 billion to purchase an entire building in Tangshaniping, the entire property management had been buzzing with excitement. The owner had specifically instructed that this esteemed guest must be treated with utmost respect. Otherwise, if he were displeased, the entire staff could face dismissal. What? You want to establish a homeowners association before changing the property management? Please, the entire building belongs to him. Changing the management is merely a matter of a single statement. As the manager spoke, he gestured for everyone to disperse. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, Mr. Jiang, this is your rent for the year." He handed Jiang Lang a bill. Jiang Ting leaned over, peering at the bill, her eyes widening in shock. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Dad, Grandpa, ancestors. Jiang Lang was slightly taken aback, but still puzzled. Rent? What do you mean? The thing is, not everyone in Tangshan is an owner. Some are tenants. Before your purchase of the house, these tenants had already entered into a contract with the previous landlord. Thus, the rent should be credited to your account. Since the contract is in effect, we have no authority to evict these tenants. However, if you wish, we can explore other options. Jiang Lang shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. If there were no tenants, he would have to rent it out himself. Leaving it vacant would yield no profit. At that moment, the duty manager continued. Mr. Jiang, may I add you on WeChat? I can then relay the account number to our finance department to facilitate the transfer. Jiang Lang nodded. And after both had added each other, he curiously inquired, how many units are currently rented out? A total of 32 units have been leased, with 12 remaining unoccupied. The manager promptly replied, we have specifically reserved the penthouse for you. It spans 206 square meters, complete with a 200 square meter sky garden and a 260 square meter swimming pool, adorned with top-tier imported furnishings. Additionally, your fingerprint has already been registered, allowing for immediate occupancy. A flicker of contemplation crossed Jiang Lang's eyes as he commanded, aside from the penthouse, reserve 3 more units for me. The rest can be put up for rent. He had already made plans to bring his family back to enjoy life once his younger sister finished her college entrance examination. 1 unit would be gifted to her, and the other 2 to their parents, ensuring each family member had their own space. Understood, the duty manager quickly noted. The manager cast a glance at Jiang Lang, shook his head lightly, and said, it's getting late. You should head back. We can manage on our own. Very well, Mr. Jiang, take care. The duty manager swiftly stepped aside, clearing a path. The throaty roar of the Lamborghini echoed as it disappeared into the shadows. The grand entrance slowly swung open. Wow, it's enormous. Jiang Ting exclaimed in awe, gazing at the opulent lobby, where intricate chandeliers cast a chilling brilliance and walls adorned with renowned paintings imparted an air of extravagant desolation. Jiang Lang, momentarily taken aback, rapped lightly on Jiang Ting's head and chuckled. All right, enough of the sightseeing. It's time for some rest. Okay, Jiang Ting replied, though her curious eyes continued to dart around like a lively sprite. Jiang Lang paid her no mind, casually selecting a room, freshened up, and collapsed onto the bed. The day's events had been overwhelming, and he yearned for a deep and undisturbed slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, lazily illuminating the bed. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone broke the tranquility. Hello, who is this? Jiang Lang grumbled, rubbing his eyes. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is Wu Mingming, the manager from Bagua Impression City. The clothing you purchased from our mall has arrived downstairs. However, we are currently being held at the gate and cannot enter without your presence, or alternatively, you may call the gatekeeper for assistance. Her voice was exceptionally sweet, and her demeanor humble. Clothes? Ah, the ones I bought for the mission, totaling 50 million, Jiang Lang recalled vividly. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late and lazily replied, please wait for me. I'll be down shortly. He intended to grab a bite to eat on his way. All right. After freshening up, he knocked on Jiang Ting's door. Little sister, I'm stepping out for a bit. Stay at home. Okay, she replied sleepily, shaking his head. He descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Lang spotted a large delivery truck parked at the entrance, surrounded by a group of cheerful, uniformed female sales associates, engaging in light-hearted banter that drew the attention of passers-by. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang? One of the women approached, accompanied by the duty manager he had seen the previous night. Yes, Jiang Lang affirmed, glancing at the truck with a headache. So many clothes. He wondered how long it would take to wear them all. Wear one, discard another, then donate another? He mused internally, maintaining a composed exterior. The duty manager, catching sight of the truck, was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Jiang Lang had indeed purchased menswear worth 50 million in one go. He could only marvel at the privilege of wealth, imagining it could easily host a fashion show. After a brief hesitation, he chimed in, Mr. Jiang, our security team can assist with the delivery. Observing the 7 sales associates present, Jiang Lang knew that transporting all the clothing to his home would require numerous trips. Even with an elevator, it would be exhausting. Having once been a worker himself, he understood their plight and nodded in agreement. All right, I do appreciate your help. The duty manager, taken aback, replied, not at all. It's our pleasure. Zhang Lang waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and unload. I'll grab breakfast and join you shortly. Across from the entrance of Tangcheni Pin, several restaurants were nestled along the Huangpu River, boasting beautiful surroundings and picturesque views, which was precisely where he intended to go. Chapter 23. You cannot leave until you spend 50 million. After purchasing breakfast, as Zhang Lang prepared to return, a voice filled with astonishment called out to him. He turned to see a stunning woman clad in a beige princess gown, devoid of her black-rimmed glasses, revealing her exquisite features and luminescent, fair arms. Gu Banming, what brings you here? A glimmer of surprise danced in Zhang Lang's eyes. Unable to contain his words, I live nearby. Gu Banming waved the meat bun in her hand and smiled at him. Pausing for a moment, she glanced at the breakfast Zhang Lang was holding and asked, Are you also residing around here? Zhang Lang casually gestured toward the opposite side. Indeed, just across the street. Gu Banming's eyes sparkled with envy as she glanced at the building, a place she had long dreamt of entering. Unfortunately, her current income only afforded her a modest apartment nearby. Yet, recalling their wager, a determined glint appeared in her gaze. If she succeeded, she too could inhabit her long-desired luxury dwelling. By the way, have you prepared your proposal? Zhang Lang inquired, observing her. The senior management meeting is tomorrow, where the new reward and punishment system, along with the equity incentive plan, will be announced. We cannot afford to be careless. Rest assured, boss. Everything is ready. She confidently replied, thumping her chest, her attire straining against the swell of her enthusiasm. Only when she noticed Zhang Lang's unwavering gaze did she blush and stammer, Boss, I must head to work now. Zhang Lang awkwardly scratched his nose, watching her retreating figure before hesitating. You know, wearing casual clothes during work hours will result in a salary deduction. He saw Gu Banming stumble slightly, lowering her head as she hurried away. Zhang Lang shrugged and made his way back home. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that all the items had been unloaded, each luxurious piece drawing the attention of the crowd. Is everything unloaded? Shall we go? Yes, Mr. Jiang. It can only be said that it was fortunate the house was spacious enough for Zhang Lang to convert an entire room into a fitting room, allowing him to finally organize everything. Meanwhile, Jiang Ting had been roused from her slumber. She gazed at the sales assistants and security personnel bustling about, laden with shopping bags, and curiously inquired, Brother, just how many clothes have you purchased? After speaking, she took a sip of her soy milk, a flicker of envy passing through her eyes. Being a young girl herself, she cherished beautiful dresses. However, their family was already struggling, having to support Zhang Lang through university while also covering his high school expenses, leaving little room for savings. The last time she had acquired a new dress was 3 years prior, a gift from Zhang Lang when she had just entered high school. Zhang Lang, noticing her wistfulness, affectionately ruffled her disheveled hair and teased, All right, later, I will take you shopping and ensure you look absolutely stunning. Really? Jiang Ting turned to him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Truly, more real than gold. Yay, you're the best, brother, she exclaimed, leaping with joy. Just as Zhang Lang was about to deliver another playful jab, the sudden chime of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. New task detected. Task, the princess of a tycoon. As the cherished jewel of the Jiang family and the sister of a wealthy magnate, you are destined for a life of unparalleled pampering. Conditions: 1. Purchase clothing and accessories for Jiang Ting valued at over 50 million, no less than second-tier brands. 2. Enroll Jiang Ting in Shanghai High School to access the nation's premier educational resources. 3. Arrange for an etiquette instructor to teach Jiang Ting, enhancing her poise and demeanor. Reward: 32 equity in Louis Vuitton. Zhang Lang nearly spewed his soda in disbelief. What is this? Has the system malfunctioned? He scrutinized the conditions, his brow furrowing slightly. The first condition seemed straightforward. Although 50 million was a substantial amount, it was a trivial matter for him as long as it could be resolved with money. As for the second condition, he deemed it reasonable. The educational resources in the bustling metropolis could indeed surpass those of their hometown, potentially elevating Jiang Ting's academic performance. Regarding the residency issue, he pondered, would 1 million suffice? If not, then 10 million, or even 100 million if necessary. The only significant challenge lay in persuading their parents. However, considering it pertained to Jiang Ting's education, he believed they would be supportive. The third stipulation, regarding etiquette training, left him skeptical. While Jiang Ting was undoubtedly intelligent, her exuberant nature might make it challenging for her to endure such instruction. Fortunately, the task had no time constraints, allowing him to proceed at a measured pace, which he hoped would lead to success. After all, the reward was astonishing. He was genuinely taken aback. This was Louis Vuitton. Those familiar with the brand understood its significance, while those less acquainted would soon recognize it as LV. How to resolve conflicts in a relationship. A handbag would do the trick, Which handbag? An LV, of course. What about marital disputes? Again, a handbag, an LV. It epitomizes luxury, consistently ranking among the top global brands, frequently occupying a position within the top 50. Last year's market valuation soared to an astonishing $330 billion. Truly remarkable. A 32 stake would equate to over $10 billion. This would catapult him past the wealthiest individuals in the nation, propelling him to global supremacy. Forget about the likes of Ma Yun, they could step aside. Let us do this, Jiang Lang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming fiercely as he glanced at Jiang Ting. Startled, she stammered, "Brother, what is wrong with you? Let us go shopping," he declared, taking her hand and heading out the door. At the Guojin IFC in the vibrant Lujiazui business district, a hub for luxury shopping in the metropolis. It was second to none. Just like the diamond at the pinnacle of a pyramid, it sparkled uniquely along the banks of the Huangpu River. The primary allure was its proximity to the lavish Tomson Riviera, which had humorously been referred to as the corner store for its residents. Today, the usually tranquil Guojin IFC was disrupted by an unexpected entourage. The man was dressed extravagantly, adorned in luxury items that likely totaled $1 million or more, while the woman beside him appeared somewhat unremarkable. Though attractive and tall, her attire bore a cheap quality, unmistakably signaling her humble origins. "I don't want to buy any more. Brother, I don't want to," Jiang Ting shrieked, clinging tightly to Jiang Lang's arm, immovable, despite her lack of shopping bags or new clothes. It was simply because she was overwhelmed. While she adored new attire, this was not how one should shop. Who buys clothes without consultation, merely packing them up on arrival? He had accompanied her through over a dozen high-end boutiques, witnessing firsthand as Jiang Lang had already spent nearly $10 million, leaving her utterly astonished. Jiang Lang glanced at her, his brow furrowing as he asserted, "No way. We must continue. We cannot leave until we reach 50 million. The moment those words left his lips, Jiang Ting's face drained of color. Chapter 24, The Car God? Jiang Ting felt like a marionette, following Jiang Lang in and out of high-end luxury stores without a moment's pause. In and out, in and out. No words were exchanged. With a swift motion, he slapped his bank card on the counter, declaring, "Aside from this, and this, I'll take everything else." He pointed at the vibrant garments, his tone nonchalant. Jiang Ting, who had gone from refusal to acceptance, eventually became numb to the situation. She had lost track of how much had been spent. But the constant beeping in her ears confirmed the transactions. Transaction successful, 215 million yuan credited. Transaction successful, 125 million yuan credited. Transaction successful, 185 million yuan credited. Not once did the payments dip below $1 million. At that moment, the commotion stirred by Jiang Lang had echoed throughout the entire Guojin IFC, and everyone was aware that a formidable tycoon had arrived, spending without a second thought. Sales associates from various luxury boutiques eagerly awaited their appearance. The moment they caught sight of Jiang Lang and Jiang Ting, they rushed out to form a line, beaming with cordiality, their deference palpable. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a benefactor? "Welcome, Mr. Jiang, Ms. Jiang, to the Chanel boutique. Welcome, Mr. Jiang, Ms. Jiang, to the Armani boutique. Welcome, Mr. Jiang, Ms. Jiang, to the Dior boutique." The grandeur of the occasion even caused traffic congestion, as throngs of onlookers flocked to witness this elite spender. Until someone recognized Jiang Lang as the individual who had previously splurged 50 million in another mall, the crowd erupted once more in excitement. "Isn't that the big shot who recently spent 50 million? Oh wow, now that you mention it, I remember. What is he up to today? Is he going to spend another 50 million? Damn, the wealthy are truly different. They treat $500,000 as pocket change." The crowd buzzed with excitement, and a well-intentioned observer recorded a video, instantly igniting a sensation online. The tycoon returns. The elite appears at Guojin IFC. Come see how the wealthy shop. Unveiling the true identity of the tycoon, don't miss out. Wow, the tycoon is back. Is he going to spend another 50 million? Who knew the true identity of this magnate? Someone please reveal the scoop. I'm just here for the stunning companion he brought along. What nonsense. Have you ever seen a wealthy individual accompanied by an unattractive companion? No. Have you not noticed how similar they appear? By heavens. Blind man. You've made an astute observation. Clear the way, everyone. This is my long-lost uncle. Show him some respect. Someone, wake him up. I'll do it. I'll do it. My bladder is bursting. Brothers with diabetes, hold your horses. I fear he might relish the sweetness. Ding, the princess of the affluent family. Condition 1 has been fulfilled. Please continue your efforts. Phew. Jiang Lang exhaled softly, casting a glance at the security personnel surrounding him, his brow raised in amusement. As his extravagant spending in the mall escalated and the situation grew more chaotic, the mall manager had already dispatched personnel to maintain order and ensure no one intruded upon this illustrious figure. "Mr. Jiang, Do you wish to purchase anything else? The manager inquired, keeping a vigilant eye on the curious crowd. Zhang Lang gently shook his head and replied slowly, no need. Let us leave it at this for today. Once everything is packed, deliver it to Tang Chenyi Pin. Understood, Mr. Jiang. The manager nodded eagerly in response. Zhang Lang turned to his somewhat dazed sister, Jiang Ting, and casually asked, shall we head home, little sister? Ah, sure. Jiang Ting snapped back to reality, grabbing Zhang Lang's arm as they prepared to leave. She had no desire to linger any longer, her mind fixated on one thought. She would never accompany Zhang Lang on shopping trips again. She had not enjoyed the pleasures of shopping and had nearly been frightened into a stupor. At that moment, the crowd of onlookers stirred. Someone began shouting towards Zhang Lang, raising both hands as if to capture his attention. Kargat, over here, it's me. Do you remember me? He exclaimed, jumping up and down, making a comical attempt to break through the wall of security. Zhang Lang glanced over, his expression one of confusion. Who is this person? Kargat, is he calling me? The manager peered outside, furrowing his brow, and explained to Zhang Lang, Mr. Jiang, that is Song Chengwu, the second son of the Song family. Known for their foreign trade ventures. Their family assets exceed 5 billion. He is quite affluent. Zhang Lang nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, let him in. Song Chengwu hurried in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Kargat, it's wonderful to see you again. Zhang Lang looked at him with puzzlement and couldn't he help but ask, do we know each other? Song Chengwu awkwardly scratched his head and clarified, Kargat, don't you remember? We raced together last time in a blue LaFerrari. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang suddenly recalled the encounter. He had met this wealthy second generation during his commute to work the day after acquiring the system. The individual had been accompanied by a petite internet celebrity, leaving a lasting impression. He had even wanted to race against him, but alas, he was merely an amateur, easily outpaced and left far behind. Who would have thought they would meet again today? Oh, it's you. A pleasure to meet again. Zhang Lang nodded coolly. Song Chengwu chuckled sheepishly, glancing at the two and eagerly offered, Kargat, I have a restaurant nearby. Would you care to join me for a meal? Zhang Lang regarded him with curiosity and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement. All right. Although he was uncertain of the reason behind the other's enthusiasm, one should not turn down a free meal. Furthermore, he was keen to expand his network. In the business world, connections were invaluable. The hidden potential behind these wealthy second-generation individuals was unfathomable. Excellent. Kargat, please follow me. Song Chengwu gestured invitingly. Finjalu in the bustling metropolis was situated within a secluded courtyard by the Huangpu River, encircled by a white wall, as if deliberately concealing something from prying eyes. Inside, there were pavilions, grand rock formations, ancient opera stages, exquisite jade ornaments, lush bamboo groves, and flowing waters, with the faint sounds of music wafting through the air, creating a serene and distant ambience. This establishment was not open to the public. It was reserved specifically for Song Chengwu to host guests. Brother Lang, allow me to toast to you. Song Chengwu, his face flushed, unsteadily raised his glass towards Zhang Lang. Clink. Chapter 25, SSCC Supercar Club. As their glasses met, Zhang Lang took a generous sip. After a contented burp, he remarked, the wine is delightful. If Brother Lang enjoys it, I can have someone send some over after the meal. Song Chengwu responded with a smile. Good wine comes at a cost. I can't afford such luxury. Zhang Lang shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. To be honest, he had partaken of the wine in the meal. But he couldn't shake the curiosity about Song Chengwu's true intentions. Ahem, I can't afford it. Song Chengwu coughed awkwardly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Lang, hesitantly stating, Brother Lang, I actually have a favor to ask. Zhang Lang nodded noncommittally. I suspected there must be a reason for such a generous invitation. He teased lightly. Song Chengwu sheepishly rubbed his nose, looking at Zhang Lang, and said, Brother Lang, I would like to invite you to join our club and participate in a race. Participate in a race? Zhang Lang was momentarily taken aback, regarding him with a peculiar expression as he inquired, what kind of race? Song Chengwu chuckled awkwardly and countered. Brother Lang, are you familiar with the SSCC Supercar Club? Zhang Lang nodded, responding coolly, I've heard of it. The SSCC Supercar Club, established in 2008 in the metropolis, comprised supercar owners, including affluent second-generation individuals and self-made business tycoons. Zhang Lang considered himself an automotive enthusiast. He had stumbled upon this club while boasting and discussing luxury cars online. Great. I wish to invite you, Brother Lang, to represent our SSCC Supercar Club in a competition against the SCC Super Club from the capital, Song Chengwu explained. Zhang Lang regarded him with intrigue, pursing his lips as he smiled. But what's in it for me? Surely I won race for free. I might as well stay home and take a nap. Song Chengwu frowned slightly and slowly replied, If you win, I can assure you a position as a first-tier member of our club. Zhang Lang, puzzled, asked, First-tier member? What is the benefit? Brother Lang, you are aware that our supercar club comprises only the elite, prominent figures from various industries. Joining us grants you access to an invisible network, he elaborated. In our country, the importance of connections cannot be overstated. As a first-tier member, you can leverage most of the club's resources, sufficient to help you navigate most challenges you may encounter. As he paused, he gestured upwards, the implication clear. Zhang Lang's interest peaked. He possessed the system and was financially secure, yet in this country, money paled in comparison to power. There is a saying, power generates wealth. But wealth does not yield power. How many individuals, once their enterprises grew, were abruptly cut off by those above, left with no recourse? Hadn't someone like Dong Gu faded from the scene this year? No matter how impressive or capable one might be, how could they compare to a princeling raised in a military district? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke solemnly. Is being a first-tier member the highest rank? Song Qingwu shook his head, explaining, a first-tier member is indeed the highest rank. Within the club, there are only 7 first-tier members, all founders of the club. Despite my long tenure, I am merely a second-tier member. Were it not for the significance of this competition, the offering of a first-class membership as a reward would have been unthinkable. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, his mind already made up. Very well, I shall take this on. Fantastic. With you on board, Brother Lang, victory is surely ours, exclaimed Song Qingwu, brimming with excitement. As the only one who had raced with Zhang Lang, he was acutely aware of Zhang Lang's prowess. His extraordinary driving skills had thoroughly captivated him. After a brief pause, he continued, Brother Lang, are you free tonight? Our club happens to have a gathering, and I'd like to introduce you around while discussing the details. Certainly. In the vibrant Huangpu district of the Magic City, amidst a rainy night, the pulsating vibrations of music echoed, undeterred by the downpour. A strikingly fiery Lamborghini Veneno weaved through the traffic before gradually halting by the roadside. A security guard clad in black uniform rushed forward, holding an umbrella, and gently opened the car door. Zhang Lang stepped out and surveyed the scene ahead. The splendid entrance, adorned with a kaleidoscope of lights, exuded a palpable sense of technological allure. A lengthy queue of fashionable men and women, undeterred by the torrential rain, stood eagerly in anticipation of the world that lay beyond those doors. The master bar in the Magic City, reputed to have been constructed with a staggering investment of 200 million, boasted an expansive 500 square meters of space, with a ceiling height of 10 meters, accommodating up to 2,000 guests simultaneously. It featured the most exceptional light shows in all of Asia and state-of-the-art surround sound systems, establishing itself as the premier nightclub in the Magic City and among the finest in all of Asia. Zhang Lang had heard whispers of this place, yet had never set foot within its confines. However, his purpose for being here today was not for leisure. Rather, it was the designated venue for the SSCC Supercar Club, as indicated by the location sent to him by Song Qingwu. With a gentle exhale, he attempted to call Song Qingwu, but to his disappointment, there was no answer. What a nuisance. I wonder if he has indulged a bit too much inside, he mused inwardly, glancing at the security guard beside him. Pulling out several bills from his wallet, he shoved them into the guard's hand without counting, saying nonchalantly, Please ensure my car is parked properly. And could you send someone to escort me inside? He had no desire to queue among the throngs of people. It would be quite beneath him, given his financial standing. The guard nodded eagerly, recognizing the significance of today's guest. Having navigated the nightlife for many years, he had developed a keen eye for discerning VIPs. Accepting the car keys, he summoned a young attendant in uniform, who approached with a touch of deference. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the master bar. I am Xiao Cheng, the floor manager. My surname is Jiang. Zhang Lang replied with a slight nod. Very well, Mr. Jiang. Allow me to escort you inside. With a resounding bang, the doors swung open, unleashing a wave of heat, accompanied by exhilarating and heart-thumping music that sent adrenaline coursing through the air. A chaotic yet vibrant world unfolded before Zhang Lang's eyes. The music, though somewhat garish, surged like waves against the ceiling, while the multicolored lights danced erratically. The intoxicating sense of alcohol, perfume, and a hint of something decayed wafted freely throughout the venue. The revelers, clad in scanty attire, swayed to the rhythm, their movements exuding an uninhibited energy. From a distance, they appeared as lively figures, swaying in the wind. Zhang Lang paused for a moment, taking a breath to steady himself. Sir, are you here to meet someone? Or are you enjoying the club on your own? The manager called out, raising his voice above the din furrowing his brow. Zhang Lang scanned the area, preparing to respond when a loud shout pierced the air. Brother Lang, over here. In a prime booth at the center, Song Qingwu stood atop the sofa, waving at Zhang Lang before hastily descending. My apologies, Brother Lang. I just stepped away for a moment and lost track of time. I intended to come down to greet you, but it seems you have already arrived. Not a problem, Zhang Lang replied, dismissing the matter with a casual wave. Good. Come along, Brother Lang. Let me show you around. Song Chungwu gestured invitingly, leading Zhang Lang to join the others. The booth was occupied by a diverse group, both men and women, adorned in luxurious attire that bespoke their wealth. The women were stunningly beautiful, exuding an air of sophistication. Everyone, may I have your attention? I am thrilled to introduce the esteemed Zhang Lang, the expert I mentioned, Song Chungwu announced, inviting applause. A rotund gentleman with a kindly demeanor rose to greet Zhang Lang. The others nodded in acknowledgement, their demeanor respectful. The anticipated scene of wealthy heirs flaunting their status and belittling others did not unfold. After all, they were all adults, and such behavior was unbecoming. Moreover, aside from a select few, most wealthy offspring exhibited a commendable level of decorum. In plain terms, even if they found Zhang Lang distasteful, they would not provoke him without cause. They were not foolish. More importantly, Song Chungwu had briefed them beforehand, mentioning that Zhang Lang was also of considerable standing, driving a Lamborghini Veneno that matched their own prestige. Zhang Lang nodded in acknowledgement as he took his seat alongside Song Chungwu. Brother Lang, allow me to introduce you to Zhao Zhenglong, Li Qinghai, and Zhou, Song Chungwu said, making the necessary introductions. At that moment, Zhao Zhenglong, the first to greet Zhang Lang earlier, raised his glass with a smile, leaning in closer. Brother, a toast to you. Zhang Lang raised his glass and drank in one gulp, replying, pleasure to meet you. Brother, I've heard from Xiao Wu that you own a Veneno. I happen to have a McLaren P1 in my garage. Would you be interested in swapping for a few days? His tone carried a hint of flattery, as the Veneno was his dream car, one that he, despite being the eldest son of the Zhao family, could not acquire. Zhang Lang pondered briefly before nodding slightly. While the McLaren P1 is indeed one of the top 3 supercars globally, it pales in comparison to the Veneno. However, he was inclined to foster connections. And to be candid, the thrill of driving the same car for an extended period could become rather mundane. At that moment, a voice interjected, Zhao Zhenglong, that's rather inconsiderate. If anyone is to switch cars, it should be me first. Ladies first, you know. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared, dressed in a cropped top, her figure sculpted to perfection. Likely the result of years of dedication to fitness. Her toned abs were visible, and her long legs gleamed with an almost ethereal glow. Zhao Zhenglong glanced up, his expression suddenly tense. You little brat, I'm your older brother. How dare you speak to me like that? Well, if you weren't such a ball of blubber, perhaps you would have heeded my advice to exercise. Zhao Yinyu curled her lips playfully, raising her head to glance at Zhang Lang, teasingly remarking, handsome. Why not swap with me? I also possess a P1, and I spent an additional 5 million on its configuration compared to his. Driving it would undoubtedly be exhilarating. She was indeed a member of the SSCC Supercar Club, a fervent enthusiast of supercars, which explained her presence today. What Zhang Lang was unaware of, however, was that the substantial turnout was not merely to discuss the competition with the SCC Supercar Club, but also to meet the enigmatic owner of the Lamborghini Veneno. Naturally, it would be splendid if they could switch cars. As she spoke, she plopped down beside Zhang Lang, leaning closely against him, her beautiful eyes intently fixed on him, sparkling like a sky full of stars. Instantly, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, leaving Zhang Lang perplexed yet pleasantly intrigued by its allure. He glanced at Zhao Zhenglong, then at the stunning beauty beside him, his eyes darting back and forth. Well, you all decide. I have no preferences. He resolved to remain neutral, passing the ball back to them, confident that as siblings, they would not come to blows. However, Zhang Lang was taken aback to discover that the desire to switch cars was not limited to just these two. Within the SSCC Supercar Club of Magic City, many coveted Zhang Lang's Lamborghini Veneno. Hey, Zhao siblings, you're being excessive. Another voice chimed in. We're here to discuss matters. Why the rush? A blonde beauty with voluminous waves shot him a flirtatious glance. Brother, I have an Apollo Intenso Emozione. Let us swap. If it gets damaged, I'll take responsibility. A distinguished gentleman sporting golden-rimmed glasses stood up, exuding an air of refinement. Whoa, if I don't speak up, you all remain silent, but once one of you does, everyone joins in the fray. What is that all about? Zhao Zhenglong pointed at them, his tone growing urgent. This was a dream car, and with so many vying for it. When would it be his turn? Honestly, whoever this brother wishes to swap with should just do it. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Zhang Lang awkwardly rubbed his nose. Come on, it's just a car. Is it really necessary to get this worked up? He subtly shifted the topic. So, how about we discuss the race? I need to prepare. Upon utterance of this suggestion, a hush fell over the crowd. Zhao Zhenglong took a deep breath, his expression serious. This time, the race will be at Duanlong Mountain in the outskirts, stretching 28 kilometers, featuring 6 treacherous, death-defying curves, famously dubbed the Autumn Leaf Mountain of Magic City. The difficulty even surpasses that of the one in Sakura Country. To be frank, aside from you, we've also enlisted several skilled drivers. And you must compete among yourselves first. Only the winners will qualify for the upcoming race against the SCC Supercar Club. Brother, if you're truly interested, you can participate in the trial race the day after tomorrow at the Tianma Mountain Circuit in Magic City. By the way, your opponents are these individuals. He gestured towards those standing behind him. Zhang Lang cast a glance, offering a friendly nod. To his surprise, those individuals didn't spare him a glance. Snorting disdainfully and turning away, Zhang Lang frowned slightly, acutely sensing their hostility. Although they were competitors, was such animosity truly necessary? He pursed his lips, feeling discontent. Seeing this, Zhao Zhenglong quickly interjected with a laugh. Brother, don't take it to heart. They're just like that. Come on, let us drink. Chapter 27, Tang Palace. Time flew by, and before long, it was already past midnight. Zhang Lang frowned, glancing at the time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he prepared to depart. He had come alone tonight, leaving his younger sister at home, and he felt uneasy, especially since they had just arrived in Magic City. Moreover, to be candid, it was their first meeting, and their relationship had not yet developed to a point of comfort. He found it hard to relax and enjoy himself. He would much rather share a few bottles of beer at a roadside stall with Jiang Hu than remain in this atmosphere. At that moment, Zhao Yinyu chased after him from behind, half-jokingly saying, "Handsome, could you give me a ride?" Zhang Lang glanced sideways at her, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What's this? You're not playing anymore?" "Uft. It's boring. I have to work tomorrow morning." She scoffed, her face full of disdain. "Work? You still need to work?" Zhang Lang questioned incredulously. "Of course. Are you going to support me if I don't?" Zhao Yinyu teased. Zhang Lang rubbed his nose, opting for silence. This wealthy beauty certainly didn't lack money. Her job was probably just a means to pass the time. It seemed Zhao Yinyu could read his thoughts. Rolling her eyes at him, "I'm a police officer, a proud member of the People's Police." Her tone elevated slightly, infused with righteous pride. Zhang Lang gazed at her in astonishment. No wonder she had such an enviable figure, having sculpted a perfect abdominal outline. She was clearly no ordinary police officer. Truth be told, he felt a measure of admiration. If it were him, having grown up in luxury, he would never have chosen to become a police officer. "All right, let us go together then." Zhang Lang agreed readily, this time not refusing. Upon reaching the ground floor, a chill wind swept by, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The alcohol wearing off considerably. Turning around, he noticed Zhao Yinyu hugging her arms, shivering. She approached him, pouting playfully, "Hey, aren't you going to drive over?" "I'm freezing. Why don't you drive?" Zhang Lang asked in confusion. "Because I've been drinking." She retorted. "But I've been drinking too." Zhang Lang rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore her as he turned to look at the roadside. "So how are we getting back?" Zhao Yinyu queried, puzzled. Just then, a low voice interrupted her, and she spotted a Rolls-Royce Phantom racing towards them from afar, adorned with a large logo spelling out Peninsula Hotel. Before arriving, Zhang Lang had anticipated the need for a ride home after drinking, so he had arranged for someone from the company to pick him up. The driver briskly approached, opening the car door with a reserved demeanor. Zhang Lang waved at Zhao Yinyu. "Let us go." "Oh, boss, where to?" The driver, a middle-aged man with white gloves, asked. His gaze fixed ahead. Zhang Lang remained silent, turning to Zhao Yinyu, his eyes inquiring. Driver, please take me to Tang Palace." Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow. Although he had suspected the Zhao siblings were from a well-off background, he was still taken aback. If the Tang Chen Yipin was the king of luxury apartments, then the Tang Palace was the king of villas. Spanning an area of 473,846 square meters, it comprises only 18 buildings, with 8 types of units, categorized into A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. 8 styles combined to create 18 distinct architectural personalities. Each building occupies approximately 500 to 800 square meters, with a land area of around 500 square meters for Mu. Each edifice is worth over 100 million, hailed as the most luxurious residence in Shanghai, with the most expensive unit exceeding 1 billion. In terms of prestige, it surpasses Tangchun Yipin by a significant margin. The medical field indeed brings wealth. Zhang Lang silently marveled, instructing the driver, "Let us go." The car smoothly started, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, however, several other vehicles discreetly followed behind, maintaining a careful distance. "Hey, what does your family do?" Zhao Yinyu asked idly, bored in the car. "Farming," Zhang Lang replied nonchalantly. "Whatever, if you don't want to talk." "So be it," Zhao Yinyu remarked, rolling her eyes. The atmosphere became noticeably tense. Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce came to a gentle halt outside a villa in the Tan Palace. "Thanks. Handsome, if you participate in the competition, I'll be there to cheer you on." Zhao Yinyu exited the vehicle, giving Zhang Lang a fist pump as a gesture of encouragement. "All right, Jiang Lang replied casually, turning to gaze out the window. He couldn't help but marvel at the villa's charm. It was indeed a far cry from residential living, exuding an air of comfort and grandeur. Although the Jiang view at Tangchun Yipin was appealing, the bustling city center was rather noisy. This place, in contrast, was tranquil and picturesque, making it far more suitable for habitation. To be honest, he found himself slightly tempted. Should he consider purchasing a villa here? While Jiang Lang was still mulling over this thought, Zhao Yinyu suddenly pulled out her phone, leaned against the car window, and said, "By the way, let us add each other on WeChat, so we can switch cars later." For an automotive enthusiast, if there was an opportunity to experience such a legendary supercar, one simply had to seize it. She had been contemplating this for some time, which was why she had opted to ride with Jiang Lang. Upon hearing her suggestion, Jiang Lang shook his head in resignation, somewhat astonished by Zhao Yinyu's determination. This scene was clearly witnessed by a couple standing by the villa's window. "Old Zhao, what's going on with your daughter? This is the first time I've seen a man escort her home," Chao Shui observed, puzzled, as she glanced at her husband. "How would I know? You ask me? Who should I ask?" Zhao Liguo replied with an exasperated roll of his eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if someone were about to abscond with his prized cabbage. After a brief exchange, the car window descended, and the vehicle slowly departed. Zhao Yinyu exhaled in relief, shaking the Lamborghini Veneno key in her hand, her face alight with joy. Jiang Lang had just agreed to her request. Tomorrow morning, she could simply retrieve the car from the hotel parking lot. Turning around, she shook her head and prepared to head home when she spotted a man and woman standing at her doorstep, their eyes filled with curiosity. A sudden unease gripped her as she stammered, "Mom and Dad, what are you doing down here? Where's my brother?" "That's my mother, Chao Shui," she said. "Who is that man?" Zhao Ligua glared at Zhao Yinyu. Zhao Yinyu opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. In the bustling metropolis of Tangchun Yipin, the front door creaked open. Jiang Lang trudged in, his face weary, and flicked on the lights. Under the warm illumination, he immediately spotted Jiang Ting curled up on the sofa. "Little sister, what are you doing sleeping here?" Jiang Lang gently patted her cheek. "Brother, you're back." Jiang Ting rubbed her eyes, gazing at him sleepily. "Enough. You should head back to your room and sleep. You might catch a cold," Jiang Lang said with concern. "Oh." Jiang Ting yawned before heading back to her room. Jiang Lang shook his head, about to return to his own room when his phone suddenly chimed. "Boss, tomorrow morning." Chapter 28, The Femme Fatale. The following morning at 10 a.m., in the conference room of the Peninsula Hotel, the atmosphere was heavy, with every seat occupied. This meeting had been announced 3 days prior, leaving many in a state of anxious anticipation. New officials bring their fires. No one knew what the new boss had planned for this day. Gu Banming glanced at her assistant and inquired, "Where's the chairman? Hasn't he arrived yet?" "The chairman instructed us to start the meeting. He is stuck in traffic," the assistant promptly replied. Gu Banming took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the attendees as she calmly stated, "Today, the company is convening a high-level meeting primarily to announce 2 matters." At this moment, 3 kilometers away from the Peninsula Hotel, the streets were filled with the incessant honking of horns. "Damn, how long is this traffic jam going to last?" Jiang Lang exclaimed, peering out of the taxi at the congested street ahead, feeling utterly helpless. Today was indeed the day of the high-level meeting. He had even set his alarm in advance. Who would have thought that halfway through the journey, he would be caught in traffic? He wondered if the meeting was proceeding smoothly or if it was already in disarray. The thought of the personnel list Gu Banming had given him sent shivers down his spine. "I don't know. I heard there was an accident up ahead. It might take another couple of hours," the taxi driver yawned. 2 hours? By then, the flowers will have wilted." Jiang Lang shook his head, focusing outside when suddenly his eyes brightened. A lone shared bicycle stood abandoned by the roadside. His heart leaped with joy. He used to ride shared bikes to work, especially during peak traffic times. It was a lifesaver. Without hesitation, he paid and exited the vehicle. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. First, the hotel will establish a new management rewards and penalties system. Second, the chairman plans to offer 20 of the equity as part of a new incentive program. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as attendees exchanged glances. The new management system instilled fear, but the mention of equity incentives ignited excitement and greed in their eyes. However, before proceeding, there was one more announcement to make. The general manager of the administrative department, Chu Tian, along with Li Yalong from Human Resources, Wang Dong, Zhang Ya, and restaurant supervisor Li Dongwei, manager Shang Chong, please come forward. Congratulations to all those I just named. You have been dismissed. At this proclamation, the conference room fell into a stunned silence, with many eyes widening in disbelief and bodies trembling. Suddenly, an enraged shout erupted. "I refuse to accept this," boomed a rotund man with a receding hairline as he slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Gu Banming. How dare you dismiss employees at will? Do you think this hotel is your family estate? I will report you to the chairman for abuse of power. The crowd turned, astonished. This man was none other than Zhang Chong, the hotel's human resources director, the most senior among those named, and a veteran of over 20 years in the hotel industry. The conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices, with Zhang Chong's allies voicing their support. Yes, how can you just dismiss us? We've been with the group for years. Where would we go? You are going too far. Gu Banming, her lips curling into a cold smile, tossed a stack of documents onto the table. Bang! Zhang Chong stared blankly at the papers in his hands, his expression turning ashen. Within those documents were records detailing his corrupt activities during his tenure at the hotel, including fraudulent expense claims and exploitation of female employees. As he numbly dropped the papers, his eyes locked onto Gu Banming, his lips turning pale. How did you get this? He stammered, his voice trembling. If one wishes to keep secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing, Gu Banming replied, her voice icy as a winter wind, chilling to the bone. Many had abused their positions to line their pockets, but none had exceeded Zhang Chong's depravity, igniting her fury. The victor writes the history. Zhang Chong's face showed a hint of bitterness as he shook his head, seeming to age before their eyes. However, Gu Banming's voice rang out once more. Who said you could leave? Zhang Chong hesitated for a moment, turning to glare at Gu Banming. What do you want? Gu Banming gazed at the other person with a smile that was neither entirely joyful nor entirely serious, her crimson lips parting slightly. I merely wish to request your presence at the police station. The words fell like thunder on a clear day, sending shivers of shock through the crowd. Isn't the matter about dismissal? Why must one face imprisonment? Unperturbed by the onlookers, Gu Banming softly called out towards the door. Come in. As her voice faded, a man and a woman clad in police uniforms entered. If Zhang Lang were present, he would have been taken aback, for the woman was none other than Zhao Yinyu, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. At this moment, she appeared strikingly resolute and commanding in her uniform. Little did anyone know that this talented young woman, Gu Banming, who had emerged from a humble background, shared a sisterly bond with Zhao Yinyu. During their university days, they had been roommates, and it was Zhao Yinyu who had tirelessly assisted Gu Banming in settling down upon her arrival in the bustling metropolis. Today, she returned the favor, entrusting Zhao Yinyu with this significant task while simultaneously ridding the hotel of a troublesome individual. Zhang Chong, we have received reports alleging that you are suspected of committing the crime of insulting women and illegal fundraising. Please accompany us. Zhang Chong's face drained of color, resembling a defeated animal as he lowered his head. Zhao Yinyu exchanged a subtle wink with Gu Banming before escorting Zhang Chong downstairs. Once they departed, silence enveloped the conference room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Many trembled, their eyes darting nervously towards Gu Banming. She inhaled deeply, casting a frigid gaze upon the assembly, particularly those she had singled out. Will you choose to collect your wages from the finance office and leave of your own accord? Or shall I be compelled to escort you out? Her tone remained cold, a chilling iciness permeating the air. I'll leave on my own, one individual blurted out, his heart racing with fear as he dared not harbor any further thoughts. What if Gu Banming, in a fit of displeasure, decided to send him to the police station as well? Who could fathom the secrets she held? In the hotel, how many were truly innocent? He was unwilling to take that gamble. As the individuals exited, the conference room grew notably sparse, its emptiness evoking a sense of desolation. At that moment, a head peeked cautiously inside, wearing an expression of mild embarrassment. Am I late? Chapter 29, The Hotel Networking Gala. In the expansive office of the Peninsula Hotel's president, silence reigned. Zhang Lang sat in the executive chair, his fingers idly tracing circles as he regarded the enchanting woman before him with a mixture of complexity. Goodness, I thought I was ruthless. Yet this young lady proves to be even more formidable. He recalled the scene from the conference room with mixed emotions. Not only had she dismissed everyone on the list without exception, but even the newly proposed two plans had proceeded smoothly. He felt like a mere bystander, watching Gu Banming decisively handle everything without needing to intervene. Shaking his head, he cleared his throat softly. Well then, since all is well, I shall take my leave. The hotel is in your capable hands. He began to withdraw, believing that as the leader, it was sufficient to maintain the overarching direction while leaving the details to others. Moreover, Zhang Lang was acutely aware that he lacked expertise in hotel management, and it was better to remain silent than to offer misguided advice. However, Gu Banming halted his departure. Boss, there is a grand networking gala this evening, attended by local affluent businessmen and renowned entrepreneurs in the hotel industry. The organizers have specifically invited you to meet the new proprietor of the Peninsula Hotel. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, when is it? At 8 p.m. At the Shangri-La Hotel. As night descended, a cold moon nestled among the uneven clouds, casting a silvery glow. Beneath the cool sky, the bustling streets thrived with life. Laughter and chatter filling the air, while couples brushed past each other, and the enticing aromas from street vendors wafted through the night. A black Rolls-Royce glided through the streets, vanishing around a corner, leaving a trail of gasps in its wake. "Boss, we have arrived." The car door swung open, and Gu Banming linked her arm with Zhang Lang as they stepped out. A receptionist hurried over, her demeanor respectful yet slightly anxious. "Good evening. May I ask if you have an invitation?" "One moment," Gu Banming replied, rummaging through her bag to produce an elegantly embossed purple invitation, which she presented. "Very well. Please follow me," the receptionist said with a nod, leading the way. Zhang Lang stole a glance at Gu Banming, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Though it wasn't their first encounter, her stunning appearance tonight was breathtaking, causing his heart to race. With subtle makeup enhancing her features, her hair elegantly piled high, and a fitted black and red gown that perfectly accentuated her curves, she radiated an exquisite allure. The loose V-neckline revealed her delicate collarbone, adorned with a striking blue gemstone pendant. As he attempted to withdraw his arm from her grasp, the warmth of her touch seeped through the thin fabric, igniting a flutter of unease within him. He was not the type to be swayed by mere appearances, yet he could not deny that, at this moment, he felt a stirring in his heart. It reminded him of the early days with his ex-girlfriend, a nostalgia tinged with apprehension. He was a novice in matters of the heart, unwilling to stumble in the same place twice. To his surprise, Gu Banming tightened her grip, lifting her face to regard him with a teasing smile. "Boss, what are you doing? Now that we're here, you're not thinking of leaving, are you?" Her voice held a hint of urgency. Zhang Lang cleared his throat, shaking his head. "Let us go." As they entered the grand hall, the gala was already in full swing. Soft jazz music floated through the air, and the opulent hall was adorned with exquisite blue chandeliers, their lights flickering gently, creating an ethereal ambience. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter and clinking glasses as elegantly dressed men and women mingled, their glasses overflowing with drinks that spilled over amidst the lively chatter. Their arrival stirred a wave of excitement. "Look, the esteemed Gu from the Peninsula Hotel has arrived. Gu is as stunning and gracious as ever. I wonder who will be lucky enough to win her heart. Who is that man beside her? I've never seen him before. Perhaps he is her assistant?" The crowd buzzed with speculation. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, surprised by Gu Banming's popularity. He noticed several individuals casting him hostile glances, as if regarding him as a rival. He turned to the enchanting woman at his side, teasingly remarking, "I hadn't realized your popularity was so vast." As he spoke, he placed his hand possessively on her slender waist, smiling at the few men who had eyed him with disdain. "How dare they glare at me, clinging to your goddess? Let them see if they dare to challenge me." Zhang Lang thought mischievously. Gu Banming stiffened slightly, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue as she gently shook her head, her lips parting to say, "Don't pay them any mind." Zhang Lang nodded, scanning the surroundings as he prepared to find a place to sit. Just then, a portly middle-aged man with a wine glass approached, his eyes glinting with an unsettling interest as he cast his gaze upon Gu Banming. "Surprisingly, President Gu has chosen to grace our evening gala with his presence today. It truly elevates the occasion," he remarked, slowly extending his right hand. Zhang Lang's gaze turned icy, his brow furrowing as though twisted into a knot. For reasons unknown, he found the other man's eyes particularly distasteful and, without a second thought, raised his own hand in response. "I beg your pardon, but our President Gu prefers not to shake hands." "Allow me." A middle-aged man shivered uncomfortably, retracting his arm in a spasm, his eyes glaring at Zhang Lang as he bellowed, "Who do you think you are? Do I know you?" With that, he turned to Gu Banming, exclaiming, "President Gu, is this how your employees conduct themselves, completely lacking in manners?" Before Gu Banming could respond, Zhang Lang scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "Enough, you fat pig. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your intentions. Watch yourself, or I might just slap you." The middle-aged man glared menacingly at Zhang Lang before turning back to Gu Banming, gritting his teeth. "President Gu, you really ought to manage your staff better." Gu Banming was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhang Lang's reaction would be so intense. Wide-eyed, she glanced at him before shaking her head. She then sashayed forward, wrapping her arms around Zhang Lang's, and addressed the middle-aged man with an air of indifference. "I apologize for the misunderstanding, Mr. Li. This gentleman is none other than the chairman of the Peninsula Hotel." The middle-aged man blinked in disbelief, staring at Zhang Lang with astonishment. "You are the mysterious buyer who acquired the Peninsula Hotel?" he exclaimed. "It is well known that the Peninsula Hotel in the Magic City is akin to a golden goose, raking in annual profits exceeding 100 million. Only a fool would sell it. No fierce dragon crosses the river lightly. Anyone in the hotel industry within the Magic City would be both intrigued and intimidated by the enigmatic figure capable of snatching it from the jaws of the Xiangjiang Peninsula Group." At that moment, the venue erupted with hushed whispers, a flurry of speculation regarding Jiang Lang. Is this truly the mysterious buyer? He looks so young. I wonder which noble family he hails from. The middle-aged man's expression fluctuated between disbelief and concern as he took a step back, bowing slightly. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. Jiang Lang let out a derisive snort, watching the man depart without attempting to intervene. Subsequently, a number of guests approached him, extending their greetings. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Zhou Yafu, a director from the Shangri-La Hotel. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet the renowned buyer of the Peninsula Hotel. You are truly a handsome young man. Mr. Jiang, I am a supplier for hotels. If you require anything, we could collaborate. Come, Mr. Jiang, allow me to toast you. Welcome to our hotel networking gala. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, the clinking of glasses resonating throughout the room. Despite it being his first foray into such a commercial event, Jiang Lang appeared to thrive in the environment, raising his glass and engaging in jovial banter with the crowd. Thank you all for your kind words. I must take a call, Jiang Lang declared, feigning a need for privacy as he retreated to a corner sofa. This is dreadfully boring, he muttered, rolling his eyes and sighing in relief as he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing Gu Banming still engrossed in conversation with other hotel executives and directors, he shook his head in resignation. He casually picked up a snack from the table and took a bite, his eyes lighting up. Oh, this is quite delicious. Just as Jiang Lang was savoring the delicacy, Gu Banming, twirling her hair, sauntered over to sit beside him, a refreshing fragrance enveloping him. Why did you come over here alone? She inquired. I find it rather dull. Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Boss, our hotel has severed ties with the Peninsula Group. We are rather vulnerable now. And if we wish to continue our operations in the Magic City, we must navigate these waters carefully. Moreover, in 6 months, the rights to our name will be reclaimed by Xiangjiang, meaning we cannot continue to use the Peninsula Hotel brand for promotion, she said, her brow furrowing and her expression growing grave. Jiang Lang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Losing the Peninsula brand would undoubtedly spell disaster for their business. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, is it possible to purchase the naming rights? A lease extension would suffice. Yes, but do not expect just a lease extension. It would be 1 billion per year. She replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Damn, what an outrageous demand. Why don't you just rob a bank? Jiang Lang could not help but slam his palm on the table, his eyes blazing with indignation. If the circumstances had been different, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Truth be told, a mere billion was inconsequential. He could earn that in a day, but such predatory behavior infuriated him. Just as he pondered how to remedy the situation, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. It has been detected that the host is troubled by hotel affairs. A new mission has been dispatched. Mission, the fury of the tycoon. How can a mere hotel group cause distress to the esteemed tycoon? Establish your exclusive hotel and make it known that the hotel industry is not a playground for everyone. Conditions. 1. Rebrand the hotel, establishing a new brand. 2. Open a branch in each of the 4 super first-tier cities, Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen. 3. Open a branch in each of the world's 10 major cities, New York, Beijing, Tokyo, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Sydney, Singapore, Paris, Dubai, London. Note, newly established hotels must not be rated below 5 stars. Reward, 1 private island. Ding. Insufficient funds detected. To assist the host in completing the mission, hotel aid funds are available. Hotel assistance funds. Up to 1 billion can be obtained for each hotel established. These funds may only be used for hotel development and planning. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue glimmering in his gaze. Turning to Gu Banming, he half-jokingly suggested, what if we create our own brand and go solo? Boss, please don't jest. If we lose the Peninsula brand, I assure you, our occupancy rate will plummet below 10% by tomorrow. Gu Banming rolled her beautiful eyes at him, exasperated. At that point, we won't just struggle to make a profit. We might end up losing our shirts. 1 billion a year for a brand name. While it is costly, at least there's still a chance to profit. Jiang Lang shook his head, responding coolly, that won't do. In the short term, it may benefit us, but in the long run, we will remain at the mercy of others. A flicker of insight sparkled in Gu Banming's eyes as she regarded the man before her. With a teasing tone, she asked, then, what do you propose we do, boss? I'm all ears. Jiang Lang shook his head, glancing around before stating, let us discuss this further at another time. This setting is not ideal. All right. Gu Banming nodded in agreement, picking up her bag to leave. She, too, found such gatherings distasteful, yet sometimes one is compelled to attend. Since the boss had spoken, what more was there to linger for? Moreover, she was genuinely curious about Jiang Lang's forthcoming words, harboring a premonition that what lay ahead would exceed her expectations. However, just as they were about to rise and depart, The grand entrance of the venue swung open with a resounding bang. A young man clad in a lavish purple suit, sporting slicked-back hair and holding a bouquet of roses, barged in, followed by a cadre of bodyguards in black suits. "Menger, where are you?" he shouted, unabashedly, like a brazen scion of wealth. "Good grief. Why is this brat back again?" Young Master Jiang truly remains infatuated with President Gu, it seems. A spectacle is about to unfold. Whispers filled with a sense of schadenfreude swept through the crowd as their gazes turned towards the two individuals in the corner. Jiang Lang, somewhat bewildered, could not help but exclaim, "Who is this person? So arrogant." Gu Banming's expression shifted, her delicate features revealing a hint of anger. He is a local rich second generation, involved in real estate, and his influence should not be underestimated. He has been pursuing me for some time, but I have no affection for him. With that, she grasped Jiang Lang's arm and urged, "Boss, let us leave quickly, or we shall be entangled." However, their movements caught the attention of the young master, who immediately pursued them. "Menger, wait for me. Don't run away." He rose to intercept them. "Jiang Beiqing, step aside." Gu Banming retorted, her gaze fierce. "And who gave you the right to call me Menger? We are not that close. Not a chance." Jiang Beiqing scoffed, a tone of disdain lacing his words. Observing Gu Banming holding onto Jiang Lang's hand, a flicker of anger crossed his face. "You wretched thing, I command you to release your hold." Chapter 31. If you dare to strike me, you shall face dire consequences. Jiang Lang's brow furrowed momentarily before he relaxed. He had no intention of provoking the man, as his relationship with Gu Banming was merely that of superior and subordinate. The dynamics of courtship were none of his concern, and he felt no obligation to intervene. However, to be unjustly berated was intolerable. He was no pushover. Gradually, he lowered his hand to rest upon Gu Banming's waist, a sly smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Jiang Beiqing with contempt. "Not only will I not release her, but I shall embrace her. What will you do about it?" Gu Banming felt a slight tremor run through her body, her cheeks flushing as she shot Jiang Lang an admonishing glance. The scene before Jiang Beiqing sent him into a furious frenzy. After encountering Gu Banming in America, he was utterly captivated. Having pursued her relentlessly, he never anticipated someone else would claim her first. He turned to his bodyguards and bellowed, "Follow me, and deal with this scoundrel." Gu Banming's complexion paled, her voice rising in protest. "Jiang Beiqing, how dare you? What do I have to fear? He is merely a pretty boy." Jiang Beiqing retorted angrily. Panic surged within Gu Banming as she stepped in front of Jiang Lang, exclaiming, "You cannot harm him. He is the chairman of our hotel, and I will never harbor feelings for you, so abandon your hopes." Jiang Beiqing paused, momentarily taken aback. He was unaware of any changes at the Magic City Peninsula Hotel, but dismissed it without concern. His family was deeply entrenched in real estate, worth billions, and he feared no one aside from a select few heirs. He sneered, "If you do not like me, do you fancy him instead? It is just a dilapidated hotel. What could it possibly offer you? Follow me, and you shall experience true luxury." His words elicited frowns from the crowd, while others may not comprehend. Those who had labored in the hotel industry for decades understood the significance. The Magic City Peninsula Hotel was established with an investment of $285.8 billion, and its value had undoubtedly surged since. To dismiss such a prestigious establishment as mere ruins was an affront to their years of toil. Yet, the onlookers were too intimidated to voice their dissent, fearing repercussions. Gu Banming felt a chill in her heart, her voice trembling with indignation. "You will be silent." Since arriving in Magic City, she had dedicated herself to the Peninsula Hotel, pouring her heart and soul into her work. If she sought a partner, her beauty would attract suitors aplenty. Was all her hard work for naught? Jiang Beiqing disregarded her entirely, directing his scorn towards Jiang Lang. "If you possess any courage, step out from behind the woman." Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, patting Gu Banming's shoulder to reassure her. "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing at all. I merely wish to eliminate you," Jiang Beiqing declared, his arrogance palpable as he disregarded the law. With that, he raised his hand to strike Jiang Lang. This blatant provocation ignited Jiang Lang's anger. He had never expected to encounter such brazen insolence in this day and age. Reacting swiftly, he raised his left arm to block while delivering a powerful kick with his right. The impact echoed through the room as Jiang Beiqing fell to the ground with a muffled grunt, the sound resonating ominously. Beat him mercilessly," Jiang Beiqing screeched, his voice laced with madness. Throughout his life, no one had dared to lay a hand upon him. He dictated his will, and others bowed to it. The 4 bodyguards accompanying Jiang Beiqing trembled at the sight of their master being struck. How could they explain this upon their return? With eyes gleaming with fury, they charged at Jiang Lang, fists raised. The venue erupted into chaos, a scene of utter pandemonium. Alone, Jiang Lang found himself outmatched by the bodyguards. He could only defend and retreat. Security. Where's security? Gu Banming cried frantically, her eyes swollen, her voice hoarse. Stop. Please, do not fight. Jiang Beiqing laughed maniacally, his arrogance unyielding. Fight. What could possibly happen that the Jiang family cannot withstand? The onlookers grew increasingly anxious, especially the event organizers, whose faces turned ashen. After all, Zhang Lang was their invited guest. A brawl at the event was a direct affront to their reputation. Without giving it a second thought, they shouted, "Cease this at once. Young Master Jiang, you have gone too far." Jiang Beicheng, casting not a glance at them, coldly ordered, "Get lost." Zhang Lang braced himself, absorbing a bodyguard's kick with a grunt, crashing into tables and chairs as they toppled. He glared at his assailant, fury igniting in his eyes. These people are mad. Helpless. He realized that by the time assistance arrived, he might be severely beaten. In frustration, he mentally scolded the system. Where are you? Why haven't you intervened? You usually issue tasks so promptly. Now, I'm on the brink of being pummeled. At that moment, a long-awaited voice chimed in, detecting host in life-threatening danger. Issuing special mission. Mission, the wrath of the tycoon. As a tycoon, being assaulted is not only an affront to the host, but also a degradation of this system. The Jiang family shall face ruin. Conditions. 1. Defeat Jiang family bodyguards. 2. Viciously thrash Jiang Beiqing. 3. Overthrow the Jiang family. Reward, Elite Shield Bodyguard Company. To respond to this crisis, the host's physical attributes will be enhanced to their absolute limits. A surge of terrifying power coursed through Jiang Lang's body, akin to a ferocious beast awakening within him. Unseen by others, his muscles bulged beneath his clothing, reminiscent of a dragon's resurgence. Begone, Jiang Lang bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder, causing the crowd to flinch. Before the bodyguards could react, he retaliated with a powerful punch. The impact sent one bodyguard soaring through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The remaining 3 bodyguards were left aghast, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Jiang Beiqing, equally taken aback, widened his eyes in utter disbelief at Jiang Lang. The situation, which was seemingly stable, took a sudden turn as the man transformed into a different persona, knocking someone out with a single punch. As Jiang Lang drew closer, anxiety gripped him, prompting him to bellow at the remaining bodyguards, "Stop him at once." The guards exchanged glances, their resolve steeling as they charged at Jiang Lang, their teeth clenched. However, Jiang Lang's formidable physique rendered him akin to an impenetrable steel plate. He did not even attempt to evade their attacks, absorbing their blows as though they were mere tickles. He swung his fists with abandon. Although he had learned a couple of techniques from his father in his youth, his fighting style remained rudimentary, yet devoid of any martial prowess. His terrifying physicality ensured that each punch carried the weight of a mountain. The resounding thuds sent the assailants fleeing, clutching their heads in despair. At this point, Jiang Beiqing could no longer contain himself. He instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling. "Don't come any closer. I warn you. I am a member of the Jiang family. If you dare to touch me, you're finished." Chapter 32. The sound of slaps echoed incessantly. Gu Banming's beautiful eyes flickered as she stood motionless, watching Jiang Lang, who was displaying extraordinary prowess. She was overwhelmingly surprised. She had never anticipated that Jiang Lang could be so formidable, even managing to turn the tables in a 4-on-1 confrontation. What astounding physical capabilities he possessed. Women are often drawn to strength, and she was no exception. Having already felt a burgeoning curiosity for her new boss, especially after he empowered her following the hotel acquisition with new systems and proposals that made her feel as though she would die for someone who understood her, nothing could compare to the shock of witnessing Jiang Lang's incredible strength in this moment. Such a robust man stirred her emotions, leaving her involuntarily tightening her legs. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Jiang Lang took deliberate steps toward Jiang Beiqing, towering over him with a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. What do you want?" Jiang Beiqing stammered, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "What do I want?" Jiang Lang mused aloud, suddenly raising his right hand, summoning a gust of wind. A sharp slap reverberated throughout the venue, sending 2 bloodied incisors soaring through the air. Jiang Beiqing felt darkness envelop him, stars dancing before his eyes, as he spun like a ballet dancer before collapsing onto the floor. "You're done for. You dare strike me? My Jiang family will not let you off." Jiang Beiqing's gaze was vacant as he covered his face, mumbling foolishly through the gaps left by his missing teeth. "Let me off?" Jiang Lang murmured with a sardonic smile before his expression hardened into one of furious rage, bellowing, "Do I need your mercy? Damn it!" His fury ignited like wildfire. What should have been a pleasant gathering turned into a brutal assault. Who was he to seek justice from? The ruthlessness of Jiang Beiqing was beyond anything he had ever encountered, resorting to violence over mere disagreement, completely disregarding the law. Had it not been for the system, he feared that after tonight, he might end up living the remainder of his life in a chair, a sobering possibility. With this thought, he grasped Jiang Beiqing's hair, dragging him into view, and raised his free hand to deliver a series of resounding slaps. The sharp sounds punctuated the air like a beautiful symphony, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Jiang Beiqing's face was already swollen beyond recognition, bruised and battered. Even his own mother would likely fail to recognize him. "I am sorry. Please stop," Jiang Beiqing implored, his voice hoarse and pitiful, saliva uncontrollably dribbling from the corners of his mouth. Zhang Lang was about to continue his onslaught when Gu Banming hurried over, clutching Zhang Lang's arm with an anxious expression. "Old boss, stop. The police are coming. If you keep this up, someone might get killed." Her voice trembled with worry and fear. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Lang released Jiang Beiqing, watching as the man curled up in pain on the ground, his own rage dissipating. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. "Everyone, stay where you are." A commanding voice rang out. A formidable rose, accompanied by a team of officers, stormed in, eyes sharp and authoritative. The person leading them was none other than Zhao Yinyu, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. In the dimly lit interrogation room of the Magic City Public Security Bureau, the only source of light was a solitary bulb hanging from the wall, casting a faint glow over the cramped space of less than 10 square meters. Zhang Lang sat upright, while a bruised Jiang Beiqing slumped beside him. Perhaps to avoid any semblance of bias, the interrogation was conducted not by Zhao Yinyu, but rather by a middle-aged male officer. He asked questions, and Zhang Lang provided straightforward answers. The matter was uncomplicated. He responded truthfully to each inquiry, with surveillance footage from the venue leaving little room for favoritism. Unless, of course, the Zhang family had some clandestine connections. Yet Zhang Lang remained unperturbed. Despite lacking any overt official protection, Zhao Yinyu was still driving his car, indebted to him for a favor, and being a close friend of Gu Banming. She could not possibly neglect him. Moreover, he was no insignificant figure. Not only was he the chairman of the Peninsula Hotel, but also a major shareholder of Huya. With an entire building of Tomson Riviera under his name, anyone who sought to challenge him would need to think twice. Outside, Gu Banming anxiously observed Zhao Yinyu, her face wrought with concern. "Xiao Yinzi, are we going to be okay? Will we end up in jail?" Zhao Yinyu rubbed her temples in exasperation. She had already explained the situation countless times on the way here, yet this girl, clearly flustered, kept asking the same questions. It was apparent that her friend had developed feelings for Zhang Lang, even if she had yet to realize it herself. Shaking her head in resignation, she reassured, "Don't worry, Zhang Lang was not the aggressor, and there were 5 of them. They acted in a group, and their behavior can certainly be classified as exceedingly malicious. He can be considered to have acted in self-defense. At worst, it will be mutual combat. There is nothing to fear." After speaking, Zhao Yinyu gazed into the distance, her expression dismissive. An elderly couple, appearing to be in their 60s and accompanied by a lawyer, sat together, their faces contorted with rage. She recognized them as Jiang Beiqing's parents, powerful tycoons in the real estate sector of Magic City. Perhaps due to their late-in-life child, they had indulged Jiang Beiqing excessively, which had fostered his arrogant demeanor, yet they had not anticipated this time they would encounter a formidable opponent. Upon hearing Zhao Yinyu's words, Jiang Beiqing's mother jumped to her feet, behaving like a shrew, and began to berate Zhao Yinyu. "What do you mean self-defense? Did you not see how brutally he beat my son?" Her insults were sharp and relentless. "He is nothing but a scoundrel, a disgrace." Turning her ire toward Gu Banming, she spat, "And you harlot. My son is fortunate to have taken a liking to you. What right do you have to refuse him?" Zhao Yinyu frowned, her voice low as she admonished. "Who gave you the audacity to shout in a police station? Do you wish to spend a few days inside?" Instantly, the woman fell silent. Her face pale as fear gripped her, unable to voice her anger. Observing their diminished stature, Zhao Yinyu smirked. While others may fear the Jiang family, she, Zhao Yinyu, did not. As the daughter of the Zhao family, she wielded that privilege. Just then, the door swung open. Jiang Lang emerged, stretching his limbs, looking relaxed, with a battered Jiang Beiqing trailing behind him. Upon seeing her son, the elderly woman's expression turned to one of anguish as she rushed towards Jiang Beiqing, crying, "Xiao Bei, are you all right?" "Mom, I'm fine." Jiang Beiqing shook his head gently, offering some comfort to his mother before casting a subtle, icy glance at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling chill creeping up his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and barked, still staring, "Do you believe I want to give you a resounding slap?" Chapter 33, The New Group. At the Rinheng Riverside Garden in the Magic City, the atmosphere was tense. "No, don't. Be good. Just hold on a little longer. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to scream." "Ah." Gu Banming couldn't help but roll her eyes at Zhang Lang, giving his shoulder a light pat as she said nonchalantly, "It's all done. Stop pretending." Zhang Lang rubbed his shoulder, awkwardly rising to his feet with a sheepish smile. "Thank you for your trouble." Those who have truly engaged in a brawl understand that the pain is often obscured during the fight. The brain instinctively dulls most of the sensation. When adrenaline surges, one feels invincible, as if impervious to harm. However, once the confrontation ceases, a profound soreness envelopes the body, revealing the injuries sustained. After leaving the police station, Gu Banming drove her Audi A4 to take Zhang Lang home, but she couldn't help but stop halfway. With no hospitals nearby, she decided to visit a pharmacy to procure some ointment for bruises before heading home. Glancing at Zhang Lang, Gu Banming calmly shook her head, her expression cool, though a faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Zhang Lang stifled a laugh, looking down in astonishment. After undergoing systematic enhancement, his physique had transformed remarkably. His once modest belly had morphed into chiseled abdominal muscles, and his well-defined pectorals could evoke envy even in those who possessed ample curves. Strong, radiant, and brimming with masculine vitality, Zhang Lang surveyed the modest apartment, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Is this where you live?" He was perplexed. After all, Gu Banming was the president of a hotel chain, earning a substantial salary of 2 to 3 million annually. Yet, her dwelling was surprisingly humble, a duplex apartment comprising a living room, a bathroom, and a minuscule kitchen below, with only a bed upstairs for rest. While it was undoubtedly an improvement over his previous living conditions, it hardly befitted someone of Gu Banming's stature. Gu Banming pressed her lips together, offering an awkward smile without responding, as if hiding something. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Zhang Lang scratched his head, uncertain of what he had said amiss. After donning a jacket he found on the sofa, he contemplated and softly proposed, "How about this? I'll find you a new apartment soon." Gu Banming paused, her expression shifting to one of amusement as she gazed at Zhang Lang, a half-smile playing on her lips. "Boss, no reward comes without effort. Besides, I'm quite content living here. I can't imagine the rent for a different place. I won't charge you rent. It would be easy to secure you a larger space. Oh, and I'll even get you a car." At this, Gu Banming could no longer contain herself. She eyed Zhang Lang with disbelief, hesitating before stammering, "Boss, I'm not that kind of person." If you're suggesting that, her voice quivered slightly. "What are you on about?" Zhang Lang stared blankly for a moment, his expression a mixture of confusion and exasperation. "Ahem, you've misunderstood me. This is a company benefit. As the president of the hotel in the new group, your daily travels represent our company's image. We cannot afford to be careless." Gu Banming regarded Zhang Lang with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "New group? What do you mean?" Zhang Lang's demeanor shifted to one of rare seriousness as he pressed his lips together and said slowly, "I plan to establish a new hotel group. Let us call it the Imperial Prestige Hotel. As for the current Magic City Peninsula Hotel, it will undergo a name change once the naming rights expire. Furthermore, I intend to construct new hotels in the 4 major first-tier cities in the country and the top 10 cities globally. With an estimated investment of $10 billion for each hotel, you will be the project's chief supervisor. And I expect you to present a project proposal within a week so we can commence the plan. I have ample funds, and there must be no errors. Upon the project's success, you will be promoted to president of the Imperial Prestige Group, with your shareholding unchanged." Gu Banming was left speechless, swallowing hard, her face a portrait of shock as she stared at Zhang Lang. "Boss, are you serious? The 4 major first-tier cities and the top 10 cities globally. Even if the capital and the Magic City overlap, we're still talking about 12 hotels? 10 billion each. That totals to $120 billion. Even the most affluent individuals could not possibly produce such liquidity at once." As she spoke, she instinctively raised her right hand to Zhang Lang's forehead, bewildered. "You're not feverish, are you? Have you been knocked silly?" Zhang Lang swatted her hand away with irritation, replying earnestly, "What fever? I'm being serious. Tomorrow, you'll go open a new account, and I'll transfer the funds to you. You'll see then." Realizing Zhang Lang was not jesting, Gu Banming took a deep breath, her heart racing with astonishment. What manner of identity did her new boss possess? This was $120 billion. Was he perhaps from a legendary hidden family or a descendant of some noble lineage? Lost in her thoughts, yet aware of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before her, she straightened her posture and nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, boss." As those words left her lips, Zhang Lang noticed a number flashing above Gu Banming's head, which eventually stabilized at 95. His heart leaped. This indicated that he had successfully won her loyalty. She had become his subordinate, no his ally. Moreover, her loyalty was even higher than that of Jiang, who at the outset, ding, detected the host has recruited a high-caliber talent. The effects of the Big Shot title have been enhanced. Big Shot Prestige. Wearing this title increases one's prestige among others, significantly facilitating the allegiance of high-level talents. Even without constant oversight, the company will run autonomously, minimizing disorder. Eye of the Big Shot. Big shots are astute individuals, adept at discerning others. They can now assess the loyalty of all employees within their sphere of influence. Both effects have been upgraded, with the Big Shot prestige now allowing for independent operation of the company. The Eye of the Big Shot has also become more potent. It can now evaluate the loyalty of all employees, not just subordinates. This implies that upon returning to hold a meeting, anyone with a loyalty score below 60 can be dismissed without hesitation. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Zhang Lang found himself unable to resist engaging in further discussion with Gu Banmeng. However, it was primarily Gu Banmeng who spoke, with Zhang Lang listening and occasionally offering suggestions. As the captain of the ship, he understood that he only needed to steer the general direction while allowing others to manage the details. Unbeknownst to them, night had deepened. Chapter 34. What to call you, aunt or mother? It's getting late. I should head back, Zhang Lang remarked, glancing out the window. The streets lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. Gu Banmeng raised an eyebrow, hesitating before softly suggesting, "Why don't you stay here for the night? It's not safe outside." Her head dipped slightly, obscuring her expression, and her voice dropped to a whisper. Zhang Lang almost doubted his ears. The air suddenly grew somewhat ambiguous, revealing an unusual scent. Zhang Lang swallowed hard, staring blankly at the other person, his heart pounding fiercely. A rustling sound emanated from the bathroom, akin to the soft whispers of a devil. Stirring one's emotions, Zhang Lang sat upright on the living room sofa, motionless as he gazed at the film playing on the television. However, the ears that perked up betrayed his restless heart, his eyes flitting toward the bathroom door not far away. Under the dim yellow light, he could vaguely perceive the world within. It was shrouded in mist, where a beautiful sprite bathed in water, her hands delicate as tender shoots, skin as smooth as cream. With graceful lines, singing melodiously, Zhang Lang took a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. No, a true man must learn to control himself. He muttered under his breath, picking up his phone to scroll through videos, hoping to divert his attention. Yet, upon opening his phone, he discovered it was inundated with messages. Among them, his little sister inquired about what time he would return home. Zhang Hu sent a message inviting him for drinks. And Song Chengwu asked whether he would still attend the trial tomorrow. The rest were predominantly from the streamer, ECU. Lang Gu, when will you come play with me? Lang Gu, I'm streaming now, come over when you can. Lang Gu, I'm done streaming, what are you doing? In short, the influx of messages left Zhang Lang feeling somewhat peculiar, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his former self. A devoted admirer, just like how he had once been with Zhang Xiaoman. He shook his head and scrolled to the end. Lang Gu, this is my new outfit. Do you think it looks good? She sent a series of over 10 pictures, each one unique. There were enticing uniforms, black stockings, ultra-short skirts, and swimsuits. Every image was high definition and provocative, leaving Zhang Lang exhilarated. One particular photo of her cosplaying as Mai Shiranui from King of Fighters left him astounded, prompting him to quickly save it. The girl, lacking in modesty, wore nothing beneath her garment. What was more astonishing was that with just 2 scraps of fabric, she managed to maintain such an impressive figure. He wrinkled his nose, replied to all the messages, and upon noticing the lack of further replies, prepared to scroll through videos anew. Suddenly, a video call from his mother popped up. "Hello, Mom. Why are you still awake at this hour?" "Oh dear. Your father is drunk again, and I just got him settled into bed." Zhang Lang frowned and said, "I told you not to let him drink. He always gets wasted." "Oh, you know how it is, if it weren't for..." Zhou Hong paused, as this was a painful topic for the family. After Zhang Lang's father, Zhang Lijun, returned from military service and married his mother, he intended to carve out a successful career, even establishing a shoe manufacturing factory locally. Everything seemed to flourish. However, he unwittingly fell victim to a partner's betrayal, accumulating debts of over 5 million. Understand that this was during the early 2000s, when the average salary was merely 700 to 800 yuan, and in their small county, it was barely over 300. To repay the debts, they not only sold the factory at a loss, but even the house they had painstakingly bought in the city. The family returned home in disgrace. From that point onward, Jiang Lijun drowned his sorrows in alcohol, perpetually inebriated. Over the years, the family was entirely reliant on Zhou Hong's efforts. Zhou Hong shook her head and casually changed the subject. "Never mind about him. What about your little sister? She has been there for so long without a single call. Doesn't she have a mother?" Her voice was tinged with a hint of resentment. Zhang Lang's brow twitched slightly as he replied calmly. She is already asleep. I'll have her call you tomorrow, if that is all right." "All right then, you should get some rest as well. I'll hang up now." Zhou Hong, not suspecting anything, waved her hand to end the call. At that moment, The bathroom door swung open. "Oh boss, why are you still awake?" Gu Banming's voice was soft and sweet. Zhang Lang's heart raced uncontrollably. He stiffly turned his head, a look of despair on his face. Before him stood Gu Banming, breathtakingly beautiful, wrapped in a towel. Her long neck revealing a delicate bosom, partially concealed. She radiated natural beauty, unadorned and pure. However, at that moment, Zhang Lang had no desire to admire this enchanting scene. The next instant, a thunderous voice erupted from the phone. "You little rascal, didn't you say your sister was asleep? Why do I hear a woman's voice nearby? Have you become so bold as to deceive your mother? Turn the camera so I can see whose daughter's voice is so melodious." Zhou Hong's voice was evidently excited, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhang Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of being caught in a compromising situation. But the problem was, she's my mother. Does she have to be this audacious? Beside him, Gu Banming was equally stunned, her expression frozen in shock. Furrowing her brow, she fixed her gaze on Zhang Lang, as if seeking guidance on how to proceed. Seeing Zhang Lang equally flustered, she regained her composure, took a deep breath, and sat beside him. Instantly, a faint fragrance enveloped him, causing Zhang Lang's nostrils to flare and his heart to race uncontrollably. "Auntie, hello, my name is Gu Banming. Just call me Ming." She smiled gently at the camera, her bright eyes and pearly teeth captivating. Zhou Hong beamed with delight, her gaze resembling that of a mother assessing a prospective daughter-in-law, nodding incessantly. Good, good. This girl is truly lovely. No need to call me auntie, just call me mom." Zhang Lang nearly spewed his soda, hastily clarifying, "No, mom, you've misunderstood." He realized how formidable his mother was, but never anticipated she could be this bold. In that moment, he comprehended why his little sister had always been so fearless. It was evidently hereditary. However, before he could finish, Zhou Hong interrupted. "Shut up. Leave. I'm not talking to you." Turning to Gu Banming, she continued, "Let us keep chatting. Where are you from?" Time flew by, and half an hour had swiftly passed as the two remained engrossed in conversation. Suddenly, Zhang Lijun's voice echoed from the phone. "Wife, where are you? Bring me a glass of water." His voice was hoarse, clearly quite inebriated. "Coming." Zhou Hong turned her head to call out, then glanced back at the phone screen. "I'll hang up for now, dear. If that little rascal bullies you, just let me know, and I'll take care of him. By the way, make sure to come by and visit when you have time." "Okay, auntie, goodbye." Gu Banming giggled, covering her mouth with a smile. As soon as the call ended, Zhang Lang slumped on the sofa, feeling utterly disheartened. Why did she have to bring up the fact that he wet the bed until he was 10? Does he not have any dignity? Gu Banming gazed at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, teasingly remarking, "Boss, I never expected you to still be like this at the age of 10. Unbeknownst to her, draped in a bath towel, she had inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her alluring figure, akin to the delicate jade of mutton fat, causing one's heart to race. A cough interrupted Zhang Lang, who hastily interjected, You should get some rest. I'm going to take a shower." With that, he dashed into the bathroom. The cool water cascaded over him, its chill awakening his senses. After a sigh of relief, he turned off the shower, dried himself, and donned his clothes before emerging. His eyes fell upon Gu Banming, curled up on the sofa in the living room, covered by a thin blanket, clearly lost in slumber. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, pondering, "Is she really so trusting of me?" Suddenly, he recalled the ancient figure Lu Xiaohui, who must have felt equally troubled. Once a paragon of virtue, he now faced the dilemma of becoming a beast or something even less. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, shaking his head before ascending the stairs. He was acutely aware that Gu Banming had graciously ceded her bedroom to him. Although slightly embarrassed, he felt justified. After all, I am the boss. However, in the darkness, Zhang Lang remained oblivious to the subtle flutter of Gu Banming's long lashes on the sofa. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of golden light into the room. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying warmth through the window. Zhang Lang lazily stretched and blinked awake. The beige ceiling and pink vanity adorned the room, which, though modest in size, exuded a warmth unique to a young girl. The sound of heels clicking against the stairs echoed. "Boss, it's time to wake up. Breakfast is ready," Gu Banming announced as she pushed open the door, her charming smile directed at Zhang Lang. "Wait," Zhang Lang stammered, his heart racing as their eyes met. A blush crept across her cheeks as she discreetly glanced downward, then calmly averted her gaze, saying, "Breakfast is ready. You can come down now." With that, she turned to leave, her steps slightly hurried. Zhang Lang chuckled softly, glancing down and muttering, "Is it my fault if I prefer sleeping in the nude? What man doesn't he enjoy that?" He shook his head, rising from the bed. After hastily dressing, he braced himself and descended the stairs. "Wow, you're up quite early," Zhang Lang greeted awkwardly. Gu Banming cast a brief glance at him before entering the kitchen, where she placed a bowl of beef noodles in front of him. I didn't have many ingredients, so I just made a simple bowl of noodles, she said apologetically. The aroma wafted through the air, a delightful blend of beef, vegetables, noodles, and broth that was utterly tantalizing. Wow, this smells amazing, Zhang Lang exclaimed, genuinely surprised by Gu Banming's culinary skills. He hadn't anticipated that such a high-powered CEO would possess the ability to cook, although it was merely a bowl of simple beef noodles. It spoke volumes of her talent. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate, able to grace the halls and master the kitchen, he remarked, shaking his head in admiration. Gu Banming blushed at his praise, clearly pleased. You should try it first, no more flattery. All right, I'll dig in, Zhang Lang replied nonchalantly, picking up his chopsticks to take a bite. The rich beef broth mingled with the noodles, bursting with flavor in his mouth. Your skills are impressive. Though it might be a tad salty, Zhang Lang commented, nodding in approval. Really? I might have added too much salt. I'll make another bowl. Gu Banming's face turned slightly anxious, her voice rising a pitch. Zhang Lang waved his hand dismissively. No worries. I have a strong palate. I prefer bold flavors. He finished the bowl of broth in a matter of moments, patting his stomach in satisfaction. Gu Banming watched him with a hidden smile, and after clearing the dishes, she said calmly, Boss, can we leave now? Zhang Lang, puzzled, asked leave? Where to? Her tone turned slightly melancholic. Boss, you're not going to work. But I still need to go, she added. And don't you remember what you said yesterday? The vision Zhang Lang had painted ignited her enthusiasm, making her eager to return to the company and rally the team for action. Once successful, it would be a true turning point in life. Zhang Lang chuckled awkwardly. All right, let us go. Downstairs in the community, Gu Banming sat in her Audi A4, looking at Zhang Lang and asking, Boss, are you sure you don't need me to drive you? No need. Just head back to the company. He replied. Okay, then I'll be off, she said, watching Zhang Lang leave before he shrugged, preparing to head home for a brief nap. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, who is it? Lang Gu. It's me. Song Chingwu. There's a trial match today. Are you coming? Song Chingwu's voice was urgent. Zhang Lang yawned lazily. I'll send you my location. Come pick me up. Zhao Yinyu hasn't returned my car yet. Zhao Yinyu? The young lady Zhao? Yeah. All right, I'll be right over. Just wait. After hanging up, Zhang Lang furrowed his brow. He wondered if he should buy a few more cars. Having just one borrowed meant he was stuck taking public transport, which hardly reflected his affluent status. At the Shanghai Tianma racing circuit, the track spanned 63 kilometers with 14 turns. One of only 2 professional racing circuits in the Yangtze River Delta, a sanctuary for test driving, training, and racing enthusiasts. Where's everyone? Zhao Zhenlong, the young master of the Zhao family, squinted at the blazing sun, muttering to himself. He turned to the crowd, shouting, Old one, call your brother and tell him to hurry up. We only have half an hour until it starts. Song Chungwen nodded slightly, giving an okay gesture as he prepared to pick up the phone. Just then, a roaring sound echoed from afar. The unmistakable growl of a supercar, like a slumbering beast awakening, quickened everyone's pulse. A blue Ferrari LaFerrari drifted into the center of the circuit, leaving a long trail of tire marks. Whoa, a straight-line drift? This isn't a technique from a game. How is it possible in reality? Everyone exchanged glances, suddenly struck by the thought. This person is skilled. Old one, isn't that your brother's car? When did he become so impressive? Zhao Zhenlong exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment as he looked at Song Chingwen. Song Chingwen, equally bewildered, scratched his head, suddenly realizing something, his eyes lighting up. Someone else is driving it, he declared with certainty. As he spoke, the passenger door of the LaFerrari swung open, and a figure stumbled out, covering their mouth. Ugh! Song Chungwu doubled over, vomiting uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. Are you all right? Zhang Lang scratched his head, his voice filled with concern. I'm fine. Ugh! Song Chingwu waved his hand dismissively, but before he could finish, he retched again. At that moment, he regretted his choices deeply. Had I known, I would not have changed drivers. Though I am not a professional racer, I have been around cars since childhood, and I never anticipated that today would nearly steal my breath away. Indeed, speed and thrill are experiences not meant for everyone. His expression soured slightly as he shook his head and propped himself up on his knees to stand. At that moment, Zhao Zhenlong and his entourage jogged over, their faces painted with mischievous glee as they looked at Song Chungwu, their expressions brimming with schadenfreude. Oh dear, little Wu, you really can't handle it, can you? You actually threw up. This is hilarious. I think you should be expelled from our club for not being able to handle a ride. Haha. By this time, Song Chingwu had regained most of his composure and shot them a glare, retorting irritably, Get lost, you lot. What do you know? He then turned to Zhang Lang, raising his thumb in admiration. Impressive, Brother Lang. No one could fathom the shock he felt inside. Only those who shared the ride with Zhang Lang understood the extent of his extraordinary driving skills, which bordered on the miraculous. Throughout the journey, he had not once touched the brakes, deftly maneuvering and dodging with a speed that never dipped below 100. The most perilous moment came when he overtook two large trucks, and for a split second, he thought he might ascend to the heavens. Zhang Lang smiled humbly, yet his words were anything but modest. I need to get back on time. To him, this race was merely a dimensional assault. The godlike driving skills bestowed by the system transcended the mundane, beyond what an ordinary person could envision. He felt confident he could rival the likes of Schumacher. Zhao Zhenglong gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, that's magnificent. Come on, let Old One take you to collect your car?" Old One? Zhang Lang inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Zhao Zhenglong slapped his forehead, chuckling sheepishly. "Oh, how could I forget?" With that, he beckoned a tall, slender man donning gold-rimmed glasses from the back of the crowd. "Allow me to introduce. This is Song Chengwen, the elder brother of Song Wenwu, and one of the founders of our Shanghai SSCC Supercar Club." Song Chengwu beside him also offered a casual greeting. Zhang Lang nodded. "Pleasure to meet you." Song Chengwen gestured toward the back, smiling. "Come on, brother, I'll take you to collect your car." Zhang Lang inclined his head slightly and followed along. Prior to this, Song Chengwu had already briefed him. To ensure fairness in the competition, all the race cars this time were provided by the club, specifically Porsche 911s. This model is considered the soul of Porsche and one of the entry-level supercars in the industry. With dimensions of 4,519 mm in length, 1,852 mm in width, and 1,298 mm in height, it boasts a wheelbase of 2,450 mm. It offers two variants of twin-turbocharged engines, the 30T and 38T. The 30T engine comes in high and low power versions, with a maximum output ranging from 272 to 427 kilowatts and peak torque between 450 to 800 Newton meters, showcasing formidable power. Seated in the car, Zhang Lang gently pressed the accelerator, the low rumble of the engine resonating in his ears, causing him to involuntarily grimace. This car just won to, he thought, feeling somewhat out of place after being accustomed to the exhilarating push of top-tier supercars. He glanced up at the spectators on the platform, exhaled softly, and drove toward the starting line. On the elevated platform beside the racetrack, Zhao Zhenglong was brimming with excitement, nodding toward the petite beauty with the starter pistol at the starting line. Bang! A firework shot into the sky. The six Porsche 911s, like arrows loosed from a bow, surged forward, accompanied by a thunderous roar, vanishing from sight. "Quick, sync the video," Zhao Zhenglong shouted, his enthusiasm palpable. "It's here." Vroom vroom. The wind howled, and the scenery outside flew by like a whirlwind. Zhang Lang leaned back slightly in his seat, humming a tune, his gaze drifting out the window. The other five Porsche 911s maintained their positions alongside him. Although Zhang Lang's superior driving skills had allowed him to secure a slight half-car lead at the start, he could not shake off the other vehicles. Nevertheless, Zhang Lang felt no anxiety. After all, anyone could accelerate in a straight line. It was the art of overtaking in curves that truly mattered. Raising his eyes to the road ahead, Zhang Lang's expression turned serious. A series of left turns appeared in his view, accompanied by large tires placed strategically to slow down any vehicles that might lose control. A smirk crept across his lips as he lifted one hand to shift gears while flooring the accelerator. He watched as the speedometer shot up from 220 to over 280 km/h, and it continued to climb, making the entire car tremble violently. Zhang Lang's audacious maneuver undoubtedly shocked those monitoring from behind the screens. Zhao Zhenglong shouted, "What the hell? Is he insane? He wants to accelerate through those sharp turns." Song Chengwen furrowed his brow and radioed the rescue team. "Attention, rescue team. Check the first series of turns." Meanwhile, some of the competitors were left dumbfounded, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at the Porsche ahead, their minds racing with one thought. This guy is truly fearless. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of others, Zhang Lang's expression remained grave as his hands deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, the scenery blurring into indistinct lines. The roaring wind howled like a tempest. The Porsche became a fleeting Z-shaped shadow, vanishing from sight. This spectacle left countless spectators in stunned silence. Zhao Zhenglong slammed his hands on the table, shouting frantically, "Quick! What are the parameters? Did you get a reading?" Chapter 37, Record Broken. It's out. The maximum speed reached 311 km/h. What? Zhao Zhenglong gasped in astonishment, whipping his head around in disbelief. 311 km/h was the officially recognized top speed. But how many could achieve that, especially while cornering? The monitor technician shook his head in disbelief, murmuring to himself. And he did it with one hand drifting through the turn. Like a bolt from the blue, this revelation left many in a state of shock. Song Ching-woo's eyes widened. Despite his attempts to set high expectations, one thought consumed his mind. Where did this monster come from? As the crowd continued to murmur, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. A Porsche 911 appeared on the horizon, akin to a dawn arrow, charging toward the finish line with unstoppable momentum. A record-breaking time of 1 minute and 1:48 seconds. An improvement of a full 11 seconds. The monitor technician clenched his fists, shouting joyously to the crowd, his voice soaring into the heavens. The crowd gasped in astonishment and then erupted like a boiling pot, rushing toward the racetrack. Zhao Zhenglong and Song Chungwen exchanged excited glances, their hearts racing. Old one. There's hope. Song Chungwen rarely let slip a curse. Damn. We're finally going to win. Little did they expect that Little Wu had truly pulled off a miraculous feat on the streets. It is no wonder that he feels such elation. The SSCC Supercar Club from the Magic City and the SCC Supercar Club from the Imperial Capital have harbored long-standing grievances. Engaging in annual races to vie for the title of the nation's premier supercar club. However, in recent years, the SSCC has suffered more defeats than victories, leading to an increasingly arrogant stance from their rivals. Initially, many thought it best to simply turn a blind eye and enjoy their own pursuits within their territory. Yet, to their dismay, the opposing club began to overstep boundaries, even luring away several original members to their ranks, effectively rubbing the faces of the founding members in the dirt. Following last year's loss, the rival club boldly declared their intention to disband the SSCC, a provocation that could not be tolerated. Thus, a generous reward was proclaimed. Anyone who represented the SSCC and emerged victorious would be elevated to the rank of a first-tier member, sharing status with the founders. "Let us descend," he said, and they nodded in agreement. As they made their way down, Zhang Lang found himself surrounded by admirers. "Car God! Car God! Car God!" The crowd chanted in unison. After years of being suppressed by the imperial capital, they now regarded Zhang Lang as their savior. "Langgu, let us go out and celebrate a bit." The title Langgu resonated with Zhao Zhenglong, who held a deep respect for those with exceptional driving skills. Zhang Lang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pushed away the fans clinging to him and chuckled awkwardly. "Let us celebrate another time. I need to head back first." He hadn't returned home last night, and he suspected his younger sister would be in quite a state. After a brief pause, he glanced at Zhao Zhenglong, implying, "Once our club wins, that will truly be a moment worth celebrating." Zhao Zhenglong pondered this and agreed, nodding, "All right, I'll rally all members to cheer for you." At the luxurious Tang Chun E Pin in the Magic City, the door swung open. "Brother, you're back." Jiang Ting dashed over barefoot, her face a picture of complaint, resembling a little aggrieved meat bun. "Were you bored at home?" Zhang Lang ruffled her hair, responding casually, "Not at all. I was watching television." Jiang Ting shook her head. He led her to the sofa and, after a moment's thought, quietly asked, "Little sister, I want to discuss something with you." "What is it, brother?" Jiang Ting inquired, puzzled. "I want to transfer you to a school in the Magic City. What do you think?" Zhang Lang looked at her earnestly, his expression serious. On the way back, he had been contemplating this matter. He had already activated 3 tasks: the Princess of the Tycoon, the Tycoon's Fury, and the Tycoon's Intent to Kill. Among them, the simplest and most rewarding was the Princess of the Tycoon. Completing it would grant him a 32 stake in Louis Vuitton, catapulting him to global billionaire status. This reward far surpassed the other 2, which included an island and a bodyguard company. Jiang Ting furrowed her brow and slowly nodded. "It's possible, but why, brother?" Zhang Lang casually deflected, "I have money now. It's not just for you, but for mom and dad to join us too. Wouldn't it be wonderful for the whole family to live in a big city?" Jiang Ting nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll listen to you." She had no reason to refuse and was eager to live in the Magic City. Many who ultimately left the Magic City did so because they were suffocated by life's pressures. However, she no longer needed to consider such worries. After the recent shopping incident, she realized her brother was now quite affluent. Especially when Zhang Lang was out, she noticed the security guards treated her with unusual respect. Recalling the guards' demeanor towards Zhang Lang upon their first return, she sensed something was amiss and couldn't resist inquiring. The guards, recognizing her as Zhang Lang's sister, were forthcoming with the truth. She learned that the entire building belonged to her brother. No wonder the annual rent was in the tens of millions. It was simply extravagant. After a moment's hesitation, she voiced, "But we still need dad and mom's approval." "No worries, I'll call them right now to discuss," Zhang Lang said. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him as Jiang Ting agreed, he picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello, Mom, I need to tell you something." The voice on the other end was somewhat raucous. "Six Pong, if you have something to say, hurry up. I'm still playing mahjong." Zhou Hong's voice was tinged with irritation, as if annoyed by Jiang Lang's interruption. "I want to transfer my little sister to a school in the Magic City." Jiang Lang swallowed hard, speaking slowly. What? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Hong's voice escalated sharply. Zhang Lang could hear the commotion in the background. Wait. You all keep playing. I need to take this call. With that, Zhou Hong stepped outside, her expression serious. Why transfer schools all of a sudden? And the cost of living in the Magic City is so high. We don't even have local residency. Her voice was filled with concern. Zhang Lang took on a serious tone, Mom. Think about it. The educational quality in the Magic City is undoubtedly superior to ours. Little sister is in her final year of high school now. A better school, better teachers, and a conducive learning environment might just improve her grades. However, Zhou Hong's voice remained hesitant. Don't worry. I have everything prepared here. We just need your approval. Fine. We're getting older and don't understand these things. So do as you see fit. Chapter 38, The Snot-Nosed Kid. Jiang Ting sat beside him, cautiously observing Jiang Lang. Brother, did it work? Jiang Lang glanced at her and made an okay gesture, smiling. It worked. Yay. You're the best, brother. Jiang Ting exclaimed, leaping up with outstretched arms. Jiang Lang tousled her hair, grinning mischievously. You're so happy. In a few days, I'll hire a teacher for you. What do you think? A teacher? Why hire a teacher? Do I really need remedial classes? Jiang Ting pouted, looking confused. Not at all. Just someone to teach you some etiquette, someone a bit more refined. Not like a typical girl, Jiang Lang joked. No way. Jiang Ting wrinkled her nose, clinging to Jiang Lang's arm and acting coy. Jiang Lang shook his head, pondering where to find a teacher specializing in etiquette. And I need the school's contact information. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the phone and made a call. Hello? Miss Zhao, what are you up to? At work. What is up? Do you want to ask me out? Zhao Yinyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, glancing at the male officer beside her who was sneaking glances at her, before stepping outside with her phone, half-jokingly saying, Cough. Jiang Lang coughed, nearly choking. I need you to help me with a couple of things. What is it? Go ahead. Zhao Yinyu raised an eyebrow, not immediately agreeing. I'd like you to help me find an etiquette teacher for someone, and also to contact the principal of the Magic City High School. I want to get someone enrolled there. Jiang Lang spoke softly. He had money now, but regrettably lacked connections, knowing too few people. Even if he brandished cash to get someone in, it wouldn't guarantee success. The best approach was to seek out the local wealthy elite, who had deep roots and extensive networks in the Magic City. The reason he sought Zhao Yinyu was purely because this young lady was still driving his car, thus owing him a favor. Who else should I seek if not her? A etiquette teacher? Who even studies that these days? And to enroll her in the prestigious Magic City Affiliated High School? Wait, the Magic City Affiliated High School. Isn't that for high school students? Jiang Dashuai. I am well aware that you are not lacking in wealth, and I also know that those of your ilk are often drawn to naive young girls. But she is still a minor. Are you aware that this is illegal? Zhao Yinyu's tone was unusually grave. Jiang Lang rolled his eyes, utterly baffled by Zhao Yinyu's train of thought. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, Get lost. Who are you thinking about? I'm talking about my sister. His voice escalated, tinged with anger. Your sister? Well, obviously. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths? Finding a teacher and arranging a school. Am I insane? If you can help, then do so. If not, I will find someone else. By the way, return my car to me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinyu quickly donned a smile. Of course. I can help. Don't be angry. After a pause, she continued. As for the etiquette teacher, that's simple. I'll have my family's butler assist you. What? You have a butler? Indeed, your family must be quite affluent. Jiang Lang felt a jolt of surprise, but remained perplexed. I asked for an etiquette teacher. And you're offering me a butler? How does that work? Zhao Yinyu rolled her eyes. Let me tell you, my butler is extraordinary. He studied abroad in Europe, specializing in management. Whether it's British aristocratic etiquette or traditional Chinese court etiquette, he is well versed in both. However, to be honest, this knowledge is hardly relevant nowadays. Though I learned it as a child, I've only used it a couple of times as an adult. I don't understand why you want your sister to learn this. Her voice held a hint of confusion. Jiang Lang shook his head helplessly. He didn't wish to complicate matters further, but this was a condition of the task assigned to him, leaving no room for refusal. He then threatened, That's your concern. Just remember, if you can't help, then return my car. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinyu felt a headache coming on. She had been extraordinarily busy these past few days and hadn't even had the chance to take the car out for a spin. How could she possibly return it? Fine. I won't ask any more questions. Is that acceptable? Her voice was mournful, akin to a wronged young bride, sending chills down Jiang Lang's spine. As for the principal's phone number for the Magic City Affiliated High School, that was even simpler. The principal is my uncle. Just send me your sister's enrollment information, and I'll make a call to smooth things over. It'll be straightforward. Okay, thanks. Jiang Lang replied. TCH. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they finally ended the call. Finally sorted it out. Jiang Lang yawned, turning to Jiang Ting. Let us go. I'll treat you to a feast. To his surprise, Jiang Ting shook her head slightly, declining. Twirling her thumbs in a shy manner, she lowered her head and said, "Brother, I have plans later." "Plans?" Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Ting with confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes widened in shock. "You're not going on a date, are you?" After a brief pause, he suppressed his anger and coldly remarked, "Do you realize you're entering your senior year? What on earth are you thinking dating now?" Jiang Ting, who had always lived in their hometown, had no friends in the Magic City. The sudden invitation from someone made him suspicious. He wasn't a relic of the past, but men understand men better. Although his little sister had always been bold in matters of romance, she was as naive as a young cabbage, oblivious to any deception. Seeing that Jiang Lang appeared somewhat upset, Jiang Ting felt apprehensive. Jiang Lang had always treated her exceptionally well, taking her out for lavish meals, buying her clothes and luxury items, and just a few days ago, giving her a card without mentioning the amount. But Jiang Ting knew it was substantial. However, when he got angry, he would not hesitate to scold her without mercy. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly explained, "No, brother, what are you talking about?" After a moment, she continued, "Do you remember Mao Mao Jia?" At her words, Jiang Lang's brows knitted together, as if tangled in a knot. After contemplating, he tentatively inquired, "You mean the snotty kid?" Back when their family had not yet gone bankrupt and had not sold their house in the city, they had met a little girl in the same community. Jiang Lang couldn't recall her appearance at all. The only memory he had was of her running around the community square with her nose dripping, seeking playmates for him and his sister. Jiang Ting scrunched her nose, retorting, "What snotty kid? That's so rude. Her name is Mayona and she has a name, you know." Jiang Lang chuckled awkwardly. Names were something he could hardly remember. Jiang Ting continued, rolling her eyes at him. "After we returned to our hometown, Mao Mao Jia's family also moved to the Magic City. However, I've kept in touch with her. A few days ago, she found out I was in the Magic City and has been wanting to meet up." Jiang Lang nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. However, he still expressed some concern. "But you haven't seen each other in so many years." His voice trailed off, not wanting to continue. It wasn't he that he was overreacting. It was prudent to be wary of someone after so long, who knew what changes had occurred or what intentions lay beneath. Jiang Ting, acting like an adult, patted Jiang Lang's shoulder and said breezily, "Relax. The safety in the Magic City is excellent. What could possibly happen? Besides, I'm just going to meet her to reconnect. I'll be back right after." Chapter 39, The Three Divine Cars. Jiang Lang thought for a moment and nodded slightly, giving her a simple instruction, "All right. Call me if anything happens." He had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he wished for Jiang Ting to make more friends in the Magic City. Otherwise, spending all her time alone at home might drive her to madness. Jiang Ting waved cheerfully at him. "Well then, bye." As she left, the room fell into a profound silence. In the vast, empty hall, only Jiang Lang remained. A wave of extreme loneliness washed over him. A large house is not always a blessing, Jiang Lang murmured to himself. At that moment, his phone buzzed, vibrating with a message. He picked it up to find a text from ECU. "Langgu, tomorrow is a holiday. I'd like to invite you to dinner in the evening. Is that all right?" Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. He pondered for a moment before typing back, "Sure, I'll pick you up in the evening." After sending the message, he suddenly realized he didn't have a car. Glancing at the time, he noted it was exactly noon. He put away his phone and headed downstairs, intending to visit a dealership to choose a car for transportation. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of the Magic City Art Academy. "Yay!" ECU exclaimed, looking at the reply on her phone, her hands instinctively clenching with joy. Nearby, Wei Hongling couldn't resist teasing. "What is up, Xiaoyi? You look so happy." ECU shyly responded with a soft then looked up at Wei Hongling with a pitiful expression, pleading, "Sister Wei, could you help me with my makeup later?" Wei Hongling was somewhat taken aback. Although her friend was exceptionally delicate, particularly with those fox-like eyes that brimmed with allure, ECU had never been one for makeup, likely due to her upbringing, having had little exposure to it. Even during live streams, she had never worn any. Why was she suddenly making such a grand effort this time? She couldn't help but exclaim, "What has come over you? You were so reluctant to learn before." ECU stuck out her tongue, blushing as she replied, "I have to meet someone later and want to dress up a bit." Wei Hongling gazed at her in astonishment, her lips slightly parted. "Who is it? Who is worthy of our e-school flower from the Shanghai Art Academy, taking this so seriously? Could it be a boyfriend? No, wait. I remember you don't have one. Are you secretly dating?" ECU shook her head and softly replied, "Oh, it's that one you know? The fan who has been in my live stream for a year, the wealthy one." She had no intention of hiding this from Wei Hongling, nor could she. It was Wei Hongling who had introduced her to live streaming in the first place. Without her, she would never have had the opportunity to reach this point today. The number one playboy? Wei Hongling's eyes suddenly widened, exclaiming, "No way. That rich guy is finally willing to meet you?" Her voice dripped with a hint of envy as she teased. Looks like our e-school flower is walking into a wolf's den tonight. ECU lightly punched her, huffing. What are you talking about, Wei Jia? Your voice is so long-winded it gives everyone goosebumps. Wei Hongling suddenly jolted, quickly saying, Stop, stop, stop. It's just makeup. Sit tight. I'll make sure you look absolutely stunning tonight, captivating him completely. At the Shanghai Auto Show, Jiang Lang was fortunate. He had originally planned to casually visit a 4S dealership to buy a car. A quick online search revealed that the auto show was happening today, showcasing not only new models from various brands, but also an array of luxury cars on display. Without hesitation, he hailed a taxi and headed over. At that moment, the entire exhibition center was packed to the brim, with throngs of visitors and numerous media outlets flashing their cameras. Wow, this girl is stunning. Goodness, those legs are long. She must look incredible in black silk. The photographers were indeed lewd, crouching down to capture angles. Honestly, I'm tempted to take up photography myself. Listening to the man next to him babble away, Jiang Lang could only shake his head in resignation. The allure of the auto show was not just the cars. The voluptuous, scantily clad models were a favorite among seasoned enthusiasts. Especially in recent years, as times changed, the attire of these models had become increasingly revealing, with sheer outfits making frequent appearances. Therefore, it was often joked that the auto show was a meat exhibition, guaranteeing a feast for the eyes. However, it was indeed captivating. Jiang Lang glanced ahead at a model clad in nothing but 2 pieces of tattered black fabric, nodding to himself. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Whoa, here comes the big one. What kind of car is that? It's absolutely stunning. Simon, you don't recognize the 3 divine cars? Just here for a casual look? Jiang Lang's interest was piqued. This auto show, while not small, wasn't overly large either. He had been wandering for quite some time, without finding anything he liked. But the appearance of the 3 divine cars was not to be missed. Anyone who had followed the supercar scene would have heard of these models. It was impossible not to admire them. They were the Porsche 918, Ferrari LaFerrari, and McLaren P1. The term 3 divine cars was coined because these 3 supercars were launched around the same time, each priced over 10 million. Additionally, each model was limited in production. The Porsche 918, as the name suggests, had a global limit of 918 units. The Ferrari LaFerrari, or LaFa, was limited to 499 units. And the McLaren P1 had only 375 units produced. Universally acknowledged as the 3 divine cars, they truly lived up to their name. Without hesitation, Jiang Lang followed the crowd. After a considerable struggle, he finally squeezed in, revealing the sight of 3 distinct yet equally magnificent supercars. Unbeknownst to whether it was a deliberate choice by the manufacturers, all 3 showcase supercars were painted in a uniform ivory white, glistening under the sunlight, almost blinding to the eyes. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air, accompanied by countless excited discussions. Wow, it really is the 3 divine cars. This trip to the auto show was worth it. All pure white. The manufacturer is really going all out. If only I could have one, I would die without regrets. You're dreaming. Each one costs over 10 million. We common folks can only look. Oh dear, this girl is clueless, standing too close. She's blocking our view of the cars. Yes, step back so I can take pictures. In front of the 3 divine cars, especially with the rare sight of all 3 in pure white together. Even the sexy car models could not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. The 3 small car models, feeling out of place, huddled away to the side. Jiang Lang was overjoyed, disregarding the security guard's objections, and boldly stepped forward. Whereas the manager, Come out, I want to buy a car. His voice, though not loud, rendered the previously noisy surroundings into a profound silence. The crowd fell silent. Even the camera flashes ceased. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted, as if triggering a chain reaction. This is hilarious. Did he come here to show off? The young man must still be half asleep. This isn't the place for you. Each car costs several millions. Are you planning to buy with a hammer? Listen to me. Hurry up and leave. Go buy a car back there. They have small cars for 100,000. Just right for you. The crowd laughed, treating it as a spectacle. Jiang Lang's expression remained unchanged, though his eyebrows twitched slightly as he turned to survey the surroundings. Voice tinged with impatience. Whereas the manager, aren't you going to sell the cars at this auto show? His words provoked even more laughter. This is too funny. He is still trying to show off. Just leave already. You're embarrassing yourself. Manager, come out. We have a big customer here. Someone shouted, fueling the merriment. Jiang Lang's face darkened slightly. He certainly admired the 3 luxury cars, but he didn't wish to be treated like a spectacle. I'm here to buy a car. Why are you so excited about it? He muttered to himself, contemplating whether to leave when suddenly a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected ridicule from the crowd, initiating a new task. Task. Face slap the onlookers. A wealthy individual must not be humiliated. And even if these ignorant commoners mock you, leaving now will only make you the subject of their ridicule. Condition: purchase one of the 3 divine cars. Reward: Bugatti Chiron. Zhang Lang's eyes brightened slightly. While he might find a way to acquire one of the 3 divine cars, obtaining a Bugatti Chiron was no simple task. Firstly, this car was exorbitantly priced, with the 3 divine cars appearing as mere bargains in comparison. Its price had exceeded 100 million, and the domestic price was nearly 300 million. It was utterly outrageous. Even more absurd, this car was produced in even more limited quantities than the Lamborghini Veneno. While the Veneno had 14 units, this car only had 1 globally available, and money couldn't buy it. Zhang Lang had initially intended to buy one of the 3 divine cars, and now he had been rewarded with his dream car. Had it not been for the crowd's relentless mockery, he might never have had the chance to acquire the Bugatti Chiron. At this moment, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The steps he originally intended to take were halted, leaving him rooted in place. Meanwhile, the cacophony from the other side disrupted the on-duty manager, who had sought refuge in the break room, causing him to frown and issue a command to the outside. Someone, go check it out. Do not disturb the order of the venue. Before he could finish his sentence, a bespectacled young woman rushed over, shouting, "Manager, it's bad. There's been a commotion at the placement of the 3 divine cars." The manager's expression shifted dramatically, turning a ghastly pale. He had repeatedly emphasized that there could be no mistakes at the 3 divine cars location. A mere scratch could incur repair costs amounting to hundreds of thousands. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet and shouted, "Everyone, clear out." On the other side, Zhang Lang surveyed the security guards encircling him. His brow furrowed and his gaze icy. He was baffled as to who had summoned the security. They intended to expel him, which only served to infuriate him. "Kid, if you don't leave, I'll be forced to take action. This is not a place for your antics." The venue's stature was backed by formidable power. Yet Zhang Lang was not one to tolerate their arrogance. "Don't point your finger at me, or I'll have it severed." He slapped away the guard's hand, his tone frigid and his eyes glinting with menace. "Hey, you little brat," refusing to listen. The head of security's anger flared, and his teeth clenched as he spoke. Yet, his voice unconsciously weakened. For some inexplicable reason, the air around Zhang Lang had shifted abruptly. It was as if a sword had been drawn from its sheath, exuding a fierce and chilling aura. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the big boss of the car exhibition. No, he was unlike the business-savvy big boss. If the latter were a smiling tiger in commerce, this man resembled a formidable figure from the underworld. With his head slightly bowed, the guard's voice trembled. You dare to cause trouble here, and yet you're so arrogant?" Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, bemused by the sudden transformation of the once assertive head of security into a quivering mess. What was happening? Did my imposing presence truly have such an effect? The aura of a big shot was evidently at play. Hidden effects? He pondered, though there was no time for such reflections. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached from afar. "What is going on? Who dares to cause trouble here? Are you tired of living?" Without revealing himself, the manager's voice echoed, leading a group of people as they barged in. However, upon seeing Zhang Lang surrounded by security, he froze. Unlike others, his years of experience in the marketplace had sharpened his insight. Having dealt with affluent heirs more than ordinary folks, he recognized that anyone encircled in such a manner would not maintain such composure. Moreover, Zhang Lang's attire struck a chord of familiarity. He vaguely recalled seeing it in a magazine. That jacket alone was rumored to cost around 200,000. "Are you the one causing the ruckus?" The manager scrutinized Zhang Lang, his expression perplexed. Zhang Lang regarded him with a hint of surprise. The man had an eye for detail, quickly discerning his extraordinary presence. Shaking his head slightly, he replied, "I am not here to cause trouble." After a pause, he turned his gaze to the 3 divine cars and stated nonchalantly, "I will take all 3 of those vehicles." This declaration left the onlookers stunned. "Holy cow, this guy is seriously delusional." An industry insider interjected, "Just the LaFerrari alone exceeds 50 million. The total for these 3 must surpass 100 million. Laughter erupted as others chimed in. "I'd stand on my head and eat excrement if he could buy all 3. I'll go live with a fan if he actually pulls this off." Despite the murmurs, Zhang Lang showed no intention of clarifying. He simply withdrew a card from his jacket and handed it over. As he swiped the card, the manager couldn't suppress a gulp, his eyes fixated on the card, yet he hesitated to take it. Pressing his lips together, he stammered, You still need to choose the configurations." Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. "Just max out the configurations. Choose the most expensive options available." The manager's voice quivered, and he respectfully nodded at Zhang Lang after receiving the card. The crowd began to sense something amiss. Holy cow! Could it be we've encountered a tycoon? A notification chimed, signaling a successful transaction. 12,000,000,000,000 yuan credited. The jarring sound elicited a myriad of expressions, ranging from disbelief to shock. No way. It really went through. We thought he was a fool, but he's the real deal. Suddenly, someone in the crowd squinted, exclaiming, "Wait, doesn't this guy look familiar?" "What do you mean?" "Hold on, I'll find out." The speaker quickly scrolled through their phone. "Got it. This is the infamous male who recently made waves online." He brandished his phone, as if showcasing a trophy. "Wow, I found it too. The big shot who splurged 50 million on luxury goods and nearly cleared out a store. This isn't the first time." The crowd erupted in discussions, with videos being shared online, igniting further frenzy. The tycoon returns. Spends 1.2 billion. 3 divine cars appear at the exhibition. The crowd wails in despair, unveiling the true identity of the mysterious big shot. "Check it out." The chatter was relentless. "Who on earth is this? Which rich second generation is this extravagant? With such wealth, why not donate to impoverished areas? Surely, they must be profiting from some unscrupulous means." "I agree. Just look at their lavish spending. They must be feasting on blood money." The manager reverently presented the card with both hands, his voice trembling. "Sir, your card." His heart raced with excitement. This was akin to encountering a deity of wealth. The commission from this sale alone could amount to over 1 million. If he weren't a man, he might have been tempted to offer his all right then. Task completed. Rewards have been dispatched. The Bugatti Chiron has been parked in the exhibition city, spot 01. Please check promptly. Zhang Lang maintained an expression of indifference, avoiding the manager's gaze. For some reason, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from the man's stare. With a dismissive hum, he took the card and instructed, "Have the cars delivered to Tangshan Epine." If previously there was still some action concerning the divine three-god vehicle, now he merely yearned to experience the unparalleled magnificence of the world's most exorbitant supercar, the Bugatti Chiron Noir, as soon as possible. "Very well, I shall contact you later." The manager eagerly nodded and bowed. Zhang Lang gently shook his head and turned to depart. As he made his way to the underground parking lot, it was already deserted, for most were preoccupied with attending the auto show. Alas, no one knew. A top-tier supercar, the object of countless dreams, lay forlornly beneath the parking structure. "Absolutely stunning," Zhang Lang exclaimed as he gazed ahead, unable to contain his admiration. Even the first encounter with the Venom had not left him this astounded. The car's body was streamlined, crafted from pure handcrafted carbon fiber, designed with aerodynamics in mind. The frameless doors, continuous taillights, and 6 exhaust pipes accentuated its allure. Inside, the materials were of aviation-grade quality, complemented by carbon fiber composites, while the wheels were produced through 3D printing technology. With an 80L W16 quad-turbocharged engine, it could accelerate to 100 km/h in a mere 2.4 seconds, boasting a maximum power of 1,500 horsepower and a terrifying top speed of 420 km/h. The Bugatti Chiron Noir, like a bolt of lightning in the night, the most formidable supercar on Earth. Entering the vehicle, he ignited the engine, and a powerful roar enveloped his ears, the intense push against his back causing his adrenaline to surge. With a thunderous roar, he floored the accelerator, and the Bugatti Chiron Noir vanished from the underground parking lot. At the main entrance of the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, ECU stood clad in a delicate white dress, her face adorned with subtle makeup, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes clear as water. She lingered at the gate, turning her head to gaze down the street, exuding a refreshing and natural aura that painted a beautiful picture. Countless students coming in and out cast fleeting glances her way. Oh no, a man accidentally glanced too far and bumped into the railing, rubbing his head and grumbling, inadvertently creating a humorous scene. A woman, meanwhile, twisted her boyfriend's ear, scolding, "What are you looking at?" "And nothing. Take it easy. That hurts." Her boyfriend grimaced in pain, yet his eyes unconsciously darted toward the picture-perfect girl at the entrance. A group huddled in a corner, buzzing with conversation. "Hey, do you think our academy's so-called commoner beauty is waiting for someone?" "I have no idea. It's the first time I've seen ECU dressed up. She's absolutely stunning." Someone drooled, their eyes nearly popping out. "And a commoner beauty at that. Did you see the bag she's holding? You couldn't get it for less than 30,000. Another scoffed disdainfully. "No way, really?" The incredulity was palpable. For ECU's title of commoner beauty was well known. Everyone knew she came from a modest background. Could she be kept by someone? Oh my goddess. Has she truly taken such a path? The muscular men collectively lamented. At that moment, someone interjected, "What are you all rambling about? Haven't you seen the live stream? She's quite famous now, one of the top streamers on Huya." "No way. Do streamers make that much money?" "Of course. The big shots can earn 100 million a year without breaking a sweat." Ugh, it's infuriating comparing oneself to others. Just then, someone suddenly asked, "But who do you think this campus beauty is waiting for?" As they spoke, bright headlights abruptly illuminated the street corner, dazzling their eyes, accompanied by the thunderous roar of an approaching vehicle. A white Porsche 911 came to a stop at the entrance. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a flamboyantly dressed young man with dyed blonde hair, holding a bouquet of flowers. "ECU, will you be my girlfriend?" he proclaimed loudly, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. "Wow, who is this guy? He looks pretty handsome." A bespectacled girl gazed at the blonde boy with starry eyes. "I don't know. He doesn't seem to be from our academy. And driving a supercar, he has such charisma." A nearby young man couldn't help but sneer. "Is that supposed to be handsome? He looks like a skinny stick and dyed his hair blonde. Just because someone is wealthy doesn't make them attractive." The bespectacled girl shot him a puzzled glance. "Isn't being rich also a form of attractiveness?" The young man hesitated, grimacing, and retorted, "Sure, but being handsome is paramount." Chapter 42. Off to the Bund. Meanwhile, ECU regarded the man before her with a somewhat displeased expression, biting her lip as she spoke. "Huang Gaofei, I've already told you, I don't like you. Can you please stop pursuing me?" Huang Gaofei looked utterly incredulous. "Why not? I'm wealthy, and you still don't like me?" ECU merely rolled her eyes and fell silent. Huang Gaofei was a newcomer to her live streaming world, a wealthy individual who had persistently pursued her despite her subtle refusals. However, he was like gum stuck to her shoe, refusing to let go. She did enjoy money, that was true. After all, who doesn't like money? Yet, looking at Huang Gaofei's acne-scarred face, the deep-set dark circles from overindulgence, and his frail physique that seemed ready to topple with the slightest breeze, she realized she possessed a modicum of pride. Furthermore, no amount of wealth could compare to the one who had lavishly spent over 50 million in her live stream, the first of the Jianghu's elite. The Porsche 911, valued at over 100,000, was something she could afford herself now. The revenue from Huya had already been deposited, even without signing a contract with the guild. As a small streamer with a 55 cut, she was now a wealthy woman with a net worth exceeding 25 million. Noticing ECU's silence, Huang Gaofei grew anxious, his voice rising in pitch with frustration. "Speak up. If you don't like me, I'll change." Ever since he laid eyes on ECU, he had been utterly captivated by her beauty and figure, surpassing even that of some celebrities. However, it was infuriating that despite his relentless attempts, she continued to reject him. "She's just a streamer. How can she refuse me?" With this thought, he stepped forward, attempting to grab ECU, pulling her toward him with fervor. "What are you doing?" ECU screamed, her face filled with fear as she struggled to break free. "I want to talk to you." But before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar echoed like a beast unleashed. A blinding light from the street corner transformed the night into day, dazzling him to the point of squinting. Buzzing like a lightning bolt cutting through the darkness, a sleek black supercar barreled toward him, showing no signs of slowing down. Huang Gaofei was struck with terror, his hair standing on end, and without a moment's thought, he shoved ECU aside and scrambled away, tumbling clumsily in the process. This spectacle left countless jaws agape. No way. The Bugatti Chiron Noir. The supercar worth nearly 300 million yuan. Who is this big shot on the move? An informed observer couldn't help but exclaim. As students of the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, they frequently witnessed wealthy individuals arriving in luxury cars to woo girls, Bentleys, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, ranging from million to multi-million-dollar vehicles. Yet, they had never encountered something valued at several billion. The Bugatti Chiron Noir executed a drift, leaving a long streak on the asphalt as it came to a stop before ECU. The car door slowly swung open, and Zhang Lang stepped out with a confident gait, observing ECU, who appeared somewhat shaken, her legs trembling. He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Are you all right?" His voice was soft, yet it jolted ECU back to her senses. She swallowed hard, casting a dubious glance at Zhang Lang, her lips pressing together. "The number one rogue in the martial world?" Zhang Lang nodded nonchalantly, finding no shame in the admission. "Absolutely authentic." ECU's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Zhang Lang. She had long been intrigued by this enigmatic benefactor who had graced her livestream for nearly a year. Initially, she had presumed him to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, but she never imagined he would be so youthful. Remembering the words of Wei Hongling before her departure, her cheeks flushed, and instinctively, she gently pressed her legs together. At that moment, an irate roar erupted from behind them. "Damn it, how do you drive?" Huang Gaofei, looking disheveled, clambered to his feet, glaring angrily at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang turned around, his gaze icy, laced with a hint of mockery. "Why should it concern you how I drive? Are you challenging me?" Huang Gaofei's neck reddened with rage as he gritted his teeth, unable to voice his anger. He was no fool. As a wealthy second generation, he had certainly played with supercars before. He understood well that a Bugatti Chiron, the pinnacle of hypercars, was not a vehicle one could provoke without consequence. "You nearly ran me over," he stammered, his voice trembling with indignation. "Oh, my apologies, I'll be more careful next time." Jiang Lang replied coldly, turning away to ignore him. A mere clown, daring to pursue my girl. It's a mercy I don't thrash you. After all, he had lavished 50 million on ECU in her livestream. Though he had a system task to fulfill, the choice of whom to bestow such generosity upon was entirely his. If it weren't for his fondness for her, how could he possibly have gifted her such a sum? Turning back to ECU, Jiang Lang's eyes gleamed. He had not anticipated that the offline ECU would be even more striking, more radiant than in her streams. Shall we go? He beckoned to her. Ah, okay. ECU nodded, following Jiang Lang into the car. With the roar of the engine, the Bugatti Chiron vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward and quiet. ECU shifted nervously in her seat, stealing glances at Jiang Lang. Up close, she realized just how handsome he truly was. His facial features were sharply defined, with a prominent nose and sun-kissed skin. The collar of his white shirt was casually undone, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone and well-defined chest muscles, exuding a wild and sensual allure. As a student at the art academy, she was no stranger to attractive men. Yet most were delicate, focusing on aesthetics and fashion. Men like Jiang Lang, who were both ruggedly handsome and fit, were exceedingly rare. So handsome and wealthy. What a divine man. Her heart raced, a rosy hue creeping up her cheeks. Where to? Jiang Lang's cool voice broke her reverie. To the Bund, Building 3. I've sent the location to your phone, he informed her. Startled, ECU lowered her head shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. To the Bund? Jiang Lang nodded. Not surprised. The Bund was indeed a landmark in Shanghai, a place where one could find an array of dining, entertainment, and leisure options. It was the very essence of the phrase 10 miles of foreign shores. Jiang Lang recalled having visited the ultraviolet restaurant located at Building 18 on the Bund. All right, buckle up. Jiang Lang nodded, pressing the accelerator and shifting gears. ECU wondered why the gear lever felt so smooth, the handling so delightful. Wait a moment. She glanced down, her eyes widening in shock. A rough hand was resting on her long, fair leg, kneading it firmly, leaving a trail of redness in its wake. The owner of the beautiful legs looked at him with a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. Chapter 43, ECU's Gift. At the Bund, Building 3, the car door opened. Jiang Lang and the blushing ECU stepped out, greeted by a chorus of astonished voices. Wow, a Bugatti Chiron. Where did this benefactor come from? The girl in the luxury car has legs that are indeed long and fair. Wait, what's wrong with her legs? They're all red. Here, in this 10-mile foreign shore. Luxury cars were plentiful, yet the appearance of the Bugatti Chiron still caused a stir, with some onlookers even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Jiang Lang paid no mind to the murmurs around him, casting a slightly awkward glance at ECU, offering a sheepish smile. My apologies. Recalling the earlier incident in the car, even with his thick skin, he found it hard to maintain composure. ECU shook her head shyly, her gaze directed forward. Her voice barely audible. There it is. With her head down, she quickened her pace to lead the way. Jiang Lang watched her retreating figure, shrugging with a smile as he instinctively lifted his right hand, murmuring, quite the delightful sensation. With that, he hurried after her. On the 7th floor of Building 3 at the Bund, the Wangjiang Pavilion was once hailed by Private Geography magazine as one of the 50 most romantic places in the world and was featured in Traveler magazine as one of the 20 must-have experiences in a lifetime. Celebrities such as Michael Schumacher, Beyoncé, Tom Cruise, and Halle Berry were among its devoted admirers. This was where ECU had chosen to treat Jiang Lang. As a burgeoning wealthy young lady, she now had the confidence to indulge in such upscale venues. The Wangjiang Pavilion spanned 2 levels, with the ground floor accommodating 8 guests, while the upper level boasted the most exclusive dining experience, featuring only 1 table and a cozy 2-person sofa. The table was adorned with exquisite crystal cutlery and fresh red roses beneath a soaring 8-meter dome. Jiang Lang glanced out the window, taking in the breathtaking views of the Huangpu River from this intimate terrace designed for 2. A couple's paradise, a place for proposals, he mused inwardly, wondering why this young lady had chosen to bring him here for a meal. By the way, bring me a bottle of Romani Conti. Langu, do you think we need anything else? ECU inquired, setting aside the menu as she observed Jiang Lang, who seemed lost in thought. No need. Just handle it as you see fit, he replied with a gentle shake of his head. It was said that in a private setting, individuals were most inclined to open their hearts, fostering emotional intimacy. After a few glasses of red wine, ECU appeared slightly tipsy, revealing her inexperience with alcohol. Langu, let me toast to you. Thank you, she said, inadvertently letting out a belch. Jiang Lang frowned, gently pressing down her wine glass. If you can't handle it, then don't drink. ECU slowly shook her head, her voice filled with sincere gratitude. No, I must express my thanks. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be earning this much money now. Thank you for your support, allowing me to become a top streamer on Huya. She raised her glass and downed it in one go. Zhang Lang looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, raising his glass to join her. ECU, feeling slightly dizzy, tapped her forehead and turned to retrieve a small blue gift box from her bag, presenting it to Zhang Lang at the table. This is the gift I present to you. Her beautiful eyes gazed earnestly at Zhang Lang, filled with a delicate anticipation. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. To be honest, he could not recall the last time he received a gift from a girl. During his previous relationship with Zhang Xiaoman, he had never received a single present. Valentine's Day demanded gifts, the Mid-Autumn Festival called for gifts, Christmas required gifts, and even Children's Day expected gifts. As he reflected on this, it seemed he had only missed the Qingming Festival, not to mention events like Double 11, the first cup of milk tea during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and so forth. In summary, there were countless occasions that called for gifts. Sometimes, he pondered why boys did not receive gifts. Were they unworthy? Staring at the blue gift box before him, he felt a genuine touch of emotion at this moment. Pressing his lips together, he slowly opened it. A brand new watch revealed itself within the box. This exquisite timepiece, adorned with a light blue galactic design and brushed spiral square tiles, emitted a subtle luminous effect under the light, appearing exceptionally beautiful. The intricate engravings on the outer side imparted a sense of craftsmanship that was immensely pleasing. Truth be told, Zhang Lang was captivated at first sight and eagerly slipped it onto his wrist. The affluent play with watches while the impoverished play with cars. He felt a surge of joy. Despite owning several supercars, he had never purchased a watch. Little did he expect that his very first watch would be a gift from someone else. It held significant sentimental value for him. He raised his wrist, examining the watch face, where a series of English letters were inscribed, Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe? Zhang Lang's eyebrows arched in astonishment. Even though he was not a watch enthusiast, he had heard of its renown. It was known as the aristocrat among timepieces. There is a saying, no one truly owns a Patek Philippe. One merely safeguards it for the next generation. Owning a Patek Philippe watch signifies bestowing an invaluable heirloom upon one's family. The quality, the luxurious appearance. He could surmise that this watch was far from inexpensive, let alone being a Patek Philippe. He gave his wrist a slight shake and glanced at ECU, casually inquiring, this watch must be quite costly, right? ECU's lips twitched slightly as she gazed at the Patek Philippe on Zhang Lang's wrist, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. The Patek Philippe 6104 Starry Sky. Sapphire glass, automatic mechanical movement, 44mm, 18K white gold. It featured a panoramic view of the sky, displaying the most dazzling starry sky of the northern hemisphere through a unique three-layered glass. The transparent dial chart and galaxy chart, driven by 365 gears, rotated at different speeds, producing a breathtaking depth of field and accurately depicting the celestial bodies and the moon's trajectory in the night sky. This watch, a distinguished piece from Patek Philippe's super complicated chronograph series, had consumed a quarter of her assets. For anyone else, she would not have been so extravagant. Yet, in Zhang Lang's presence, she felt willing to splurge. Thankfully, she smiled, refraining from further words, her demeanor appearing light and carefree. Zhang Lang pressed his lips together, looking earnestly at her. Thank you, I truly appreciate this gift. ECU smiled faintly, turning her gaze to the window, where the evening view of the Huangpu River remained stunning. Would you accompany me for a stroll along the riverside? She suddenly inquired with keen interest. It would be my utmost honor. Zhang Lang shrugged, not hesitating to agree. However, perhaps due to a slight inebriation or simply having sat for too long, ECU stumbled as she stood, nearly losing her balance. With a physique honed to its limits, Zhang Lang's reflexes kicked in instinctively, and he stepped forward to catch ECU in his arms. The warmth and softness he felt compelled him to grasp her tightly, causing her delicate form to shudder slightly. Zhang Lang lowered his gaze and was taken aback. Oh my. Chapter 44. The school is closed. Time seemed to freeze. The air began to warm, and the atmosphere turned somewhat ambiguous at that moment. Zhang Lang stared into the mesmerizing depths of her captivating eyes, which seemed to glisten with unshed tears, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. ECU's crimson lips parted slightly, her head bowed, and her long hair cascaded like willow fluff, carrying a faint fragrance. I am steady now. Her voice trembled, tinged with nervousness. Zhang Lang suddenly snapped back to reality, releasing his grip on her soft, delicate form, which seemed to defy description. ECU let out a soft, startled sound, her cheeks flushing. Zhang Lang bit his lip, aware of her stunning figure. His phone contained various photos of her, particularly one of her cosplaying as Shiranui Mai, which he often revisited. Yet, nothing could compare to the sensation of actual contact, a feeling that transcended the ordinary. She must surely be a D-cup. Zhang Lang was utterly convinced. ECU's cheeks were flushed as she lowered her gaze to her invisible toes. Softly murmuring, "We can go now. All right, let us go." By the Huangpu River in the Magic City. The lights began to twinkle as the autumn evening breeze swept across both banks. The Huangpu River flowed ceaselessly under the night sky, with boats dotting the surface in abundance. And the buildings on either side adorned themselves with a dazzling array of lights, exuding the unique opulence, romance, and grandeur of this magical metropolis. This was the Magic City, a city that never sleeps, often likened to the dreamlike Paris of the East. The river breeze was gentle, and the crowd bustled with vibrant energy. Jiang Lang, hands clasped behind his back, followed ECU, feeling rather bored as he surveyed his surroundings. To be candid, he did not enjoy shopping. Previously, due to the immense pressures of life, he had neither the time nor the inclination, let alone the financial means to indulge in shopping. Now that he had wealth, he still found it unappealing, feeling it was a waste of time. He would rather stay in bed and play video games. Sensing Jiang Lang's lack of engagement, ECU suddenly turned her head and gently said, "Lang go, shall we go watch a movie?" Jiang Lang nodded, not giving it much thought. There happened to be a cinema nearby, and after purchasing popcorn and cola, he accompanied ECU inside. The dimly lit theater was already filled with patrons. They were about to watch a new domestic horror film titled Horror High School. The story revolved around the protagonist, a Qing, whose eyes underwent a bizarre transformation one day, enabling him to foresee scenes of people's impending deaths. Soon after, a Qing discovered that these individuals truly vanished, as if they had never existed, leaving no trace behind. No one, not even fellow students or teachers, remembered them. He was uncertain how many people had disappeared from the school over its 40-year history, but in order to survive, he embarked on a desperate escape. However, no matter how hard he struggled, even after fleeing the country, he would invariably find himself back in his dormitory the following day, on his designated bunk. This summary marked the end of the film's premise. Although Jiang Lang found it somewhat intriguing, he held no high expectations. As everyone knew, the film industry in Long Country was lacking. Superstitions were frowned upon, and horror films typically ended in dreams or depicted madness, featuring themes of schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder that left viewers with headaches. Nevertheless, it was evident that ECU seemed to enjoy it immensely, fully engrossed in the film. In a moment of tension, she unconsciously clung to Jiang Lang's arm, instinctively seeking refuge in his embrace. Her arms enveloped in the contours of his form. He could distinctly feel a gentle warmth and softness, leaving him with no room for movement, as though he were submerged beneath the ocean's depths. The faint scent of her fragrance wafted to his nostrils, igniting a flutter of emotions within him, just as Jiang Lang began to drift into daydreams. A cacophony of curses suddenly pierced the air. Damn it, the outcome is yet another lunatic plot. I should have seen this coming. Goodness. My grandmother could create a better film than this. Domestic horror films have become utterly abysmal. Listening to the outraged criticisms around him, Jiang Lang glanced up at the large screen, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, the film was nearing its conclusion. He let out a soft breath and remarked, "Let us head back." Oh, ECU finally snapped back to reality. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she noticed her arms cradled against her chest, and she hastily released him. The clock had already struck past midnight, leaving the streets almost deserted. The night breeze swept through, causing her to shiver involuntarily. ECU's small hands twirled nervously, her mind a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. Come on, what are you waiting for? No, a girl must maintain her dignity. You have to keep it together. Keep it together? He is wealthy and handsome. Missing this opportunity would be a grave mistake. As she gazed at Jiang Lang, her heart fluttered, caught between eagerness and hesitation. "Lang Gu," she softly called out. "Yes? What is the matter?" Jiang Lang turned his head. A look of confusion etched on his face. "It's late. The school gates are closed," ECU murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Lang's footsteps faltered, his heart racing as he began to piece together her implication. Biting his lip, he stammered, What should we do?" "I brought my ID." She averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. The sound of rushing water echoed nearby, accompanied by a thin veil of mist on the translucent glass. Even from outside, one could catch a glimpse of a beautiful silhouette within. Leaning against the window, Jiang Lang held a cigarette between his lips, exhaling clouds of smoke. He gazed outside, his emotions swirling in a tumult of complexity and anxiety. To be honest, he was no longer a novice. Yet, he had never encountered someone as extraordinary as ECU. As he pondered, his phone rang abruptly. Ding ding. He glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. "Hello, little sister, what's wrong?" The voice from the other end sent a chill down his spine. "Brother, I've been drugged. Hurry and come save me." Jiang Ting's voice was fragmented, laced with a hoarseness that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Like a bucket of icy water dousing him, Jiang Lang snapped to attention. realizing he had completely forgotten that today was his sister's first outing. To his horror, something had gone awry. Panicking, he shouted, "Where are you?" "I'm coming right now." "At BOS bar. I'll send you the location." Jiang Ting shrieked, her voice echoing with urgency. Jiang Lang's heart trembled at her cry. He wasted no time, rushing down the stairs without even a word to ECU. Meanwhile, hiding in the restroom, ECU, still grappling with her own thoughts, heard the commotion outside. She called out Jiang Lang's name a few times, but receiving no response, she quietly opened the door, peeking her head out. The empty room revealed nothing but her solitude. Chapter 45. Farewell, Jiangbei City. The Bugatti Veyron sped through the desolate streets, the scenery outside blurring into a long streak of shadows. "Hello, Xiao Song. Are there any members from our club near BOS bar? Send someone over to help." "Hello, Miss Zhao, could you please take someone to BOS bar? My sister has been drugged." "Hello, old Zhao." As Jiang Lang spoke on the phone, he pressed down hard on the accelerator. "Damn it, go faster," he cursed, anxiety gnawing at him. Meanwhile, at BOS bar in the magical city, "Damn it, open the door," Jiang Beiqing shouted, kicking the door with palpable fury. Ever since Jiang Lang had bested him, he had been in a foul mood, and after finally being released by his father, he gathered a few lackeys to drink at his own bar. To his surprise, he spotted two stunning girls singing in a private room. With not a single man in sight, elated by the prospect, he called them over for a drink, only to be met with rejection and insults, which infuriated him immensely. Later, when the two girls went to the restroom, he dispatched two waiters under the pretense of cleaning to secretly drug their drinks. After all, this was not his first time engaging in such nefarious deeds. He was quite adept at it. Once the girls returned, he would personally toast them, apologizing, and they would never suspect his audacity in having the waitstaff poison their drinks. However, to his dismay, the plan backfired. The girls quickly sensed something was amiss after just a sip. By the time they attempted to escape, the bar's security, being in his employ, ensured they wouldn't slip away. In the restroom, listening to the incessant banging on the door, Mao Nanny's face flushed, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. She shook her head, steeling herself, and turned to Jiang Ting with a look of guilt. "Thank you," shouting. "If it weren't for you." Her voice was tinged with sorrow. She never imagined that a long-awaited reunion with an old friend would be marred by such an occurrence, leaving her feeling fearful and anxious. Jiang Ting shook her head, offering comfort. "Mao Jia, this isn't your fault. Who could have known we'd encounter such scum?" After a pause, she continued, "Don't worry. My brother will come to rescue us." Mao Nanny said nothing, but her heart was already filled with despair. Jiang Ting was unaware, but she knew that Jiang Beiqing's family was a powerful player in the real estate market. The implications of being targeted by such a person were dire. As her thoughts spiraled, her head grew increasingly dizzy, her legs entwined, her consciousness beginning to fade. "Mao Jia, stay awake," Jiang Ting called out, her voice tinged with urgency as her resolve began to wane. "Why is this door so difficult to open? If I had known, I wouldn't have reinforced it." Jiang Beiqing grumbled, feeling a twinge of pain in his foot from kicking the door. He turned to his lackeys and ordered, "Go find a hammer from the back." One of his subordinates nodded eagerly and scurried off to comply. Just then, a voice called out from outside, "Brother Jiang, what are you up to?" Zhao Zhenglong burst into the private room, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the surroundings, filled with suspicion. "What is it to you, Zhao? Why are you here?" Jiang Beiqing sneered, harboring resentment. If it hadn't been for Zhao Yinyu defending Jiang Lang last time, he wouldn't have suffered such a significant loss. With their connections, the Zhao family could easily ensure Jiang Lang spent a few days behind bars. The Zhao family members were all no good. What nonsense about mutual fights. I was left with a swollen face. Reflecting on this, he felt a slight sting on his cheek, a lingering reminder of Jiang Lang's previous assault. Zhao Zhenglong could naturally hear the impolite words uttered by the other party. However, this was not his territory, and with Jiang Lang's instructions weighing on him, he could only suppress his temper. "It's nothing. I merely came to your young master Jiang to find someone," he said with a smile. Jiang Beiqing hesitated for a moment. He did not wish to provoke the Zhao family, and slowly responded, "Who are you looking for?" "A woman." Before Zhao Zhenglong could finish his sentence, an unusual moan emanated from the restroom of the private room. Zhao Zhenglong's expression shifted, a foreboding thought creeping into his mind. "Young Master Jiang, what is happening in the restroom?" His tone turned slightly colder. "It's nothing, just two girls. You can leave." Jiang Beiqing waved dismissively. Zhao Zhenglong's expression fluctuated between anger and restraint. He gritted his teeth and insisted, "I want to see who is inside." Jiang Beiqing scoffed, his demeanor darkening. "You think just because I call you young Master Zhao, you are someone of consequence? This is my territory. If I tell you to leave, you must leave." Zhao Zhenglong glared at him, frustration boiling within. At that moment, several individuals burst in from outside, the Song brothers, Song Chungwu and Song Chengwen, along with numerous members of the club. Old Zhao, we've searched everywhere, but no one is here. Could it be a mistake? Their voices created a cacophony, completely disregarding Jiang Beiqing. Seeing this, Jiang Beiqing's expression darkened further, his fists clenched tightly, feeling both anger and helplessness. The audacity of these people to cause a ruckus in his domain was infuriating. Zhao Zhenglong glanced around, noticing the crowd had gathered, and sighed with slight relief. No, we still need to check one more place. He pointed to the restroom in the private room, speaking coolly. Young Master Jiang, can we open it now? Jiang Beiqing's face changed dramatically, yet he resolutely refused. No, this matter cannot come to light. If something goes wrong, I won't be able to stay in Modu, and it might even implicate the Zhao family. Just then, amidst the standoff, a figure rushed in, voice laced with urgency. Old Zhao, have you found the person? Jiang Lang's face was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhao Zhenglong was taken aback by Jiang Lang's unexpected arrival. He never expected him to arrive so swiftly, proving himself to be quite the speedster. Without hesitation, with the principal now present, he directed, we still need to search there. Jiang Lang turned and instantly recognized the situation, his eyes turning icy. It's you. Chapter 46. The brutal beating of Jiang Beiqing. Jiang Beiqing felt a pang of panic. He hadn't anticipated the arrival of this harbinger of doom. Damn, surely, the person inside isn't associated with this brat. Gritting his teeth, he stood his ground. You cannot go in there. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and the bar's security personnel rushed in. The members of the club were outraged, shouting, Young Master Jiang, what are you doing? Do you dare lay a hand on us? Do you think our SSCC club members are easy to bully? Their anger was palpable. They were accustomed to being the aggressors, not the ones being threatened. Jiang Lang narrowed his eyes, about to respond when another moan from the restroom pierced through the air. This sound was all too familiar. It was Jiang Ting's voice. In an instant, his fury ignited, overwhelming his reason. Cursing loudly, he charged forward. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd wasted no time. Zhao Zhenglong rolled up his sleeves, shouting, Get him! Crush this bastard! Song Chengwen exclaimed, exhilarated. Onward, onward! Jiang Lang spat. Get lost, don't come near. These rich second-generation heirs might boast about their prowess in seduction and bravado, but when it came to actual combat, they were merely inviting trouble. Did they truly believe the bartenders at a nightclub were pushovers? Jiang Lang surged ahead. If anyone tried to stop him, he unleashed a barrage of punches without holding back. Thankfully, the spaciousness of the private room allowed him to maneuver freely. It was said that boxing champion Ali's punches could reach 205 kilograms of force. Although Jiang Lang had been endowed with human peak physicality by the system and lacked formal combat training, his strikes were far beyond the capacity of these ordinary individuals. While a blow from him wouldn't necessarily be fatal, a single punch would undoubtedly leave them battered and powerless. The room descended into chaos after a brief scuffle. Everyone except Jiang Lang lay incapacitated. Whoa, is that Yuan? A god of war incarnate? The club members were left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at Jiang Lang. Zhao Zhenglong swallowed hard, watching Jiang Lang's formidable display with a sheen of cold sweat on his brow. He cautiously asked Song Chengwu, Xiao Wu, I recall you practice boxing. Do you think I could ever reach Brother Lang's level? His eyes sparkled with hope. Song Chengwu was momentarily stunned. Brother Lang's level? Are you out of your mind? If I didn't see his face, I would think Tyson had possessed him. Glancing at Zhao Zhenglong, who stood under 6 feet tall and weighed around 200 pounds, he fell silent for a moment. Zhao Gu, boxing is not suited for you. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Jiang Beiqing's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Jiang Lang, his voice trembling. Jiang Lang ignored him, stepping over his body to reach the restroom door. Twisting the doorknob, the door remained stubbornly shut, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Clearly, Jiang Beiqing had not yet succeeded. Turning to the crowd, he nodded slightly. Then, he raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the doorknob flew off, and he peered inside, his gaze turning frigid. 2 voluptuous bodies were entwined, lost in delirium, their clothing disheveled, exposing large swathes of alabaster skin. Jiang Lang took a glance and promptly shut the door again. Taking a deep, heavy breath, he turned and approached Jiang Beiqing, suddenly lifting his leg and delivering a forceful kick to the latter's abdomen. Ugh! Jiang Beiqing's face contorted, veins bulging, nearly popping from their sockets as he retched violently, expelling the remnants of his previous meal. Yet, this was just the beginning. Jiang Lang seized his head and slammed it against the glass table. With a shattering crash, glass shards flew everywhere, and Jiang Beiqing's head was bloodied, his appearance unrecognizable as he howled in agony. Help! Help! Stop! Big brother, I was wrong. His voice grew weaker, fragmented. Jiang Lang remained unyielding, like an emotionless automaton, relentlessly repeating the same actions. Bang! 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 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. This scene sent cold sweats cascading down the spines of those present. Zhao Zhenlong trembled, clutching Jiang Lang's arm, pleading, "Stop. If this goes on, something terrible will happen. Someone pull him back," he shouted at the crowd, as if awakening from a dream. The crowd frantically grasped at Jiang Lang, some clutching his arms, others seizing his legs. Song Chengwu even slipped and fell, landing in a most undignified manner. It was only when Zhao Zhenlong suddenly shouted, "Stop. We need to get him to the hospital first," that Jiang Lang's fury was finally subdued. Breathing heavily, his eyes, once ablaze with rage, gradually returned to a state of calm. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Zhao Yinyu rushed in with several colleagues from the police station. Her brow furrowed as she surveyed the scene. Approaching Jiang Lang, she inquired, "Where is he?" Jiang Lang nodded and pointed toward the restroom of the private room. Zhao Yinyu quickly jogged toward the door, peering inside, her expression turning icy. Being a woman herself, she harbored a profound disdain for such situations. She turned and called out, "We need a few female officers to come in and assist." The scene within was far from decorous, and it was inappropriate for men to enter. She then instructed the nearby officers, "Take all these scoundrels away." "Yes, ma'am." The following day at the affiliated hospital in Modu, the pungent scent of disinfectant filled the air, making one feel nauseous. The corridors bustled with doctors, family members, and patients. In a single room, Jiang Ting lay pale as a delicate beauty, resting on the bed. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, as if entangled in a knot, and a single tear traced down her cheek. "No, no," she whimpered, her voice faltering as if she were crying. Jiang Lang abruptly lifted his head, his dark eyes wide open, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." His voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze soothing her restless heart, and gradually, Jiang Ting calmed down. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Lang felt the weight of the night lift slightly. This had become a recurring cycle for him, offering comfort time and again. Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door. A beautiful young nurse entered, handing Jiang Lang several documents. "These are for the patient," she stated. The stack contained various medical forms and test results. After replacing the 4-bag, the nurse reminded him, "Make sure to settle the payment soon, otherwise, the hospital may suspend the medication." "Thank you. I'll take care of it," Jiang Lang replied earnestly. The nurse shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. As Jiang Lang casually glanced through the documents, his interest waned quickly. However, upon noticing the test results, he froze momentarily, biting his lip. He looked at the sleeping Jiang Ting before stepping outside with the report in hand. His expression was complex as he contemplated the implications of the results. To his astonishment, Jiang Ting was confirmed to have type A blood. Though he knew that siblings could have different blood types, he himself was type O. Blood types are determined by genetics. If both parents are A or B, their children could be A, B, AB, or O. However, if both parents are O, their children must also be O. Since his parents were both type O, he assumed Jiang Ting should be as well. Yet the test results suggested otherwise. His sister was not his biological sister. What a shock. Was it possible that his mother had been unfaithful, or perhaps his father? Or had there been a mix-up at the hospital when he was born? Reflecting on his childhood, he realized he could hardly recall those early years. He remembered being sent to his grandmother's house while his parents were starting their business. And it wasn't until he was in elementary school that they brought him back home. It was then that he first met his little sister. Could it have been during that time? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. Despite his curiosity about those events, he had come to regard Jiang Ting as family. If her biological parents were to appear one day, he would never allow them to take her away. Resolving to pay the bill, he turned and descended the stairs. Upon his return, he noticed a middle-aged couple lurking at the entrance, peering inside. Startled, Jiang Lang shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" The couple jumped at his sudden outburst, startled by his imposing demeanor. The man quickly identified himself. "Wait, I'm your Uncle Mao." The man's appearance began to match that of the neighbor from his childhood memories, prompting Jiang Lang to pause and raise an eyebrow. "What brings you here?" Mao Zhenning sighed in relief before continuing, "We came to express our gratitude. The police informed us that if it weren't for you yesterday, things could have ended much worse." He trailed off, not wanting to delve further into the harrowing events of the previous day. Jiang Lang, observing the elderly couple's anxious expressions, shook his head dismissively. It was nothing, just a small effort. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation. "By the way, how is Nanny Mao doing?" Zhao Chenghong chimed in. "She has regained consciousness and immediately wanted us to visit Jiang Ting." She held up a bag. "I thought you might not have eaten, so I brought you some homemade food. If Jiang Ting wakes up, she can have some chicken soup." Jiang Lang accepted the bag, nodding appreciatively, his expression softening. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the couple took their leave. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Lang watched them depart, his thoughts tangled. He still harbored resentment toward Mao Nanny. If not for her, Jiang Ting would not have had to endure such an ordeal. Yet he also recognized that it was not entirely her fault. The two girls had merely gone out for a sing-along, unaware they would encounter such madness. At that moment, a terrified voice echoed from within, indicating that Jiang Ting had awakened. Brother. Alarmed, Jiang Lang hurried inside, only to find Jiang Ting curled up, clutching her knees, trembling under the covers. Upon seeing him, her eyes welled with tears, ready to spill over. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He reassured her, setting the bag down and wrapping his arms around her, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Brother. She sobbed, her tears soaking his shirt. After a while, she gradually quieted, and Jiang Lang noticed that she had unknowingly drifted back to sleep. With a sigh, he carefully laid her down and turned to gaze out the window. Once again, a series of knocks interrupted. He turned to see Zhao Yinyu enter, clad in her police uniform, her face weary, suggesting she had spent the night addressing the aftermath of yesterday's events. Jiang Beiqing has been released. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Lang. His expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him as he rose to his feet. How is this possible? The evidence is irrefutable. This is clearly an attempted rape. His voice brimmed with indignation as he addressed Officer Zhao. Is this how your police department operates? Zhao Yinyu averted her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Lang's eyes, and softly explained. The surveillance shows that two waitstaff entered the room to administer the drugs. They must have been bribed by the Jiang family to take the fall. We lack the evidence to prove that Jiang Beiqing was behind it. Damn it, Jiang Lang cursed, and then continued. There were so many people in that private room at the time. It would be absurd if it weren't true. Moreover, the club staff witnessed it firsthand. Surely that counts as evidence? Zhao Yinyu stole a furtive glance at him, lowering her voice even further. They claimed they were only trying to save someone. They even accused us of assaulting them. While we are certain Jiang Beiqing was involved, we lack direct evidence to demonstrate that he orchestrated it. The current situation is, regrettably, unfavorable for us. Jiang Lang's fists clenched and released in a tumultuous rhythm, his teeth grinding audibly, the veins in his arms visibly taut. With a heavy exhale, he finally spoke after a long pause. I understand. Turning his gaze toward the window, his expression turned icy, glimmering with a cold light. The Jiang family, was it? He had initially planned to address them last, intending to complete the other two tasks first, but it seemed he would have to expedite his plans. 100 billion in assets? A real estate tycoon? Did they truly believe they could operate unchallenged? He was resolute in his disbelief. He would not be so easily thwarted. Chapter 48, Designated Investigation Card. Time flew by, and a week had swiftly passed. During this period, a significant incident had erupted online, causing quite a stir throughout the city. The renowned BOS bar was embroiled in a scandal involving an attempted rape. Although the police had released an official report, an alternative narrative had emerged privately, suggesting that the true mastermind was none other than the eldest son of the Jiang family. Surprisingly, the public was reluctant to trust the police. Instead, they gravitated toward this leaked version of events, prompting a second investigation by the authorities. Consequently, the stock of Jiang Real Estate Group plummeted. Outside the Jiang family's villa in the suburbs of Magic City, dark clouds loomed overhead, casting a pall over the earth as a light drizzle fell. A Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of the villa. The butler, who had been waiting for some time, hurried forward with an umbrella, opening the car door. Sir, you have returned. Jiang Chengshu stepped out slowly, his face weary, with noticeably more gray hair at his temples. He glanced at the butler and hoarsely inquired, "Where is that ungrateful son of mine? What is he doing now?" A late-life child, he doted on Jiang Beiqing excessively. However, this incident had escalated far too much. Had it not been for his remaining influence, Jiang Beiqing would likely already be languishing in prison. Thus, he had reluctantly decided to confine him. The young master has heeded your instructions and has not left the house during this time. He is currently in his room reading, the butler replied, bowing his head respectfully. A flicker of relief crossed Jiang Chengshu's face as he nodded. Take me to him. Yes, sir. However, unexpectedly, before they could reach the door, a cacophony of lewd sounds erupted from within the room, both male and female, suggesting the presence of more than one participant. Jiang Chengshu's expression darkened as he kicked the door open. Inside, there were no fewer than 10 men and women, all in various states of undress, with an array of erotic paraphernalia strewn about, saturating the air with an atmosphere of debauchery. Screams erupted from the women as they scrambled to cover themselves. Dad! Jiang Beiqing exclaimed in a panic, hastily throwing on a pair of shorts. Get the hell out of my sight. Jiang Chengshu seethed, taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth in fury. In the study, a resounding slap echoed as Jiang Chengshu struck Jiang Beiqing across the face. You ungrateful wretch. You have brought disgrace upon the Jiang family. His face was flushed with anger. I commanded you to reflect at home, and instead, you throw a party here. He struggled to articulate the shame of it all. Jiang Beiqing cupped his cheek, retorting quietly, "This is how young people have fun these days. How dare you?" Jiang Chengshu snapped, raising his hand once more. Observing the fear in Jiang Beiqing's eyes, he sighed in resignation. "Tomorrow, I will send you abroad. This matter is not as simple as it appears. Wait until the dust settles before you return." Jiang Beiqing looked perplexed. "Dad, is that really necessary? Haven't we already arranged for someone to take the fall?" He turned to gaze out the window, a look of melancholy on his face. "Regardless, you will do as I say." It seemed that his foolish son had truly been spoiled. If it were truly that simple, how could the market value of Jiang real estate continue to plummet? Meanwhile, at the luxurious Tangchen Epine in Magic City, knock, knock, knock. "Little sister, come out for breakfast." Zhang Lang called from outside Jiang Ting's room. "I'm coming," Jiang Ting exclaimed as she bounced out of her room. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Lang wiped his mouth. "Stay home today. I have to go to the company for a bit." "Oh," Jiang Ting replied, nodding as she sipped her soy milk through a straw. Zhang Lang said nothing more, gently ruffling her hair before turning to leave. Though she didn't express it outwardly, he understood that this incident had left her with psychological scars. Her current demeanor was merely a facade for his benefit. How many nights had he lain awake, hearing her wake from nightmares, stifling her sobs? After descending the stairs, he did not head to the company, but remained in the car, rubbing his temples in frustration. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "What is the situation online now?" "Chairman Jiang, we have muddied the waters online as per your instructions," Dong Rongjie replied, a hint of a wry smile on his lips. He was unsure how Jiang Real Estate had incurred Jiang Lang's wrath, but as the chairman of Tiger Tooth, the controlling shareholder, he had no choice but to comply. Jiang Lang nodded, unsurprised. He had seen the news online and instructed, "Let it end here. If it continues, it could become problematic." His tone was laden with implication, and he chose not to elaborate further. Such online manipulation was not foreign to Tiger Tooth. Being a major streaming platform, however, excessive use would inevitably invite trouble. During this period, he had both stirred the waters online and opportunistically targeted Jiang Real Estate stock. Regrettably, as a real estate magnate with assets in the hundreds of billions, while the Jiang family was not the most formidable developer in Huagua, they had meticulously secured their position in Magic City, leaving no room for error. Though he had made a modest profit through stock manipulation, he was still a long way from his goal. Did he truly need to establish a real estate company to confront them head-on? Jiang Lang pondered, ultimately shaking his head. Even though he had amassed over 20 billion in cash through diligent sign-ins, real estate was not a playground for the faint of heart. Diving into it blindly could result in catastrophic losses. Furthermore, he had no desire to partake in such a bloody endeavor. With a silent sigh, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he muttered, "System, sign in. Ding. Successful registration. The system has detected the host's first monthly sign-in and has triggered a critical reward. 1. Cash prize of 1 billion yuan. 2. A luxury car gift package valued at 1 billion. 3. An A-grade designated probing card." Zhang Lang was momentarily taken aback. 3 rewards? He couldn't help but inquire within. "System, what does monthly sign-in mean?" Ding. The system is divided into daily, monthly, and yearly sign-ins. Among them, the yearly sign-in offers the highest rewards, followed by the monthly. And finally the daily sign-in, which offers the least. Impressive. Zhang Lang silently gave a thumbs up in his mind, then furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the 3 rewards. The first 2 were easily comprehensible, but the third reward left him somewhat perplexed. A-grade designated probing card. Utilizing this card allows one to uncover all the secrets of individuals with a net worth of 10 billion, manifesting their past experiences through USB drives, videos, and other means. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. "System, use the A-grade designated probing card to investigate all the secrets of Jiang Chengshu." Jiang Chengshu, the patriarch of the Jiang family in Jiang Beiqing, the founder of Jiang Real Estate, the leader of the Jiang clan. His downfall would render the so-called Jiang family nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. As he gazed at the materials that appeared before him, Zhang Lang flipped through the pages, his expression alternating between shock and fury. Thud, putting down the documents. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Yinyu's number. "Hello, the stunning Zhao. Would you grace me with your presence for a meal?" Chapter 49, Mission Accomplished. In a cafe on the peninsula of the Magic City, the lighting was dim and soothing. Melodious music floated through the air, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Zhang Lang sat at a window-side table, savoring his coffee while gazing outside. The sky remained overcast, with fine rain soaking the rooftops, corners, and streets. Suddenly, the door to the cafe swung open, and a strikingly attractive woman in a form-fitting outfit and dark sunglasses strode in. "Welcome to the Peninsula Cafe," greeted the waitstaff. Clad in black and white uniforms, in unison, the attractive woman ignored them, scanning the cafe before striding directly toward Jiang Lang. Speak. Why the urgency in seeking me out? Zhao Yinyu removed her sunglasses, tousled her hair, and shot a glance at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang shook his head, extending a document pouch from his bag. Take a look. There are surprises within. Eyeing Jiang Lang's feigned mystery with skepticism, Zhao Yinyu pursed her lips and opened the pouch. Inside were several pages densely filled with text, alongside a small USB drive. She furrowed her brow in confusion, flipping through the documents, her initial surprise gradually morphing into a serious demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she closed the documents. Where did you obtain this? She asked, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Lang. These documents detail the life of the Jiang family head, Jiang Qingshu. They contain evidence of collusion between officials and businessmen, and even include how he ruthlessly rose to power. Jiang Lang shrugged, remaining silent. To be honest, he was taken aback when he first read them. Jiang Real Estate was not founded by Jiang Qingshu, but by his elder brother, Jiang Chengjun. At that time, Jiang Chengjun wielded immense power, while Jiang Qingshu merely occupied a secondary position. However, who could have anticipated that Jiang Qingshu, driven by greed, would resort to fratricide, luring Jiang Chengjun abroad under the pretense of exploring foreign markets? He had secretly hired mercenaries to eliminate him. Due to international regulations and the poor foreign relations of Huaguo at the time, the case was left to local authorities, leading to Jiang Chengjun's death remaining unresolved. Although suspicions fell on Jiang Qingshu, there was no concrete evidence. With over 20 years having passed, all traces had vanished, and very few within the organization were even aware that Jiang Chengjun was the true founder of Jiang Real Estate. Zhao Yinyu bit her lip, scrutinizing Jiang Lang, attempting to discern something from his expression. After a long pause, she spoke softly, without witnesses or physical evidence. These papers alone cannot prove that Jiang Qingshu murdered his brother, unless we reopen the investigation. But, Jiang Lang interjected, cutting her off, you might want to check what the USB contains. The USB? Could it possibly record the process of Jiang Qingshu committing murder? Impossible. How could such evidence exist, especially from over 20 years ago? Seeing Jiang Lang's enigmatic smile, Zhao Yinyu suddenly felt a chill. She swallowed hard, feigning calmness. How do we access it without a computer? No worries. I just happen to have a laptop in my car. Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Well prepared, aren't we? Zhao Yinyu's eyes narrowed, and she decisively said, let's go to the car. Watching Zhao Yinyu hastily leave, Jiang Lang felt a sense of helplessness. He sneezed and followed her. In the nearly empty parking lot, the atmosphere felt eerily quiet. Inside the car, silence loomed. Don't, brother, I was wrong. I'll give you my entire corporation. Just put down the gun, please. We are brothers. No, don't come any closer. Help, help. The desperate cries for help seemed to pierce through the screen. A gunshot rang out, and the man in the footage collapsed into a pool of blood. Thud. Zhao Yinyu abruptly shut the laptop, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her complexion pale. Taking a deep breath, she patted her racing heart, her expression dazed. After a moment, she turned to Jiang Lang, her voice low. Who else has seen this video? Jiang Lang's face also turned pale. It was the first time he had viewed the footage. The desperate pleas for help, that maddening voice, and the sheer terror conveyed were palpable even through the screen, evoking an indescribable nausea within him. None. You are the first, he slowly replied, swallowing hard. Zhao Yinyu nodded slightly, her expression serious as she addressed Jiang Lang. I will take this. Saying this, she grabbed the document pouch and exited the car, her demeanor solemn. Jiang Lang was not surprised. Once this information surfaced, it was beyond his capacity to safeguard it. All he sought was one outcome, the downfall of the Jiang family. The sooner, the better. The only ones who could assist him in achieving this were the police. He merely needed to provide Zhao Yinyu with the evidence, and then sit back and watch the drama unfold. Jiang Lang lightly tapped the steering wheel, his gaze cold as he watched Zhao Yinyu's departing figure. 3 days later, a piece of news surged onto the trending topics with breathtaking speed. Jiang Real Estate, embroiled in a shocking scandal. Brother turns against brother, a battle for profit. Truth unveiled, the long-buried secret of over 20 years finally comes to light. This is breaking news. I am Zhang Man, and this is Lu Li. According to the latest reports, the most significant case of illegal property occupation that has garnered national attention, Jiang Qingshu, chairman of Jiang Real Estate, has confessed to his illegal possession of firearms, the unlawful murder of another, and the illegal appropriation of property from 2 decades ago. Recent revelations indicate that the son of Jiang's real estate chairman, Jiang Beiqing, is implicated in attempted rape and violent assault among various charges, and is currently on the run. The Ministry of Public Security has issued a reward of 1 million yuan for any information leading to his capture. Justice will surely prevail. With this in mind, Jiang Lang pressed the remote, turning off the television, and felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He playfully patted his sister Jiang Ting, who appeared somewhat dazed, and teased, "See, I told you they were bound to face misfortune." Jiang Ting turned her head to look at Jiang Lang, her expression still bewildered. "Brother, our country's police are remarkably efficient. They can investigate events from over 20 years ago." She had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events, thinking that the past would be left unresolved, only to be met with such shocking news. The entire Jiang family now faces imprisonment. Jiang Lang turned to gaze out the window, his expression somewhat amused. "Indeed, they are quite formidable." Ding. Special task. The mission against the wealthy has been accomplished. Distribution begins now. Chapter 50. Ace Shield Bodyguard Company. Ding ding. At the moment the rewards were being distributed, Jiang Lang's phone began to ring. Glancing at Jiang Ting, he picked up the phone and moved to the window. "Hello, is this Jiang Lang, Mr. Jiang?" The voice on the other end was exceptionally steady and efficient, reminiscent of a veteran. Jiang Lang's eyes flickered as he began to deduce the caller's identity. He nodded slightly and replied in a calm tone, "That's me." "Hello, boss. I am Li Hai, the chief instructor of Ace Shield Bodyguard Company." The caller quickly adapted, indicating he was not inflexible. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he had little knowledge of the bodyguard industry, having only heard of Blackwater from television. Curious, he pressed, "Could you briefly explain the current state of the company?" "Certainly, boss." As Li Hai elaborated, Jiang Lang's expressions shifted from intrigue to astonishment, his gaze reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. The headquarters of Ace Shield Bodyguard is situated in the imperial capital of Huagua, boasting a special driving training base in the Chilu region, a tactical shooting base in Southeast Asia, and a counterterrorism training base in Europe. The quality of personnel is exceedingly stringent, only recruiting recent veterans from special forces who meet 27 international standards and undergoing elimination training based on North American, European, and Israeli criteria. This is one of the nation's premier security companies, providing not just personal protection and asset security domestically, but also substantial armed protection even in high-risk or hostile regions abroad. Impressive, Jiang Lang couldn't help but exclaim. While it may not rival the renowned Blackwater International, it was certainly not to be underestimated and could hold its ground. This was more than sufficient for Jiang Lang's current needs. He pressed his lips together and said, "I have a general understanding now. I would like to know, do we have personnel in Modu? If so, please send someone over as soon as possible." "Boss, a security team has just returned from an overseas mission. I will arrange for them to come over as soon as they disembark." "All right." Once the call ended, Jiang Lang released a subtle sigh of relief. With a thriving household, safety was paramount, especially since Jiang Beicheng had yet to be apprehended. He felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that trouble was imminent. Having bodyguards would provide some peace of mind. Just then, his phone rang again. "Hello, Jiang Lang, where's your home?" The voice belonged to Zhao Yinyu. Jiang Lang scratched his head, perplexed. "My home? Are you coming to visit? What nonsense. I'm here to return the car. Do you still want it? Also, didn't you say you needed someone to teach your sister etiquette?" "I've already brought the butler," Zhao Yinyu said, exasperation evident in her tone. "Fine. I'm at Tang Chini Pin. Call me when you arrive." "As they won't let you in otherwise." "At Tang Chini Pin? No need. I have a place there too. Come visit another day," Jiang Lang retorted, inwardly scoffing at the wealth of those in the medical field. After a brief pause, Zhao Yinyu's voice chimed in again. "By the way, which building are you in?" "I almost forgot to ask. Building A. Top floor." "Nice. I recall the top floor is the penthouse, worth over 300 million. I'll be there in about an hour." After hanging up, Jiang Lang glanced at the time and turned to Jiang Ting on the sofa. "It's almost midnight. Let's go get some food." "Okay, brother." Not driving, the two walked to the entrance of Tang Chini Pin, where numerous restaurants had opened, catering not only to the residents, but also to many visitors, making the prices reasonable enough for ordinary people to indulge. At Catherine's Western Restaurant, a 2022 Black Pearl-nominated establishment located by the Huangpu River, the ambience was delightful, with both indoor and outdoor dining available. Most importantly, it was relatively quiet, allowing for intimate conversations without disturbance from neighboring tables. Jiang Lang ordered a set meal priced at 2,088 yuan, which was quite affordable for him. The table was soon filled with Wellington steak, fruit salad, creamy mushroom soup, French foie gras rolls, and more. Exchanging glances, the siblings began to eat without further ado, attracting astonished looks from the adjacent table. Whether it was due to his enhanced physique from the system or something else, Jiang Lang noticed his appetite had significantly increased. He could easily match the eating capacity of 7 or 8 robust men. Should he decide to become a food vlogger, he would undoubtedly rake in a fortune. After contentedly burping, Jiang Lang picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. The food was delightful, though he couldn't stomach the creamy mushroom soup due to the presence of cilantro. Watching Jiang Ting savor it, he silently vowed to eradicate all cilantro from the world someday. He wrinkled his nose and asked Jiang Ting, "Are you full? If not, we can order more." Jiang Ting shook her head vigorously, quickly putting down her soup spoon. I'm full, I'm full." Nodding, Zhang Lang called the waiter to settle the bill, just as Zhao Yinyu's call came through. "Hello, where are you?" "I'm at your doorstep." Her voice was filled with irritation. "Just a moment, I'm on my way." Zhang Lang nonchalantly replied, pulling Jiang Ting along as they departed. At home, Jiang Ting respectfully poured 2 cups of tea. "Uncle, please have some tea. This is for you." Zhao Yinyu smiled as she accepted the cups, jokingly adding, "Thank you, sister. By the way, I still don't know your name." "My name is Jiang Ting." Jiang Ting replied softly, seating herself beside Jiang Lang. Zhao Yinyu nodded and turned to an elderly gentleman beside her, whose silver hair was well-groomed and was dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit. "Fu Bo, I leave the rest to you." Fu Bo took a gentle sip of tea before placing the cup down, casting a discerning glance at the two. "Miss Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. What level of etiquette are you hoping to achieve?" His voice was refined and elegant, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Jiang Ting looked somewhat uncertainly at Jiang Lang, unsure of the expectations. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow. The system had merely instructed Jiang Ting to learn etiquette, without specifying the extent. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Fu Bo, please proceed according to your standard. When you deem her competent, that will suffice." He presented the ball to the other party, stating that if it proved unfeasible, they would find another one later. Mr. Fu's lips twitched slightly, a headache beginning to brew. Gritting his teeth, he finally relented, saying, "Very well then." Meanwhile, Jiang Ting climbed up the snake rod, offering a sweet smile as she added, "I will rely on you from now on, teacher." Mr. Fu nodded slightly, accepting the gesture of respect. After a brief exchange among the group, Zhao Yinyu beckoned Jiang Lang over. "Jiang Lang, come here for a moment." Chapter 51. Are young people really this impressive? Jiang Lang cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Yinyu, then nodded slightly towards Jiang Ting. Following Zhao Yinyu into the adjacent room, Jiang Lang jested, "What is the matter, Miss Zhao? With our relationship? Is there anything we cannot discuss openly, requiring such secrecy?" Zhao Yinyu shot him an exasperated look, exuding an alluring charm. "Stop joking. I've received news that Jiang Beiqing's mother caused quite a ruckus at her family home. You'd best be cautious during this time. I suspect she may come looking for trouble." Jiang Beiqing's mother? Jiang Lang furrowed his brows in confusion. Isn't she supposed to be in custody? Our investigation revealed that Jiang Beiqing's mother, Zhang Xiaoling, was unaware of the events from back then and has never interfered in the management of Zhang's real estate. Jiang Lang scoffed derisively. "To be honest, I can only believe that to a minimal extent. How could Zhang Xiaoling, after so many years as Mrs. Jiang, possibly be oblivious? Either she has concealed herself too deeply, or external forces are at play." He turned to gaze out the window, saying blandly, "Who stands behind Zhang Xiaoling?" "The Zhang family of the capital, one of the 4 prominent families. The patriarch is a former bodyguard to a high-ranking official and is still alive." Jiang Lang inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. "That formidable?" Noticing Jiang Lang seemingly taken aback, Zhao Yinyu chuckled softly. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Lang rolled his eyes in retort, "Afraid? What a joke. Let them come." In this moment, he exuded a sense of bravado. "It's merely a young lady from the military district, with my resources. What is there to fear? If it comes to it, I could always flee abroad." Jiang Lang mused inwardly. Zhao Yinyu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lang's words, shaking her head in resignation. "Yes, it's indeed the Zhang family of the capital, but Zhang Xiaoling is not from the main branch. She hails from a collateral line. Think about it. If she were truly the daughter of the main family, how could she have married Jiang Changshu? Even so, it was still Jiang Changshu who was climbing the social ladder." Jiang Lang nodded slightly, contemplating before expressing his lingering doubts. "But are you certain you haven't leaked my information? Otherwise, why would they come looking for me?" He couldn't help but glance at Zhao Yinyu. "What? Do you think I would betray a friend?" Zhao Yinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression darkening, her tone tinged with agitation. "Do you really think I, Zhao Yinyu, would act in such a manner?" Seeing Zhao Yinyu's fervent reaction, Jiang Lang quickly waved his hands, clarifying, "No, I merely find it puzzling. Logically, no one should know that I provided you with that information." Zhao Yinyu scrutinized Jiang Lang intently, and after a prolonged silence, she took a deep breath, a hint of self-deprecating humor gracing her lips. "Indeed, no one knows. But consider this. Who was it that instigated Zhang's misfortunes? The recent malicious attacks on Zhang's real estate. Did you truly believe no one was aware? Moreover, you have physically confronted Jiang Beiqing on 2 occasions. Zhang Xiaoling is undoubtedly well aware of that." Her tone turned somber. Observing Zhao Yinyu's crestfallen expression, Jiang Lang hesitated, finally nodding slowly. "All right, I understand." Zhao Yinyu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lang before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Lang couldn't help but display a faint, bitter smile. He recognized that he had spoken out of turn and should not have doubted her. Yet he had not anticipated her reaction would be so intense. Sighing, he shrugged and exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he found Jiang Ting alone in the living room, looking somewhat bewildered as she gazed at him. On the dining table lay the keys to a Lamborghini Veneno. "Brother, is Sister Zhao angry?" she asked, her face filled with confusion. "Not at all," Jiang Lang replied, ruffling Jiang Ting's hair before changing the subject. "By the way, what did Mr. Fu say?" Jiang Ting retracted her head, stating, "The teacher said that starting tomorrow, lessons will officially commence from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The remaining time, he will return to care for the old master and mistress. Also, he mentioned that to avoid wasting time, he will dine with us at noon." Jiang Lang nodded slightly. "Understood." Meanwhile, a Rolls-Royce traversed the streets. Mr. Fu, donned in white gloves, gripped the steering wheel and discreetly glanced in the rearview mirror at the brooding Zhao Yinyu. Commenting softly, "Miss, are you upset with young Master Jiang?" "No," Zhao Yinyu pouted, turning her gaze out the window, offering no further comment. Seeing this, Mr. Fu smiled gently. Having served the Zhao family for many years, he had watched Zhao Yinyu grow up and could easily discern her feelings. Shaking his head, he drove towards the Tan Palace. Upon arriving at the Tan Palace, Zhao Yinyu abruptly opened the car door with a bang, exiting in a fit of anger. Mr. Fu managed a wry smile, carefully closing the door, handing the keys to a small servant who approached, before inquiring, "Where is the master?" "Back in the study. The master is reading," the servant replied. "Very well. Park the car for me," Mr. Fu ordered with a glance. "Yes, sir." In the study of the Zhao family's villa at Tan Palace, a series of knocks echoed. Zhao Ligua closed the book he had been reading, responding calmly, "Come in." Mr. Fu pushed the door open, standing respectfully at the threshold. "Master." Zhao Ligua shook his head in exasperation. "Old Fu, how many times must I say it? No need for such formality. You must change this habit." Mr. Fu was not just his steward, he was also a dear friend. The two had come to the bustling metropolis together, witnessing the tides of change in the new era. It was only after the establishment of Zhao Medical that Mr. Fu retreated to the background, content to serve the family. It could be said that 1/3 of Zhao Medical's success was attributable to him. However, Mr. Fu stubbornly shook his head, bowing without speaking. For this obstinate old companion, Zhao Ligua was at a loss. After a moment, he sighed, "Forget it, I won't dwell on that. Now, tell me, what is the situation over there?" Since the last meeting with Jiang Lang, Zhao Ligua had begun to gather information about him, but progress had been slow. Mr. Fu's brow furrowed, his expression grave. After a lengthy pause, he slowly shook his head and spoke in a low voice. "It's quite peculiar." "Peculiar?" Zhao Ligua regarded him with suspicion. Mr. Fu pondered for a moment before responding. "Miss Jiang gives the impression of a pauper suddenly thrust into wealth, lacking understanding of many things. Yet her attitude is commendable. She doesn't possess that nouveau riche mentality." He smiled at this point. As for young Master Jiang, Mr. Fu paused, his brow furrowed with conflict. He appears to be an ordinary individual, yet there is an unmistakable aura of someone who has fought their way up from the depths of society. But how is it possible for such individuals to exist in this day and age, especially when they are so young? This is what I find most perplexing. After a brief pause, he glanced up at Zhao Ligua, hesitating to voice his next words. "Moreover, their family is exceedingly wealthy." "Wealthy? Just how wealthy can they be? Can it even compare to our Zhao family?" Zhao Ligua scoffed, his expression tinged with defiance. "Our Zhao Medical Group boasts assets exceeding 100 billion. Fear money? Never. Just our garage houses luxury vehicles worth over 1.5 billion, including the Bugatti Chiron, Lamborghini Veneno, and various other divine machines. Moreover, I've heard from the security that the entire building of Tang Chun E Pin belongs to them. Additionally, the last time they sent a lady home, it was in a business vehicle from the Peninsula Hotel. We have confirmed that Jiang Lang is indeed the mysterious buyer from the Peninsula Hotel in the Magic City. From what has been disclosed, their assets appear to surpass 15 billion. As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Zhao Ligua, wary of the blow to his pride. Zhao Ligua was momentarily stunned, a faint bitter smile escaping his lips as he turned to gaze out the window, murmuring to himself, "Are young people truly this impressive nowadays?" Chapter 52, Leidong. Nightfall at the Magic City International Airport. Located in the Pudong New District of the Magic City, approximately 30 kilometers from the city center. This 4F-level civil airport is one of China's 3 major composite hubs. At the airport entrance, an aircraft sliced through the long clouds. Akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, the sound of its powerful engine resonating clearly even on the ground. "Look, a plane," Jiang Ting exclaimed, pointing towards the sky with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Jiang Lang lifted his gaze, sharing in her moment of wonder. To soar among the stars and chase dreams through the skies has long been humanity's ambition. Empowered by modern technology, Humankind has begun to conquer the heavens. Airplanes, in particular, have become a familiar mode of transportation. Yet, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that Zhang Lang had never boarded a plane, and Jiang Ting was in the same boat. Their exposure was limited to what they had seen on television. He playfully patted her shoulder and half-jokingly, yet earnestly, declared, "Once your college entrance exams are over, I'll buy a private jet and whisk our family, Dad, Mom, you, and me, on a world tour." "Dream on," Jiang Ting retorted, sticking her tongue out at him. She understood that while Zhang Lang had the wealth, he was also exceedingly busy, and by the time her exams concluded, he would likely have forgotten his promise. "Who are we picking up?" Jiang Ting inquired, wrapping her arms around Zhang Lang's. "A few friends," Zhang Lang replied, glancing down at his Patek Philippe watch, deep in thought. According to Li Hai, the individual would approach him upon disembarking, but finding himself bored at home, he had decided to come early to witness firsthand the legendary mercenaries. Although Li Hai referred to them as bodyguards, those capable of undertaking overseas missions were not to be underestimated. As for Jiang Ting, she was simply as restless as he was at home. While they were conversing, a throng of people suddenly surged from the airport exit, bustling and lively. "They're here," Zhang Lang announced, signaling for the nearby driver to raise the large logo. This was the dedicated driver from the peninsula, no, the Emperor Hotel, whom he had commandeered at the last minute. Uncertain of how many would return, he had arranged for a large bus from the hotel to facilitate the pickup. His eyes scanned the crowd continuously, yet even as the throng dispersed, he saw no familiar faces. Just as he was pondering this, a voice unexpectedly reached his ears. "Boss." "Hello?" The voice was raspy, as if singed by fire. Zhang Lang jumped in surprise and turned to see a large, dark face, adorned with a sheepish grin revealing a set of white teeth. Rather than a mercenary, he resembled a laborer from a construction site. Zhang Lang regarded him with suspicion. "You are?" "I am Lei Dong, a first-level security consultant from Ace Shield." He stood at attention, rendering a distinctly military salute to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang responded with an awkward smile, returning the gesture clumsily, no need for such formality. He then furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. "Weren't you supposed to bring a small team? Why is it just you?" Lei Dong nodded slightly, placing a finger to his lips to whistle, then casually said, "Come out." Suddenly, figures began to emerge from the corners of the walls, flower beds, and even behind advertising billboards. Where did they all come from? This scene left Zhang Lang dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Not only was he stunned, but even Jiang Ting and the hastily summoned driver were left bewildered. "Boss! Boss! Boss!" The chorus of "boss" made Zhang Lang's lips twitch and his face redden. Some tourists who hadn't wandered too far stopped in their tracks, glancing back, likely believing they were witnessing a film shoot. Clearing his throat, Zhang Lang quickly urged, "Let's move, everyone, get in the car." "Yes, sir." Inside the Emperor Hotel's bus, silence enveloped the space. Zhang Lang bit his lip, taking in the sight around him. The bus was nearly full, with approximately 40 individuals on board. He was uncertain if this was a standard arrangement, but it certainly felt like a substantial number, perhaps due to their prolonged exposure to missions, or perhaps because they had finally arrived at a safe haven. The tension among the bodyguards, or mercenaries, began to ease. Most of them slumped into their seats and promptly fell asleep, while the few who remained awake appeared bleary-eyed. The gentle sounds of snoring occasionally punctuating the stillness of the bus. Zhang Lang turned his gaze to the window. Against the backdrop of nightfall, the cars on the streets flowed in a continuous stream, lined up like a series of gleaming pearls or twinkling stars on the move. After a moment, he glanced at the drowsy Lei Dong beside him and softly inquired, "Tell me about the mission you are undertaking. Is it dangerous?" To be honest, he was genuinely curious about individuals like Lei Dong. Lei Dong lifted his eyelids, meeting Zhang Lang's gaze, and pursed his lips. "Boss, I can't disclose specifics about the mission due to confidentiality protocols. However, I can say that we are tasked with protecting the air of a major consortium in the Middle East, and it isn't particularly hazardous. The real danger lies in places like Iraq or Africa, where conflicts are rampant. Boss, outside it's chaotic. Drugs, gambling, armed conflicts are rampant. Honestly, it makes even China look tame," he remarked, gazing out the window with a hint of reflection. Zhang Lang nodded, grasping the gravity of his words. After a pause, he probed further. "Boss, what is our mission?" "The chief instructor only sent us here without elaborating." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Lang keenly noticed the atmosphere in the bus shift, becoming noticeably quieter. The mercenaries, having returned from abroad, perked up their ears, their eyes sharp and focused on him. "Wait, so you were all secretly napping earlier?" Zhang Lang silently scoffed, then contemplated for a moment before slowly stating, "I would like to enlist you as my personal bodyguards." Lei Dong nodded, as such requests were second nature to them. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Are we going abroad?" "Africa, the the Middle East, or Russia and Ukraine. But those areas are still embroiled in conflict. I suggest we contact headquarters in advance for firepower support. Wait, a warmonger. Zhang Lang quickly waved his hands, explaining, no, it's just within the country. If we were to travel abroad, it would only be for leisure. Pausing for a moment, he addressed Lei Dong. Wouldn't that be a bit of overkill for you? A spark of excitement flickered in Lei Dong's eyes as he shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. You are the boss. How could you possibly be underutilized? With that, he bellowed towards the rear. Brothers, are you willing? His voice was grand and thunderous, leaving Zhang Lang somewhat bewildered. Was it necessary to be this jubilant? Zhang Lang murmured to himself, his expression one of confusion, as if sensing Zhang Lang's bewilderment. He cheerfully explained, if it weren't for the money, no one would risk their necks in such a perilous way. By the way, what about the salary? Chapter 53, The Car Accident. Salary? Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, uncertain about the details. Glancing at Lei Dong, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of greed, he retorted, why don't you tell me how your salaries are calculated? After a moment of contemplation, Lei Dong pursed his lips and replied, when we work overseas, our daily wage can reach up to $500, and in times of war, it doubles. Our company's commission structure is quite reasonable, so over the course of a year, one could earn around 1.5 million renminbi, provided one survives. At this point, he paused slightly, as if reminiscing, a glimmer of inexplicable nostalgia in his gaze. After a brief moment, he continued, as for me, as a top-tier security consultant, I've gained some notoriety overseas, and I earn nearly 3 million renminbi a year. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang nodded slightly. This salary was undeniably high, comparable to that of a top executive in a large corporation. Yet, considering the perilous nature of their work, it did not seem excessive. Noticing Zhang Lang's calm demeanor, Lei Dong gritted his teeth and said, boss, domestically, you wouldn't need to pay that much. I'd only require half. Others chimed in eagerly, boss, hire me. I'll work for 1 million. I'll take 800,000. I'll settle for 700. I'll accept 600. For heaven's sake, can you all stop competing? Some people can't handle it, someone exclaimed, exasperated. Zhang Lang found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. He had merely been contemplating a suitable salary and had not anticipated this misunderstanding. With his fingers intertwined, he calmly stated, salaries will remain unchanged. 5 million for everyone else, 3 million for Lei Dong, with a 10 increase for every 3 years. I will have Lehigh create a separate account for your salaries. I will pay you directly, not through the company account. The original intent remains. He calculated quickly in his mind. Even if all these individuals totaled 40, it would only amount to just over 60 million, something he could easily recoup in a day. Original intent, Lei Dong declared, thumping his chest in assurance. I am willing to. For such favorable terms, only a fool would refuse. Boss, you are like a second father to me. From now on, I will follow your every command without question. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, their spirits soaring. Who would willingly leave their homes, spending an entire year away? They ventured out solely for the sake of earning money. The allure of the same benefits, without the peril. While remaining in the country, who wouldn't he want that? At that moment, Jiang Ting, who had been soundly asleep since they boarded the vehicle, groggily rubbed her eyes and gazed at the exuberant crowd, feeling rather dazed. Brother, what is going on with them? She asked, stifling a yawn. Zhang Lang affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, nothing. I have hired you some bodyguards. Bodyguards? Jiang Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. Lei Dong thumped his chest and declared resolutely, boss, rest assured, Miss S' safety is our responsibility. Unless we are all dead, we will not allow anyone to harm her in the slightest. The brothers echoed in unison, their voices booming with confidence. However, at that moment, the screeching sound of tires abruptly pierced the air. Bang! In that instant, the world seemed to come to a standstill, accompanied by the sounds of metal scraping and tearing. The entire bus lurched violently, and Zhang Lang's head collided with the tempered glass, resulting in a painful bump on his forehead. Chaos ensued within the bus. As everyone was thrown into disarray, rubbing his head, he felt blood trickle down from his forehead, soaking his brow and creating a ghastly sight. Shaking his head, he quickly turned to his sister. Little sister, are you all right? I'm fine, brother. What about you? Zhang Lang raised his head, his brow furrowed, his complexion pale. He breathed a sigh of relief. During the moment of peril, he had only managed to shield Jiang Ting under his body. I'm fine too, he replied. Then shouted at the driver, what is happening? Receiving no response, Zhang Lang's gaze sharpened. He soon realized that due to the violent impact, the front of the bus had crumpled inward and the windshield lay shattered in pieces. The driver was slumped over the steering wheel, and the prognosis did not look promising. Through the shattered window, Zhang Lang could see a small truck overturned in the middle of the road, smoking, its lights flickering, a gruesome sight. Jiang Ting gasped in terror. Brother, are people dead? Jiang Lang unbuckled his seatbelt, not having the luxury to ponder further. He stood up and shouted, "Let us get out of the car." Boss, wait. Lei Dong, though dazed from the impact, managed to stop Jiang Lang. Send a few people to check things out. He instructed, his expression grim. Years of experience as a mercenary had heightened his vigilance. They were in the heart of the city. Typically, such trucks were only allowed in after midnight. Why was it here now? The two bodyguards near the door exchanged glances, then kicked the door with all their might. Bang, bang, bang. However, perhaps due to the severe collision, the door had become warped and remained stubbornly shut. At that moment, an overpowering scent of gasoline wafted up from beneath their feet, and the entire cabin began to heat up dramatically. Jiang Lang could no longer contain himself. His face paled, and he shouted, "Let me handle it." He forcefully broke free from Lei Dong's grasp and rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the door. While Lei Dong was still astonished by his diminished strength, he heard a resounding crash as the door flew off, scraping along the ground with a piercing screech. Jiang Lang leaped down and yelled to the others, "Hurry! The vehicle is going to explode." Without hesitation, Lei Dong shouted, "Move quickly." It was evident that their years of training abroad had prepared the mercenaries well. Had it been ordinary people, they would likely have succumbed to panic, causing a stampede. It was not uncommon for such disasters to result in chaos. Just as the last person exited the bus, less than 10 seconds passed. Boom! A towering inferno erupted, and the entire bus was engulfed in flames, illuminating the night sky. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces smeared with soot, all displaying the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. Jiang Lang took a deep breath, swallowing hard as he turned to face the small truck in the distance, the culprit behind their accident. Gritting his teeth, he solemnly instructed, "Send a few people over to investigate." Yet, he had only managed to utter half of his sentence when, boom, once again, a brilliant blaze ascended into the sky. A sudden chill enveloped Jiang Lang's heart, causing a jolt deep within. Could this be a contract killing? Chapter 54, Huazhou Jun Court. A contract killing. The mere thought invaded his mind, refusing to dissipate. He clenched his teeth, his lips paling slightly, and turned to glance at the stunned Jiang Ting, saying in a low voice, "Let us call the police." "Oh no." Jiang Ting responded in a flurry, hastily retrieving her phone. "Boss, this situation feels off," Lei Dong said, furrowing his brow as he leaned closer to Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang nodded slightly, his expression contemplative. "Zhongbei City? No, that can't be right. He was still a fugitive, lacking the resources to handle me." Remembering Zhao Yinyu's earlier words, his gaze turned icy. Zhang Shaoling is not the issue, it is her family behind her. The Zhang family branch in the imperial capital. Yet, what does it matter if you are a descendant of horse riders? Such ruthless disregard for life deserves punishment. Moreover, they are merely a side branch of a family. Jiang Lang instinctively tightened his fists, his face darkening. He understood that with his current strength, he could not topple them. But he would not remain idle. This contract killing had already crossed his bottom line. The following day, a news report surged to the top of the trending topics in Modu. A small to medium-sized truck appears in the city center, resulting in 2 deaths. Driving irregularities. Relatives weep in anguish. Strict investigations underway. Why did a truck enter the city center outside of permitted hours? This is live news. I am Zhang Man. And this is Lu Li. Last night at 10 p.m., on the elevated highway in the city center, a hotel bus collided with a small to medium-sized truck, resulting in the immediate deaths of 2 drivers, while the remaining passengers sustained injuries of varying degrees. The scene was chaotic, and police are conducting a thorough investigation into the cause of the accident. Currently, the road is closed. Other citizens are advised to take alternative routes. With a loud bang, the television screen was violently struck by a remote control, leaving a gaping hole and emitting a crackling electrical sound. Zhang Shaoling raged like a deranged spirit, throwing everything within reach into disarray. Damn it! How can he still be alive? How can he? Her voice was chillingly cold. Zhang Shaoling, calm down. A man beside her commanded, resembling her in appearance, exuding an air of authority and elegance. "Brother, I can't calm down. He has destroyed our family. And your nephew has been arrested by the police, his fate uncertain. You must help me seek vengeance." Zhang Shaoling fell to her knees, clinging to his leg, wailing until her voice became hoarse. Zhang Jingguo's expression softened, his sister's family's plight equally distressing to him. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced up at the elder seated in a high position, his gaze tinged with a plea. Father, Zhang Tianxiong, the head of the Zhang family branch in Modu, had ventured to the city years ago, establishing a thriving lineage. He once held a prominent position within Modu, with numerous disciples under his command. Even after years of retirement, his influence remained formidable. The elder rapped his cane sharply, coughed lightly, and glanced at Zhang Jingguo with an expressionless face, his tone indifferent. "Your people? Zhang Tianxiong's gaze instilled a sense of unease in him, and he paled as he stammered, "I just want to avenge my sister." "Humph," Zhang Tianxiong replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him. "So, you intend to hire a killer? Do you think this is 20 years ago? Just toss someone into the Huangpu River without a care? Nowadays, everywhere is under surveillance. If this gets exposed, public opinion alone could bring our Zhang family to its knees. Not to mention the Zhao and Song families, who would likely tear us apart like ravenous wolves." Zhang Jingguo's expression turned sullen, unable to suppress his frustration. "Then what should we do? Are we to just watch as my sister's family?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Tianxiong's dismissive wave. "For now, lay low. If the higher-ups catch wind of this, it could spell disaster. As for her," he shot a glare at the disheveled Zhang Shaoling, his voice harsh. "I warned you about marrying beneath your station. Jiang Chengshu is no good man. Look at the kind of person that brat from Jiangbei City has become." He cursed as his expression darkened, eventually sighing heavily. "In time, I will figure out a way to take action. For now, keep her confined at home. She can't go anywhere." "Understood," Zhang Jingguo replied despondently, glancing at the disoriented Zhang Shaoling, shaking his head in resignation. 3 days later, at Huazhou Jun Court in Modu. In this sleepless city of the East, there exists a saying. In the West, there is Tang Palace. In the East, there is Jun Court. These 8 succinct characters encapsulate the 2 premier villas of Modu. Situated in the eastern and western districts of the city, each a product of different eras, they share striking similarities, akin to twin luxury residences symmetrically aligned along the Huangpu River. Tang Palace, where Zhao Yinyu resides, is adjacent to the renowned West Suburb Hotel. Having been acquired a decade ago, today, Jiang Lang visits the Huazhou Jun Court, located in the east suburb, alongside the National Guest House, equally renowned as its western counterpart. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Jiang, please take a look." A female sales manager gestured toward the verdant lawn, beginning her introduction. "What you see before you is our currently available crown jewel at Huazhou Jun Court, designed in the Tudor style. It features a 2-level loft design, with an area between 2,100 and a basement of 700, complete with a fully illuminated sunken courtyard. The first level boasts a height of 4.5 meters, with the living room soaring over 8 meters. Even the basement and loft reach heights of 4 meters, providing an exceptionally spacious ambience. The garden spans an impressive 2,000, with each building appearing as if it rises majestically from a verdant estate, complemented by a grand outdoor swimming pool and a hot tub. Zhang Lang looked up at a mansion so grand it was almost unimaginable, standing amidst a sea of lush greenery. The exterior, crafted from natural stone, featured a roof of imported terracotta tiles, with exquisite architectural details that radiated the unique elegance and prestige of a European manor. He nodded slightly, glancing at Jiang Ting beside him, and inquired, "What do you think?" A glimmer of longing flickered in Jiang Ting's eyes as she nodded, momentarily speechless. "It's beautiful." Turning to Jiang Lang, she asked, "Brother, why are we here?" Jiang Lang smiled softly, gazing ahead without answering. Ever since the contract killing incident, he had become hyper-aware. A place like the Tang Palace was no longer suitable for him. Even if it was lauded as the king of grand flats, it remained a commercial property, crowded and exposed. Until he resolved the Zhang family situation, he needed to ensure absolute safety, and such a luxurious villa would suit him perfectly. It offered excellent privacy and the ability to accommodate bodyguards as well. He turned to the sales manager, speaking in a measured tone, "Let us proceed. I wish to see it inside." The saleswoman, clad in a short black skirt and black-framed glasses, promptly nodded. "Certainly, please follow me." Chapter 55, Purchasing 2 Luxury Mansions. Upon entering, Jiang Ting could not suppress her astonishment. Even Lei Dong, who followed closely behind and was well-versed in such matters, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The entrance foyer surpassed the living rooms of ordinary mansions in size, with 2 Roman columns imparting a sense of grandeur to the entire space. The lofty height of over 8 meters imbues the living room with a magnificent aura. A classical fireplace, wooden-paneled walls, crystal chandeliers, and hand-painted silk wallpaper harmoniously complement the exquisite classical furnishings, allowing a regal elegance to gracefully permeate this space. To ensure the homeowner experiences the pinnacle of luxurious indulgence, the cost of the single-light renovation alone exceeded 100 million, while also preserving numerous elements of Chinese culture, showcasing both sophistication and profound heritage. For instance, the oversized mural in the living room, crafted by a renowned Chinese sculptor, was inspired by the Qingming Shanghe, with the artwork alone costing over 4 million. The sales manager enthusiastically extolled its virtues, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although this was not her first visit, each time left her trembling with exhilaration. This was indeed the manor of her dreams. The level of opulence rivaled that of ancient palaces. Contemplating this, Her gaze subtly drifted towards Jiang Lang. If she could be taken under his wing, even as a third or fourth party, she would gladly accept. Jiang Lang, perceptive to her gaze, merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage. Despite his appealing appearance, his experiences amidst a plethora of admirers had rendered his standards exceedingly high. Whether it was Gu Banming, Zhao Yinyu, or ECU, they were all rare beauties. Even the still-developing Jiang Ting surpassed them in allure. In terms of looks and physique, she was nothing less than a 9. His interest in the opposite sex was waning. Yet, the thought of this stirred a tinge of resentment within him. Logically, with his wealth, he should have cycled through numerous girlfriends by now, perhaps even lost track of his expenditures on certain indulgences. However, who would have imagined that Jiang Lang, the affluent magnate, had been a monk for over a month? The one time he finally prepared to seize the day and display his prowess was thwarted. Reflecting on this, he cast a melancholic glance at Jiang Ting. Confused, Jiang Ting scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? It's kind of scary. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lang turned to the saleswoman and stated coolly, I'll take it. Not just this building, but the one in front as well. This penthouse. Aside from Jiang Ting and himself, he only planned to have a few female bodyguards reside within. After all, he was no homosexual. Waking up to a circle of burly men fussing over him would surely induce a shadow of fear. Yes, all the men could leave. He would hire a few maids instead, with a variety of attire including black stockings, white stockings, and pleated skirts. Now that was what one called indulgence. The saleswoman stared at him in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. She was aware that wealthy individuals had unconventional methods of purchasing properties, but this? The Huazhou Junting. Even the preceding ordinary unit cost 65 billion. Combined with this crown jewel, he was about to spend over 2 billion yuan. Even the richest in China would have to think twice. Mr. Jiang, are you certain? She stammered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Take me to the sales office. Jiang Lang replied, gazing out the window softly. The saleswoman swallowed hard. All right then. At the sales office, the sound of a card transaction echoed. Transaction successful. 212 billion yuan credited. Upon the successful transaction, the entire office erupted in commotion. Countless female salespeople rushed to the windows, watching Jiang Lang and his entourage depart. Their gazes filled with admiration. This young Master Jiang is so handsome. To purchase 2 villas at once? I've never even heard of such a thing. They chattered excitedly, turning the office into a cacophony. One turned to the manager, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Li Jia, did you get his WeChat earlier? A man with such strength. I refuse to believe you were not moved. Oh please, it seems you are the one who is smitten, the female manager retorted, rolling her eyes. She sighed softly as she gazed at Jiang Lang's retreating figure. She had attempted to engage him, but unfortunately, Jiang Lang remained unmoved. Brother, were you happy just now? Surrounded by so many beautiful women? Jiang Ting teased as they strolled down the tree-lined path. Jiang Lang's cheeks flushed slightly. Earlier, each saleswoman had behaved as if possessed, casting flirtatious glances his way. The blatant displays of attraction were overwhelming. Had it not been for his steadfast principles, he might have truly succumbed to temptation. With so many alluring women, even the most resilient of men could falter. Clearing his throat, he playfully tapped Jiang Ting on the head, saying, Stop speaking nonsense. Turning to Lei Dong, he continued, From tonight onward, we will reside here. You all needn't stay in hotels any longer. Recently, Jiang Lang had housed them in the luxurious Emperor Hotel, specifically in presidential suites, a truly delightful experience. They indulged in exquisite cuisine without any charge. Perhaps it was the relaxation following his return to the country that had led them to frequent nightclubs and bring women back, engaging in all manner of revelry. Hearing about their escapades left Jiang Lang astounded, exclaiming how they truly knew how to enjoy life. However, after Lei Dong explained, he understood. It was a case of post-traumatic stress disorder. One needed to release the shadows and pressures of war, with some requiring psychological counseling and medication. For men, the most effective method of relieving stress was often through intimacy. Though it sounded crude, there was a kernel of truth to it. Yet, this had also led to numerous complaints from hotel guests. If they didn't bring them back soon, Gu Banming might seek a real confrontation. Lei Dong scratched his head, chuckling innocently. All right. Jiang Lang nodded, continuing, For this penthouse, aside from Jiang Ting and myself, arrange for the women bodyguards from the team to move in. As for the male bodyguards, they shall all reside in the previous unit. In the future, they can operate in shifts, maintaining vigilance nearby, which will also lessen their fatigue. You can arrange the specifics as you see fit. Lei Dong was momentarily taken aback. He had been pondering why Jiang Lang would purchase 2 luxurious villas, not realizing that one was specifically allocated for their accommodation. This treatment was genuinely touching. I promised to fulfill the task. He saluted Jiang Lang, his voice steady. Jiang Lang stretched lazily, stating, Let us go. It's time to explore and see what else we need. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang suddenly. Chapter 56, Class Reunion. Hello, Lang Zi. Have you completed your internship report? It's due tomorrow, came the voice of his roommate, Luo Yongkong. Internship report? Zhang Lang was momentarily startled, then quickly recalled. Oh no, I almost forgot. I'm still a fourth-year student, a typical college student. He raised an eyebrow and retorted. I finished it, what about you? For him, this was hardly a concern. I just need a stamp. I'll find the supervisor after work. He added. By the way, their SA class reunion tonight. Are you coming? I heard your old flame, the stunning Lu, is also attending. Get out of here. That is not true. Stop spreading rumors. Zhang Lang laughed and chided. Lu Hongyi, the belle of Moda University, was also his classmate. The two individuals had little in common. But during a club activity, Lu Hongyi unexpectedly twisted her ankle, and it was Zhang Lang who accompanied her to the infirmary. Despite being in the same class and club, they seldom interacted. However, following this unforeseen incident, they gradually became acquainted. This development, however, incited several emotional outbursts from Zhang Xiaoman, Zhang Lang's then-girlfriend, who took the opportunity to delete his contact information when he wasn't paying attention. Reflecting on this, Zhang Lang couldn't help but smile wryly and nodded in agreement. Sure, just send me the location when the time comes. Previously, he would have shown little interest in school reunions. After all, he had not fared particularly well in his earlier days. What was once a pleasant gathering had morphed into a competition of sorts. The affluent sat at one table, the moderately well-off at another, while those struggling were often disregarded. The presence of a few show-offs turned what could have been a simple meal into a source of immense pressure, laden with comparisons. All right, I'll hang up now. I still need to reach out to Tang Zhongxi and Yang Tao, those rascals. Sure, came the reply. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Lang exhaled softly and turned to Jiang Ting. I'll be attending a gathering tonight, so I want to be home for dinner. Jiang Ting nodded her head. Okay, brother. At 8 p.m. at the Bund in Magic City, Zhang Lang chose not to arrive in his extravagant Bugatti Chiron worth 300 million, opting instead for a low-key ensemble of unbranded luxury attire and a taxi ride. Hey Zhang Lang, why are you only just arriving? You'll have to self-punish with 3 drinks, Zhang Huayu remarked, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he watched Zhang Lang step out of the taxi. Zhang Lang chose to ignore him and glanced up at the Peninsula Hotel, or rather, the Emperor Hotel, his expression one of surprise. He had anticipated that this reunion would fortuitously take place in his territory. Casting a fleeting glance at Zhang Huayu, a smirk danced across his lips. This individual was akin to Wei Fokai, a second-generation rich kid with a hint of familial wealth and one of Zhou Qingguang's many sycophants. Under Zhou Qingguang's guidance, they had consistently targeted him, though not as excessively as that Wei Fokai. It seemed that Wei Fokai would also be attending. However, he wondered whether Zhou Qingguang would make an appearance. He had not forgotten the incident at the UV restaurant. Drink? I'm quite adept at it, Zhang Lang shrugged innocently. Ah, you truly are a bookworm. That won't do. Historically, those who conduct large businesses have honed their skills at the drinking table. As an employee, how can you expect a raise or promotion without charming the boss over drinks? Oh, I forgot, you're not my employee. He patted his head mockingly, his gaze dripping with contempt. Being a rich heir, he had no need for internships. He had already partnered with Wei Fokai to launch a company that was showing promising signs of success. Hey Zhang, what are you saying? The boss educating the employees is universal. Your words carry more weight than a decade of study. Zhang Lang turned to glance at him, furrowing his brow. This was also a classmate, now astonishingly reduced to Zhang Huayu's lackey. Zhang Huayu clapped his shoulder, wearing a smug expression. Unfortunately, there aren't many sensible people like you left. As he spoke, his gaze pointedly fell on Zhang Lang. The two began to indulge in mutual flattery, drawing the attention of several passers-by. Zhang Lang shook his head, feeling exasperated. This is truly a pathetic display of pretentiousness, he thought to himself, striding away. Hey, don't go. Wait for me. I'm not finished yet. They hurried after him, anxious as the main event was leaving, and they had no one left to impress. At the second floor of the Emperor Hotel, in a Yalong restaurant, the decor exuded the grandeur reminiscent of old Shanghai, making it an ideal venue for gatherings of friends or the bourgeoisie. Upon pushing open the door to room 103, Zhang Lang found that it was already filled with a considerable number of people, estimating at least 40 attendees. More than half of his class had shown up. The atmosphere lively and boisterous. Among them, he spotted his dormitory mates, Luo Yongkong, Yang Tao, and Tang Zhongxi, chatting animatedly, as well as the campus beauty, Lu Hongyi, surrounded by admirers. Damn it, the housing prices in Magic City have risen again, someone lamented. Last year the average was 68,000. This year it's 71,000. I barely make 6,000 a month. How long will it take me to afford a place? You're doing better than me. I only earn 4,000 a month. I don't know how I'll survive in Magic City. It's unrealistic to think one can buy a house solely through hard work these days. I'm fortunate. My parents have some savings. If I put in some effort, I could manage a down payment, and the mortgage can be repaid gradually. I envy those with parental support. People like us will probably have to return to our hometowns after graduation. Hey, Longzi, come sit with us. Luo Yongkong, ever observant, spotted Zhang Lang and waved him over. Coming. Zhang Lang smiled and made his way over. Whispers filled the air. Wow, Zhang Lang is here too? Oh, Zhang is still as handsome as ever. A girl swooned. What does being handsome matter? He asked from a rural background. After graduation, he'll probably have to return home. Someone scoffed. Surprisingly, he dares to show up at a place like this. Just look at what he's wearing. It's all probably knockoff brands. Zhang Lang maintained a facade of indifference. But inwardly he sighed. It was as he had anticipated. Reunions had transformed into something entirely different. He had thought that everyone would still be interning, essentially still students. But it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Shaking his head, he greeted a few familiar faces. Long time no see, Luo, Axi, Xiaotao. Come. Sit down. Longzi, ignore those fools. Luo Yongkong urged as he beckoned Zhang Lang to take a seat, glaring at the others. Shut up, or I'll call someone to give you a beating. Come on, Longzi, let us raise our glasses. Tang Zhongxi declared, lifting his drink. Yang Tao, a man of few words, merely raised his glass in acknowledgement. Zhang Lang felt warmth in his heart. His dorm mates treated him well, never looking down on him due to his background, instead offering their support. Especially Luo Yongkong, who came from a family of modest means, shielded him from the worst excesses of the others. Zhang Lang accepted the toast without hesitation, raising his glass and downing it in one go. Noticing that Zhang Lang was ignoring them, the others shrugged and began to indulge in their own revelry. As expected, the atmosphere in the private room returned to normal, with glasses clinking and voices mingling. Hey, Zhang the Handsome, why don't you greet me when you see me? A melodious female voice floated over. And Zhang Lang turned to see Lu Hongyi, her waist swaying gracefully as she approached him with a drink in hand. Zhang Lang turned his head, his eyes brightening. Today, Lu Hongyi appeared strikingly adorned, donning a delicate sky-blue gown. Her flowing tresses cascaded gracefully down her back, while her fair, elongated legs tantalizingly peeked from beneath the hem of her dress, exuding an alluring charm. With a playful tone, she teased. Since I see the illustrious beauty Lu surrounded by admirers, I shall refrain from intruding. As she covered her mouth, a melodic laughter escaped her lips. She raised her glass towards Zhang Lang, inviting him to join in a toast. This scene incited a wave of envy among the onlookers. Goodness, could it be that Lu, the campus belle, has taken a liking to Zhang Lang? They whispered incredulously. How could that be possible? Lu's stature is far too elevated. She used to be chauffeured home in a Bentley after school. In these times, social standing was paramount, and they questioned how Zhang Lang could possibly be deemed worthy. Moreover, they reminded each other, doesn't Zhang Lang have a girlfriend? Ignoring the murmurs, Zhang Lang smiled and raised his glass in response. However, at that moment, none noticed Lu Hongyi's eyes widen in astonishment as they fixated on Zhang Lang's wrist, where a luxurious watch adorned with a celestial blue design caught her attention. Could that be the Patek Philippe Starry Night? Is my vision deceiving me? Her heart raced with uncertainty, yet she maintained her composure and casually inquired, by the way, where is your little girlfriend? Why isn't she with you? Zhang Xiaoman, who had once been inseparable from Zhang Lang, had surprisingly chosen not to attend this reunion, leaving Lu Hongyi baffled. Indeed, where is Xiaoman? Zhang Lang, have you locked her up at home? Some of their classmates chimed in. Just as Zhang Lang was about to explain, the door to the private room burst open. Hello, my dear classmates. Have you missed me? Wei Kai strutted in with an air of arrogance, followed closely by Zhang Xiaoman, who was adorned in a light blue gown, accentuating her natural beauty and grace. Wei is here. Quickly, take a seat. I've saved a place for you. Most of the attendees rose to flatter him, resembling eager pets vying for their owner's affection. Suddenly, Luo Yongkong stood up and called out to Zhang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, come over. Zhang Lang is here. He waved her over, his brows knitting together in concern. What is she doing with that scoundrel Wei Kai? Doesn't she know Zhang Lang and hear sworn enemies? Zhang Lang had yet to explain his situation, unaware that he and Zhang Xiaoman had parted ways. Zhang Xiaoman trembled slightly, looking incredulously at Zhang Lang in the corner, her emotions a tangled web. She had come, believing Zhang Lang would not attend due to his usual disdain for such frivolous gatherings. Zhang Huayu, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, seized the opportunity to speak up. He had laid low for too long and now saw a chance to deliver a blow. Luo, you must not be aware, but Zhang Xiaoman is currently Weifer's girlfriend, he proclaimed, turning to Zhang Lang with a smirk. Isn't that right, Zhang Lang? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Wasn't Xiaoman Jianglang's girlfriend? How did she end up with Weifer Kai? Murmurs of disbelief erupted. She must have been stolen away. Yet, there was a lingering sense of disbelief. They all remembered Weifer's past transgressions against Jianglang. It was hard to reconcile that Zhang Xiaoman, seemingly innocent, could act so disloyally. The atmosphere grew tense, with various opinions clashing and accusations flying. If you had chosen me back then, none of this would have happened. One infatuated classmate lamented on Jianglang's behalf. Enough already. Just because he's poor doesn't mean he's worthless. Look at yourself, weighing in at 300 pounds. Who are you calling 300 pounds? You're just asking for it. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes shifting back and forth between Jianglang and the unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to them, with each comment, Weifer's complexion paled further. Why is that troublemaker here? If you keep talking, I might not survive this. Memories of being bested by Jianglang twice flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly barked at the crowd, "Shut up." Following this, he turned to Jianglang, forcing a smile that dripped with feigned congeniality. This scene left the onlookers astounded. They remembered that during their school days, Weifer would either fight or insult Jianglang whenever they crossed paths. Yet now, he seemed almost fearful. Jianglang merely cast a cold glance at Weifer and turned away, choosing silence. However, Zhang Huayu was undeterred, taunting Weifer, "When did you become so cowardly?" He then directed his mockery at Jianglang. "Hey, green-haired turtle, your girlfriend's been snatched, and you don't even dare to speak up? Truly pathetic. No wonder Zhang Xiaoman left you. You deserve it." Little did he realize that while he ridiculed Jianglang had silently approached him, towering over him with an icy demeanor that radiated a chilling aura. "What do you want me to say?" His voice was deceptively soft, yet it carried an unsettling menace, akin to a frigid wind that freezes the very soul. Zhang Huayu shivered involuntarily, lifting his gaze to meet Jianglang's familiar face, now exuding an unfamiliar intensity. With eyes that resembled those of a venomous serpent, Zhang Huayu felt an unsettling dread. "You're asking for it, aren't you?" He blustered, attempting bravado. Before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed through the room. A large shoe print appeared on Zhang Huayu's clothing, and he crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing in pain. "Why you dare hit me?" He gasped for breath, staring incredulously at Jianglang, his features contorted in shock as sweat poured down his face. The rapidity of the event left the others stunned and furious, drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Huayu's public humiliation signified a potential shift in their dynamic. However, if Zhang Huayu were to seek revenge, life might become difficult for Jianglang. Some perceptive individuals directly pointed their fingers at Jianglang. "Jianglang, you've gone too far. Zhang Huayu merely spoke a few words, and you dare to strike him? How ruthless can you be against a fellow classmate? I propose we expel him from our class." Others chimed in. "This social scum doesn't he deserve to share our table?" The crowd erupted into heated discussions, some even rolling up their sleeves, preparing to confront Jianglang. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of impatience crossed his features. "Shut up. If anyone else speaks, I'll deal with you all." He turned to the crowd, his presence emanating an authoritative aura that compelled them to silence. The atmosphere within the private room chilled abruptly. Luo Yongkong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he murmured, "Is this truly a prodigal son?" Tang Zhongxi also regarded Jianglang with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty, as if he were rendered speechless. "It should be, right?" Yang Tao remained silent, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole, clearly incredulous. The members of the dormitory exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions peculiar. Lu Hongyi's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she were meeting Jianglang for the first time. Turning around, Jianglang gazed expressionlessly at Zhang Huayu, his eyes seemingly lost in a memory. Suddenly, a cold smirk crept across his lips as he lifted his right foot and forcefully stomped it down on the other's head, twisting it with intensity. "I recall you treating me this way before. How does it feel?" Zhang Huayu was on the brink of madness. He never anticipated that a mere gathering would lead to such a humiliating disgrace. With his hands propped on the ground and his teeth clenched, he attempted to rise. Observing this, Jianglang raised an eyebrow and delivered a brutal kick to Zhang Huayu's abdomen. Zhang Huayu's neck bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot, and bile rose in his throat. "Did I permit you to get up?" Jianglang's voice remained calm, yet it carried the chill of a biting wind that made one break into a sweat. Zhang Huayu sobbed, tears and snot streaming down his face, utterly disheveled. He looked helplessly at the others, as if pleading for assistance. However, each person instinctively turned away, avoiding his gaze. Despair washed over him as he turned to the sweating Weifei Kai beside him, shouting, "Weifei, are you just going to stand there and watch me get beaten? Didn't you say that if you saw Jianglang, you would deal with him properly?" Weifei Kai jumped in fright, nearly leaping up. Upon noticing Jianglang's gaze upon him, he blurted out in a panic, I didn't. Don't say such things. Damn it. Ever since Jiang Lang had dealt with him twice, he had been hesitant to provoke him again. He had seen how even Zhou Qingguang, with his assets worth billions, had been brought low. It was just some bragging last time. Why do you remember it so clearly? His face was filled with innocence as he looked at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang was somewhat taken aback. Was it really necessary to fear me this much? Shaking his head, he coldly commanded, "Get lost." Yes, yes, yes. Wei Fei Kai hastily agreed, dragging Zhang Xiaoman back to their seats. Wei Fei Kai's reaction astonished the crowd once more, causing them to lower their heads and exchange furtive glances, whispering among themselves. What is happening? When did Jiang Lang become so formidable? One word from him, and Wei Fei Kai just leaves without hesitation. Wei Fei Kai's father was the director of their academy, and his mother owned a company with a family fortune exceeding $1 billion. Keep your voice down, don't attract attention. Zhang Huayu's expression darkened, unable to believe that Wei Fei Kai had truly become timid. What was a country bumpkin capable of accomplishing? His heart seethed with rage. Yet he dared not show any outward sign, fearing further retribution from Jiang Lang. As the murmurs reached Jiang Lang's ears, he looked down at Zhang Huayu, casually shrugging his shoulders, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. Casting a glance at the crowd, he lifted his foot from Zhang Huayu's head and turned to leave. This gathering held no further appeal for him. Jiang Lang sighed inwardly. How dull. Had he known, he wouldn't have come. Yet unexpectedly, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Xiaoyu, why didn't you inform me you were coming to my turf? The voice preceded the arrival of a middle-aged man dressed in the staff uniform of the Emperor Hotel, who pushed open the private room's door, followed by several lackeys. Zhang Huayu's eyes lit up with hope as he saw this, shouting toward the door, "Uncle, save me." The middle-aged man, upon seeing Zhang Huayu sprawled on the ground in a wretched state, was taken aback. Who dares to bully someone on my turf? Zhang Huayu scrambled to his feet, hiding behind the middle-aged man as he pointed at Jiang Lang, exclaiming, "It's him. That's the one. Uncle, quickly send someone to deal with him. This bastard has been beating me up." He raged incessantly, his eyes gleaming with a sense of impending vengeance directed at Jiang Lang. Meanwhile, the others in the room began to react, echoing his sentiments. This man caused trouble just now. Hurry, call the police to arrest him. I say, why not send security to deal with him first? That way, we can help young Master Zhang take his revenge, and then call the police. Exactly right. Such scum must not be allowed to go unpunished. Although Jiang Lang's reaction had surprised everyone, they still chose to curry favor with Zhang Huayu without hesitation. After all, what could Jiang Lang do, no matter how strong he was? This was a new era. Wealth was paramount. Chapter 59. Too many flies, annoying the heart. Unbeknownst to everyone, as they continued to criticize Jiang Lang, the middle-aged man grew increasingly pale with each word spoken. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed in the private room, cutting through the chatter. Zhang Huayu was momentarily stunned, instinctively covering his face as he foolishly asked, "Uncle, why did you hit me?" Ignoring Zhang Huayu, the middle-aged man rushed to Jiang Lang, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and respectfully stammered, "Allow me to introduce myself, Chairman." The room fell into stunned silence at this revelation. The chairman of the Emperor Hotel? The head of a super-luxurious 5-star hotel valued at over $3 billion. Zhang Huayu's face went blank, staring at Jiang Lang in disbelief. Their family was a supplier for hotels, and it was through his uncle's connections in the hotel that they secured the Peninsula Hotel supply contract, which had allowed them to grow, especially since his uncle, as an internal executive, had secretly provided them with information. Since the Peninsula Hotel had been acquired by a mysterious figure and renamed, it was currently preparing for a massive renovation, expected to cost $10 billion. Translating that into Huaxia currency, it was over $70 billion. Moreover, his uncle had mentioned that the first batch of funds had already arrived, $50 billion, and they were in the process of signing contracts with the government. Additionally, rumors spread that not only in Modu but also in 3 other super first-tier cities across the nation, new luxury hotels would be established, each with an investment of $10 billion. They were poised to become the largest hotel group in the country, if not globally. Their family could ride this wave of fortune to unprecedented heights. Now, anyone engaged in the hotel industry in Moda knew that a colossal shark had emerged. Yet, the moment it was revealed that Jiang Lang was the chairman of the Emperor Hotel, he couldn't fathom it. He ran over, shouting at Jiang Lang, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. He's just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be so wealthy?" "Uncle, you must be mistaken." The middle-aged man furrowed his brows, his expression darkening as he swiftly delivered another slap, coldly stating, "Who gave you the audacity to speak to our chairman in such a manner?" He then subtly glanced at Jiang Lang, yet he found the other party gazing at him with keen interest, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. A tremor coursed through him, and he stood there in respectful silence, too apprehensive to move. At that moment, The sounds emanating from the private room finally piqued the curiosity of those outside. A hotel staff member cautiously peeked through the crack of the door, his spirit trembling as he hurried back to report. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly frigid, with everyone casting terrified glances at Jiang Lang. They had just mocked him so cruelly. Would he hold a grudge against them? All faces turned pale, anxiety gnawing at their insides. Jiang Lang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before him, and queried, "Which department do you belong to? Do you know me?" "Chairman, greetings. I am Wang Dong, the director of the management department." The middle-aged man quickly bowed and replied, "You jest. We witnessed your impressive prowess back in the procurement department. It remains etched in our memories." His face wore a smile that belied a nauseating blend of avarice and insincerity. Jiang Lang furrowed his brow, a stark number flashing in his mind. 23. Good heavens. Such low loyalty. Ever since the upgrade of the title Big Shot, he had taken to visiting the Emperor Hotel, observing the loyalty of employees within his sphere of influence. Most of the lower-tier staff maintained a loyalty rating above 60. While not exceedingly high, it at least ensured they wouldn't actively sabotage the company's interests. After all, Jiang Lang did not expect them to dedicate their lives for such meager salaries. That would be unrealistic. Yet, he resolved to dismiss anyone with a lower rating he encountered. However, he never anticipated such a revelation today. Jiang Lang silently scoffed, maintaining an impassive facade as he nodded slightly. At that moment, the sound of high heels clacking against marble echoed from outside. A frosty, statuesque woman entered, her tall, slender figure accentuated by her shoulder-length hair and a black and white uniform that elegantly draped over her alluring form. Despite her height of 1.72 meters, she exuded an aura as commanding as that of a 2-meter giant. "Chairman, why didn't you inform me about your class reunion? I could have arranged for someone to attend to you." Although her demeanor was icy, her gaze upon Jiang Lang was unexpectedly gentle. With a snap of her fingers, a procession of waitstaff rolled in, pushing carts laden with delicacies, Boston lobsters, white truffle bagels, caviar chocolate pudding, and seafood treasure curry, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, even tempting Jiang Lang to inhale deeply. He turned to observe his classmates, their faces alight with desire as they beheld the lavish spread. Among those seated, only Luo Yongkong, Lu Hongyi, and a couple of wealthy rascals, Wei Fokai and Zhang Huayu, had tasted such exquisite cuisine, while the others had never encountered anything so luxurious. A hint of mockery glinted in Jiang Lang's eyes as he interjected, "Wait a moment." With the chairman's command, no one dared to disobey. All the waitstaff paused, casting puzzled glances at Jiang Lang. He released a quiet sigh of relief and smiled at the astonished Luo Yongkong and the others, saying, "Old Luo, Axi, Xiao Tao. Shall we find another place to eat?" Sure," they stammered in response. Jiang Lang glanced at Lu Hongyi and jokingly remarked, "I wonder if the esteemed campus belle, Lu, would grace us with her presence?" "Respectfully, I shall comply." Lu Hongyi's gaze shifted from Gu Banjing to Jiang Lang, a smile gracing her lips. Jiang Lang nodded slightly, then turned towards a few classmates who had remained silent in their derision. He offered them a faintly amiable smile. These individuals hailed from relatively ordinary backgrounds, some even from rural origins like his own, yet they all shared a disdain for Wei Fokai and Zhang Huayu. Regrettably, facing the two affluent brats, they felt compelled to keep their opinions to themselves, opting for self-preservation. "Li Liang, Zhou Zhong, Hijia, you should join us too. The more, the merrier." A look of incredulity washed over them, particularly Zhou Zhong, a figure more on the periphery than Jiang Lang, who hesitantly pointed to himself. "Is that permissible?" He swallowed hard, eyeing the sumptuous feast on the cart. "Of course," Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Now, even the dimmest among them grasped Jiang Lang's intentions. Yet, regardless of their internal resentments, they dared not express them. They were all too aware of who Zhang Huayu and his ilk truly were, yet they still chose to play the sycophant. Engaging in the art of ingratiation, they were akin to a pack of spineless dogs, reluctant to voice objections even to Zhang Huayu, let alone to someone of Jiang Lang's elevated status. Jiang Lang cast a half-smile at the group, letting his gaze linger momentarily on Wang Dong before he softly uttered, "Let us change to another private room. This one is rife with distractions, and it's quite vexing." With their departure, the once vibrant private room grew noticeably more desolate. Everyone exchanged glances, bewildered, until someone finally spoke up. "Humph, what is so remarkable about wealth? Our reunion has been turned into this farce because of him. How shameful to associate with such a person. Come, let us drink." The atmosphere surged back to life as they raised their glasses, chattering animatedly, consciously steering clear of any mention of Jiang Lang. Yet, their eyes frequently darted towards the door, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhang Xiaoman remained silent, her expression shifting like the weather, her hands concealed within her sleeves, clenching and unclenching, her gaze occasionally flickering towards the door. She was reluctant to admit it, but she felt a pang of regret. Memories of her time with Zhang Lang flooded her mind as she glanced at Wei Fokai, with his round face and pockmarked skin, a bitter self-mockery surfacing on her face. Meanwhile, Zhang Lang unabashedly took a seat at the main table, surveying the crowd below, raising his glass in invitation. Dear classmates, it has been quite a while. I propose we all raise a toast. For those who could not partake in alcohol, feel free to substitute with tea or soft drinks. This is a reunion. Let us keep it straightforward. He raised his glass. Here's to our gathering. Cheers. The crowd echoed, the clinking of glasses resonating, creating a lively atmosphere. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Lang found an excuse to slip outside the private room, lighting a cigarette and placing it between his lips. Watching the smoke curl and rise before him, his thoughts grew increasingly complex. Zhang Lang astutely realized that his presence made others somewhat uneasy. Though unspoken, he understood the reason. The vast chasm between status and wealth had widened the gap among them. Even among his dorm mates, they could not escape the norm, occasionally slipping out a respectful chairman, with flattery and cautiousness etched on their faces. This left him feeling both helpless and irked. Sighing softly, he gazed out at the twinkling stars, a wave of solitude washing over him. In that moment, he grasped the sentiment behind ancient emperors referring to themselves as solitary figures. While he had not reached such an extreme, he felt a flicker of empathy. Indeed, seeing one's acquaintances is never as sweet as cherishing memories. Beauty resides solely in reminiscence. He murmured to himself. As he pondered, the sudden trill of his phone disrupted his thoughts. Hello, boss, is the gathering over? Gu Banjing's voice chimed softly in his ear. Zhang Lang glanced at the time, responding casually, pretty much, what's up? Well, once you're done, could you come up? I need to discuss something. Certainly, no problem. Zhang Lang replied. At that moment, Lu Hongyi sashayed in, her waist swaying gracefully. Zhang Lang, what are you doing hiding here? Zhang Lang cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked into his phone. All right, someone's arrived, I'll hang up now. After ending the call, he turned to the empty space before him and jestingly said, Beautiful Lu, you've come alone to seek me out. What are your intentions? Surely, you don't fear that I might devour you? Lu Hongyi rolled her eyes, unperturbed, and replied, Well, everyone has had their fill. They're all heading back. Just waiting for you so we can share a farewell drink. After all, tomorrow we must return to school to submit our internship reports. All right then, let us go? Zhang Lang replied without hesitation. Once back in the private room, after finishing their farewell drinks, Zhang Lang looked at the group and suggested, Since everyone has been drinking, it's best not to drive. For those heading home, I will arrange transportation. For those living far away, they could stay at the hotel tonight. I'll handle everything. Jiang, the mighty. The crowd cheered in unison, leaving Zhang Lang both amused and exasperated. At the Imperial Hotel, downstairs. Hey, driver, why haven't you arrived yet? What? Stuck in traffic? All right, hurry up. The man rubbed his hands together and helplessly addressed the crowd. Please bear with me for a moment. It's infuriating. Wei Fuke actually left us behind after all the flattery I showered on him. An overly made-up female classmate snapped. Exactly. He boasted so grandly at the table, only to turn his back on us here. Others chimed in. At that moment, a familiar voice chimed in. Hey, why are you all just standing here? Be careful not to catch a cold. The group turned in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan had parked by the roadside, with Zhou Zhong in the front seat, grinning at them. What the hell? Zhou Zhong, why are you in that luxurious car? The crowd gasped, their voices trembling. Isn't Zhang arranging cars for you to head home? Zhou Zhong quipped sarcastically. You all went to great lengths to curry favor with the likes of Zhang Huayu and Wei Fuke, and yet here you are, left to brave the cold? He had long disdained these individuals and now seized the opportunity to mock them. The group flushed red with embarrassment but lacked the courage to retort, awkwardly looking away. Sensing their discomfort, Zhou Zhong turned to the driver. Let us go, shall we? Yes, sir. The driver replied, gently accelerating. As they watched the imposing Rolls-Royce Cullinan drive away, the crowd muttered, What is so impressive about it? It's just a luxury car. Who hasn't he ridden in one? They said, their faces green with envy. However, to their surprise, a familiar voice echoed once more. Hey, why are you all just standing here? Be careful not to catch a cold. The familiar tone and words belonged to another classmate, Li Liang, who was now seated in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, smiling at them. What the hell? Another luxury car? The group despaired. Just once would have sufficed for the humiliation. Was it necessary to be repeatedly rubbed in their faces? They angrily turned away, ignoring Li Liang. Li Liang, undeterred, instructed his driver to proceed. Watching yet another luxury vehicle depart, the group felt a deep bitterness. Had they not assisted Wei Fuke and Zhang Huayu, might they too have experienced the thrill of riding in luxury? Yet, their despair did not end there. One car after another, 2, 3, a Mercedes G-Class, a Range Rover, a Maybach S400, a Maserati Quattroporte, and so forth, none of which were valued below $1 million. All carried classmates they once looked down upon, whom they deemed incapable of adapting, lacking the ability to ingratiate themselves, or understanding the ways of survival, as they drove away. Chapter 61. Gu Banming preparing to go abroad. Zhang Lang remained oblivious to the happenings downstairs. The last month's signing, which yielded a luxury car package worth 10 billion, did not comprise solely of world-class luxury vehicles. Vehicles valued under 10 million, along with some luxury cars he disliked, he had all sent to the Shinhao Hotel. After all, he had no use for them. It was better to utilize them as business vehicles for the hotel, thus repurposing them. A few million worth of business cars was certainly respectable. Little did he realize that his casual decision would once again deliver a stinging slap to the faces of those who had once scorned him. At that moment, he lounged leisurely in the CEO's office chair, a pair of delicate hands gently massaging his temples. "All right, if there's something to discuss, speak up," Zhang Lang said, stifling a yawn and blinking sleepily. "I'm going abroad tomorrow." Gu Banming put her long fingers down, glanced at Zhang Lang, and stated matter-of-factly, "Abroad? What for?" Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Gu Banming shot him an exasperated look, unable to restrain herself. "Boss, do you not care at all about the hotel's affairs?" At this, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Zhang Lang offered a sheepish smile, refraining from responding. Gu Banming sighed and continued, "Currently, we have finalized the project with the local government, and construction will officially commence next Monday. The Imperial Hotel will begin its expansion. It is expected to be completed within 2 years." At this point, she cast a deep look at Zhang Lang. Originally, the project had not been so swiftly secured. As a local in the bustling metropolis, while they were very eager for such a substantial project, there were concerns about insufficient funding leading to a potential abandonment. Especially since this was the Bund, a landmark attraction. If abandonment occurred, it would be unacceptable to anyone. However, once 50 to 70 billion appeared in the accounts, all disputes ceased. 50 billion was placed in a jointly supervised account. In recent days, the number of inquiries she received was overwhelming, with everyone wanting a slice of the pie. As for the 2-year completion estimate, it was a conservative assessment. With ample funding, the title of construction madman in Huawei was not just for show. She estimated it could likely be completed within a year. She only mentioned 2 years to avoid being proven wrong later. After a pause, Gu Banming continued. "As for those sent to the capital, Yangcheng and Pengcheng, we have already received news that discussions with the local governments are underway. Once the project is confirmed, payments will begin." "Boss," regarding the funds, she hesitated slightly, her expression somewhat concerned. To this day, she still felt Zhang Lang was taking too large a step. Their essay saying, "Take large strides, and you risk stumbling." Establishing new hotels in 4 of the nation's top-tier cities and among the world's top 10 cities, with each hotel requiring an investment of $1 billion. The financial pressure was unimaginable. Zhang Lang patted his chest, speaking with conviction. "You need not worry. The funds are already prepared." He glanced at Gu Banming and half-jokingly said, "What is the matter? Have you forgotten our goals, or do you lack confidence in yourself?" Gu Banming let out a soft hum before stating, "As for matters domestically, I no longer need to intervene. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to the United States for an on-site inspection. Within 2 years, I am determined to establish our luxury hotels across the globe. As someone deeply invested in the hotel industry, witnessing the growth and expansion of one's own establishment until it ascends to the pinnacle of global prestige is an exquisite dream. The mere thought of this sends shivers of excitement through me, igniting a fervent ambition and hope within my heart." Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Must you personally oversee this? Is it not feasible to delegate this task to others?" Glancing at Zhang Lang, Gu Banming gently shook her head, her tone soft yet resolute. "The international landscape differs significantly from our domestic environment. Even the architectural styles vary greatly. Our local designers may not possess the requisite expertise. Moreover, as this will be our inaugural hotel overseas, it is imperative that we make a striking debut. Otherwise, the path ahead may become arduous. I cannot entrust this to anyone else. I need to be there myself." Zhang Lang pursed his lips, nodding slightly. "Understood. By the way, when will you return?" Furrowing her brows in contemplation, Gu Banming replied uncertainly, "Perhaps in a month? Once the project is established, I shall return. Should any challenges arise, feel free to contact me at any time." Zhang Lang nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze out the window, his brow arching as if a thought had struck him. "Are you acquainted with the director of the management department, Wang Dong?" Gu Banming furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before hesitantly responding. "Wang Dong has been with the hotel for quite some time. He missed the high-level meeting previously due to a family matter. Following the dismissal of the previous management director, he ascended to the position of department manager. However, I have checked, and he should not pose any issues, right? She glanced at Jiang Lang with a hint of anxiety. Jiang Lang shook his head, his eyes narrowing at the mention of Wang Dong's loyalty, which he found glaringly inadequate. From today onward, he is dismissed. Additionally, investigate whether our hotel's suppliers have any connections with him. I suspect he may be colluding with outsiders to undermine our hotel's interests. If the evidence holds true, we can report him to the authorities and ensure he faces the consequences. This was a sudden inspiration of his. If his memory served him correctly, Zhang Huayu's family was involved in hotel supplies. Hotel suppliers are responsible for bedding, toiletries, and a range of consumables such as beverages, mineral water, or disposable towels and napkins. Larger suppliers might even manage equipment replacements and food provisions. As he shared this connection with Gu Banming, her expression turned serious. The hotel was her labor of love, and she would not tolerate any actions that jeopardized its integrity. The conversation then shifted to the broader development trajectory of the hotel. Before they knew it, night had deepened. Rising from his seat, Jiang Lang glanced at the time before turning to face her. Prepare a room for me. I shall not return tonight. Not returning? But you live so close at Tangchini Pin. How could you not go home? Gu Banming retorted. I have moved. Jiang Lang replied nonchalantly. Oh, Gu Banming nodded, her expression suddenly darkening. Jiang Lang glanced at her quizzically, asking, what troubles you? Ah, it's nothing. Gu Banming awoke from her reverie, half-jokingly asking, Boss, when I return, may I visit your place? Visit my place? Jiang Lang gave her a curious look but dismissed any further thought and said, Of course. You can come by whenever you wish. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, By the way, are you still residing at your previous place? Gu Banming blinked in surprise before nodding slightly. Yes. Jiang Lang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance her way. I mentioned before that as the group's president. Your every move reflects our organization's image. Moreover, your current residence may not be safe. Once you return, please relocate to Tangchini Pin. By the way, what kind of car do you prefer? I can arrange one for you. How about a Porsche 918? I believe it suits you quite well. If that doesn't appeal to you, there are other options. Jiang Lang continued, oblivious to the deepening gaze of the woman beside him. Chapter 62, Returning to School. The following morning, a sleek, jet-black Bugatti Chiron sped through the sparse traffic like a shadowy bolt of lightning. Thank you for the early ride. Boss, Gu Banming remarked playfully, glancing at Jiang Lang in the driver's seat. Not at all. You are the cornerstone of our hotel. Without you, we would falter. Jiang Lang replied with a cheerful smile. Gu Banming pursed her lips, choosing silence as she turned to gaze out the window, her eyes reflecting a myriad of unspoken emotions. The sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed as the car came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a pair of stylishly dressed individuals who immediately drew the attention of passers-by. Wow, those two are stunning. They could easily become stars. Did you not see that car? It's a Bugatti Chiron. One car enthusiast exclaimed, slightly disheartened. Why are you looking at the people? It's the car that matters. The world of superficiality was indeed alarming. At that moment, several luxury cars emblazoned with the logo of the Emperor Hotel approached from behind, halting at the roadside. A group of elegantly dressed individuals, exuding an air of authority, disembarked, clearly workplace elites. Chairman, President Gu. They greeted the duo. These individuals were part of the delegation traveling to the United States for the inspection. It would be challenging for Gu Banming to manage alone. Jiang Lang nodded slightly, instructing, You all wait at the terminal for now. The group exchanged glances before nodding in understanding and departing. Why did you send them away? Gu Banming asked, her voice soft and melodious, like a lark. Jiang Lang glanced around, casually saying, Come on out. Gu Banming, still perplexed, suddenly widened her eyes as two women clad in tight black outfits emerged from around the corner. Their appearances were less than striking. Their skin bore the marks of exposure to the elements. Who are they? Gu Banming couldn't help but rub her eyes in disbelief. These are the bodyguards I arranged for you. During your time abroad, they will be responsible for ensuring your safety, Jiang Lang explained, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Gu Banming regarded Jiang Lang with a strange expression before turning to the two bodyguards with a sweet smile. Thank you both for your assistance during this period. They quickly waved their hands, responding, Not a bother at all. Gu Banming nodded slightly, taking a deep breath before turning her gaze back to Jiang Lang. Boss, are you concerned about me? Her beautiful eyes scrutinized him, searching for any hint of insincerity. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, Jiang Lang averted his eyes, scratching his head and chuckling. Of course, as the president of the hotel, your well-being is paramount. Gu Banming remained silent, her eyes deeply fixed on Jiang Lang. The atmosphere, which had grown somewhat tense, was abruptly interrupted by an announcement echoing through the airport. Dear passengers, we kindly inform you that Flight ZG 2022 to New York, USA, is now preparing for departure. Please have your identification ready and proceed to the boarding area. Gu Banming's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment as she slowly shook her head, retracting her gaze and turning towards the direction of the airport. Her expression grew somewhat desolate, reminiscent of the first time Jiang Lang had encountered her. "Boss, I'm leaving," she declared. "Take care," Jiang Lang replied, gently touching the bridge of his nose. As he watched Gu Banming's retreating figure, a complex emotion washed over him. He was no fool. He could distinctly sense the affection Gu Banming harbored for him. Yet, he dared not vocalize it, nor could he promise anything in return. Perhaps it was the example set by his parents during his upbringing that held him back. Even when his father, Jiang Lijun, faced entrepreneurial failure and accrued significant debt, his mother never once contemplated abandoning him or their family. He was unwilling to hurt a good girl, especially one who genuinely cared for him. However, the shadows cast by Zhang Xiaoman had instilled in him an inexplicable fear regarding matters of love. He worried about repeating past mistakes, even if the chances seemed slim. Deep within, he grappled with a turmoil he could not share with anyone else. If forced to choose, he would prefer a relationship devoid of emotional entanglement, one centered solely on financial gain. Much like his interactions with ECU, he felt no psychological burden. To him, ECU was merely with him for the money, as evidenced by the 50 million reward that had prompted her affections. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Lang shook his head, unwilling to dwell on such intricate matters as he drove away. Now, he needed to return to school to submit his internship report. He couldn't help but wonder if there had been any changes in the school after a year of absence. Jiang Lang mused quietly to himself as he gradually disappeared from the airport's entrance in his Bugatti Chiron. At Moda University, a prestigious institution with a history dating back to 1905, it was renowned as one of the earliest higher education establishments founded by civilians in Huaguo. While it may not rival the esteemed Tsinghua and Peking universities located in the capital, it firmly secured a spot within the top 10 nationally. Approaching graduation, the senior sisters donned black stockings and ultra-short skirts, clutching their handbags as they strolled onto campus, exuding a mature charm that captivated countless naive underclassmen. The younger female students, not to be outdone, adorned themselves in flamboyant attire, striving to catch the attention of affluent seniors. The vibrant competition between the two groups created a lively atmosphere. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang Lang's three close friends from the dormitory sat underneath a lush willow tree, discussing the latest influx of promising underclassmen. The quality of this year's freshmen has markedly improved. Just look at those long, fair legs, Luo Yongkong exclaimed, licking his lips as he gazed at an approaching junior. "You're absolutely right. They're nearly on par with our cohort." Tang Zhongxi chimed in agreement. "At present, none can quite compare to Zhang and Lu, our two campus beauties." Luo Yongtao nodded in affirmation. Zhang referred to Zhang Wanru, Jiang Lang's rival, and Zhou Qingguang's girlfriend, while Lu was Lu Hongyi from their class. In the past, some had even playfully dubbed them the legendary duo. After a brief pause, Luo Yongtao sighed. "It's a pity that our time at this school is dwindling." He reminisced about the carefree days of yore. "We were once known as the Modu F4. How I long for those blissful times." He turned to glance at Yang Tao, who remained silent, engrossed in his phone, and asked, "Xiao Tao, what are you up to?" "I'm just waiting for Longzi to arrive," Yang Tao replied, setting his phone down nonchalantly. Just then, a black lightning bolt of a car sped onto campus, stirring the skirts of the senior sisters and juniors, revealing glimpses of delicate lace underwear. "Oh!" Gasps echoed throughout the campus, flushing the cheeks of the young girls. Chapter 63, Distinguished Alumni. On the path through the finance department at Moda University, Luo Yongkong exclaimed, "Wow, Longzi, you're really something now. Indeed, your car is incredibly impressive. Not just impressive, it's outrageously expensive. The Bugatti Chiron, of which there is only one in the world, costs over 300 million domestically. What a showstopper." Seeing the excitement in his friends, Jiang Lang chuckled softly. "If you like it, I'll let you take the keys for a spin later to experience it for yourselves." At his words, the group exchanged glances. Luo Yongkong sheepishly scratched his nose and declined. "No thanks, that's too costly. We can't afford it." His words were no jest. A super luxury car valued at 300 million is not something the average person would dare to drive. Although his family had some wealth, they could hardly afford even a quarter of the car's price. Even if Jiang Lang would not demand compensation, they still lacked the audacity to take the wheel. This much self-awareness they possessed. As he spoke, Luo Yongkong discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Lang, pondering the implications of his friend's status, which seemed to extend far beyond that of a mere hotel chairman. Meanwhile, Tang Zhongxi and Yang Tao quickly shook their heads in refusal without a second thought. Noticing their reactions, Jiang Lang did not press the matter further. He turned to the nearby willow trees and said, "Let us move on. After submitting the internship reports, we'll head back." "All right, let us go." In the instructor's office, a series of knocks echoed. "Come in." Wu Yonglong glanced up from his paperwork as the door opened. Old Wu, long time no see. Have you missed us? Luo Yongkong boisterously entered, teasing Wu Yonglong. Wu Yonglong, their advisor since freshman year, was known for his approachable demeanor and good rapport with the students. Miss you? I've been swamped. Wu Yonglong rolled his eyes. Where's your internship report? Hand it over. Here. Luo Yongkong passed the documents, and the others followed suit. Wu Yonglong glanced through them, nodding slightly as he retrieved a few forms from his drawer. Here, fill these out and submit them to the class representative. The class representative was none other than Lu Hongyi. Got it, we're off. Once they left, the room fell into a quieter state. Suddenly, Jiang Lang's voice echoed through the office. Old Wu, could you do me a favor? Wu Yonglong jumped at the sound, adjusting his black-framed glasses and looking at Jiang Lang with curiosity. What do you need? Ahem, Jiang Lang cleared his throat. I want to be attending classes for the second half of the semester. Since they would be interning during their junior year's second semester, they would return just in time for their senior year's second semester. They still needed to attend half a semester of classes, submit their graduation thesis, and participate in the defense to obtain their diplomas. However, Jiang Lang felt that, given his current situation, returning to school would merely be a waste of time. He thought it far more prudent to focus on making money. Wu Yonglong frowned, his expression turning stern. He couldn't comprehend why a student would neglect their studies. Isn't learning the most important thing? What else do you plan to do with your time? His gaze bore into Jiang Lang, his voice growing cold. Why? He awaited an explanation, and if it did not satisfy him, he would certainly not allow Jiang Lang to give up on himself. Feigning ignorance of Wu Yonglong's displeasure, Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow and gestured toward his internship report, coolly stating, Old Wu, why don't you take a look at my documents first? Wu Yonglong gave him a strange look as he picked up the papers, muttering, You've worked hard to get into Moda University. Don't let yourself fall behind. The conversation abruptly ceased, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The internship report was far from the lengthy pages filled out by his peers. Rather, it resembled a mere letter of introduction, making it easy for him to pinpoint the crux of the matter. Jiang Lang, chairman of the Emperor Hotel in the Magic City, had his report stamped with the hotel's unique seal. What on earth is this? Wu Yonglong was momentarily speechless, staring at his counterpart in bewilderment. What is this? His voice trembled, barely coherent. He was well aware of the Emperor Hotel. Anyone who mingled in the Magic City had undoubtedly heard of it. Formerly known as the Peninsula Hotel, it was rebranded after being acquired by a mysterious individual. He had once taken his wife there, and the exorbitant prices had left him reeling for days. Over 1,000 for a steak. It was nothing short of daylight robbery. Jiang Lang shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, As you can see, I currently manage a company and am perpetually swamped with work, hardly having the time to attend school. He lied effortlessly, his heart steady and face unflinching. In truth, he was not busy at all, but rather languishing in idleness day after day. Wu Yonglong was utterly flabbergasted. Swallowing hard as he stammered, Is everything you said true? His gaze was filled with incredulity, as though he were beholding an extraterrestrial being. As their mentor for the past 3 years, he was intimately acquainted with each student's circumstances. Jiang Lang hailed from a remote village in the southwest, one he had never even heard of. How could he possibly amass such a fortune within a mere year of internship? It was beyond comprehension. At that moment, his mind was awash with confusion, even questioning if he were imagining things. Observing Wu Yonglong's dazed expression, Jiang Lang smiled broadly, feeling quite satisfied with this instructor. He nodded affirmatively. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with the class leader and other students. Many were aware of this at yesterday's class reunion. There was no need for him to conceal the truth, as inquiries would inevitably lead to revelations. It was far better to present the facts openly than to allow anyone to assume they could undermine him. Wu Yonglong exhaled deeply. Since Jiang Lang had stated it so, he was not foolish enough to continue doubting him. After a moment's thought, he spoke. The school is quite supportive of student entrepreneurship, given your unique situation. I will assist you in applying for an exemption from attending next semester. However, you must still complete your graduation thesis. This is non-negotiable. His expression turned serious at this juncture. That is perfectly fine. Jiang Lang nodded, feigning indifference. Wu Yonglong regarded Jiang Lang thoughtfully before continuing. By the way, would you be interested in becoming an honorary alumnus? Based on your current achievements, I can facilitate the application. Honorary alumnus. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. In essence, it was a prestigious title awarded to those who had made significant contributions to the university or had achieved remarkable success post-graduation, serving to inspire current students. However, Jiang Lang held little interest in such accolades. It was merely a means for the institution to elevate its own reputation through his name. He shook his head, poised to decline when suddenly a notification chimed. Ding. Special task detected, now issued. Task, honorary alumnus. Time flies. Soon you will bid farewell to your alma mater. Let all the cherished and sorrowful memories fade into oblivion, and prepare for a grand and joyous farewell. From this day forth, you shall officially step into society. Conditions: 1. Donate $3 billion to Magic City University. 2. Become an honorary alumnus, allowing the university to take pride in you. Reward: a blueprint from the future. Dated 2055, produced by Magic City University. Damn, $3 billion. Who on earth donates such a sum outright? Zhang Lang couldn't help but scoff, feeling a pang of frustration. The last time he purchased 2 villas at Huazhou Junting, it had cost him over $2 billion. He was hardly flush with cash now. Should he donate $3 billion? He would find himself reduced to a mere pauper with just over $100 million left. Nonetheless, the prospect of a future blueprint from 2055 piqued his curiosity. He turned to Wu Yonglong and stated coolly, "There's no time to waste. Let us apply now." Wu Yonglong scratched his head, perplexed as he regarded Zhang Lang, who had seemingly shifted from reluctance to eagerness in an instant. However, having an honorary alumnus from his class would undoubtedly reflect well on the school, and once the matter was settled, the institution would likely bestow certain rewards upon him. "Very well, I shall take you to see the principal," Wu Yonglong promised with a pat on his chest. Zhang Lang paused, gesturing toward the stack of internship reports on the desk, and asked, "What about these? Are we ignoring them? What does that matter? The main issue is far more pressing." Wu Yonglong scoffed, stuffing the reports into a drawer. "Let us go? All right." At the principal's office in Magic City University, the esteemed young Master Zhou was indeed a promising talent. "On behalf of Magic City University, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous support of our educational endeavors." Principal Hu Jimin beamed as he shook hands with Zhou Qingguang, a smile gracing his face. "Principal, you flatter me. My time spent at this esteemed institution has left an indelible mark on my memory. Having achieved success in my career, I naturally wish to give back to my alma mater." As he spoke, Zhou Qingguang cast a glance at Zhang Wanru beside him, noticing the stars in her eyes, which further elevated his spirits. Indeed, indeed. "Please, have a seat," Hu Jimin said, gesturing toward the nearby sofa. Zhou Qingguang nodded slightly, leading Zhang Wanru to sit beside him. "May I inquire what donation you are considering?" Hu Jimin asked, his face displaying a hint of awkwardness. As a lifelong educator, he found it somewhat challenging to adopt the demeanor of a businessman. "Principal, I am prepared to donate 10 million, Zhou Qingguang directly stated, seemingly sensing Hu Jimin's discomfort. "Splendid. Truly a commendable young man," Hu Jimin exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Magic City University's annual budget hovered around 15 billion, yet for the entire institution, it remained rather tight. In truth, 10 million was but a drop in the bucket. Nonetheless, the quality of character exhibited by someone who, after attaining wealth, still sought to give back to their alma mater was exceedingly rare. Even a donation of 1,100,000 or even 10,000 would be commendable. At that moment, a series of knocks reverberated from outside the door. "Principal, are you in there?" Wu Yonglong called out. Hu Jimin furrowed his brow, casting an apologetic glance at Zhou Qingguang and Zhang Wanru before addressing the door. "Enter." "Principal, I have good news. Someone from our class is applying for honorary alumnus." Wu Yonglong burst through the door, only to falter mid-sentence, taken aback. Hu Jimin shot him a helpless glare, exasperated with his brother-in-law's lack of decorum. At over 30 years of age, he still acted so brashly. "Speak, what is it?" He sighed, finally relenting. "Our class has someone wishing to apply for honorary alumnus." Wu Yonglong exclaimed with excitement. What? What? The three voices echoed in unison throughout the room, each face reflecting surprise at the unexpected news of not just one, but multiple applicants for honorary alumnus. Such accolades were not easily bestowed. Typically, it is the luminaries of academia, the high-ranking officials of politics, or the elite of the business world who gather here, especially at a prestigious institution like Magic City University. Those who manage to apply are indeed the creme de la creme. Of course, if one possesses wealth and makes a generous donation, the school can certainly curate a favorable image for them. However, such matters are unlikely to be discussed openly. Hu Jimin quickly interjected. "Where is he? Please, invite him in." Wu Yonglong nodded slightly and gestured toward the door. A tall, austere man clad in black entered, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. "Zhang Lang." Zhang Wanru stood up, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at him. Zhou Qingguang's hands clenched tightly, his demeanor dark as he regarded Zhang Lang. Hu Jimin looked at the two with mild astonishment and inquired, "You two know each other?" Yes. Zhang Wanru replied hurriedly, her face lighting up with delight. She hadn't anticipated encountering her junior from elementary school upon returning to campus, and her spirits lifted. Zhou Qingguang nodded slightly, his expression brooding, lost in thought. Observing Zhou Qingguang's unusual demeanor, Hu Jimin discreetly furrowed his brow and said to Zhang Lang, Please find a seat, classmate. Certainly, principal. Jiang Lang glanced at Zhou Qingguang, a playful smirk gracing his lips, surprised to find both Zhou Qingguang and Zhang Wanru here. With that, he strode confidently toward Zhang Wanru. Long time no see, Senior Zhang. He greeted with a beaming smile, internally marveling at her timeless beauty. She possessed both charm and grace, adorned in a crisp white V-neck t-shirt, allowing Jiang Lang to admire her delicate collarbone and a hint of an alluring curve beneath. Zhang Wanru slightly turned to create space for him and joyfully remarked, "It's been a while, Jiang Jr., please take a seat." Jiang Lang made himself comfortable beside her without hesitation, and immediately, a subtle fragrance wafted to his nostrils. Zhou Qingguang's brow furrowed deeply as he gritted his teeth and couldn't restrain himself from saying, "Stay away from my girlfriend." Jiang Lang feigned innocence, looking at Zhou Qingguang with a mock expression of grievance. "Senior Zhou, it's such a rare occasion to see Senior Zhang. Can't we just have a little chat?" Zhang Wanru playfully nudged Zhou Qingguang, saying, "Oh, why are you being jealous? I haven't seen Jiang Jr. in ages. What's wrong with us talking for a bit?" Zhou Qingguang was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring fiercely at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang winked slyly at Zhou Qingguang, his eyes filled with mischief. Pausing for a moment, he leaned closer to Zhang Wanru and whispered, "Since Senior Zhou seems to dislike me, perhaps I should just stand." As he spoke, he pretended to rise from his seat, a look of feigned distress on his face. "Oh, don't mind him. That's just how he is." Zhang Wanru shot Zhou Qingguang a disapproving look and quickly urged Jiang Lang to sit down. This scene incensed Zhou Qingguang, his fury palpable as he gritted his teeth. At this moment, Hu Jimin finally frowned and said calmly, "All right, let us not create a ruckus." As the president of Magic City University, Hu Jimin had once been a dedicated educator, nurturing countless students. When he spoke, everyone instinctively quieted. "I wonder, Jiang student, are you aware of the application criteria for our esteemed alumni?" Hu Jimin inquired of Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang nodded slightly and replied, "The chairman of the Magic City Imperial Hotel, I wonder if that qualifies?" Upon the utterance of these words, the room fell into an eerie silence. Aside from Wu Yonglong, who was already in the know, the expressions of the others changed dramatically. Zhou Qingguang leapt to his feet, his face contorted with disbelief as he shouted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You've only interned for a year. Where would you get such funds? Their family may be wealthy, but barely over 10 billion. One imperial hotel could easily crush them." Among the crowd, he was the most incredulous. After all, Jiang Lang had endured such hardships at Magic City University largely due to Zhou Qingguang's machinations. Now, with a sudden reversal of fortune, Jiang Lang would undoubtedly seek retribution. Zhang Wanru tugged at Zhou Qingguang's hand, perplexed. "Qingguang, why are you so agitated? Jiang Jr. has succeeded. You should wish him well." This foolish girl, even now, remained unaware of the animosity between Jiang Lang and Zhou Qingguang. Jiang Lang smiled faintly, choosing not to clarify, as if Zhou Qingguang were merely a ghost, turning his gaze fixedly upon Hu Jimin. However, this action only served to infuriate Zhou Qingguang further. He recalled the last encounter at the UV restaurant when Jiang Lang had decisively bested him, and now Jiang Lang was so brazenly disregarding him in front of his girlfriend. Consumed by a mixture of old grudges and newfound anger, he stepped forward and seized Jiang Lang by the collar. "How dare you ignore me? Do you think you can just dismiss my words?" Jiang Lang stifled a chuckle internally, while externally he feigned terror, trembling like a frightened little rabbit. In a quavering voice, he stammered, "Senior Zhou, I was wrong. Please don't hit me like before. I am scared." Zhang Wanru, alarmed, pushed Zhou Qingguang away and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why are you acting like this? And you used to hit people? Is what Jiang Lang said true?" She was furious, unable to comprehend how the once humble and polite young man she had known had transformed into someone so volatile, a complete stranger. If Jiang Lang were aware of Zhang Wanru's thoughts, he would likely scoff in disdain. Zhou Qingguang, while maintaining a facade of respectability, was, in reality, quite petty. Otherwise, Jiang Lang would not have faced such opposition from him ever since their debate competition, where he had met Zhang Wanru. Zhou Qingguang glared sternly at Jiang Lang, who was pretending to be aggrieved, nearly losing his mind with frustration. "You're putting on an act. Last time, you nearly beat me to a pulp. And now you're pretending to be the victim?" He cursed silently, turning to Zhang Wanru to urgently explain, "Wanru, let me clarify. It's not what he says." Yet Jiang Lang tugged at Zhang Wanru's arm, rubbing his eyes vigorously until they were slightly reddened. He then looked up, tears welling in his eyes, as if he were about to unleash years of pent-up grievances. "What is there to clarify, Senior? Not only did he hit me, but he has done all sorts of terrible things. You've been deceived." He continued, "Just the other day, my sister came to Magic City to visit me, and he dared to act lewdly in front of everyone. If I hadn't been there, who knows what he would have done." Zhou Qingguang's face blanched with urgency. Desperate to silence Jiang Lang before the carefully constructed image he had built in Zhang Wanru's mind shattered. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But Zhou Qingguang was determined to keep Zhang Wanru's favor. After all, the reason he had gone to such lengths to become Zhang Wanru's boyfriend was due to her mysterious lineage from the Zhang family of the capital. Over the years, he had resorted to unscrupulous tactics to drive away every man who approached her, all for this reason. Zhang Wanru bit her lip, glancing between Jiang Lang and Zhou Qingguang. Uncertainty etched on her face. Although she had come to admire Jiang Lang after the last debate, Zhou Qingguang had been her boyfriend for many years, and her heart still leaned toward him, making her reluctant to believe Jiang Lang's claims. Jiang Lang's eyes flickered as he leisurely retrieved his phone from his clothing, a semblance of a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Zhou Qingguang. "Young Master Zhou, I happen to possess the video from that night on my phone. Would you care to watch it?" He feigned a dramatic gesture of opening his device. Jiang Lang had actually preserved the video? A tremor of uncertainty coursed through Zhou Qingguang's heart. He could not ascertain whether Jiang Lang was lying. Yet, noticing Zhang Wanru's curious gaze directed towards the phone, Zhou Qingguang could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth, he dashed towards Jiang Lang and snatched the phone from him. With a resounding crash, the phone shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. Logically, Jiang Lang, with his current physical prowess, could have effortlessly thwarted the theft, but he chose not to. Instead, he allowed the destruction to unfold, a triumphant expression gracing his face. This was a calculated ploy. Only he knew that the video from that night did not exist on his phone. However, Zhou Qingguang dared not gamble. The act of the phone's demise would surely sow discord between them. Jiang Lang shook his head with a smirk, then turned to Zhang Wanru. As expected, her eyes held a mixture of suspicion and wariness as they lingered on Zhou Qingguang. Mission accomplished, Jiang Lang mused, though he feigned a look of fright, saying, "Young Master Zhou, why did you smash my phone? I merely mentioned the video from dinner that night, without insinuating anything else. Or perhaps you harbor some secrets," he added. "Moreover, you'll need to compensate for the damage to my phone." Zhou Qingguang, gritting his teeth, stared at the seemingly oblivious Jiang Lang. Feeling as if he might burst from frustration, he took several deep breaths to calm his agitated spirit, turning to Zhang Wanru, attempting to explain. Yet, upon seeing her peculiar gaze, his complexion paled. Zhang Wanru cast a disappointed glance at Zhou Qingguang before addressing Hu Jimin, saying, "Principal, I must take my leave." Without waiting for a response, she turned and departed. Zhou Qingguang panicked, realizing that Zhang Wanru hadn't even called for him. He hurried after her, exclaiming, "Wait for me. Wanru, please listen." Thus, a farcical episode concluded. Watching the two retreating figures, Jiang Lang withdrew his gaze and addressed Hu Jimin. "Principal, the performance has concluded. Shall we discuss the matter at hand?" Clearing his throat, Hu Jimin set aside the sunflower seeds, awkwardly clapping his hands as he looked at Jiang Lang. "Very well. Let us continue." Chapter 66. Two requests. Time passed, second by second. In the principal's office, intermittent sounds of peculiar laughter echoed, causing passing students and teachers to exchange bewildered glances, unable to comprehend why the usually austere principal was exhibiting such odd behavior today. "Jiang, are you serious?" Hu Jimin exclaimed with delight, embracing Jiang Lang's arm, his face alight with incredulity. Meanwhile, Wu Yonglong stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Lang with an expression of existential doubt. Weren't we here to apply for honorary alumni status? Why the sudden decision to donate such a substantial amount? Jiang Lang, bemused, replied, "Principal, I speak the truth. 30 billion, ready to be transferred at any moment." He paused, his expression growing more solemn. "However, I have two stipulations." Hu Jimin exhaled a slight breath of relief, grateful for the presence of demands, fearing what might arise if there were none. He shot an irritated glance at the still-dazed Wu Yonglong, admonishing, "Hurry, brew a cup of tea for Jiang. And make sure to procure that exquisite Da Hong Pao from my cabinet." Wu Yonglong was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing. "What? I'm the mentor here. It's not customary for mentors to serve tea to students. And Da Hong Pao, no less. I had to beg the principal for ages just to have a taste." As the principal of Magic City University, Hu Jimin's tea collection was certainly not ordinary. Though it may not be the legendary Wyashan mother tree Da Hong Pao worth a fortune, it was nonetheless a second-generation grafted variety, not inexpensive by any means. Feeling disgruntled yet intimidated by Hu Jimin's gaze, Wu Yonglong begrudgingly complied and went to prepare the tea. When the tea arrived, its fragrant aroma filled the air. Jiang Lang, lacking the refined palate for tea that only cultured individuals possess, gulped down the cup in one go, causing the eyes of both men beside him to twitch slightly. Jiang Lang licked his lips and set the cup down. "Delicious." Hu Jimin cleared his throat, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. "If you enjoy it, feel free to take some home." Jiang Lang responded with a knowing smile, shaking his head in refusal. He then continued, "Firstly, I require the establishment of a joint management account. I shall not interfere with how you utilize these funds, be it for enhancing faculty and student benefits, constructing additional teaching buildings, or research endeavors. However, I must be apprised of every transaction." Zhang Lang was wary that once the donation was made, some might embezzle the funds for personal gain, jeopardizing the entire mission, a considerable loss for him. Hu Jimin raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. "Understood." Zhang Lang snapped his fingers and proceeded. "Secondly, I wish for 10 billion of that amount to be allocated as scholarships for underprivileged students. Furthermore, I shall appoint someone to oversee this fund, ensuring it reaches only those who genuinely need it." This sentiment stemmed from his experiences. Many who faced financial hardships were often too proud to apply for assistance, perhaps due to their upbringing, while the more affluent shamelessly sought out such funds. Additionally, some faculty members resorted to underhanded tactics, leading to a scarcity of aid reaching those truly in need. Having witnessed these injustices firsthand, he was acutely aware. He paused before adding with a hint of humor, "Of course, if the school can propose a flawless solution for oversight, then such measures may not be necessary." Hu Jimin nodded awkwardly, refraining from further comment. He understood Zhang Lang's concerns, yet knew such issues were prevalent in every institution, and addressing them swiftly was a complex endeavor. Seeing this, Zhang Lang shook his head slightly and stood up. "Well, I've said all I needed to say. Once the joint management account is established, the funds will be transferred promptly. Should any issues arise, we can discuss them over the phone. For now, I must take my leave." Hu Jimin, sensing the departure, quickly urged, "It's almost noon. Why not join me for a meal at the cafeteria?" Zhang Lang glanced at the time and nodded slightly. "Very well." After lunch, Zhang Lang bid Hu Jimin a brief farewell and wandered alone through the campus, relishing the gentle breeze against his face, feeling at peace. Just then, the shrill ring of his phone broke the tranquility. "Hello, Lao Zhao, what is it?" Zhang Lang reclined on the grass of the playground, speaking lazily. "Lang Gu, are you available the day after tomorrow?" His voice carried a hint of apprehension, as if treading carefully. Since the Jiang family's downfall, countless individuals in Magic City had been like cats scenting blood, frantically scrambling for a share of the Jiang family's fortune. Among them, the Zhao family had perhaps benefited the most. After Zhang Lang provided the information to Zhao Yinyu, the Zhao family had gained access to invaluable intel. They were acutely aware that the Jiang family was destined to collapse, a fate no one could avert, even predicting the timing of their demise. However, the role that Zhang Lang played in this situation left them feeling utterly unnerved. The dark secrets of the Jiang family from over 20 years ago could be unearthed by Zhang Lang. Who knows what other undisclosed trump cards he might possess? Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, easily discerning the unnatural tone in Zhao Zhenglong's voice, and helplessly remarked, "Speak your mind, or let it out." Zhao Zhenglong chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his fingers as he continued. "Well, the time for our race against the SCC Supercar Club from the capital has been confirmed. It's set for tomorrow night." "A race?" Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, admitting to himself that he would have forgotten all about it had Zhao Zhenglong not mentioned it. He pondered for a moment before retorting, "Is it still at the Dragon Break Mountain outskirts?" "Indeed, it is still at Dragon Break Mountain," Zhao Zhenglong replied. After a brief pause, he added, "Brother Lang, would you like to go for a couple of test laps to get a feel for the track? The mountain has already been closed off. There won't be any disturbances. I heard the drivers sent by the capital have been practicing since this morning." Zhao Zhenglong's voice revealed a hint of concern. After all, Dragon Break Mountain was notoriously dubbed the Holy Land of Death. Over the years, numerous racers had met their demise there. Zhang Lang, however, was not overly concerned. He held a firm confidence in the unparalleled driving skills bestowed upon him by the system. Yet, after some contemplation, he replied, "All right, I'll head over to give it a try tonight." For him, it was merely a diversion, as there was little else occupying his time. "Great. Just let me know when you're on your way. The base of the mountain has been secured, and no one can enter without permission," Zhao Zhenglong said. "Okay," Zhang Lang replied indifferently, just as the call ended. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. "Zhang Lang, what brings you to hide here?" Lu Hongyi had appeared unannounced, gracefully sitting beside him, her waist swaying gently. Her 3,000 strands of hair danced in the wind as she tilted her head, smiling at him. "Nothing much. By the way, what are you doing here? Have you finished your errands?" Zhang Lang countered. "I wrapped everything up early and was just wandering around the school." "I didn't expect to find you here," she replied softly, flicking her hair. "Ah, indeed." Zhang Lang chuckled awkwardly. The atmosphere suddenly grew a bit heavy, leaving both of them at a loss for words. Just then, a cacophony of voices approached, as Zhang Huayu and a group of classmates came rushing towards Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, his heart instinctively wary. In the past, Zhang Huayu had often led a gang to bully him. What was he scheming now? Did he intend to confront him publicly? Was he so audacious? Perhaps he was furious after being dealt with the previous day and sought to reclaim his dignity. Confused yet alert, he discreetly gestured to those around him. Suddenly, a few individuals emerged from the crowd on the playground, stealthily encircling Jiang Lang from a distance. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon spotting Jiang Lang, Zhang Huayu dropped to his knees, crying out, "General Jiang, please spare our family." His voice trembled with emotion. He gazed up at Jiang Lang, dread filling his heart. Just one night had turned his family's fortunes upside down. In the early hours, the Emperor Hotel had issued an announcement stating that the hotel's management director, Wang Dong, had been dismissed due to involvement in embezzlement and tax evasion. While he was asleep at home, the police had arrived to arrest him, and he remained incarcerated, possibly never to be released. Simultaneously, the hotel announced a cessation of collaboration with their Wanzhong Hotel Supplies Company. Upon the release of this announcement, hotels throughout the Magic City began investigating the matter, leading many to sever ties with the business. A significant number of orders vanished, causing an overflow of hotel supplies in their warehouse. Meanwhile, suppliers, sensing the impending doom, began to pressure for payment. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. Like a chain reaction of dominoes, a company valued in the hundreds of millions could be driven to bankruptcy without any means of resistance. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened. Gu Banming had taken action. What surprised him was how swiftly the matter had been resolved after merely hinting at it the previous night, and all before the flight the following day. Truly impressive, as the system had labeled him an elite talent. Feigning ignorance, he pretended not to understand Zhang Huayu's words as he mockingly helped him up, saying, "I don't comprehend what you're saying, please rise. Don't you dare assist me. You know full well." Zhang Huayu shoved Jiang Lang away, his eyes ablaze with anger and fear as he shouted, "I realize I was excessively cruel in the past, but that's all behind us now. You beat me yesterday. Must you now seek to annihilate me?" His voice quivered, laden with despair. In an instant, the once privileged rich kid found himself reduced to a pauper, becoming the very embodiment of the mud-streaked peasant he had once scorned and mocked. The thought of potential bankruptcy loomed, bringing with it the prospect of insurmountable debt. The mere contemplation sent shivers down his spine, fear coursing through him. Jiang Lang's heart sank, his expression darkening. He had discerned Zhang Huayu's cunning intentions and turned to survey the gathering crowd, noting the many onlookers drawn to the spectacle. The populace of Huagua never lacked for spectators. Witnessing a man weep and plead on his knees before another, they were naturally intrigued. Moreover, most people inherently sympathize with the weak, believing they deserve protection, and often assume that the weak would not inflict harm upon others, though this notion is utterly ludicrous. Even without full knowledge of the events, many began to rally in defense of Zhang Huayu. What grudge or grievance could compel someone to kneel? They exclaimed, "People today are far too hostile. After all, we were classmates. Shouldn't we leave room for reconciliation?" They argued passionately, pointing fingers at Jiang Lang with disdain. Simultaneously, Zhang Huayu's classmates, who had been coerced into this drama, joined the fray, knowing they had received compensation for their involvement. "Indeed, we were all in the same class. What can't be forgiven?" They chimed in, their voices rising in unison. "We've seen each other for years. Surely there must be some sentiment left?" "Zhang is already apologizing. Jiang Lang, please forgive him." Jiang Lang's expression darkened further, his discomfort palpable as he noticed some individuals preparing to pull out their phones to capture the moment. He dreaded the thought of how the footage might be distorted once it hit the internet. Zhang Huayu remained kneeling before Jiang Lang, his head bowed slightly, a smirk hidden from the crowd as he reveled in the moment. He understood the tactic was shameless, particularly within the confines of the school, exploiting the students' compassion and naive sense of justice. Yet, if it succeeded, if it preserved their Wanzhong Hotel Supplies Company, it would all be worthwhile. After the dust settled, he would still be the arrogant second-generation rich kid. Not only would he kneel, but he would even bow his head. Moreover, if such a grand spectacle unfolded at school, it could very well trend on social media. Perhaps, in the process, it would also deal a blow to the Emperor Hotel, while prompting these misguided do-gooders to flock to their website to place orders. Truly a win-win. With that thought, without a moment's hesitation, he fervently kowtowed towards Jiang Lang, bursting into tears. "I beseech you, spare my family," he cried out. "My loved ones are innocent. Let your wrath be directed solely at me." In that moment, he was performing as a devoted son willing to sacrifice everything for his family. It was evident that he had succeeded. The throngs of onlookers were moved by his filial piety. Even in their ignorance of the situation, they erupted with indignation, pointing fingers at Jiang Lang and hurling insults with blatant disregard. "Get up, brother. Let us discuss this standing. No matter how formidable this person is, can he truly shield himself from scrutiny? I've already posted the video online. Soon, attention will flood in. Indeed, what does wealth matter if it can be used to bully others?" At that moment, Zhang Lang was seething with rage, wishing he could leap forward and pummel Zhang Huayu. Damn it, none of you understand a thing. If you knew how Zhang Huayu treated me back then, you wouldn't be acting this way. He cast a cold glance at Zhang Huayu, aware that this was not the time for entanglements. Lingering any longer would only exacerbate the situation. Taking a deep breath, he coldly declared, "Leave." As his words fell, a group of unknown individuals surged forward, encircling Zhang Lang tightly. They raised their phones, obstructing any chance of capturing the moment. By the time the crowd realized what was happening, Zhang Lang had already surged forth, fueled by fury, breaking free from the encirclement. Chapter 68, Retribution. The voice of the night. Inside the Bugatti, a loud bang echoed as his hands slammed against the steering wheel. Zhang Lang gazed out the window, gritting his teeth in a furious curse. "How dare you scheme against me?" He picked up his phone and surveyed the trending topics, his eyes darkening. Forced to kneel. Who dares to be so audacious? Abuse of power. Enumerating the 10 sins of the chairman of the Emperor's Hotel. Students from Magic City University, multiple secret revelations. Damn. These media outlets are utterly clueless. Zhang Lang's anger escalated with each passing moment. Unable to contain himself any longer. Exhaling heavily, he began to calm down, his mind swirling with contemplation. Just a mere 2 hours had passed, and it had already surged to the top of the trending list. Is it truly so swift? Who is orchestrating this behind the scenes? Zhang Huayu's family is one suspect. What about Wei Fokai? I didn't see him earlier. Could he be involved? Zhou Qingguang. Unlikely. He should be preoccupied with appeasing Zhang Wanru. But then again, one can never be too sure. That fellow is petty and is the leader of the trio, making him quite suspicious. There's also Zhang Shaoling from Jiangbeiqing. Could the Zhang family be inciting this chaos? Zhang Lang rested his chin on his hand, mentally tallying those he had offended, his brows furrowing. Ding. Detection indicates the host has been schemed against. Initiating new task. Task, retribution. The experiences of his student days had morphed into a nightmare. Being plotted against once more was intolerable. It was time to crush those who had bullied him back then and bid them a definitive farewell. Conditions. 1. Overthrow Zhang Huayu's family. 2. Overthrow Wei Fokai's family. 3. Overthrow Zhou Qingguang's family. Reward. Jin Tiancheng Law Firm. Zhang Lang paused, his gaze turning icy. The system's voice had corroborated his previous suspicions. It was indeed these 3 rascals behind the scheme. Just then, the ringtone of his phone abruptly pierced the air. "Hello, boss. I've just landed." Gu Banming's voice was urgent and tinged with a hint of panic. "I saw the trending topics online. Do you need me to come back immediately?" She was anxious, having just left the country only to be embroiled in such a significant incident. Although the trending topic regarding the Emperor's Hotel was currently confined to domestic attention, it could not be underestimated. If it made its way to international platforms, their forthcoming plans would be jeopardized. After all, no one would choose to stay in a hotel with a tarnished reputation. Zhang Lang shook his head and replied slowly. "No need, focus on your tasks. I will handle matters here." Gu Banming hesitated for a moment before responding. "All right." After ending the call, Zhang Lang contemplated briefly before dialing Dong Rongjia. "You've seen the situation regarding the Emperor's Hotel online, correct?" "Yes, I have, Chairman Jiang," Dong Rongjia responded, slightly bewildered but instinctively aware of the gravity of the matter. "I am the chairman of the Emperor's Hotel," Zhang Lang stated succinctly, his tone low. Dong Rongjia was taken aback, realizing that the trending topic causing such a stir was indeed linked to the major shareholder of the company. He quickly replied, "Chairman, what would you like me to do?" "I will instruct the hotel to issue a new statement to clarify the situation. Simultaneously, I need to leverage the influence of Huya Online to suppress this matter. If necessary, utilize our streamers, influencers, or even hired commenters to muddle the waters if we cannot contain it." "Understood, Chairman Jiang," Dong Rongjia replied hastily. After hanging up, Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow and called Hu Jimin. "Hello, Principal. What's the matter?" "Zhang Lang." Hu Jimin scratched his head, puzzled. "Didn't you just leave? Why are you calling again?" Zhang Lang briefly explained the situation before shaking his head in exasperation. "My dear junior and junior sisters are being used as pawns without realizing it. I need the school to help clarify matters and suppress any discussion among students." Hu Jimin pondered for a moment before nodding. "Certainly. I will arrange for someone to handle it immediately." Zhang Lang nodded and continued. "Secondly, I hope the principal will dismiss the director of education, Wei Tianxiu. He intended to eliminate all obstacles in one swift move. The second target would be Wei Fokai's father. Without that man as protection over the years, Wei Fokai would never have been so arrogant." Hu Jimin hesitated. That might be problematic, given the circumstances. Zhang Lang's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, "Principal, I donated 3 billion, not just 300. Money doesn't come easily. If I make my voice heard, not just the director, but even you, principal, could be replaced. Do you believe me? Though he spoke half-jokingly, his tone was chilling, evoking unease. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Hu Jimin's forehead. Jiang Lang now emanated a very different aura from the naive college student he had encountered earlier. He now resembled a powerful figure with vast wealth, overlooking the city's dynamics. I will find a way, give me a week. He wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking hurriedly. No, 3 days at most. If you cannot manage it, I will seek someone else. Jiang Lang resolutely rejected any notion of donations, pausing slightly at the end of his sentence. Don't waste your time, just do it. Hu Jimin, now anxious, exclaimed. A playful smirk appeared on Jiang Lang's lips as he held the phone, his voice laced with amusement. Haha, principal, I will await your good news with anticipation. After hanging up, Jiang Lang's long fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, deep in thought. Glancing out the window, he hesitated before dialing again. Hello, Xiao Wu. What are you up to? Not much, just at Duanlong Mountain with Zhao Zhenglong. Are you coming over now? Song Wenwu replied, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Jiang Lang replied with a slight smile. Not yet. I will come over later tonight. After a brief pause, he continued. Xiao Wu, I would like to request your assistance from the Song family regarding a matter. Song Chengwu furrowed his brows, a look of gravity crossing his face. Jiang Lang's words carried a weight of significance. He referred to the Song family, rather than addressing Song Chengwu directly, implying that this matter was beyond his personal jurisdiction. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Langgu, please elaborate on what you need. Jiang Lang pursed his lips and spoke coldly. Are you aware of the Jillian Transportation Company owned by the Zhou family in Magic City? Song Chengwu nodded solemnly. I am aware. In the transportation industry, my understanding is not merely superficial. I possess an in-depth knowledge. Jillian Transportation specializes in domestic transport, while our Song family engages in both domestic and international trade, essentially serving as the pinnacle of the transportation industry in Magic City. However, in recent years, Jillian has experienced rapid development, even beginning to encroach upon our overseas markets, which has made them a significant concern for the Song family. Jiang Lang nodded, not surprised. With a cold gaze fixed on the bustling crowd outside the car window, his voice carried an icy tone. I wish to enlist the Song family to confront the Zhou family. What? Song Chengwu exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Noticing the curious glances from those around him, he offered an apologetic smile and hastily retreated to a corner with his phone. Langgu, this matter is too monumental. My family will definitely not agree, he said, his voice tinged with urgency and hesitation. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow and countered. Are you not concerned about a rapidly growing transportation company that has surpassed a valuation of 10 billion, especially in relation to your Song family? Furthermore, isn't it true that rivals in the same industry are foes? Does the Song family not aspire to outmaneuver the Zhou family? Song Chengwu's expression reflected his inner conflict. Of course, we desire to, but Jiang Lang's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Why not first hear out my terms? Song Chengwu bit his lip. Speak. I will not compel you to engage in battle immediately. I will grant you 10 days to prepare. At that time, I will provide a sum of 10 billion yuan as investment to support the Song family. Should a stalemate ensue, I will additionally offer 1 billion yuan daily. As for the equity stake, I am amenable to any reasonable terms. My only stipulation is this. Within a week, the Zhou family must be utterly defeated, and the Jillian Transportation Company must be consigned to history. Of course, Jiang Lang added with a hint of mockery. If the Song family is unwilling, I can always seek assistance elsewhere. After all, there are numerous transportation companies in Magic City, while they may not rival your family's size. With sufficient financial backing, his words trailed off, laden with implication. Song Chengwu felt a jolt of realization, his complexion paling. If someone was equipped with such substantial financial support, they could indeed contend with the Song family. This was a situation he could not allow. Langgu, wait. I need to make a call to my family for confirmation. Please be patient. Very well, I await your news. With a hurried farewell, Song Chengwu ended the call. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, gazing out the window with a complex expression. The reason he granted them 10 days was twofold: to allow them to prepare and to catch the Zhou family off guard. Additionally, his own funds were limited. He needed to reserve 30 billion for a school donation, leaving him with just over 1 billion to gradually accumulate. Alas, I am indeed too impoverished, Jiang Lang murmured, a hint of frustration evident on his face. As soon as he spoke, the phone rang again. Glancing at the screen, he smiled faintly. So, what is the decision from your Song family? Song Wenwu, staring at the phone, recalled his parents' admonitions, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Taking a deep breath, he replied, we can assist you. However, we expect to see the funds within 10 days. Not a problem. The money will be in your account on the 10th day. Jiang Lang leaned back in his seat, casually cleaning his ears. With that, the call ended. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, his gaze darkening as he stared out the window. Wei Fuke, Zhang Huayu, and Zhou Qingguang have tormented me for 3 years. 3 long years. I have constantly envisioned extracting your tendons, flaying your skin, and drinking your blood to quench my deep-seated hatred. You never anticipated that I would have my day of reckoning. Once your family collapses, I shall strip you of your academic standing, ensuring you will never rise again. His fingers slowly unfurled, then clenched tightly, as if he intended to crush the hearts of his adversaries. The aura surrounding him grew cold and sinister, akin to a serpent poised to strike. In the remote outskirts of Duanlong Mountain, the roar of engines reverberated through the valley. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the night. At the horizon, a Bugatti Chiron launched into the air like a black bolt of lightning, soaring from a steep incline before crashing down. Accompanying this was the sound of a terrified scream. Zhao Zhenglong, clinging to his seatbelt in the passenger seat, shrank into himself, his pupils dilating as he gasped. No, no, no. His complexion turned ashen, the pitch of his voice rising in panic, reminiscent of a eunuch from the imperial court. Outside, the scenery blurred by like a fast-forwarded film in his mind. The wind screamed past his ears, a tempestuous howl. The Bugatti Chiron tore through the landscape like a wild stallion, rampaging uncontrollably. Thankfully, its driver possessed exceptional skill, maintaining control over the beast despite its frantic gallop. In the next moment, Zhao Zhenglong's eyes widened in horror, his face draining of color. Oh no, another deadly curve. His heart raced violently, feeling as if it might burst from his chest. Slow down, slow down. Zhao Zhenglong trembled, his voice cracking, on the verge of tears. Yet, Zhang Lang appeared oblivious to the perilous turn ahead, instead pressing down on the accelerator. Boom. Like a general charging into battle, the vehicle surged forward, covering 100 meters in an instant. Just as they were about to veer off the track and plunge into the abyss, Zhang Lang abruptly released the accelerator, deftly steering the wheel. The car shuddered slightly as it left a deep mark on the asphalt, resembling a burnt imprint. The Bugatti Chiron, akin to a butterfly, drifted perilously close to the cliff's edge. The entire maneuver was executed with elegance and grace, tires screeching and dust flying. The immense centrifugal force and unwavering speed even induced a sensation of ascension in Zhao Zhenglong. However, in that moment of disorientation, the once terrifying curve had been left far behind, fading into the distance until it vanished entirely. At the end of the Duanlong mountain track, the black lightning came to a gentle halt by the roadside. Suddenly, with a bang, the door swung open, and a figure, pale as a ghost, stumbled out, using hands and feet to crawl to the side of the road. Gagging, tears streaming down his face, his throat felt as if it were on fire, and his stomach churned violently. At this moment, he found himself in deep contemplation, enveloped in silence. Why was it that others refrained from boarding the vehicle, while he, in his naivete, hastened towards impending torment? It was simply an act of folly. Zhao Zhenglong felt an overwhelming urge to weep, beset by an acute sense of discomfort. Just then, a voice pierced the stillness. Are you all right? Zhang Lang approached, noticing Zhao Zhenglong's distress, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. No, no, Zhao Zhenglong gestured dismissively. But before he could finish, he transformed once more into a geyser of nausea. This scene caused Zhang Lang's brow to twitch slightly, prompting him to discreetly distance himself by a couple of steps. He turned his gaze towards the mountain, where the stars twinkled in the night sky. The myriad of stars, glimmering like countless diamonds, was a rare sight in the city, each one a radiant pinprick of beauty adorning the horizon. Refreshing, Zhang Lang suddenly exclaimed, his voice echoing through the valley. This evening, he had come not only to familiarize himself with the racetrack, but also to unleash his pent-up frustrations. This bout of reckless driving had effectively banished the gloom that had settled in his heart. Suddenly, a quavering voice broke through his thoughts. Refreshing? What nonsense. Please help me. My legs have turned to jelly. Chapter 70. Boss, he's too fast. 5 kilometers beyond the finish line of Dunlong Mountain, a modified Mercedes-Benz R-Class sped along the road, its occupants erupting in a cacophony of curses. Damn it. Lazy, can you even drive? We've lost the boss. One shouted. You claim to be the world's top driver, but you must have cheated. Lazy, drenched in sweat, glanced at the speedometer inching toward 300 kilometers h, his heart racing. Yet he couldn't help but retort, you all are so impressive. Why don't you take the wheel? How dare you talk back? Another shouted angrily. I'll report you to the captain when we get back. The group continued their heated argument when suddenly, boom, a blinding light illuminated the road ahead, transforming the night into day. The group instinctively shut their eyes, and when they reopened them, the valley had returned to its tranquil state. What was that? Is that the boss? Quick! Chase after him. Someone cursed in disbelief. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, The Mercedes veered off, eager to pursue the fleeting figure. After bidding farewell to the pallid Zhao Zhenglong, Zhang Lang hummed a tune as he leisurely drove home. At this hour, most villas in Huazhou Junting were shrouded in darkness. The silence only punctuated by the occasional chirp of cicadas. "Boss, you're back?" The ever-prepared head of security, Lei Dong, jogged over to open the car door for Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang glanced at him, casually handing over the car keys, and softly instructed, "Park it well. And you should rest early." "All right," Lei Dong replied, nodding earnestly, refraining from any further conversation. Jiang Lang shook his head slightly, saying, "I'll head inside now." Watching Jiang Lang's retreating figure, Lei Dong's expression suddenly shifted, and he pulled out his phone, dialing a number with gritted teeth. "Where are you?" "The boss is home. And you lot are nowhere to be found." Not far from the Huazhou Junting, a group of individuals stood with their phones in hand, looking utterly innocent. "Captain, it's really not our fault. Boss, he is too fast." "Yes, I've never seen a man drive so fast." Listening to the panicked voices on the other end, Lei Dong was left momentarily bewildered. The following morning, a shaft of sunlight filtered through the large willow tree outside, lazily illuminating the room. "Brother, wake up." Jiang Ting's voice rang from outside the door. "Coming." Jiang Lang called back, glancing at the trending topics on his phone, his expression relaxing slightly. Thanks to his measures, public opinion had been largely quelled. Though remnants of controversy lingered, they were primarily fueled by ambiguous netizens. Setting his phone aside, he swiftly dressed and tidied himself before heading downstairs. In the living room, four female bodyguards offered him slight nods as he passed. Jiang Ting lay on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, her feet dangling, occasionally erupting into fits of giggles. Jiang Lang approached, ruffling her hair playfully. "What is so amusing?" Jiang Ting swatted his hand away. Huffing, "Stop it. Brother, I just fixed my hair." Ignoring her hair, she continued, "I'm hungry." Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Hungry? Can't you manage on your own? There's nothing to eat at home." Jiang Ting shrugged helplessly. Jiang Lang frowned in exasperation, turning to the other bodyguards. "What about you? Haven't you eaten either?" The bodyguards exchanged glances. One slightly older among them replied, "Boss, we already had breakfast outside." Sensing Jiang Lang's potential misunderstanding, she quickly added, "Miss said she wanted to wait for you to have breakfast together, so we didn't bring anything back." Jiang Lang nodded slightly, contemplating. "It seems necessary to hire a housekeeper, and perhaps some maids as well. Bodyguards should primarily focus on personal safety. Expecting them to manage daily life is a bit unreasonable." With that thought, he turned to Jiang Ting. "Let us go out for breakfast." "Yay!" Jiang Ting exclaimed, bouncing eagerly after him. Their destination was not far. Just beside Huazhou Junting, at the renowned Dongjiao Hotel, heralded as an oasis in the bustling metropolis. Established in 2006, it is the largest state guest house in Shanghai, embodying the characteristics of the era and Shanghai's unique charm in its garden-style setting. As they dined, Jiang Lang inquired, "Little sister, when do you start school?" He calculated that the new semester should be commencing soon. Jiang Ting slurped her soy milk, burping lightly. "Sister Xiaoyan told me that school starts next week. She said she'd personally take me there." Jiang Lang felt relieved and pondered before asking, "By the way, how is your etiquette training going?" Jiang Ting frowned slightly before responding, "It's going okay. The teacher said I've made good progress. After half a month, I've nearly grasped the basics. The rest just requires time to refine. However, since school is starting soon, I'll have less time to practice, so it might take a bit longer." Jiang Lang nodded, unsurprised, and said, "All right, eat quickly. I expect Uncle Fu will arrive soon." "Okay," Jiang Ting replied, nodding her little head. After they finished breakfast and returned home shortly thereafter, a female bodyguard stationed at the villa approached. "Boss, miss, Uncle Fu from the Zhao family has arrived at the door." Jiang Ting quickly said, "Please let the teacher in." Seeing Jiang Lang did not object, the bodyguard nodded respectfully and withdrew. Before long, Uncle Fu entered, greeting them. "Good morning, young Master Jiang, young Miss Jiang." "Good morning, Uncle Fu." Jiang Lang nodded slightly before turning to Jiang Ting, instructing, "Make sure to study well. Listen to your teacher. I'll go for a walk outside." Jiang Ting made a face at him playfully, teasing, "Got it, young Master Jiang." Jiang Lang chuckled, playfully tapping Jiang Ting on the head, chiding, "You little chatterbox." He then nodded to Uncle Fu and walked away. Watching Jiang Lang's retreating figure, Uncle Fu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Last time, I thought I had witnessed the entirety of the other party's wealth, yet before long, they have taken residence in the illustrious Huazhou Junting, a property capable of rivaling even their esteemed Tang Palace. Astonishingly, they have acquired none other than the coveted king of houses. The youth of today are truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Jiang Lang leisurely strolled through Huazhou Junting, unknowingly arriving at another villa, the very one where he had previously arranged for his bodyguards to rest. From afar, the sounds of intense collisions reached his ears, Bang, bang, bang. The resonant impact of muscles colliding stirred an exhilarating rush within him. Chapter 71, National Martial Arts. Zhang Lang stood outside, his curiosity piqued. Lei Dong and several teammates were engaged in a practice duel. A 1 versus 3 scenario where feet danced with agility and punches landed with force, igniting a fire of excitement in onlookers. Although Zhang Lang could not decipher Lei Dong's technique, he found it extraordinarily impressive. Despite having the same physique, Lei Dong managed to dominate 3 opponents, far surpassing the thrill of watching WWE. One teammate, with arms crossed defensively, successfully blocked Lei Dong's swinging punch. Yet, he was sent soaring like a balloon, flying out of the ring. He cursed, "Damn it, this is just bullying." Zhang Lang's eyes widened, unable to contain his astonishment, and he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Damn, one punch sends someone flying, and they remain unharmed. Is it truly this miraculous?" His outburst interrupted the sparring session. Lei Dong glanced at Zhang Lang and approached. "Boss, what brings you here?" Zhang Lang replied excitedly, "Oh, nothing much. I was simply bored and came to take a look." After a brief pause, he mimicked Lei Dong's movements, asking, "By the way, how did you just do that? Is it inner strength? Martial arts?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Years ago, old Master Jin's writings had captivated countless readers, who fantasized about becoming legendary heroes themselves. He vividly remembered his childhood, wielding a wooden stick and single-handedly battling 100 vegetable soldiers, nearly vanquishing them all, only to be stopped by his father and tied to an old tree, receiving a dozen whips, and spending 3 days in bed nursing his wounds. Yet, that did not extinguish his fervent dream of martial arts. However, as he grew older, Zhang Lang understood that inner strength was merely a fabrication of fiction. Yet, the punch Lei Dong had thrown earlier had truly astonished him, as if it had opened the door to a new world. "No," Lei Dong chuckled and shook his head. "That's not it," Zhang Lang muttered, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Biting his lip, he looked up at Lei Dong and asked, "But how did you manage that just now?" Lei Dong furrowed his brow and explained, "This is called guishu." "Guishu? What does that mean?" Zhang Lang inquired. "Guishu refers to our traditional martial arts techniques in China," Lei Dong replied, casting a glance at Zhang Lang. Without waiting for further questions, he continued, "What you just witnessed was the internal energy I utilized within guishu. You can think of it as a method of exerting force, akin to an ant lifting objects many times its own weight, thereby amplifying its strength infinitely. Of course, this is only theoretically infinite, as the human body has its limits." Despite Lei Dong's explanation, Zhang Lang felt a surge of excitement and could not help but ask, "Can I learn it?" Lei Dong scrutinized the overly enthusiastic Zhang Lang, his brow furrowing slightly. "You can, but boss, you've already missed the best time for martial training. Achieving any notable success might be difficult." He hesitated, then shifted his tone. "Besides, in today's world, no matter how strong one is, against firearms, there is no advantage. After all, beyond 7 steps, the gun is quick. Within 7 steps, the gun is both quick and precise." He made a light-hearted joke, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his gaze. Zhang Lang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked, "So, how strong can one become through guishu?" Lei Dong replied, "Currently, the known levels of guishu are divided into Mingjin, Onjin, and Huajin, which represent 3 distinct barriers for practitioners. Mingjin. This involves training the entire body's strength and concentrating it, allowing one punch to produce a sonic boom. A striking force that is often described as a sound worth 1,000 pounds. A Mingjin strike is akin to the impact of cannon fire. Onjin. This focuses on the mind and skin, adjusting the center of gravity along the spine, allowing the body's tendons and membranes to become permeable, unleashing Onjin, which in martial arts is referred to as connecting the body's meridians. An Onjin strike feels like a needle prick. One gentle touch could spell trouble for the unprepared. As for Huajin, it involves connecting the entire body, regulating internal organs, and mastering every organ within and outside the body, allowing Onjin to spread throughout, making one impervious to harm, a state that could be considered the pinnacle of human capability. A Huajin strike is like a masterpiece painting. However, achieving Huajin is no easy feat. As far as I know, there has not been a Huajin master in China for quite some time. The last 2 were the legendary martial artist Sun Lutong and the sharpshooter Li Shuwen, over a century ago. Yet, even such figures would falter against firearms, Lei Dong sighed, shaking his head in quiet reflection. "Damn, that's a bit disappointing. Indeed, wealth reigns supreme. With the time spent training, one might as well earn more money. Who cares about masters when you can just shoot them down?" He mused, his enthusiasm waning significantly. "All right, you all carry on with your practice," he said, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "New task detected, now issued. Task, heir of guishu." Though martial arts may have waned, guishu persists. As a wealthy individual, Despite possessing the physical limits of the human body, only flailing about is a waste of your talent. Conditions: 1. Follow Lei Dong for 1 month of Guoshu training. 2. Train a minimum of 5 hours daily. Reward: mastery of internal martial arts, including Tai Chi, Xingyi, and Bagua. What the heck? Jiang Lang frowned slightly as he observed the system interface. After hearing Lei Dong's explanation, his interest in martial arts had diminished. To be honest, he found the reward unappealing. Forget it, even the smallest ant is still meat. With that thought, he turned to Lei Dong and said, I've reconsidered. I think I will practice a bit. Let us start tomorrow morning. I have matters to attend to tonight. Lei Dong was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. All right, boss. After glancing at the time, Jiang Lang realized it was already noon. He waved his hand and said, all right, I'm off. He planned to find a place to grab a bite before heading to Duanlong Mountain, as it was quite a distance from here. That evening at Duanlong Mountain, the sky unexpectedly opened up, pouring rain that drenched the eaves, the earth, and the streets. Damn, what kind of weather forecast is this? Why is it raining? Zhao Zhenglong grumbled as he sheltered under a makeshift tent. Should we just notify the people in the capital and cancel the competition? Zhao Yinyu approached, her expression anxious as she gazed at the torrential downpour. You must understand, this is Duanlong Mountain, a place of death. Even ordinary people get terrified running a lap. Let alone on a rainy day, one misstep could lead to disaster. What's wrong? Are you all from Moda's SSCC afraid? A sarcastic voice called from outside the tent. Chapter 72. The competition begins. You little pups from the capital, what are you pretending for? Zhao Zhenglong turned his head away, a look of discontent etched on his face. Muttering curses under his breath. Zhao Zhenglong, what else can you do besides barking like a dog? Under your leadership, how has the SSCC fared in recent years? Do you even have a sense of self-awareness? If it were up to me, you might as well disband. There's no point in competing when you're destined to lose. At that moment, a tall man sporting gold-rimmed glasses strode in, followed by a group of what appeared to be his lackeys. He wore a smirk that exuded the air of a genteel rogue. Upon hearing the remarks, Zhao Zhenglong's expression darkened further. What the SSCC does is none of your business. You are not welcome here. Yes, you should leave at once. Your mere presence is irksome, Zhao Yinyu added, rolling her eyes. Inside the tent, the members of the club echoed her sentiments, shouting, Get lost. How dare you act so arrogant in the Magic City? Do you think this is your imperial capital? Keep a low profile, or you might run into trouble on a dark road. All you have left is your mouth. What else can you do? If I recall correctly, haven't you lost 3 consecutive competitions? What right do you have to stand on equal footing with us from the imperial capital? The bespectacled man remained unfazed, continuing to taunt them. His gaze lingered momentarily on Zhao Yinyu before he left, accompanied by a couple of derisive chuckles. This scene instantly provoked an uproar among the crowd in the Magic City, leaving them speechless, their faces dark and grim. Just then, Jiang Lang peeked in, observing the silent crowd with a puzzled expression. What is wrong with you all? By the way, who just left? Strutting around as if they owned the place. The crowd turned to look at him in unison, their eyes glistening with anticipation like wolves eyeing lambs, causing him to shudder. Please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Jiang Lang instinctively took a step back, feeling exceedingly awkward as he stammered. I can understand the women, but you burly gentlemen. Why are you gazing at me with such hunger? What do you desire? The crowd erupted in cheers as they surrounded him. The car god. The car god. This time, we must crush the opposition. Let us show them what we're made of. At 8 o'clock, at Duanlong Mountain, the rain continued to pour incessantly, even intensifying. The downpour created a veil that made it difficult to see. By now, many had gathered on the mountain, taking shelter under umbrellas on either side of the racetrack. Are we really going to race in this rain? It's downright reckless. Someone exclaimed. Racing in the rain is a true test of a driver's skill. First, visibility is poor, and second, tires easily lose traction. Furthermore, on Duanlong Mountain, in the valley under such torrential rain, prior driving experience becomes nearly irrelevant. No one knows where the water has accumulated. Back in the day, one of the key reasons Schumacher reigned supreme was his unparalleled prowess in wet conditions. Those who dare to race in the rain must possess not only exceptional skills, but also remarkable mental fortitude. This time, a thrilling spectacle is surely in store. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, inside the makeshift racing room, Zhou Su cast a scornful glance at Jiang Lang. I advise you to concede early. Don't risk your life over a mere race. He had spent 5 years honing his skills under the tutelage of a renowned racing champion from the beautiful country. According to his instructor, his abilities rival those of typical superclass racers, akin to F1 drivers. Participating in such an underground competition is akin to a downward spiral. If it weren't for the $1 million that the Imperial Capital SCC Supercar Club offered him, he wouldn't have bothered showing up. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow. turning to look at Zhou Su with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself? I fear that after this race, you might never regain the confidence to touch a car again. Humph. Zhou Su snorted dismissively, turning away. You just don't know what's good for you. At that moment, a nondescript man entered, respectfully announcing, the cars have been tuned. You may take your positions. To ensure fairness, the vehicles for this race were all provided by the club. The Nissan GTR, hailed as the war god of the East. Following the popularity of Initial D, this model had garnered a massive following throughout Asia. Although it may be considered outdated now, it still holds a love-hate relationship with many in the underground racing scene. With a 2.6-liter, 6-cylinder engine, it produces 280 horsepower, reaching a top speed of 112 miles per hour, and accelerates from 0 to 60 in just 5.6 seconds. Its unique all-wheel drive system intelligently distributes power among the wheels, granting the GTR unparalleled cornering capabilities. More importantly, this model has immense potential for modifications, making it a favorite among street racers. Zhang Lang gently pressed the accelerator, feeling the roar of the engine resonate in his ears, nodding in satisfaction. It's tuned quite well, he remarked to the technicians outside the window. These individuals had been hired at great expense by the Magic City SSCC Supercar Club to push the car's performance to its limits, seeking redemption for past failures. The technicians nodded slightly, exuding confidence in their skills. At that moment, a clanging sound echoed from the garage, signaling that the race was about to commence. Zhang Lang exhaled softly, the car window slowly rising as he faced the downpour, driving the GTR to the starting line. In the distance, he spotted another GTR already in position. As the two GTRs appeared, the crowd erupted into frenzied cheers, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Zhao Yinyu waved the club's flag. Clad in a crop top and ultra-short shorts, her long legs bouncing as she shouted, Magic City SSCC will surely win. Clearly, she had not gone back on her word and had come to cheer for Zhang Lang. Dressed in a strikingly sexy outfit, she captured the attention of countless onlookers, boosting the morale of the Magic City SSCC Supercar Club as throngs of people joined in the fervent chants of Magic City SSCC will surely win. Magic City SSCC will surely win. The Imperial Capital team was equally determined. Despite their long journey, they were well prepared. As their cheerleaders began to rally, the crowd roared in unison, Imperial Capital SCC will surely win. Imperial Capital SCC will surely win. Both sides shouted in unison, as if the louder voice could tip the scales in their favor. The atmosphere grew increasingly electric, the crowd's excitement palpable. Sensing the faint scent of mixed gasoline in the air and feeling the fervor of the spectators, Zhang Lang too began to feel exhilarated. Amidst the crescendo of cheers, a blonde beauty in a uniform stepped between the two cars at the starting line, unfazed by the pouring rain that clung to her silhouette. She took a deep breath, raising the signal gun high. With a bang, the gunshot echoed. The two GTRs shot off like arrows, vanishing from the crowd's sight. Let us check the monitors, Zhao Zhenglong yelled, retreating into the tent. The scenery outside blurred by like a fleeting mirage, indistinct and rapid. Two GTRs engaged in a fierce competition on a narrow mountain road, resembling a true battlefield as they strained every sinew to seize the advantage. Zhang Lang, with keen perception and acute awareness, gripped the steering wheel with fervor. Unlike Song Chengwu and the others, he felt the weight of pressure in this moment. What astonished him further was Zhou Su's audacity. Even on a rainy day, he dared to execute a launch control. This technique, known as a launch control, involves adjusting the engine revs to the peak torque output, thereby achieving maximum acceleration right from the start to gain the upper hand. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Lang observed the GTR ahead, which had a half-body lead over him. Every time he contemplated overtaking, the opponent would deftly occupy the advantageous line, effectively sealing off any openings with remarkable experience. However, Zhang Lang remained unperturbed. He reduced his speed and closely trailed behind. They were approaching the infamous Death 5, a series of 6 exceedingly steep and treacherous turns that would truly test their skills. The sky loomed ominously, dark clouds gathering as torrential rain began to pour. Inside the club in the Magic City, everyone huddled beneath the tents, eyes glued to the television screens displaying the live feeds, hardly daring to breathe. Suddenly, the roar of engines erupted from the screen as a white GTR burst into view, closely followed by a black one. A collective gasp echoed in the crowd. How could it be? The racing god was trailing behind. Meanwhile, in another nearby tent, cheers erupted from the Beijing club members. Incredible. Zhou Su is phenomenal. Truly worthy of the hefty sum we paid to secure such a master. On the track, Zhou Su muttered to himself, struggling to position his GTR in a relatively safe spot while glancing at the rearview mirror. Truth be told, Zhang Lang's prowess was beyond his expectations. What he had anticipated to be a simple victory had turned into a relentless pursuit, with Jiang Lang stubbornly clinging to his tail, refusing to be shaken off. Yet, Zhou Su remained confident. Who cannot accelerate in a straight line? It's the curves that reveal true speed. He mused, convinced that no one would dare maintain such velocity through the formidable series of tight turns. With a thunderous roar, the gap of 100 meters vanished in an instant as they approached the first of the consecutive turns. Zhou Su yanked the steering wheel, his foot gently tapping the brake, as the white GTR swung its tail, drifting gracefully through the bend. Before he could regain his composure, another turn loomed ahead. Mere meters away, he jerked the wheel again, flooring the accelerator. The white GTR let out a grunt, its body trembling slightly as it executed an astonishing pivot at an incredible angle, effortlessly navigating the next curve. Zhou Su exhaled a sigh of relief, a trickle of cold sweat beading on his forehead. Such challenging consecutive turns were rare even during his time abroad, and encountering them in a rain-soaked race was unexpected. Surely, I've pulled ahead now, he thought, convinced that in such a perilous series of turns, no one else in Huagua could match his skill. As long as his opponent faltered in the bends, he would merely need to expand the distance on the ensuing straightaway, maintaining his advantage until the finish line. A victorious smile crept onto his face as he subtly tilted his head to glance in the rearview mirror, eager to see if Jiang Lang had been flustered or perhaps lacked the technical prowess to avoid crashing into the barriers. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression shifted dramatically, eyes widening in disbelief. A black GTR was hot on his heels, resembling a relentless shadow, never losing even half a body length. Damn, how formidable. He cursed internally, his demeanor turning grave as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, vigilantly observing the rearview mirror, intent on obstructing Jiang Lang's overtaking path. Inside the black GTR, Jiang Lang clutched the steering wheel tightly, his gaze icy and focused, his attention razor-sharp. He awaited the opportune moment, just one chance to turn the tide of the race and bring the competition to a definitive conclusion. The sixth consecutive turn awaited. Not only the final bend of Duanlong Mountain, but also its most perilous segment. With no guardrails in sight, the series of 5 consecutive turns exceeded 90 degrees, resembling a deadly gauntlet. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, with vehicles plummeting off the cliff and leaving no trace behind. Amidst the downpour, the black and white GTRs chased each other closely, a grim intensity enveloping the scene as they darted through the deluge. 1, 2, 3. After navigating the 5 treacherous bends, Zhou Su's countenance grew increasingly grim, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. While racing could elevate one's adrenaline, the relentless series of perilous turns, brushing against the specter of death time and again, also drained one's spirit and body. He realized his condition was deteriorating. He was nearing his limits. Gritting his teeth, he focused on the final impending deadly turn, striving to calm himself. Once I conquer this, the remainder of the course is all straightaways. He was confident he could maintain pressure on his opponent, leaving no room for overtaking. Meanwhile, within the black GTR, Jiang Lang's expression began to shift towards madness. His hands slick with sweat, his foot never relinquishing the accelerator, constantly applying pressure on Zhou Su ahead. Simultaneously, the onlookers in front of the television held their breath, captivated by the footage of the 2 GTRs locked in a fierce struggle, fearing they might miss the most exhilarating moment. The last series of 5 deadly turns would determine who would seize the advantage and, ultimately, the victory. With a thunderous roar, the white GTR entered the turn first. Zhou Su did not hesitate. He gently tapped the brake once more, swinging the rear of the car around the bend. To drift into a turn in the rain required not only technical prowess, but also fearless audacity. However, this time, Jiang Lang would not yield. He floored the accelerator, the black GTR roaring like an enraged bull, charging into the track and audaciously pushing ahead, forcing his way into a body-length lead. The black and white GTRs raced side by side, drifting through the turn, sending up a torrent of water as they sped past. Chapter 74, The Drainage Ditch Turn. Sizzling. The 2 GTRs were tightly aligned on the narrow mountain road, sparks flying as they battled fiercely, unwilling to concede even an inch. As they passed the first bend, another one awaited them in an instant. Zhou Su, his eyes aflame with determination, glared at the adjacent black GTR and cursed vehemently. I trained under the world-renowned racing champion, achieving super-level prowess. I must carve my name in history and become Huagua's Schumacher. I cannot lose, especially not in this trivial underground event. With anger surging from within, he steered the wheel towards Jiang Lang's vehicle. Bang! The 2 cars collided, swaying uncontrollably as they clashed. Jiang Lang had barely registered the situation. His vision was spinning, and his mind was buzzing. Instinctively, he reduced his speed until he stabilized the vehicle, looking nervously at the white GTR ahead and venting his frustration. Are you trying to kill someone? It was crucial to remember that there was a cliff to the side, devoid of any guardrails. Such reckless behavior was utterly irresponsible. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lang's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze ahead and floored the accelerator, determined to pursue once more. Yet this time, Zhou Su offered him no opportunity. He would rather collide than yield an overtaking lane. Naturally, Jiang Lang was unwilling to take such risks. His life was precious. He had escaped disaster by sheer luck moments ago. Who knew what peril awaited him if he tried again? Time slipped away, and before long, the two had arrived at the treacherous 5 consecutive bends known as the death curves, with the final turn being the most challenging. Zhou Su carefully observed his rearview mirror, noticing that Jiang Lang had ceased his pursuit, allowing him to relax slightly. Just one more turn to victory, he thought, sharply turning the steering wheel. The rear of the car swinging out like a swerving swallow, drifting into the bend. However, in the next instant, he was utterly dumbfounded. A black GTR suddenly appeared in his rearview mirror, utilizing the inner drainage ditch to drift through the turn. Its front wheels gliding directly over the grates of the drainage channel. Boom! The black GTR surged forward with an unstoppable force, as if propelled by a jet engine. Seizing the inner lane, Zhou Su was left in shock, a surreal thought creeping into his mind. Was this truly a scene from an anime? Could someone actually achieve this? He wished to intervene, but his speed was insufficient. All he could do was watch helplessly as the other car gradually squeezed through, then elegantly departed, leaving only a taillight in Zhou Su's sight. Yet, the situation was far from over. In his desperate attempt to thwart Jiang Lang's overtaking maneuver, Zhou Su failed to correct his steering after the turn. Following a series of screeching brakes, the inevitable crash occurred. Bang! Sparks flew, smoke billowed, and a white GTR collided with the mountainside, its fate uncertain. Letting out a sigh of relief, Jiang Lang observed the scene in his rearview mirror, a cold smile spreading across his face. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves, he muttered, dismissing the matter. From the moment Zhou Su recklessly collided with another vehicle, Jiang Lang felt no sympathy for such individuals. The only regret was that the man hadn't plummeted directly into the abyss. Nonetheless, at that speed, even if he survived, racing would likely be off the table for him. As for the so-called drainage ditch maneuver, it was a technique he recalled from watching an anime in his youth. Initial D. By using the inner side of the tires to grip the drainage channel, it provided resistance to control the vehicle's centrifugal force, preventing it from flipping while simultaneously creating a thrust to facilitate overtaking. With Zhou Su blocking his path, Jiang Lang had no choice but to take the risk. Fortunately, his formidable physical prowess combined with exceptional driving skills allowed him to execute the maneuver just in time. With a couple of cold chuckles, Jiang Lang leisurely drove away. This thrilling spectacle was captured by the surveillance cameras installed along the road, broadcasting the scene to the television screens in the tents. Wow, the drainage ditch maneuver. A miracle reborn. Who would have thought we'd witness such a skill in reality? Truly the car god. The members of the Magic City Club buzzed with excitement, their spirits soaring from despair to elation. Initially, they believed all was lost, as Zhou Su had maintained his lead, and Jiang Lang had only just managed to reclaim a lane, even suffering a collision. They feared disaster was imminent. However, they were astounded when, at the final bend, Jiang Lang mounted a stunning counterattack, executing the remarkable drainage ditch maneuver. Not only did he succeed in overtaking, but Zhou Su also paid a price for it. In another tent, a voice erupted in anger. What a waste. We spent 10 million, and this is the result? The complaints echoed relentlessly. Zhao Zhenlong smirked, observing the Magic City SSCC Supercar Club with a hint of schadenfreude. Brothers, shouldn't we offer our condolences to our friends from afar? Seeing Zhao Zhenlong's expression, everyone understood his meaning and responded with laughter. Yes, let us go comfort them. How about that? The tides have turned. It's our time now. Zhao Zhenlong wasted no time, leading the charge, and before reaching the entrance, he shouted mockingly, "Hey, you pups from the capital, still pretending to be impressive? Spending 10 million to hire someone? Isn't that just foolish?" From within the capital tent, a man with gold-rimmed glasses shot back, "Zhao, look at you. Reveling in your small victories. What is there to be proud of? So what if you won once? How many times have you lost to us before?" Others chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. The atmosphere grew tense, with the crowd on the verge of erupting into chaos. Suddenly, the roar of the black GTR crossed the finish line. As the Dragon Break Mountain circuit served both as the starting and finishing point, Jiang Lang stepped out of the car, and the crowd from Magic City swarmed around him. Ignoring the capital members entirely, their excitement palpable. Incredible. The car god. Teach us that drainage ditch maneuver sometime. Get back. I was the first to sign up. Anyone else wanting to learn can go to the back. At that moment, Zhao Zhenlong and his companions exchanged glances. Those with crossed arms and those clutching their legs exerted effort, tossing Jiang Lang into the air in waves. This spectacle further ignited the crowd's enthusiasm as they rallied together, cheering, "Car God! Car God!" Chapter 75, Love is for Fools. In a bustling restaurant, glasses clinked amidst a vibrant atmosphere. Over the years, the Magic City SSCC Supercar Club had struggled under the pressure from the Capital SCC Supercar Club, even facing challenges in recruiting new members. Now, having redeemed their honor, Zhao Zhenglong proposed to book a hotel for a celebratory gathering. Nearly everyone from Magic City attended. Inside the private room, a scattered crowd of at least 100 people gathered. At the main table, Zhao Zhenglong raised his glass, standing up to declare, "Brothers, let me say something. Now that we've redeemed our honor, who is the biggest hero? Jiang Lang, the car god." The crowd erupted in cheers. All eyes fixed on the man beside Zhao Zhenglong at the main table. "Let us raise a glass to our great benefactor." "Yes, let us toast." The crowd echoed in agreement. Jiang Lang, both amused and flattered, stood up with his glass, saying, "Thank you all for your kindness tonight. We shall not return until we are drunk." Cheers. With a resounding clink of glasses, the atmosphere grew lively. As the drinks flowed, guests frequently approached Jiang Lang to toast him. Jiang Lang was not one to refuse guests. After his father's failed entrepreneurial venture, he often found himself nursing hangovers. Having practically grown up amidst the clinking of wine bottles, his capacity for alcohol was remarkable, boasting that he could down 2.5 gin of liquor and drink beer without restraint. However, this time, he miscalculated. No matter how formidable one might be, they could not withstand a relentless barrage, and with a flushed face and a nervous chuckle, he retreated to the balcony, lighting a cigarette and placing it between his lips. He intended to take a moment's respite. At that moment, Zhao Yinyu approached with a bowl of hangover soup, seemingly out of nowhere. "You shouldn't drink anymore." "I absolutely despise men who drink," she said, her gaze towards Jiang Lang complex, as she pursed her lips but still extended the bowl towards him. She had a deep-seated aversion to drunken men, stemming from her childhood when her father, Zhao Ligua, was still building his business. During those times, he would often return home intoxicated after business meetings, prompting her mother, Chao Shui, to scold and weep, yet still prepare a bowl of hangover soup for him. Seeing Jiang Lang continuously being forced to drink, she felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. Compelled by some unseen force, she had requested a bowl of hangover soup from the hotel and brought it over. Jiang Lang glanced at her, accepted the soup, and took a sip, instantly feeling a bit more at ease. Contemplating for a moment, he finally said, "Thank you." Zhao Yinyu, observing Jiang Lang who, despite reeking of alcohol, maintained his composure, looked at him in surprise. "You're not drunk?" Jiang Lang awkwardly touched his nose and replied with a sheepish grin, "Just a little tipsy." Though he could handle his liquor, he preferred not to get drunk unless absolutely necessary. Typically, he would find an excuse to slip away before reaching that point. However, in the face of continuous onslaughts, even he could not withstand it, and he had to exit early. "Oh," Zhao Yinyu nodded, moving closer to him. She gazed down at the bustling crowd below the balcony, her expression inscrutable, lost in thought. The gentle breeze lifted her flowing hair, bestowing a striking grace upon her. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Jiang Lang pursed his lips, hesitated, and finally spoke. "About last time, I'm sorry." He apologized once again for doubting Zhao Yinyu regarding the leak of information. Zhao Yinyu cast a brief glance at him and shook her head slightly. "I'm not that petty." In the days since returning home, she had attempted to view the situation from Jiang Lang's perspective and realized that his suspicions were not entirely unfounded, especially since she was the first to access the information. Jiang Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him just as Zhao Yinyu continued, "By the way, you're quite skilled at driving." Jiang Lang looked at her quizzically, thinking to himself, "Aren't you already aware of my driving skills?" He raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's decent, I suppose." Zhao Yinyu kicked at the stone slab of the balcony. After a moment of silence, she suddenly whispered, "Can you teach me?" Jiang Lang was taken aback, slapping his chest in a jovial manner. "Of course. Consider it an apology for the previous incident." Zhao Yinyu tilted her head slightly in acknowledgement, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. At that moment, a tipsy, portly man stumbled into the balcony. "Whoa, Langgu, what are you doing hiding here? I've been looking for you everywhere." Zhao Zhenglong slurred, exuding a strong scent of alcohol. "Let us go drink." He threw an arm around Jiang Lang's shoulder, appearing in high spirits. Suddenly, he paused, seemingly just realizing something, and rubbed his eyes while staring at Zhao Yinyu. "What the? Zhao Yinyu, what are you doing here?" "What is it to you, Zhao Fatty?" Zhao Yinyu replied, slightly disdainful, waving her hand in front of her nose at the overwhelming smell of alcohol emanating from him. Zhao Zhenglong immediately grew agitated, glaring at her with squinty eyes. "You little brat, how many times have I told you not to call me Zhao Fatty in public? Do you want a beating?" Zhao Yinyu rolled her eyes, unimpressed. "With that physique of yours, Who would dare to mess with you? You. Zhao Zhenlong pointed at her with a huff. Then, glancing at Jiang Lang and back at her, his eyes twinkled with mischief as he said, "Wait a minute. You two are sneaking around here, and so close together. Are you two dating?" His words rendered Jiang Lang momentarily speechless, casting a bewildered glance at him. What? Just being close means we're dating? He felt an urge to poke Zhao Zhenlong on the forehead to check if he was thinking straight. However, he hesitated and discreetly glanced at Zhao Yinyu. This captivating woman, whose athletic physique boasted defined abs, surely drove like a pro. But dating? Only a fool would consider that. Shaking his head internally, he dismissed the notion. Zhao Yinyu, on the other hand, felt her face flush crimson. She shot a glare at Zhao Zhenlong, angrily kicking him before turning to leave. Ow! Zhao Zhenlong yelped, hopping on one foot. Come on, I was just joking. No need to kick so hard, he complained, his face a mix of indignation and pain. Jiang Lang touched his nose, unsure how to respond, mostly because he was at a loss for words. Zhao Zhenlong rubbed his shins where Zhao Yinyu had kicked him and looked at Jiang Lang. Lang Gu, are you two really not dating? No, Jiang Lang replied, exasperated. Though I think if it were someone like you, it might not be so bad. Zhao Zhenlong sighed, speaking his mind. He admired those skilled in driving supercars, especially since Jiang Lang's background and wealth were not inferior to his. If they became a couple, he would be the first to cheer them on. After a brief pause, shaking his head, he said, "Let us go back inside. Everyone has been clamoring to see you. If you don't show up soon, they might just flip the table." Jiang Lang shrugged, smiling helplessly. All right, let us go. Chapter 76, The Mute Bride. The following day at Huazhou Junting. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, a lazy beam of light streamed into the room. Jiang Lang rubbed his eyes, letting out a groggy hum as he slowly opened them. The door creaked open, and Jiang Ting entered, carrying a steamer basket filled with dumplings and soy milk. Brother, you're awake? She glanced at Jiang Lang and casually placed the bag on the nightstand. I brought you breakfast. It's from Dongjia Hotel. You can eat if you feel better. All right, I got it, Jiang Lang replied lazily, stifling a yawn. He had lost track of how much he drank the previous night and now felt utterly drained, lacking the energy to move. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Who brought me back yesterday?" Xiao Yin did, Jiang Ting answered, then disdainfully added, "You have no idea how crazy you were last night. Dancing with the big dog at the entrance for hours. You've officially become the talk of the entire neighborhood." The big dog? Jiang Lang recalled, recognizing it as the Samyed from the security booth, known for its fluffy appearance. As Jiang Ting spoke, she pulled out her phone, grinning mischievously. "I even recorded a video. Do you want to see it?" Jiang Lang's mouth twitched, his mind filled with exasperation. "Get lost." "Fine, I'll be off then," Jiang Ting said, skipping out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Lang shook his head in disbelief, steeling himself to wash up. After consuming a few dumplings, he found himself lacking in appetite, merely sipping on some soy milk before burrowing back under the covers. With nothing else to do, he picked up his phone and began scrolling through videos. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the phone. Ding! The streamer you follow, Sheng Xiayi Air, is live. Come and watch. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow and clicked on it. On the screen, ECU was singing. This summer has melted the entire season. Day by day, it has fixed you in the end. Let me understand that love can be so simple, like an embellishment. Gazing out at the blue sky from this eve, I reminisce about the scenes that involve you. After finishing a song from a decade ago, Li Jiozha's Summer, the bullet screen was flooded with praises for the beautiful melody. My ears are enchanted. The goddess still sings so beautifully. Let's have another song. What else is there to sing? Let's engage in a PK. If it's good, we won't continue. Yes, listening to songs can be dull. ECU cleared her throat, took a small sip from the cup on the table, and glanced at the bullet screen, her brow slightly furrowing. During Jiang Lang's absence, her career had flourished, and she had now become a rising star on Huya. However, piking had never been her forte. She could bully those weaker than herself, but when faced with peers, she found herself at a loss. Ultimately, Jiang Lang's previous remarkable performance had elevated her to prominence, resulting in a mismatch of virtue and position. Many in her chatroom harbored ulterior motives, hoping to leverage her connection to Jiang Lang. She pursed her lips, intending to change the subject, when a dazzling golden icon appeared in the live stream. Holy cow, the God of Waves has returned. A nostalgic moment. The legendary top-tier wealthy patron who once lavishly spent 50 million in a single night bowed down to the big shot. Brothers of the Wave clan, get ready. ECU quickly stood up, raising her voice. Welcome, God of Waves, to our live stream. Let's get hyped, everyone. Hail the God of Waves. Hail the God of Waves. Hail the God of Waves. This scene left Jiang Lang somewhat bewildered, prompting him to type on the screen. What's going on? Upon seeing this, ECU began to explain. Ever since Jiang Lang rose to fame on Huya, these individuals had come to admire this wealthy patron, collectively known as the Wave Clan. with him being their leader. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow but thought little of it, typing, "Let's PK. It's a guaranteed win." The crowd erupted with excitement, collectively reaching a fever pitch. The big shot is truly impressive. Who else would dare claim a guaranteed win in a PK? Brothers, charge. My blade has been eager and thirsty for action. ECU nodded slightly and initiated the connection. Meanwhile, in another live stream room, the sound of incessant table banging echoed. "Ah, you old rascal. I'm about to secure a chicken dinner. What are you doing?" The streamer, Zhou Yi, was once again on the verge of breaking down. Today, in compliance with the requests of her audience, she had played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds all morning, landing every time only to be eliminated. After countless flights, she finally managed to scrape into the final circle with a record of 0 kills and 0 assists. Just as she entered the circle, she was taken out by a more cunning player. Staring at the black and white screen, she completely lost her composure. "Ha ha ha, the main scriptwriter has broken down again. Brothers, I recorded it. Do you think the streamer will thank me? I've already thought of a title, the top 10 breakdown moments of streamer Zhou Yi, landing and getting eliminated. No, it should be called the Silent Bride's Seagull-like Roar. Unfortunately, Sister Zhou has a mouth. Please stop talking. I'm almost done here." Brothers, is it that fast? The entire building has collapsed. Seeing Zhou Yi's breakdown, many viewers were delighted. Zhou Yi was also a prominent streamer on Huya, her booming voice filled with a down-to-earth charm, coupled with her unique ability to entertain, made her live stream style truly one of a kind. She had even earned the nickname the Silent Bride. Among her breakdown moments, many found great amusement. I'm done. Who is still playing? Who is a dog?" Zhou Yi tossed her mouse aside, resorting to stubbornness. Her eyes darted around, and she chuckled. "Brothers, shall we check the rooms?" Every time she thought of slacking off, she suggested checking the rooms. Not only could she extend her streaming time, but she could also enjoy the sights of beautiful women, which was truly her favorite pastime. However, this time, the audience was not having it. It always ends up like this. Every time she loses, she wants to check the rooms. No way, let us switch it up. Switch it up. The essence of humanity is that of a parrot, and soon the bullet screen was flooded with repeated comments. Zhou Yi was in a bind. Switch it up? Dance. She feared that if she started dancing, everyone would leave before she finished. Singing? It had been ages since she last sang, and she worried about going off key. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, "How about a PK?" Normally, she wouldn't participate in PKs, only engaging in friendly matches with friends like Luo Xian. But after losing all morning, she simply lacked the motivation. All right, let us do it. Charge. It's rare to have this opportunity. Seeing that the viewers agreed, she began to initiate the connection. The screen split in two. A melodious voice resonated in the live stream. "Hello, everyone. I'm Hier. Chapter 77. The train begins. Wow, fairy. Brothers, charge. Sister Zhou, I'm sorry." Zhou Yi was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that during her rare PK attempt, she would encounter a newly rising top streamer from Huya. She wiped her drool, feigning bravado as she said, "Am I handsome? Brothers, how about this wave of benefits? I just said I'd do a PK, and here I am facing a stunning beauty." The viewers responded with playful mockery. "Please shut up, Silent Bride. Don't disturb us from watching the beauty. If you don't speak, nobody will consider you a mute." In truth, Sister Zhou was also quite attractive, but unfortunately, she had a mouth. Otherwise, her looks would rival those of her opponent. Bang. Zhou Yi started banging the table again, exclaiming in frustration, "What do you mean I have a mouth? Have you all turned traitor so quickly? It's not that my side is weak. It's just that the enemy is too cunning." In the live stream, the audience typed, "Hello, Sister Zhou." ECU waved her little hand and sweetly greeted Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi gazed at ECU, as if struck by Cupid's arrow, clutching her chest and exclaiming, "Brothers, I can't handle this. That smile is just too healing. Ugh, how disgusting." The chat room erupted in laughter. Zhou Yi rolled her eyes and continued, "Hier, tell me, how do you want to play?" ECU furrowed her brow in contemplation. "How about we compete in singing?" She had her own little schemes. She figured she wouldn't have a chance in anything else, but singing was her forte. Zhou Yi shook her head vigorously, stating, "That won't do. Let us switch it up." She knew ECU was primarily a singer and didn't dare to go head-to-head. Although she had claimed to debut from a girl group in the past, the reality was that she hadn't practiced professionally in ages, and her skills had long since declined. At that moment, a shimmering golden message appeared in the live stream. The train begins. As soon as it was said, user Jiang Hu Di Lang sent the main scriptwriter a treasure map X10. Everyone come and take a look. User Jiang Hu's first wave has gifted the main writer 10 treasure maps, prompting everyone to come and take notice. A total of 100, amounting to 500,000 yuan, instantly stirred the atmosphere of the live stream, igniting an electrifying excitement. Countless admirers from the aesthetics section erupted in cheers, their fervor unabated. When it comes to their utmost delight, it is undoubtedly the female streamers, particularly when they showcase their dance moves. Especially during competitive performances. Watching two stunning beauties sway their bodies before you is an unparalleled pleasure. Hail to the wave god! Hail to the wave god! Upon his return, he generously showered his brothers with benefits, living up to his status as the elder brother. Deep bows to the big shot. ECU promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, wave god, for the 100 treasure maps. Your generosity is commendable. Zhou stood there, utterly bewildered, staring at the situation. What is going on? The PK hasn't even begun, yet there are already 100 treasure maps. Is this level of grandeur truly necessary? At that moment, some viewers from ECU's livestream flocked in, flooding the chat with comments. The Wave Army marches forth, leaving no grass unturned. The Wave Army marches forth, leaving no grass unturned. The Wave Army? Zhou raised an eyebrow, well aware of their reputation. Recently, this group had stirred quite the ruckus in the live streaming world. However, since Jiang Lang had not been seen for a while, things had calmed down significantly. Could it be? A sudden thought struck her, her eyes widening like brass bells. Just then, a flash of golden light illuminated the live stream. An emblem depicting a man adorned with an imperial crown riding a golden dragon appeared. This was a special effect created by Huya for the super-rich Jiang Lang. It surpassed even the grandeur of the monthly 1.5 million yuan Super God Emperor effect. He was the sole possessor of such a display on Huya, instantly elevating the prestige. Ding! The supreme godly rich Jianghu's first wave has arrived in the livestream. Wow! The wave god has come. Streamer, hurry and kneel to welcome him. The appearance of this big shot was marked by a uniquely designed emblem, radiating magnificence. With the effect lasting at least a minute, Zhou beamed with delight, clapping her hands in welcome. Welcome, wave god. Let us get the party started, everyone. Brother, brother. We await your arrival through wind and rain. Brother of the wind, brother of the rain, who can summon the winds and rain at will. He has arrived. He has arrived, stepping in on clouds. One must admit, Zhou, as an established streamer, possesses an unparalleled talent for entertaining that ECU cannot compare to. Jiang Lang typed in the livestream. Good performance. Consider it a reward. Without hesitation, he added, user Jianghu's first wave has gifted the main writer 10 treasure maps, prompting everyone to come and take notice. Again, it was 100, a total of 500,000. Zhou was utterly intoxicated. She never imagined she would receive such generous gifts. Truly, a big shot who casually spends 50 million overnight is fearsome. She quickly clenched her fists in gratitude. Thank you, wave god, for the treasure maps. May you have auspicious times and joyous days, flourishing like the wind, and may you reap wealth and longevity. May you be blessed with wealth, talent, and virtuous offspring, with honor and prosperity for generations to come. May you enjoy wealth and power year after year, with a bright future ahead. Streamer, you're amazing. Wow, Zhou has this talent too. How rare. Jiang Lang chuckled and typed. I wish to see you all dance. He was not joking. He usually witnessed ECU singing, but was suddenly curious to see how this girl danced. After all, she was from the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts. Surely, she could dance. As for the mute bride Zhou, that was secondary. Zhou pounded her chest, announcing, Don't worry, wave god. Not only can I drive a train, but I can fly a plane. Jiang Lang cast a knowing glance at her impoverished area and typed meaningfully, You can even land the plane. Having said that, he returned to ECU's livestream, leaving Zhou in a state of confusion. Land the plane? What does that mean? I meant to drive a... Wait, hold on. She glanced down, her eyes suddenly enlightened. Zhou was not having it. She pressed her hands against her chest, attempting to make it appear fuller. I do have breasts. Don't spread rumors. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at the scene. Land the plane? Indeed, it can be landed. Attention, all aircraft, landing prohibited. No way. This is too funny. Zhou, don't stuff it. No matter how much you stuff, it's not comparable to the other side. Just surrender, Zhou. There are all women outside you. As a man, shouldn't he compete? What? You dare question our Zhou's gender? To be fair, Zhou does have her merits, but it depends on who she is compared to. The live stream was filled with uproarious laughter. Chapter 78, The Flirtatious Woman's Big Wave. Zhou rolled her eyes in frustration. Fine, you want to see me dance? I'll go change my outfit and dazzle all you LSPs. With that, she threw a flirtatious wink. It's just driving a train. After all, I was once in a girl group. Dancing is a piece of cake. ECU also bowed slightly in the live stream. Everyone, wait for me. I'll go change clothes too. Go ahead. We can wait. I'll go first to avoid losing control later. What? You're all so fast. The chat began to spiral. Numerous admirers were already preparing to record. Meanwhile, with Jiang Lang gifting a total of 200 treasure maps, The heat of the live stream surged dramatically. It instantly soared to the top of Huya. His private messages began to flood in, with countless streamers, passers-by, and even guild members greeting him. Before long, Zoe was the first to change into her outfit. She donned a bunny girl costume, which, whether due to the outfit or not, accentuated her curves, giving her an innocent yet alluring appearance. Zoe sashayed towards the camera, flipping her hair. Brothers, am I beautiful? Unfortunately, her coarse voice shattered the charm completely. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock. Oh my, can you not speak? Truly a fighter against the odds. The title is not unwarranted. I was ready to go, but suddenly entered a sage mode. Can you believe it? Stay on the edge, but you scared off the moderators. Zoe frowned, banging her hands on the table in frustration. What is wrong with me? I sound perfectly lovely. It's you who lack appreciation. Let us go? Let us go? The chat began flooding with comments. This scene amused Jiang Lang to no end. However, in the next moment, wow, the atmosphere of the live stream shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. ECU had changed into her outfit and stepped out. With heavy makeup, slightly curled hair, wearing a snug white tank top paired with black jeans. Layered with Balenciaga stockings and towering high heels, the contrast was shocking, to one's astonishment. The typically demure and innocent persona she presented now transformed into that of a seductive vixen, adorned with cascading waves. This sudden revelation left the audience in the live stream utterly flabbergasted, collectively reaching a euphoric high. Goodness, Ear possesses such a side to her. It astonishes me to my core. They exclaimed. I adore this sultry look. Brothers, I'm diving in. Zoe, equally taken aback, couldn't he help but remark, wow. I never anticipated this facet of you. ECU playfully covered her mouth and smiled, then blinked her enchanting eyes. Am I beautiful? She inquired. Absolutely stunning. Zoe felt a pang of envy. She hadn't anticipated such a bombshell entrance from her opponent. During a previous covert investigation, she had never encountered this side of ECU. Jiang Lang observed the barrage of comments, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had long suspected that ECU possessed a hidden, flirtatious nature, perhaps with a touch of contrast. After all, where else would those audacious photos in his phone have originated? Zoe shook her head, declaring, all right, let us discuss the punishment. ECU pondered for a moment before retorting. How about you suggest something, Sister Zoe? Zoe furrowed her brows. Then her eyes brightened suddenly. How about performing the gorilla chest thump? What do you think? She hesitated to propose anything too extreme, knowing that a formidable opponent was present, and she surely could not compete. She merely hoped that if she lost, her opponent might offer some medical expenses. ECU nodded in agreement. Brothers, when the music starts, we charge in. Zoe waved her hand and began to shout. ECU, not one to be outdone, echoed. Charge, charge, charge. The train whistle resounded in the live stream. Wow, how? I need to know. Who came to turn up on their favorite festival? This was a song by the band LMFAO titled Party Train. It was a staple whenever a host initiated a train. As the music blared, both women began to showcase their dance skills. The comments erupted with excitement. 666, 666, 666. A flood of 666 dominated the live stream. Zoe clasped her hands over her chest, stepping back with a feline grace, ensuring her entire figure was displayed on the screen. Moving to the rhythm of the music, she swayed her hips, jiggled her chest, and accentuated her curves. It was undeniably impressive. The mute bride has returned. It must be said, Zoe, without uttering a word, was extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, in terms of sheer beauty, Zoe was among the top tier in the streaming world. Brothers, let us cast our votes. Meanwhile, ECU, refusing to be outdone, launched into an electrifying jazz dance. This vibrant and dynamic style, combined with the music, created an exhilarating spectacle that left the audience thrilled. I'm glued to the screen. Wow, Ear dances with such charisma. A treasure of a girl. They exclaimed. The competition heated up, with the blue and red factions alternating in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. However, as an established major streamer, Zoe began to steadily dominate ECU, even without Jiang Lang's intervention. Glancing at the time, Jiang Lang decided to make his move. User Jianghu First Wave sends 10 treasure maps to the main author. Everyone come and take a look. The flood of 1000 treasure maps instantly depleted ECU's health bar. Zoe wiped the sweat from her brow. Surveying the live stream with a knowing expression, she mused to herself, just a simple PK, and in mere minutes, I've dropped 5 million. Truly remarkable. With a theatrical bow, she feigned terror, proclaiming, the wave god is indeed formidable. This humble woman bows to your prowess. Yet, the next moment, a banner unfurled in Zoe's live stream. User Jianghu First Wave sends 10 treasure maps to the main author. Everyone come and take a look. Another 100 treasure maps appeared, Though not as extravagant as ECU's, it still totaled 500,000. Combined with earlier contributions, Zhou Yi had amassed 1 million today. Startled, she quickly transformed her expression into a beaming smile, akin to a Sichuan opera face change, and exclaimed, "Oh, thank you for the medical expenses, Wave God. Your might is unparalleled." Zhang Lang's remarkable generosity did not go unnoticed in Zhou Yi's live stream, where other affluent viewers also contributed, showering ECU's stream with a wave of support, escalating the excitement on both sides. At this juncture, the audience began clamoring for a punishment. 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 Zhou Yi rolled her eyes and replied, "Fine. A punishment it shall be. I accept my fate." She then rolled up her sleeves, pretended to spit into her hands, and vigorously rubbed them together. Ahem, esteemed viewers, behold. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at the camera, her lips slightly parted. Ayu, ayu, ayu. Mimicking the sounds of a gorilla, she pounded her chest with both hands, resembling a true matriarch of the gorilla tribe. The audience erupted in laughter. Goodness, I'm dying of laughter. A legendary moment has been born. Tarzan has arrived. Sister Zhou, stop. You're going to wear it all out. Just had a beating from my dad, and now this makes me laugh even harder. He thought I was unsatisfied and gave me another. Zhang Lang doubled over in laughter, gazed at Zhou Yi on the screen, marveling at her comedic prowess. Truly, she is a seasoned streamer. Her ability to entertain is remarkable. After the punishment, Zhou Yi, unflustered, cleared her throat. "See, I do what I say. Am I not tough enough?" 666. Is that all an act? I initially thought Sister Zhou could only entertain, but her audacity is astonishing. The live stream buzzed with excitement. Zhou Yi shook her head and turned to the screen, inviting, "Come visit me in Magic City sometime." ECU sweetly replied, "Sister Zhou, I'm already in Magic City, still attending school." Zhou Yi gasped in surprise. "Oh wow. So close." After the stream, let us exchange WeChat and chat properly. After a brief pause, she turned to Zhang Lang on the screen, inviting, "Wave God. I'll add you too. Please remember to accept." Zhang Lang typed back, "Okay." After the PK concluded, the two streamers chatted casually for a while before disconnecting. With Zhang Lang's support, ECU began connecting with other prominent streamers for PKs, leaving no room for competition. None could match her. Zhang Lang had also contributed nearly 10 million, further solidifying his status as the unrivaled deity of the streaming world. As the evening approached, ECU smiled and bid farewell to her viewers. "Everyone, this concludes today's live stream. No, stay on a bit longer. Goddess, I can't bear to see you go. I was just getting into it. Why are you leaving?" The audience pleaded desperately. ECU merely smiled and waved her hand, softly bidding farewell, after which the screen abruptly turned black. Zhang Lang let out a sigh of relief, setting his phone down and lazily stretching his limbs. Turning his gaze towards the sunset outside, he silently patted his stomach and murmured, "Is it really this late?" Shaking his head, he was just about to rise and seek out a place to dine when, suddenly, his phone buzzed with a series of vibrations. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow and casually opened the message. It was from ECU. "Langu, thank you for today. It's been a while since we last met. If you're free tonight, could we meet? I'd like to treat you to dinner as a token of gratitude for your support." Zhang Lang's brow arched slightly. He pondered for a moment before typing back, "Sure. Are you still at school? I'll come pick you up now." Meanwhile, in the Yunjin Dongfang community of Magic City, a neighborhood adjacent to the Magic City Art Academy, ECU had become quite the sensation online, garnering significant fame at the academy. Every day, numerous individuals approached her with various intentions, overwhelming her to the point that she opted to rent an apartment nearby. At this moment, ECU gazed at the reply on her phone, clenching her small hand tightly. The last time at the hotel, Zhang Lang had left unexpectedly, and she had worried whether she had inadvertently upset him. To her surprise, today he had suddenly appeared in her live stream, showering her with generous gifts, which filled her heart with joy. Contemplating, she hastily typed back, "I've already moved out. I no longer live at school. Wait a moment. I'll send you my location." Zhang Lang glanced at the location on his phone, navigated the distance using a mapping application, and then replied, "Okay. I'll arrive in half an hour." "All right." ECU set her phone down, gently patting her slightly flushed cheeks, and then walked into her dressing room. She intended to use this time to prepare herself beautifully, wishing to surprise Zhang Lang. This time, she could not afford to hesitate. Roaring through the congested traffic, the Bugatti Chiron glided amidst the throngs of vehicles. As it was already peak traffic hours, even with others keeping their distance, Zhang Lang was unable to evade the gridlock. By the time he arrived at ECU's building, it was already 8 p.m. Zhang Lang picked up his phone and made a call. "Here, you can come down now. Sorry, I was caught in traffic." On the other end, ECU's melodious voice chimed in. "It's all right, Langu, I'm coming down now." After hanging up, Zhang Lang scrolled through short videos on his phone while waiting. Before long, a figure clad in a long trench coat emerged from the apartment complex, moving stealthily. She wore sunglasses and was bundled up tightly, as if fearing recognition, glancing around nervously while clutching her phone. Zhang Lang couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized that it was ECU, albeit her humorous appearance caught him off guard. He rolled down the car window and called out, "Error, over here." Upon hearing him, ECU trotted over. Removing her sunglasses, she looked at Zhang Lang in surprise and exclaimed, "Lang Go, did you get a new car? It's so cool." Zhang Lang nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "All right, hop in." ECU eagerly nodded her head and quickly got into the car. In an instant, a delicate fragrance wafted into Zhang Lang's nostrils. He turned to glance at her and jested, "Why are you dressed like this?" ECU pouted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Ever since I became famous, I get harassed daily. Especially at school, it's been utterly exhausting. I'm just trying to avoid being recognized." Zhang Lang nodded thoughtfully. However, after a moment's consideration, he suggested, "I think you don't really need to go to such lengths. A hat, sunglasses, and a mask would suffice. Being this conspicuous only draws more attention." ECU wrapped her trench coat tighter around herself, a flicker of unease crossing her face, before she smiled at Zhang Lang and said, "I understand, Lang Go. By the way, I've already booked a table at the prestigious Dizu Hotel in Magic City, which is quite popular right now." Zhang Lang gave her a peculiar look, sensing something odd about her. Why was she still wearing that heavy trench coat in the car? Wasn't he uncomfortable? And hadn't netizens said that the better the supercar, the hotter the girl would feel? Why was she bundled up even more tightly? Shaking his head in resignation, he said, "All right, let us go."